I only enjoy my steak cooked to a perfect zero point 0.1 degrees rare, ready to savor as the first rays of dawn grace the cattle, Lin Dong used. But in the early morning light, within the confines of the livestock farm, a group of slaughter workers busily transported fresh meat, oddly accompanied by canisters of vivid red blood. Bathed in the bright sunlight, the glass jars shimmered with a crimson hue, reminiscent of rich, velvety red wine. Lou, what's wrong with Boss Lin? The farm was thriving, so why has he slaughtered over 10,000 livestock? One worker inquired with curiosity. Another chimed in, exactly. And what on earth would he need all that plasma for? Foreman Lou, though puzzled, sought to maintain his composure. Best not to pry into societal matters. Focus on your work. All right, the worker replied, returning to his tasks. They donned masks and white gloves. Even their hair was neatly covered. Foreman Lou continued to admonish them. Everyone must uphold hygiene. Even a single hair in the meat will result in Lin Dong withholding payment. Understood, Lou. Rest assured. The workers responded in unison. Yet, in hushed tones, they exchanged whispers. Have you heard? Boss Lin isn't quite right in the head. What do you mean? He seems perfectly fine to me. He has a cleanliness obsession. He detests anything dirty. Oh, that explains it. I was wondering why he coughed. Enough of that. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a light cough, as a tall, slender young man approached, clad in a pristine white shirt, immaculate in appearance. His fair complexion and chiseled features resembled a finely sculpted work of art, strikingly handsome. As the young man walked into the morning sun, he should have radiated warmth, yet his narrow, elongated eyes betrayed an air of indifference. Foreman Lou swiftly approached him. Boss Lin, your 1,500 cattle, 3,000 pigs, and over 10,000 chickens have all been processed. Lin Dong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the vacuum-sealed fresh meat and canisters of blood, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Go ahead and settle the payments. Thank you. It has been a pleasure collaborating. A smile of relief appeared on Lou's face as he instinctively extended his hand for a shake. However, Lin Dong remained stationary, fixated on the outstretched hand, unresponsive. Realizing his faux pas, Lou's face flushed with embarrassment, recalling Lin Dong's aversion to physical contact, an unspoken rule among them. Then we shall take our leave, Boss Lin. I look forward to our next collaboration, Lou said with a sheepish smile, retracting his hand. Soon after, he and several workers departed the yard, jumping into a small vehicle and speeding away. Lin Dong watched them vanish from sight, approaching the fresh meat and canisters of blood. He waved his hand, and to his astonishment, they mysteriously vanished. Of course, the blood and meat hadn't truly disappeared. They were simply transferred into a storage space. This space measured 1,000 meters in every dimension, where time stood still. Whatever was stored remained unchanged upon retrieval. The reason for this peculiar ability was that Lin Dong was a reincarnate, reborn half a month before the impending apocalypse, endowed with this extraordinary storage capability. The haunting images of the forthcoming apocalypse loomed vividly in his mind. Zombies roamed freely. Mutated creatures thrived, and humanity faced dire shortages of resources. People would resort to desperate measures for a mere loaf of bread or a bottle of clean water, even betraying their closest friends to discard the facade of kindness. While an ordinary individual might think of hoarding ample supplies of food and water upon being reborn just before the apocalypse, Lin Dong's inclinations leaned towards fresh meat and blood, for he was, in fact, a zombie. To a zombie, blood and flesh were not merely sustenance. Consuming these allowed them to absorb energy, thereby growing stronger and evolving into a more formidable being. A zombie well fed with blood and flesh would experience an unfathomable rate of growth. In essence, flesh and blood were the very essence of a zombie's evolution. Thus, Lin Dong's potential strength would hinge upon the quantity of blood and flesh he could consume. At that moment, he received a call from supermarket employee Su Xiao. Boss, the 100,000 portions of frozen steak, 10,000 chicken backs, and 10 tons of premium cuts have all arrived. Oh, inform the suppliers to continue placing orders, Lin Dong instructed. What? More orders? Su Xiao's voice was laced with surprise. But, boss, our working capital is already insufficient to cover the deposits. I'll handle the financial matters. Just continue with the orders, Lin Dong replied. All right then, She acquiesced, though confusion lingered in her mind. Why stockpile so much when funds were running low? Was the end of the world truly upon them? Lin Dong owned a livestock farm, a supermarket, and 2 properties, all acquired through his parents' inheritance. He had lost his parents at a young age, never even having the chance to share a meal with them. Afterwards, he was sent to an orphanage, where he grew up until he reached the age of majority, inheriting his parents' estate. Gradually, he expanded and strengthened his holdings, striving for greatness. Despite his substantial assets, Lin Dong's liquid capital was limited. Most of his valuable possessions resided in his storage space. The apocalypse is merely 10 days away. I need to gather more funds to continue stockpiling supplies. Lin Dong contemplated, when suddenly he spotted a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and a Wuling Hongguang approaching the farm. Inside the Wuling sat a group of delinquents, their hair dyed in a riot of colors. Ordinary people would be dismayed at the sight of them, but Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. Just when I needed a windfall, here comes a fortune bringer. As the Mercedes came to a halt, a middle-aged man stepped out, clad in casual attire and adorned with a large gold chain, swaggering as he walked. He was Zhao Peng, a renowned developer from Jiangbei City, who had long set his sights on Lin Dong's farm, believing that developing this land into a residential complex would yield substantial profits. However, Lin Dong was resolute in his refusal to sell, regardless of the offers, leading to a stalemate. Having exhausted the allure of persuasion, Zhao Peng had opted for intimidation, bringing along a few thuggish companions to exert pressure on Lin Dong. "Boss Lin, how have you been?" Zhao Peng entered the courtyard, followed by his lackeys, who sported tattoos of shrimp and fish, exuding an air of intimidation. Nonetheless, Lin Dong maintained his composure. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. Lin, my friend, you're aware of my intentions regarding this land. Have you given it any thought?" Zhao Peng approached directly, his tone remaining courteous as he aimed to establish rapport before applying pressure. To his surprise, Lin Dong nodded. "Indeed, I have made my decision. I'm willing to sell at the price you previously offered." "What?" Zhao Peng's expression shifted to astonishment, clearly not anticipating Lin Dong's agreement. Even the thugs behind him exchanged bewildered glances. "Why, you truly agree?" Zhao Peng stammered, seeking confirmation. Lin Dong nodded. "Indeed, I wouldn't want my modest plot of land to impede Mr. Zhao's fortune." "Ha ha ha! Excellent!" Zhao Peng erupted in joy, thinking to himself that this young man had finally come to his senses. "Then let us proceed to sign the contract." He retrieved a prepared document from his bag, one he had been carrying for days, finally ready to put it to use. Lin Dong agreed and settled into the courtyard, producing a fountain pen and methodically signing page after page. The expanse of this breeding farm was considerable, fetching a staggering price of 120 million according to market standards. Zhao Peng, still taken aback by the sudden turn of events, inquired, "Brother Lin, what is the matter with the breeding farm? What prompted you to sell it so abruptly?" "Because I am in need of funds," Lin Dong replied without lifting his gaze. "In need of funds?" Zhao Peng's eyes flickered with understanding. The rationale seemed quite plausible, apart from his real estate endeavors. He also dabbled in a side business, loan sharking. After all, the thugs under his command were not kept for free. An idea sparked in his mind, presenting a lucrative opportunity. "Brother Lin, do you still require financial assistance?" "Perhaps. Brother, Zhao could be of help to you?" "Oh." Lin Dong paused mid-signature, gradually lifting his head to meet Zhao Peng's gaze. Suddenly, he found the man's plump visage oddly endearing. With the apocalypse looming, not only was he acquiring the breeding farm, but he also sought to lend money to himself. Truly, a celestial being among mortals. Tears welled up. Chapter 2. Unsightly Matters. Zhao, it would be wonderful if you could assist me. I am certain that great fortune awaits us, Lin Dong remarked. "Ha, indeed. I share the same sentiment. I can help you, but let us establish the terms first. My interest rates are rather steep, and I will require collateral." "You are well aware of my profession," Zhao Peng replied with a hearty laugh. "That poses no issue. I still possess a supermarket and 2 residential properties." Lin Dong nodded affirmatively. Zhao Peng was already well acquainted with Lin Dong's assets. The 2 properties were situated in prime locations and were spacious, with a guaranteed valuation of no less than 30 million. As for the supermarket, its proximity to Lin Dong's residence and favorable location suggested a minimum worth of 50 million. "All right, my young friend, How does an 8 million loan sound against those assets? Zhao Peng proposed. That sounds good, Lin Dong agreed readily. Zhao Peng felt a surge of delight, believing this to be a foolproof business venture, and silently praised himself for his acumen. Ha ha ha, Lin, you must first write an IOU. Affix your fingerprint, and then hand over the property deeds to me. Certainly, Lin Dong acquiesced. Thus, he sold the breeding farm, secured an 8 million loan, and amassed a total of 200 million in funds. Zhao Peng, in high spirits, departed with the purchase contract and the 8 million IOU, accompanied by his subordinates. Lin Dong wiped his hands with a white towel and gazed in the direction Zhao Peng had taken, pondering what sentiments might arise in him after the impending apocalypse. Oh, perhaps he will feel nothing at all. With the sale of the breeding farm, Lin Dong intended to tidy up his belongings, taking everything he could carry before making a trip to the supermarket to stock up on newly arrived supplies. The supermarket offered not only fresh meat but also garments, towels, soap, and detergents. Although Lin Dong had transformed into a zombie, he retained a semblance of human rationality and preserved certain habits from his former life, such as his obsession with cleanliness. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Lin Dong was about to take action, his phone suddenly rang, revealing a message from a contact named Su Shan. Something unsightly, Lin Dong mused inwardly. Su Shan was the belle of Jiangbei University, embodying a pure and charming beauty that captivated many admirers, earning her the title of a heartthrob. Perhaps due to his orphan status and overwhelming loneliness, Lin Dong sought to establish a family, which led to a romantic relationship with her. Darling, my birthday is next month. What gift do you plan to give me? She inquired with a smile. I have already prepared a gift, Lin Dong replied, his gaze remaining cold and detached. Yet, Su Shan seemed genuinely pleased. Thank you, darling. Ultimately, the gift itself is not what matters. It is your attitude that counts. You will understand my attitude in due time, Lin Dong responded. In his previous life, after transforming into a zombie, he received a desperate message from Su Shan. She was trapped in her dormitory, devoid of food, on the brink of starvation. Thus, Lin Dong, leveraging his zombie identity to evade bites, dragged his numb body and moved with a stiff gait through the terrifying tide of corpses to deliver sustenance to Su Shan. However, upon reaching the dormitory, he discovered her in the company of 3 young men, and upon realizing Lin Dong's true nature, the situation took a turn. He was mercilessly beaten to death. At that moment, Lin Dong desperately attempted to explain himself, yet he had lost the ability to articulate his thoughts, emitting helpless growls akin to a defeated hound. Perhaps their decision to kill Lin Dong had little to do with whether he was a zombie or a human. With the apocalypse looming at the end of next month, Lin Dong certainly felt compelled to demonstrate his resolve and bring forth a few surprises. Moreover, the living were, in Lin Dong's eyes, a valuable resource. After responding to Su Shan, Lin Dong began to tidy up the farm. Generators, solar panels, and other equipment that could be useful in the apocalypse, even a digger, were stored in his storage space. There was ample room, and it was not likely to fill up anytime soon. Naturally, there were also some old possessions of sentimental value. For instance, on the wall of a certain room hung a photograph depicting several children, a relic from his time in the orphanage, encapsulating nearly all his childhood memories. Most of the children in the orphanage had been abandoned by their parents, often bearing physical disabilities or intellectual challenges. Among the 2 most photogenic children were Lin Dong and a girl named Cheng Luoi. The little girl held a teddy bear, her porcelain-like skin and large, watery eyes radiating innocence and purity. However, the director later revealed that she had her own issues, a mental disorder that led her, at the age of 12, to bite off half of a boy's face. Subsequently, Cheng Luoi was sent to a psychiatric hospital, and Lin Dong never saw her again. Yet, prior to that, their relationship had been quite amicable. They often engaged in origami, drawing, and games together. Lin Dong never perceived her as having any mental issues, his most vivid memory being her characteristic crescent-eyed smile directed at him. He carefully placed this photograph into his storage space as well. Once he had finished organizing everything, he rode his white electric scooter to his supermarket. At that moment, several vans were parked outside the supermarket, and a group of workers was busy unloading goods. Boss, you're back. Here's the inventory bill. Please verify it. A young woman, drenched in sweat and panting, approached him with the ledger. She was Su Xiao, the supermarket's inventory manager, who had been exhausted by the constant influx of supplies. All right, Lin Dong nodded, observing the girl's weary demeanor. It's getting late. You should head home and rest. Oh, thank you, boss. I have classes tomorrow morning, so I might only be able to come in the afternoon, Su Xiaoro replied. She was a university student working part-time to cover her tuition fees. Lin Dong gazed at her. You won't need to come back anymore. Huh? Su Xiaoro's smile faltered, as if she understood his implication. Are you firing me, old boss? Did I do something wrong? It's not a dismissal. I'm facing some issues. And the supermarket will be closed for now. Oh, Su Xiaoro nodded obediently, though a hint of disappointment lingered. Lin Dong continued. I will pay you double your salary for this month. You can go home now. Thank you, boss. Su Xiaoro expressed her gratitude, slowly lowering her head, her eyes reflecting a trace of melancholy. Chapter 3. Murder. Lin Dong dismissed all the employees and removed the supermarket signage. The task for the next few days was to receive goods at this location. He reached out to various suppliers, slaughterhouses, and owners of livestock farms. Delivery trucks arrived one after another, predominantly loaded with raw meat, along with some everyday cleaning supplies. To a certain extent, these items held greater importance for Lin Dong than food itself. Mr. Lin, your packages have arrived. Several delivery personnel clad in the NAD uniform began to unload goods from the supermarket. Soon, cardboard boxes formed small mountains, heavy with contents. For within these boxes lay Lin Dong's online purchases of weaponry, 100 compound bows, 100 crossbows, and an array of daggers and cleavers, numbering in the hundreds. In the lead-up to the apocalypse, the lethality of these weapons was indeed formidable. Although Lin Dong would transform into a zombie, as a zombie endowed with lychee, wielding some weaponry should prove manageable. Time flew by, and soon it was the eve of the apocalypse. Lin Dong's funds were dwindling. His 200 million had been largely spent, and due to only having paid deposits, his purchasing power far exceeded that amount. He was on the verge of monopolizing the market, leaving several major suppliers in a state of scarcity. By now, it was evening, the sun setting in the west, casting its final rays across the empty supermarket. All the shelves were bare, their contents having been stored away by Lin Dong. Tomorrow morning, the end would come. Lin Dong had prepared himself for the transformation, yet he still took a mop and meticulously cleaned the supermarket until it gleamed, a habit he had cultivated. Glancing out the window, he observed the bustling street below, with many commuters hurrying home, and schoolchildren lined up neatly crossing the road. Numerous parents picking up their children wore smiles on their faces. Everything appeared as it did on any ordinary evening, just a typical dusk. Yet Lin Dong was acutely aware that by tomorrow, all of this would cease to exist. At that moment, he felt a profound tranquility, savoring the last remnants of peace. Suddenly, the previously lowered roller shutter was violently lifted, accompanied by a harsh clattering sound. As the evening sunlight flooded in, 3 figures emerged. Boss Lin, I'm hungry. Why not fetch me something to eat? The leader, a young man with dyed yellow hair, exuded an air of delinquency, a local thug known for his unruly behavior, often lingering around for a free meal. Business owners dreaded such individuals, as they frequently disrupted commerce, causing many to endure their presence and offer them something to appease them. Lin Dong did not even lift his gaze. The supermarket is closed. There is no food left. What? The thugs stared, bewildered, at the empty shelves. Just days ago, the business had been thriving. Why had it suddenly ceased operations? They recalled the frantic stockpiling of goods. So, does this mean we can't even flirt with the pretty warehouse attendant anymore? One of the younger thugs lamented, visibly disappointed. What should we do now, Brother Huang? Another asked. The leader pondered for a moment, sizing Lin Dong up. Boss Lin, even if the supermarket is no longer in business, you can't let your brothers go hungry. Lend us some money, and we'll go grab a bite. Lin Dong relished the final moments of tranquility, unwilling to allow a few ruffians to disrupt his mood. And he could scarcely be bothered to acknowledge them. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed a bundle of 100 yuan notes, amounting to over 1,000, into the air. For him, on the brink of becoming a zombie, money was no more than worthless paper. Wow. Huang Mao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Lin Dong's generosity. He mused that perhaps Lin Dong was intimidated by him, hence the lavish offering. You're quite perceptive, he thought, pleased with himself. The 2 henchmen beside him were equally exhilarated, reveling in the perceived prestige of associating with Huang Mao. They believed that wherever they went on this street, shopkeepers would be obliged to pay them. After all, isn't that the essence of their lifestyle? Indeed, Huang Mao was the one with clout. Yes, following the big brother means feasting 3 times a day. Brothers, let us be off. Huang Mao waved his hand, brimming with self-satisfaction. However, perhaps due to excessive smoking, he felt a tickle in his throat. He spat a large, sticky phlegm onto the floor that Lin Dong had just cleaned. Wait. Lin Dong suddenly lifted his head, calling them to a halt, his gaze fixed on Huang Mao, who detested filth. Huh. The trio turned, puzzled. What's the matter? Do you need something? The ground is dirty, Lin Dong stated as he approached him step by step. Uffed. Huang Mao could not help but laugh. It's just a bit of spit. What's the big deal? The two henchmen shrugged, tilting their heads to scrutinize Lin Dong, dismissing him entirely. They thought, you just gave us money, and now you're fussing over a little spit? What could possibly happen? But at that moment, with a swift motion, Lin Dong unleashed a glimmering blade that sliced through the air, piercing Huang Mao's throat with lethal precision. Huang Mao's eyes widened in shock, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror and incredulity. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only blood gushed forth. Thud! Huang Mao's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, his demise a complete surprise to him, leaving him bewildered as to why Lin Dong had suddenly turned on him. The two henchmen stood frozen, aghast at the unfolding scene. How could their esteemed Huang Mao be slain? As mere street thugs, they had never witnessed such brutality. Their lips trembled, fear illuminating their eyes as they turned to Lin Dong once again knocked an arrow, drew the bowstring taut, and aimed directly at himself. The thug was engulfed in terror. Had it not been agreed that he would be spared? This man showed no honor in combat. Big brother. Before the thug could finish his words, an arrow pierced his forehead with a sharp thwack, silencing him instantly as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Thus, the once desolate supermarket returned to an eerie stillness. The power of the crossbow bolt was indeed formidable. Lin Dong scrutinized the corpse attentively, analyzing it. With a casual gesture, he stored the three bodies within his storage space. To him, these were merely resources. Not only the living but also the dead were to be preserved. Chapter 4. Elegance. Lin Dong returned to his residence, a penthouse atop a 20-story skyscraper. Inside, the space was impeccably tidy, spotless to the eye. Every object was arranged with meticulous order, embodying a minimalist aesthetic that delighted the senses. The windows were fortified with sturdy white steel railings, installed to guard against the winged mutated beasts that might attack during the apocalypse. Solar panels were also in place, although Lin Dong might transform into a zombie. Electricity remained essential. Retaining his human intellect, he could stave off boredom by watching television, playing games, or using his phone. These devices also served as conduits for gathering intelligence. Everything was primed and ready. The countdown to the apocalypse had begun. After a long, restless night, the sun gradually ascended. Lin Dong recalled that the apocalypse was to commence precisely at 9 o'clock in the morning. Glancing at the clock on the wall, it read 8:59, just 1 minute remained. Approaching the window, he gazed upon the bustling street below, alive with the clamor of traffic and the laughter of pedestrians. Behind him, the clock ticked steadily. The second hand was inching toward the minute hand, heralding the dawn of a new era. At the stroke of 9, suddenly, the bright morning sun was suffused with a crimson haze, turning the sky a deep, sanguine red, a blood-red sun. Passers-by looked upward, their eyes filled with astonishment. Why has the sun turned red? Some wondered aloud. Could it be some astronomical phenomenon? Phones were hastily raised to capture the spectacle and share on social media. Yet, amidst the murmurs, many suddenly blacked out, collapsing stiffly to the pavement. Cars racing along the streets began to collide one after another with deafening crashes. Windows shattered, shards of glass scattering, turning the thoroughfare into chaos. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, people's expressions grew increasingly anxious. Honey, what's wrong? Wake up. A woman desperately shook a man's body by the roadside, shouting urgently. But when his eyes snapped open, his visage twisted into a grotesque snarl, and he sank his teeth into the woman's pale neck. Ah! She screamed in agony, her clothing rapidly stained crimson. Her eyes rolled back as her body convulsed violently. Scenes such as this unfolded throughout the streets. Monsters! Zombies! Help! Cries of terror and despair echoed incessantly. Mothers sobbed, children wailed, and pandemonium engulfed the cityscape. At that moment, Lin Dong, standing by the window, suddenly felt his vision darken and collapsed unconscious. When he awoke once more, transformed into a zombie, he opened his mouth, emitting a hoarse sound, having lost the ability to articulate. Indeed, Lin Dong mused, it was as he feared. Not only had he lost his power of speech, But many bodily functions had also deteriorated, including the once formidable lower half, which now lay unresponsive. It seemed he would need to evolve gradually to regain his former capabilities. Turning to the mirror in the living room, he noted that his appearance had not changed. His skin was pale, devoid of color, giving him a somewhat morbid look. As a zombie, his limbs felt stiff and somewhat numb, and his movements were sluggish, with a significant reduction in pain sensitivity. His current speed likely fell short of that of an ordinary person. By the standards of his previous life, he now ranked as a mere low-tier Karami, a D-class zombie. However, his senses had sharpened, his hearing and smell were heightened, his nails had become as sharp as metal, and his teeth were exceptionally strong, capable of easily tearing through flesh. Lin Dong attempted to bite into an apple, savoring its sweetness and crispness, but found it akin to chewing wax. It tasted dreadful, and he felt no sense of satiety. Instead, his hunger intensified, an insatiable craving for blood and flesh. Approaching the dining table, despite his sluggish movements and stiff body, he tied a pristine white scarf around his neck. He then retrieved a piece of fresh beef from his storage space, placing it on a plate. With a knife and fork in hand, he meticulously cut the raw meat into uniform cubes, as one would for a Western meal. He elegantly speared a piece with his fork and slowly placed it in his mouth. Lin Dong's hardened teeth easily tore through the meat, which, once reeking of blood, now tasted extraordinarily delicious. The juices from the raw beef were remarkably sweet. Delicious, Lin Dong thought to himself. Outside, the streets remained chaotic, filled with incessant screams and cries. Yet within the confines of his home, he dined elegantly on meat, absorbing energy that continuously enhanced his body. Once transformed into a zombie, his appetite had surged, as if his stomach were a bottomless pit. He consumed 10 plates of meat before feeling a modicum of relief from his hunger, yet he continued to eat. A zombie nourished with ample flesh grew at a terrifying rate. After indulging in some meat, he found his limbs considerably more agile, and his strength had increased as well. Even the steel knife and fork in his hands felt less formidable. With a mere pinch of his fingers, he could bend them with ease. Yet, he persisted in consuming more meat, plate after plate, continuously replenishing his energy. As time gradually passed, the sounds from the streets outside grew quieter. The cries of the people faded away, replaced by the growls of zombies. The urban area had succumbed, overtaken by the undead, with only a handful of survivors managing to cling to life. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained oblivious to the outside world, wholly engrossed in his succulent feast. In the early days of the apocalypse, the internet and communication systems had not yet collapsed entirely. On television, the news anchor's eyes were red-rimmed, struggling to hold back tears, yet dutifully reporting. Emergency broadcast. A sudden outbreak of the zombie virus has plunged humanity into a grave crisis. Survivors must ensure their own safety. Survivors are urged to seek refuge in designated shelters within the city. The report reveals an alarming reality. It is not merely the undead that pose a threat, but also mutated beasts and flora. Even domesticated pets are at risk, necessitating caution. It is imperative to avoid crowded urban areas. We implore everyone to persevere, as tragedies unfold mercilessly across the land. Yet, Lin Dong remains oblivious to the chaos outside, indulging in his meal with abandon. He has consumed an estimated equivalent of 2 cows. Finally satiated, he sets down his cutlery and deftly loosens his still pristine napkin. After such a hearty feast, his body regains its vitality, and his limbs exhibit agility that surpasses that of an ordinary individual. He speculates that he has ascended to the status of a sea-level zombie. However, this classification limits his capacity for digestion, hence the need to consume 2 cows for satisfaction. He anticipates that as his level increases, his ability to process meat will expand. Rising from his seat, Lin Dong approaches the window, gazing at the desolation outside. The scene before him is one of utter devastation. Shattered glass, blood, and dismembered bodies litter the chaotic streets. Countless zombies scurry in search of prey, while groups of them kneel, ravenously fighting over human remains. Their howls echo, reminiscent of feral dogs guarding their territory. Some survivors, driven to desperation, plummet from high rises, meeting a gruesome end upon impact. Yet, the ravenous zombies swiftly converge to feast upon the fallen. The sun hangs low, casting a crimson glow over these horrific tableaus, accentuating the desolation. Yet, what concern does this hold for Lin Dong? Reclining on the windowsill, he savors the gentle breeze, raising a goblet filled with red liquid. swirling it before taking a delicate sip. He then retrieves a pristine white cloth to dab at his lips. Elegance, timeless in its essence. Chapter 5. Gathering followers suddenly. Lin Dong's phone emits a notification. A message from Su Shan has arrived. Upon reading it, he finds her words. Darling, are you all right? There are zombies everywhere. And I'm terrified and worried about you. Are you still alive? I am still alive, Lin Dong replies. Upon learning he is safe, Su Shan continues. I'm trapped in the dormitory, and my supplies are dwindling. Surely you have plenty at the supermarket? Could you bring some to me? All right, hang in there. I'll come by after a while, Lin Dong responds, a sinister smile creeping across his face, a smile that, due to his transformation, appears unsettling. Su Shan is indeed a vital source of sustenance for him, and he must retrieve it. However, the outside world remains perilous. Despite his enhanced strength from consuming copious amounts of meat, he wishes to bide his time, growing even stronger before venturing out to ensure his safety. Unbeknownst to Su Shan, she is conversing with a zombie. Darling, you must come to rescue me. I'm waiting for you. Love you. Lin Dong refrains from responding further. For Su Shan is currently in the dormitory with 3 men, engaged in activities that would not pass scrutiny, all the while professing her love for him. At this moment, she merely sends messages to herself. It seems that making phone calls is rather inconvenient. In addition, the owner group chat is incessantly flooded with messages, most of which are cries for help. Neighbors, there are zombies in our hallway, pounding on my door. What should we do now? Make sure to block the door. Do not let the zombies in. I don't have much food left. I can hardly hold on. Everyone, remain calm. The zombies are not very strong. I just killed one with a shovel. Those who dare to slay zombies, please report in. We must unite and venture out to gather supplies. As Lin Dong observed the chat, he fell into contemplation. Although he was a zombie, he had no intention of harming his neighbors, for human flesh was not particularly appetizing, nor did it contain as much energy as beef. Consuming beef would facilitate faster evolution. Lin Dong had ample supplies stored up. Thus there was no need to hunt living beings. Of course, if someone foolishly provoked him, Lin Dong would certainly show them what cruelty entailed. Moreover, just as humans could unite, so too could zombies. A formidable zombie king could command a legion of undead, collaborating to capture prey. Hence, Lin Dong resolved to recruit a few zombie minions, not for hunting, but primarily to help guard his territory from disturbances. Taking up his keys, Lin Dong stepped out of his door. In the hallway, low growls echoed, indicating the presence of wandering zombies. He intended to remain close, selecting a few minions within the building, with little demand beyond cleanliness. Upon reaching the stairwell and descending one flight, he spotted a figure at the corner of the hallway. A girl, emitting sounds from her mouth. As a fellow zombie, she naturally posed no threat to Lin Dong. In fact, her eyes reflected a hint of trepidation. She seemed to sense that Lin Dong's level surpassed her own, akin to a starving wolf encountering a mighty tiger, an inherent bloodline suppression. Lin Dong recognized the girl, a neighbor from downstairs. He recalled that she had been a provincial high jump athlete in life. Due to her extensive training, her legs were straight and long, exuding a sense of strength. Even in her undead state, she was neither stiff nor numb, moving with the agility of an ordinary person. Remarkable, especially considering she had not consumed any flesh. It appeared that zombies possessed certain qualifications, retaining some characteristics from their former lives. Lin Dong perceived potential in this female zombie. With proper guidance, she could certainly evolve into a nimble zombie king. The girl wore a white t-shirt and shorts, her ponytail giving her a fresh, clean appearance. She would do nicely. With a swift motion, Lin Dong tossed a bag of frozen steaks. Instantly captivated by the meat, the female zombie knelt, tearing through the packaging and swallowing the chunks whole. After devouring the steak, she seemed unfulfilled. Her gaze turned towards Lin Dong, a mix of fear, yearning, and respect evident in her eyes. Only by following me will you have meat to eat, Lin Dong signaled to her, akin to a form of telepathic communication. Zombie kings typically exert control over their minions in this manner. The female zombie appeared to comprehend his intent, emitting a soft sound before slowly lowering her head. This gesture signified submission among zombies. Thus, Lin Dong welcomed his first minion. He wandered through the corridor with a female zombie, and before long, he discovered 2 more zombies of commendable quality. One of them had been a fitness instructor in life, boasting a robust physique and bulging muscles, making him the epitome of a power zombie. The other, however, lacked any physical advantages. He had been an academic prodigy, a PhD scholar. Lin Dong chose him because he sensed a spark of intelligence in his gaze, a glimmer of wisdom. If the intelligence of zombies could be likened to dogs, this scholarly zombie would certainly belong to the esteemed border collie category. Apart from these two zombies, Lin Dong was unimpressed by the rest. He brought the three zombies back to his doorstep. With a discerning eye, he assessed their potential. While they were decent specimens, their current combat prowess fell short against armed humans. If only you could wield weapons, he pondered. Yet, a sudden thought struck him. Perhaps zombies could indeed use weapons. They simply had never been trained. With a swift motion, Lin Dong retrieved 3 watermelon knives from his storage space and tossed them onto the ground. The clattering sound immediately captured the zombies' attention, but they merely stared blankly, unable to comprehend the significance. Lin Dong promptly issued a command for them to pick up the knives. This time, the 3 zombies understood and complied without hesitation. The fitness instructor grasped the blade with enthusiasm. With a sharp slice, the edge of the knife cut into his palm, blood dripping down. Due to the diminished sensation of pain in zombies, he felt nothing but a sense of pride, looking at Lin Dong as if to declare his obedience. Fool! Lin Dong slapped his forehead in exasperation. Are you intending to use the knife to harm someone? The scholarly zombie, however, proved to be quite astute. Following Lin Dong's instruction, he grasped the handle, waved it in the air, and quickly discerned its purpose. Lin Dong felt a wave of satisfaction and directed the other 2 zombies to learn from him. With a demonstration, the 2 zombies swiftly grasped Lin Dong's intent and adjusted their grip on the knife handle. This indicated that zombies could indeed be trained. But only a more powerful zombie king could undertake their training. Chapter 6. The supermarket smash. In the following days, Lin Dong remained holed up at home, indulging in copious amounts of meat while, in his spare time, training his zombie subordinates. The progress of his zombie companions was remarkable. They had become proficient in weapon handling, advancing from watermelon knives to crossbows. Over these 3 days, Lin Dong consumed an immense quantity of flesh, digesting it rapidly and absorbing abundant energy, conservatively estimating. He had ingested the equivalent of at least 10 cows. His body was evolving at an astonishing rate, growing increasingly formidable. Lin Dong's skin had become as resilient as rubber. When a dagger grazed it, it merely left a faint white mark. Conventional human weapons could no longer inflict harm upon him. His mind felt tinged with an exhilarating itch. As if he were on the cusp of a transformation, Lin Dong lifted a goblet, swirling it as he stretched his neck. This sensation heralded his ascension from C rank to B rank. Once he attained B rank, a crystal core would form within the skulls of the zombies, significantly enhancing his overall strength and awakening a new ability. Each zombie possesses distinct abilities. Some exhibit fundamental traits such as rapid regeneration, superinfection, and the growth of bone spikes, while others display bizarre powers, including hallucination, dream invasion, and mental manipulation. Those with peculiar abilities can eliminate their victims without a trace, causing immense distress to all living beings. Lin Dong was uncertain of what powers he would awaken, as in his previous life. He lacked sufficient flesh and blood to evolve to that extent, perishing before he could even embark on his journey. Now, he elegantly sipped from a goblet, absorbing energy. Over the past few days of consuming blood and meat, Lin Dong had concluded that beef was the most delectable, followed by pork, and lastly chicken. However, in terms of blood, chicken blood was the most palatable, often colloquially referred to as like having been injected with chicken blood. After drinking chicken blood, Lin Dong's cells became more active, allowing for quicker energy absorption, and even his pallid complexion began to exhibit a hint of rosy color. Suddenly, a series of loud banging noises echoed from the street outside, easily captured by Lin Dong's keen zombie senses. Curiosity piqued. He approached the window and leaned out to observe. He spotted a group of humans, heavily armed, with their arms wrapped in newspaper and secured with tape to prevent zombie bites. They wielded various weapons, including wrenches and crowbars. And at the forefront was a burly man, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing nearly 200 pounds, brandishing a fire axe and relentlessly striking a locked rolling shutter door. Smash it! Smash it! Smash it! The fire axe swung fiercely, producing sparks with each blow. This shutter door belonged to the supermarket Lin Dong had previously operated. It was evident that, after several days of consumption, these individuals were out of food and had no choice but to risk venturing out in search of sustenance. With the supermarket well stocked prior to the crisis, if they could break it open, their worries about food would vanish. The burly leader glared fiercely, hammering away without a moment's hesitation, fully aware that the cacophony would undoubtedly attract zombies. "Hurry, Wong," one man shouted in panic. "The zombies are coming." On the blood-stained street littered with corpses, several zombies had already been drawn to the noise, howling as they charged towards the group. Some of the zombies, having gone without nourishment, were decaying, their hair nearly gone, resembling a weary novelist burning the midnight oil. In their extreme hunger, the zombies appeared grotesque and terrifying, sending shivers down the spines of the living. "Oh my goodness! How terrifying!" One man quaked in fear at the sight of the approaching zombies. Gritting his teeth, the burly leader forced out a few words. "You all hold them off. The door will be breached shortly. All right, let us fight the zombies." Another man roared, brandishing his crowbar as he charged toward the oncoming horde. The 4 men engaged in combat with the zombies. The creatures, being relatively primitive and stiff-limbed, were no match for the agility of humans and were frequently dispatched with precision. Blood sprayed, and corpses fell to the ground in a gruesome display. However, the horde of zombies surged relentlessly from all directions, with some even leaping from rooftops as if they were dumplings falling into boiling water. The strength of the few individuals quickly waned. It was remarkable if an ordinary person could withstand the onslaught for even 2 minutes. "It hurts. I've been bitten. Come save me." The previously timid man was caught by a zombie, agony etched across his face. "Zhao Peng." The others wished to assist, yet found themselves equally exhausted. Moreover, being bitten by a zombie would inevitably lead to transformation into one of them. They could only watch as the man was overwhelmed by 4 or 5 zombies and subsequently devoured. His cries of despair echoed through the sky. Above, Lin Dong took a sip of crimson liquid, observing the chaos with a sense of detachment, questioning the futility of their efforts as they recklessly smashed the goods in his supermarket, which had long been stored away in his spatial inventory. The man's wail soon faded as he was consumed, and the leading burly man, Wang Go, wore an expression of exhilaration. "The door is unlocked. Hurry in." With a swift motion, he pulled up the roller shutter door. The others, upon hearing this sound, were elated as if they had heard celestial music, and they eagerly turned to rush inside. Yet, one individual, in his haste, was caught by the ankle by a half-dismembered zombie lying on the ground. With a thud, he fell, panic surging within him as he desperately crawled towards the roller door. "Brothers, hurry. Help me." The few who had entered quickly grasped his arms, straining to pull him inside. Yet, more zombies continued to pounce upon him, rendering their efforts futile. The man on the ground found himself wedged against the roller door, preventing it from closing. A few zombies managed to squeeze through the gap, frantically clawing their way inside. "Wang Go, what do we do?" The 2 men's faces reflected urgency. The burly man brandished a fire axe, smashing the skulls of several zombies, gritting his teeth as he declared, "We cannot save him. Throw him out. We must close the door now." "What?" The 2 men were taken aback, reluctant to abandon their companion. Yet, they shared a silent understanding and reluctantly released their grip. "You must save me." The man on the ground, despair etched on his face, was being dragged away by the zombies, his instincts for survival compelling him to cling to the edge of the roller door. In that moment, the leading burly man's eyes glinted with determination as he raised the fire axe, bringing it down upon the man's hands. With a sickening crunch, the man's palm shattered, and he screamed in agony as his body was fully pulled away, swallowed by the cacophony of roars. Finally, the roller door clanged shut with a decisive sound. Quite impressive, Lin Dong mused to himself as he observed their performance. The price of only 2 lives to gain entry into his supermarket seemed a worthy trade. Especially the final decision made by the lead burly man was astutely calculated. It was a pity, however, that his store contained nothing of value. Chapter 7. Weapons? Inside the supermarket, 3 men, their bodies stained with blood, leaned against the roller door, breathing heavily. Outside, the relentless roars of zombies and the grating sound of their claws scratching against the iron door persisted. Yet, the 3 men felt a thrill of excitement. They had finally entered the supermarket, envisioning the bounty of resources that awaited them. "Hey!" As Wang Tsong, leading the group, narrowed his eyes in suspicion, he quickly realized something was amiss. The shelves before them stood utterly bare, devoid of any items. Where had everything gone? The other 2 members wore equally bewildered expressions. Could it be that someone had come and taken everything already? That seemed implausible, even if someone had arrived. It would be impossible for them to have cleared the place so thoroughly. Gripping his fire axe, Wang Tsung hurried deeper inside, inspecting each corner. With every area they examined, their initial excitement plummeted into despair. The storeroom was entirely empty. Not a single strand of hair remained. Damn it! One of them shouted in anger, swinging his crowbar wildly to vent his frustration. They had fought tooth and nail to reach this place, losing 2 comrades in the process, only to find their efforts in vain. Their morale shattered completely. Dongzi, calm down. Wang Tsung quickly intervened, for the noise they were making would only attract more zombies, serving no purpose whatsoever. Dongzi, like a furious bull, panted heavily. Brother Wang, we're at our wits' end. Not necessarily, Wang Tsung mused, furrowing his brow. The fact that the supermarket has been stripped so clean indicates that it wasn't survivors who did this. It must be the supermarket owner who had planned this all along. Are you suggesting the other two seemed to grasp his implication? Wang Tsung nodded affirmatively. Yes, I've been here before. The owner's residence is just above in the adjoining building. We should seek him out. Hope flickered in Dongzi's eyes as if a glimmer of light had returned. They had fought their way to the supermarket and did not wish to see their efforts wasted, especially since the building stood directly across from them, making it an attainable goal. The other youth, wielding a frying pan, voiced his concerns. But why would he provide us with supplies? It's not up to him to decide whether or not he will help us. Dongzi, gripping his crowbar with a fierce glare, was driven to the brink. He was capable of anything in their desperate situation. Wang Tsung wholeheartedly agreed. If he has hoarded provisions, we shall seize them. All right. The youth with the frying pan resolved himself. Having witnessed the prowess of Wang Tsung and Dongzi, he felt confident that the two of them could easily overpower a supermarket owner. Or we could consider a more optimistic perspective. Perhaps the owner has transformed into a zombie. If we can dispatch him, we might acquire a wealth of supplies. Approximately 10 minutes later, the zombies that had gathered at the supermarket entrance began to disperse, wandering aimlessly. The roll-up door was gently pried open just enough for them to slip through. To avoid attracting any undead attention, the trio moved silently, emerging from the narrow opening. Dusty and cautious, they assessed their surroundings before making a beeline for a nearby building. Sure enough, Lin Dong murmured from the window, having observed the entire scenario unfold. He had anticipated such an occurrence. However, it presented an opportunity to test the practical combat abilities of his 3 subordinates. With the building now without power, the elevator was inoperable. The 3 had no choice but to ascend the stairs on foot. 20 floors awaited them. Along the way, they encountered scattered zombies in the corridors. The trio fought valiantly, dispatching the zombies with ease, but their energy was waning. By the time they reached the top floor, they were drenched in sweat. This must be it. Dongzi, go knock on the door. Wang Tsung commanded. Dongzi had long been impatient. He stepped forward and raised his hand to strike. Boom, boom, boom. Open the door. Open the door. The man's roar echoed down the corridor. Yet, Lin Dong remained unhurried, calmly washing his hands. After drying them gently with a towel, he picked up a pristine white scarf and tied it around his neck. It's time to eat. I know you're inside. If you don't open up, we'll break the door down. Wang Tsung brandished a fire axe, his gaze fierce. Old Purple Shoe rode. 3, 2, 1. The bloodstained heavy axe was about to come crashing down. At that moment, a soft click was heard. The door ahead unexpectedly swung open, revealing a brightly lit room. A tall, slender figure stood within, a young man with fair skin, sharply defined features, and an exquisitely handsome countenance. Clad in an immaculate white shirt, spotless and pristine, the scarf around his neck accentuated his cleanliness. Wang Tsung and the others stared, stunned. Since the apocalypse began, they had never encountered anyone so immaculate. Yet in his eyes was a cold indifference devoid of any emotion, even humanity. You're the supermarket owner, right? Wang Tsung demanded. But Lin Dong remained silent, offering no reply. The other two grew anxious. Don't play dumb. I know you have plenty of supplies. Hand them over now, and we'll spare you. Yeah, you're still wearing that scarf. Probably about to eat, huh? Speak up, damn it. At last, Lin Dong slowly parted his lips. A hoarse, bubble-like rasp emerged from his throat. The 3 men gaped in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? A zombie? In their minds, zombies were grotesque, terrifying, filthy creatures. To see such a clean figure was inconceivable. Whether he's a zombie or not, just kill him. Wang Tsung gripped the fire axe tightly, convinced that dispatching a zombie was far easier than killing a man. The others nodded in agreement, ready to strike. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The sound was summoned by Lin Dong's earlier voice, calling his 3 subordinates. Huh. More zombies? Wang Tsung instantly became alert, but not overly fearful. After all, they had gained considerable experience to this point. Judging by the footsteps, only a few zombies approached. The three men were wrapped in newspaper secured with tape. Minimal protection, but enough to fend off a small number of zombies with ease. Sure enough, 3 zombies appeared in the hallway. Yet, what astonished them was that each zombie clutched something in its hand. Wang Tsung and his companions furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. Upon closer inspection, their faces turned pale with shock. Crossbows? Click! The 3 zombies simultaneously raised their crossbow bolts, aiming directly at Wang Tsung and his group. Damn! Wang Tsung exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. He could never have imagined zombies wielding weapons. They immediately realized these zombies were unlike any they had encountered before. They did not lunge forward to bite, but instead behaved like disciplined soldiers. Damn it! Zombies aiming crossbows at us. Where's the justice in this? Chapter 8. The eerie cry. This scene once again shattered the trio's understanding. Brother Wang, what should we do now? Even the previously fierce Dongzi found himself at a loss. Wang Tsung furrowed his brows. There was no choice but to gamble on the fact that their crossbows would not be able to shoot. All right, let us confront them. Dongzi responded. At that moment, Lin Dong had already issued the shooting command. Whoosh! The Dr. Zombie's crossbow bolt was remarkably accurate, piercing through Dongzi's forehead and causing him to topple backward. This is outrageous. Wang Tsung's eyes widened in disbelief. It was evident that he had lost the gamble. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more crossbow bolts shot forth. The female athlete zombie also displayed impressive precision, as her arrow pierced through a man's throat, delivering a fatal blow. Only the fitness instructor zombie, robust yet dim-witted, appeared somewhat foolish. An arrow struck Wang Tsung's chest, embedding itself in his lung. Ah! Wang Tsung cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground from the force. Just as he attempted to struggle back to his feet, the instructor zombie charged forward with a menacing growl, restraining him without biting. Like wolves, the zombies would not consume their prey without the command of their king. Wang Tsung gritted his teeth, finally comprehending the situation. These zombies were organized and disciplined, with Lin Dong as their king. Did this imply that they possessed a certain level of intelligence, capable of understanding spoken words? Wang Tsung analyzed in his mind, suppressing his pain as he pleaded, I beg you, spare my life, I have my reasons. Please, just let me go, I will do anything. Meanwhile, Lin Dong approached step by step, stopping before Wang Kong. He extended his hand, grasping the crossbow bolt lodged in Wang Tsung's chest, and yanked it out forcefully. Squelch! Blood gushed forth profusely. Ah! Wang Tsung howled in pain, his heart racing with fear. What on earth did this peculiar zombie intend to do? In that moment, Lin Dong waved his hand, retrieving a straw from his storage space. Wang Tsung's face contorted in confusion, yet he seemed to grasp Lin Dong's next intention. How much energy could be contained within this blood? Lin Dong pondered, having never tried it before. He inserted the straw into Wang Tsung's wound. However, Lin Dong soon frowned. He spat out the crimson liquid. This guy is too overweight, with high cholesterol. Witnessing this scene, Wang Tsung became even more bewildered. Even the zombie despised his blood? Was there a chance that this would lead to his release? But in the next instant, Wang Tsung's glimmer of hope was extinguished as a monstrous maw lunged towards his neck. Lin Dong issued the command for slaughter. The 3 subordinates, ravenously hungry, could hardly contain their eagerness, showing no signs of pickiness. Before long, the gruesome feast concluded. The 3 subordinates bore traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, still yearning for more, yet their loyalty to Lin Dong had intensified, bordering on reverence. Following the big brother meant feasting on flesh. At that moment, the sound of a phone ringing pierced the air. Who uses such a tacky ringtone? Lin Dong cast a glance to the ground and discovered that the sound emanated from a piece of clothing, specifically from Wang Tsung's pocket. He picked it up and answered the call. To his astonishment, a man's threatening voice echoed from the device. Wang Tsung, I advise you not to play tricks. Hurry back with the supplies. Your wife is in my hands. If you fail to return with the goods, ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong comprehended the situation. It turned out that Wang Tsung had ventured out in search of supplies only to be coerced by others. No wonder he had expressed his predicament. Hello, Wang Tsung. Respond to me and stop pretending to be mute. Let me let you hear your wife's voice. The voice on the other end continued to threaten, accompanied by the desperate cries of a woman. Husband, save me. They are not human. Woo-woo. However, upon hearing this, Lin Dong abruptly terminated the call. Coincidentally, he was not in a position to assist either. Nevertheless, Lin Dong felt compelled to investigate the whereabouts of these individuals, as living beings could also be considered resources. He labeled their location as the delivery headquarters. Manipulating his phone, Lin Dong swiftly uncovered leads through Wang Tsung's text messages and WeChat chat records. The delivery headquarters was situated at a construction site, where Wang Tsung had previously worked as a foreman, often exploiting the labor of workers with ruthless severity. After perusing this information, Lin Dong casually tossed his phone down from the balcony, silently committing the location to memory. There was no urgency to retrieve the delivery, as he still wished to remain hidden. Despite possessing considerable strength and 3 capable subordinates, he preferred to lay low for a few more days. Who knew what lurked outside? Upon returning home, he changed into slippers, washed his hands once more, and approached the dining table to replenish his energy, turning on the television to enjoy a leisurely meal. After 5 hours of eating, he finally felt satiated. With his body continually strengthening, his capacity to digest meat had increased significantly. From initially consuming 2 cows a day, Lin Dong now required 4. After finishing his meal, he indulged in a hot bath, donning a white nightgown afterward. He meticulously washed his used clothes. And once everything was completed, he settled contentedly on the sofa, preparing to watch television. By this time, darkness had enveloped the outside world, the streets remaining chaotic and permeated by a stench of blood and decay. Countless zombies wandered, pursuing the meager remnants of life. Yet this disordered apocalypse seemed to hold no connection to Lin Dong, who remained ensconced in his cozy haven, enjoying a life of tranquility. However, amidst this serene existence, a sudden, sorrowful wailing of a woman resonated through the building. The cry was hauntingly melancholic, reverberating in the pitch-black night, lingering endlessly. The lament of the apocalypse manifested as distinctly eerie. Should an ordinary person hear it, they would surely be gripped by fear. Yet Lin Dong merely curled his lip in disdain, feeling no trepidation. Was this sound emanating from one of his subordinates, the female athlete turned zombie? Had she evolved to the point of expressing emotion? Lin Dong pondered, contemplating that perhaps the female zombie's consumption of flesh today led to her evolution and the emergence of basic emotions, which was not entirely surprising. Even the zombies, upon evolving to a certain extent, may possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. However, this is likely to be classified as an S rank. Of course, this also depends on the inherent abilities of the zombies. For instance, the astute Dr. Zombie might not even require an S rank to achieve a high level of intellect. It appears that the female zombie is not to be underestimated either, as she has already developed basic emotions. One wonders what she is weeping about. Lin Dong, intrigued and seeking to pass the time, descended the stairs. Chapter 9. Out for hunting, a chilling wail echoed through the vacant corridor. The female zombie was situated in the room below Lin Dong, as she had resided there in her former life. At this moment, the door was slightly ajar, allowing the sound of her weeping to seep through. Pushing the door open, Lin Dong beheld the female zombie kneeling in the living room, her back turned to him, her shoulders trembling with sobs. However, her keen senses detected the faint sound of the door creaking open, startling her. With a swift motion, she turned her neck a full 180 degrees, her expression shifting to one of wild ferocity as she let out a roar, seemingly poised to launch an attack. Yet, upon recognizing Lin Dong at the doorway, her growl abruptly ceased, her previously menacing visage transforming into one of obsequiousness, even exuding a hint of vulnerability. Through her cries, the female zombie conveyed a message. Lin Dong understood her lamentations as a plea. I am so hungry. I am so hungry. I am so hungry. I am so hungry. All her sobs encapsulated this singular sentiment. Glutton, Lin Dong mused, bemused that he had already consumed blood and flesh that day. While his other companions were not hungry at all, yet she was the one weeping. It seemed she grasped his thoughts, lowering her head in embarrassment, emitting a sound that sought his favor. Lin Dong, not wishing to dwell on her antics, nonchalantly tossed a corpse, one he had previously dispatched, into her vicinity. Upon the appearance of fresh flesh, the female zombie immediately erupted with excitement. Her eyes widened, and a peculiar laughter escaped her lips as she darted towards the body, voraciously tearing into the meat. It appeared that the female zombie was not only capable of crying, but also of laughing. Moreover, her sinister laughter was even more terrifying than her weeping. Lin Dong also noted her remarkable speed as she moved, her strong, rounded thighs left behind a flurry of afterimages. Truly, she possessed the gifts of an athlete. As the female zombie savored her meal, the room was filled with a pungent scent, accompanied by the sounds of chewing and ripping. The scene of nurturing a zombie was undeniably bizarre. Should a normal person witness this, they would undoubtedly be horrified. "Enjoy your meal," Lin Dong remarked, turning to leave. Having just bathed, he wished to avoid the lingering stench, akin to how a typical person would refrain from getting their clothes soiled while enjoying hot pot or spicy skewers. Meanwhile, the Dr. Zombie and the fitness instructor zombie were in the adjacent room. They remained quiet, and Lin Dong did not deliberately feed them. Perhaps this was the reality. The crying zombie gets to feast. Upon returning to his own room, Lin Dong settled onto the sofa, contemplating his situation. It was not prudent to rely solely on consumption without action. Although there was still a substantial supply of blood and flesh in his storage, it would eventually be depleted. In the early days of the apocalypse, resources were relatively easy to acquire, but soon they would become utterly scarce. Lin Dong felt compelled to venture out and replenish his supplies. He picked up his phone and opened VX, quickly locating Su Shan's contact. The dialog box revealed a flurry of messages from her, to which Lin Dong had not responded, including missed calls. "Darling, how are you? Why haven't you answered my calls? I'm so worried about you. Please reply. You must not be in danger. I miss you so much. Could you bring me some supplies?" Messages of this nature continued for several more entries, revealing Su Shan's deep concern. At last, Lin Dong decided to respond. "I'm still here." Shortly after, the interface indicated that she was typing. "You're alive. What a relief. Why didn't you answer me? I am so anxious. There are zombies all around me. I feared that answering the phone would attract their attention, so I muted my device." Lin Dong spoke the truth, as he was indeed surrounded by the undead. "I truly miss you. Regardless of whether you are living or dead, I wish to see you. Could you come find me?" "All right, I'll visit you tomorrow," Lin Dong replied. "Yes, I'll be waiting for you in the school dormitory. You must come. Bring as much food as you can. We need to survive." Lin Dong smirked slightly, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. It was time to gather supplies. The following morning, Lin Dong donned a clean tracksuit and gazed into the mirror, his handsome face devoid of expression. He had transformed into a zombie, possessing human consciousness, yet the physical changes had somewhat affected him. His emotions had grown colder and more numb than those of ordinary people, giving him an air of calm detachment. Descending the stairs, he found a medium-sized delivery truck parked at the curb, the same one he had previously used for transporting goods from the supermarket. He climbed into the driver's seat and signaled to 3 of his subordinates that it was time for a hunt. A cacophony of roars erupted from within the building. Female zombies, the swiftest of the lot, surged forth like a gust of wind, emitting eerie laughter, their faces filled with frenzied excitement. After descending several floors, one of them, feeling she was still too slow, leaped through a broken window, landing gracefully on the ground without harm, before darting into Lin Dong's truck. Next to emerge was the fitness instructor zombie, now even more muscular, his physique exaggeratedly inflated, skin a pallid gray, veins bulging, towering near 2 meters in height. With each stride, the ground trembled beneath him. The unit door was ajar, but not wide enough for his bulk. Thus, the instructor zombie crashed through the door, bursting forth in a fit of rage. Lin Dong, amused by his reckless demeanor, nicknamed him Tank. Once Tank boarded the vehicle, the final arrival was the Dr. Zombie. He moved at a leisurely pace, exuding a sense of calm. Upon entering the truck, he even closed the cargo door behind him. Lin Dong pressed the accelerator to the floor. The cargo truck roared to life, swiftly racing down the street. Whether it was the zombies or the abandoned vehicles littering the road, they were either sent flying or crushed beneath its wheels. The passing zombies, startled, emitted a chorus of growls. Yet, being of the same undead kind, they made no attempt to attack. Lin Dong was hastening straight towards Jiangbei University. Excited by the outdoor hunt, the female zombie in the truck's cabin occasionally let out a sinister chuckle. However, the tank-like zombie, lacking in intellect, was confused. Wasn't this supposed to be a hunting expedition? Why was it confined to this dark box instead? Lin Dong drove with reckless abandon, crashing through obstacles and causing the truck to jolt violently. The tank's heavy body, subject to inertia, was constantly tossed about. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Dong arrived at Jiangbei University, where several zombies roamed at the entrance. He barreled through, bringing the vehicle to a halt beneath the female dormitory. 3 zombie minions leaped from the truck. Finally freed, the tank's fierce eyes scanned the surroundings. Realizing the scenery had drastically changed from what it had known before entering the dark box. With its current level of intelligence, it could not comprehend the situation. Was it possible that entering the dark box allowed for teleportation? After pondering this, the tank let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the surroundings, shattering the glass of nearby dormitory windows and instilling fear in the lower-tier zombies, who quickly retreated. Lin Dong, startled by the sudden noise, turned to look. "What are you roaring about?" "I don't even know what I'm roaring about," the tank bellowed, expressing its own confusion. Lin Dong could only sigh in response. The terrifying roar of the zombie startled a flock of birds into flight. The survivors inside the dormitory heard it and were instantly gripped by fear. Su Shan was trembling with anxiety. Could it be that Lin Dong has been devoured by zombies? It's possible. I heard a vehicle just now. It must be your boyfriend who startled the zombies, a sturdy male student remarked. Looks like your boyfriend really cares for you, risking such danger to find you. Another tall male echoed the sentiment. The 3 boys were all members of the school basketball team, and Su Shan, as a cheerleader, had formed a bond with them. Humph. What love? P.S. Just a lovesick fool, and in the end, he'll have nothing, scoffed the last boy, playfully slapping Su Shan on the behind, relishing the idea of having others' goddesses submit to him, which gave him a strange sense of accomplishment. Su Shan, not particularly bothered, voiced her frustration. What do we do now? That Lin Dong is truly useless. He can't even bring us some food. Wait, one of the boys perked up, picking up a steel pipe nearby. It sounds like there's movement in the corridor. Someone is coming. The group fell silent, straining to listen to the sounds outside. Sure enough, footsteps grew closer, accompanied by the faint growls of zombies. "Oh, it seems your lovesick boyfriend has barged in," one boy exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. For after days of scarce rations, their hunger had become unbearable. Even the sight of a beauty like Su Shan no longer held any allure for them. Stick to the plan. 3 young men, each wielding steel pipes detached from stool legs, concealed themselves on either side of the door. Their intention was to seize control and confiscate supplies the moment Lin Dong entered. From the outset, none of them wished for Lin Dong to survive, beyond personal grievances. The logic was simple. Every additional survivor meant a smaller share of the rations. In essence, Lin Dong's continued existence was of no benefit to them. Knock, knock, knock. The door was struck with a rhythmic cadence, neither hurried nor delayed, but rather imbued with a certain calmness. Peering through the peephole, Su Shan glimpsed a pale, yet strikingly handsome face. It was Lin Dong. "Come in quickly," she urged as she hastened to open the door. Once Lin Dong stepped into the dormitory, Su Shan, as if fearful he might flee, hurriedly bolted the door behind him. At that moment, the 3 young men, brandishing their weapons, appeared suddenly, encircling him with hostile intent. "Where's the food? Where did you hide it? Hand it over at once," one demanded. Their original plan had been to subdue Lin Dong immediately upon entry, but seeing his hands empty, they decided to interrogate first. Lin Dong's expression remained impassive and indifferent as his gaze swept the room, ultimately resting on Su Shan. Meeting his eyes, she showed no trace of guilt. "I admit I deceived you," she confessed, "but at this point, there is no need for explanations. In a world where one must look out for oneself, survival is paramount." Lin Dong continued to fixate on her silently. Meanwhile, the 3 men grew increasingly impatient. "Speak, damn you. Where's the food hidden? Hand it over, or we'll kill you. It's the end of the world anyway. Killing you is meaningless." Their faces contorted with the ferocity of hunger. Lin Dong observed with growing horror, realizing that humans driven by starvation resembled the mindless zombies themselves, having lost all reason and teetering on the edge of savagery. "Where's the food? Speak, or I'll kill you," one finally snapped, swinging his steel pipe toward Lin Dong's face. This man, athletic and muscular, wielded the pipe with formidable strength, the whoosh of the blow striking terror into any ordinary opponent. Yet Lin Dong raised his hand with a resounding bang and seized the pipe effortlessly, immovable as iron. The attacker's eyes widened in shock as he struggled to wrest his weapon free, but Lin Dong's grip was unyielding. The other 2 men, equally stunned, prepared to assist, but then Lin Dong parted his lips and spoke. After several days of evolution, he had regained some semblance of speech, albeit awkward and hoarse, uttering strange and cryptic sounds. "You are the food." The words chilled the men to the bone. They gasped in horror, their hair standing on end. A dreadful realization dawned upon them. Lin Dong was a zombie. Damn! The men's legs weakened, and they dropped their weapons, retreating in terror. But with a mere wave of his hand, Lin Dong thrust the steel pipe into one attacker's mouth, his immense strength piercing through him in a single, brutal motion. Blood spattered everywhere. Su Shan and the two boys beside her wore ashen faces, their terror reaching a peak upon witnessing such a grim scene for the first time. "Run!" someone shouted, and they hurriedly flung open the door, tumbling outside in a frantic haste. Yet, as they turned, they collided with an immense wall of flesh, the force of impact sending them sprawling to the ground. As they lifted their gazes, they were confronted by a towering zombie, nearly 2 meters tall, its body a mass of bulging muscles. With a thunderous roar, the creature, known as Tank, unleashed a primal scream that reverberated through the air. It swung its fist down upon one of the boys, crushing his skull with a sickening sound akin to a watermelon bursting, blood spraying everywhere. Su Shan found herself splattered with blood, her mind momentarily paralyzed by shock. At that moment, a sinister chuckle echoed in her ear, instinctively causing her to turn. She beheld the ghastly visage of a female zombie, her tongue extending to lick her own nails, the two of them mere inches apart. "Ah!" Su Shan screamed. Feeling warmth spread in her pants, the sheer physiological terror causing her to lose control. Just then, Lin Dong emerged from the dormitory. Tank and the female zombie ceased their assault, instead standing beside Lin Dong with a semblance of respect, their expressions a mix of pride and eagerness, as if to showcase their successful capture of prey. Meanwhile, a zombie resembling a doctor crouched nearby, using its nails to probe a corpse, extracting blood vessels with an unsettling curiosity. This scene was far more bizarre than Tank's brutality. Su Shan and the last surviving boy, pale and trembling, began to understand the grim reality. Lin Dong was the leader of these zombies. "Please, don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. I'm so sorry." The boy fell to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. His previous bravado evaporated. Su Shan, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation, joined in the pleas. "Lin Dong, didn't you love me the most? I'm your wife. Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want." Lin Dong approached her step by step, his face still devoid of emotion. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared, plunging directly into Su Shan's chest. "I wish to see your heart." Chapter 11. The search for supplies. A blood-curdling scream pierced the corridor once more as Lin Dong extracted a heart from Su Shan's body, the gruesome sight eliciting a ravenous gaze from Tank. Su Shan lay the sounds of gnawing and chewing echoed through the desolate corridor as several zombies commenced a grotesque feast. After dispatching these individuals, Lin Dong felt a surge of satisfaction. Suddenly, a thought struck him. There might still be supplies in the school cafeteria. Within, there resided a cold storage unit, specifically designed for the preservation of fresh meat. Having already arrived, it would be prudent to gather more. He promptly led 3 of his companions out of the dormitory building, traversing a playground to arrive at the cafeteria's entrance. Lin Dong observed that the density of zombies had significantly increased in this area. Particularly at the entrance, 4 or 5 zombies were battering against the glass doors, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, desperate to gain entry. The glass was smeared with bloodied handprints, creating a macabre tapestry of crimson stains. Could it be that survivors were inside? Lin Dong pondered. However, the zombies before him were quite dim-witted. The glass doors opened outward. Yet these creatures only knew to push inward, rendering their efforts futile. Noticing the hindrance posed by the foolish zombies, Lin Dong commanded Tank to clear the way. With a low growl, Tank surged forward, seizing one zombie and hurling it against the wall. The impact was visceral, leaving the creature a grotesque smear as it slowly slid down, trailing a stream of crimson. The remaining zombies were similarly sent flying by Tank's might. Though they growled in protest, their fear of Tank was palpable, causing them to retreat in terror. Yet, Tank's intelligence was scarcely superior to that of the zombies. He too attempted to push the glass doors inward. However, his immense strength proved too much, and with a resounding crash, the glass shattered, warping the frame in the process. This demonstrated that in the face of sheer brute force, finesse was rendered unnecessary. As Lin Dong stepped into the cafeteria, the ground floor was eerily silent, the air thick with the stench of decay. Several corpses lay strewn about, all victims of headshots, their blood long dried into dark purple stains. Clearly, they had been slain by human survivors. Given that the apocalypse had erupted at 9 in the morning, the cafeteria was not yet at peak capacity, making it a relatively safe zone. However, should there be survivors, they would most likely be congregated in the storage room, for it contained ample provisions to ensure their survival. Lin Dong made his way directly towards the storage area. Before long, he encountered a pair of large iron doors, currently shut tight. Approaching, he pushed against them. But they refused to budge. The lock was secure. From within, faint whispers could be heard. Though the sounds were soft, Lin Dong's keen hearing captured every word. "Oh no, it sounds like zombies are coming. What should we do?" A female voice trembled in fear. "Don't worry, I will protect you," a male voice reassured, wrapping his arms around her. Yet the girl remained anxious. "Perhaps we should just escape quickly." "Humph. If you two want to leave, then go ahead. Staying here is just a waste of rations." A middle-aged man in a chef's uniform scoffed at the couple. The young man frowned, ready to retort. But the sight of the chef wielding a boning knife silenced him. A total of 5 individuals were hiding, apart from the chef and a young couple. There were also 2 young women. Upon hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, their faces were filled with terror. One of the girls, strikingly beautiful with her thinly pressed lips, was none other than Su Xiaoro, the former warehouse staff from the supermarket where Lin Dong had previously worked. Coming from a humble background, she had always juggled work and studies, and after being dismissed by Lin Dong, she found employment in the campus cafeteria, returning to her previous role as a warehouse clerk. In truth, given Su Xiaoro's captivating appearance, suitors were not in short supply. She could easily secure a long-term partner for financial support. However, the young woman prided herself on her independence. "Surely, the zombies can't get in, right?" Su Xiaoro trembled as she spoke. "Indeed," the chef nodded. "These zombies are remarkably foolish. They cannot enter through the glass doors outside, let alone this locked warehouse door. They simply cannot open it." The group found his reasoning somewhat reassuring, their anxiety slightly alleviated. But at that moment, a loud crash reverberated through the air as a massive fist imprint appeared on the sturdy iron door, the outline of 5 fingers strikingly clear, indicating immense strength. Such a laborious task of battering the door was clearly the work of a tank. With a fist the size of a sandbag, it struck the iron door once more. Bang! The entire door trembled violently, dust cascading from the surroundings, and the door panel caved in again, leaving another imprint. The 5 individuals inside were left in shock. "What on earth is that?" "I don't know. Perhaps the zombies have mutated?" Quick, run." Seeing that the iron door could not withstand the assault, the 5 stumbled towards the corridor, where at its end lay a small cold storage room. However, they had barely taken a few steps when the tank struck again. A sharp crack resounding as half of the iron door was demolished. Its robust frame forced its way inside. My heavens! As they turned to look, they were filled with awe. They had never encountered such a formidable zombie, and dread enveloped them. The chef, wielding a bone-slicing knife, was the fastest, being the first to reach the cold storage. "Get inside. The zombie is coming." At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed through the dim corridor, akin to a haunting specter. The chef focused his gaze and noticed, behind the tank, a gaunt figure racing towards them with claws outstretched, moving with alarming speed like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, the boyfriend from the couple, who was in second place, managed to reach the cold storage as well. However, his girlfriend and Su Xiaoro lagged behind. "Hurry, wait for me," the girlfriend cried anxiously. Yet the boyfriend realized that the terrifying female zombie was nearly upon her, leaving no time for escape. "Close the door." The boyfriend steeled himself, and, as the third girl entered, the 3 of them unitedly pushed the cold storage door shut. With a resounding thud, the cold storage door slammed shut. The girl had just reached the doorway, pounding on the door as if mad, shouting, "Open the door. Please, open the door." But regardless of how much her fists hurt, there was no response from within. The door showed no signs of opening. Despair washed over her as she recalled the moment her boyfriend had viciously closed the door, all the while professing to protect her just moments before. "You scoundrel!" At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept in from behind, prompting the girl to turn around, her expression instantly transforming into one of horror. The female zombie was now mere meters away, poised to pounce upon her. In a moment of desperation, she instinctively shoved Su Xiaoro forward, hoping to buy herself a few precious seconds. Su Xiaoro cried out in shock as an immense force propelled her to the ground. The female zombie leaped onto her, pinning her wrists firmly to the earth, rendering any of Su Xiaoro's struggles utterly futile. The zombie chuckled, perhaps invigorated by the recent hunt alongside Lin Dong. Having feasted on a good deal of flesh and blood, her spirits unusually high. Her eerie laughter sent chills down Su Xiaorou's spine. Gazing into the frenzied face so close to her own, a wave of despair washed over her. She had resigned herself to the thought of a swift death, closing her eyes in acceptance, awaiting the gnashing of teeth. However, to her astonishment, the female zombie, after her sinister laughter, refrained from attacking, instead leaping towards the girl who had initially been the target. "Ah!" the girl screamed, feeling a searing pain in her neck as the zombie sank its teeth into her flesh. The intense agony sent her body into convulsions, her eyes widening with despair. Confused, she could not comprehend why the zombie had abandoned Su Xiaorou to attack her instead. Yet, her cries were abruptly silenced as she lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Su Xiaorou remained sprawled on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, perplexed by the absence of pain. Had she perished? Upon reflection, that seemed improbable. She was still alive. Cautiously, she opened her eyes, regaining her vision, only to behold a tall, slender figure standing before her. His skin was pale, his features strikingly handsome, and he was gazing down at her. "Is that you, boss?" Su Xiaorou's eyes widened in astonishment as she recognized Lin Dong, the owner of the supermarket where she had previously worked. She could hardly believe she had encountered him here. Lin Dong, tilting his head, assessed the situation. The reason he had spared Su Xiaorou was not solely due to their past acquaintance. Rather, he found her nimble and efficient, qualities he desired in a servant to assist with cleaning, laundry, and dishwashing. It seemed wasteful to merely view her as a source of sustenance when he had ample food. For the time being, it would be prudent to keep her around. "Get up," Lin Dong commanded tersely. At that moment, Su Xiaorou sensed something was amiss. Lin Dong appeared to have transformed into a zombie, and a formidable figure stood obediently beside him. Her legs trembled with weakness, and she leaned against the wall, struggling to rise. "B-boss, are you all right?" "Yes," Lin Dong nodded, possibly buoyed by the day's events, including the recent slaying of Su Shan. In a surprisingly amiable tone, he asked, "Are you willing to return to work?" "I am willing." "Of course I am." Su Xiaorou was far from foolish. She quickly realized that this was her chance at survival. Thus, she nodded vigorously, much like a chick pecking at grains. She feared that uttering a single negative word would result in Lin Dong taking her life. Although many matters remained unclear to her, her foremost priority was to preserve her existence. Previously, she had labored for Lin Dong to earn money for tuition, but now her toil was purely a matter of survival. After receiving a response, Lin Dong ignored her and strode past, heading directly toward the cold storage. The supplies Lin Dong sought were contained within. Tank took a step forward, raising his massive fist to strike the cold storage door. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow resonated like a heavy hammer, causing the ground to tremble and dust to cascade from the walls. Yet, the cold storage door remained steadfast, and the impact left Tank's arms numb. Inside, 3 individuals leaned against the door, their nerves taut as a drawn bowstring, straining to the utmost, holding their breath, too fearful to exhale. How can this zombie be so formidable? One young man furrowed his brow in concern. The chef, however, retained some confidence. "Fear not. The door to this cold storage is constructed from 5 centimeters of white steel. Not even a truck could breach it. No matter how strong this zombie is, it cannot enter." The other 2 individuals felt somewhat reassured by his words. Outside, Tank continued his relentless assault on the door, but after a brief while, there was still no progress. "Roar!" Tank growled in frustration, becoming increasingly agitated. He thought to himself that once inside, he would pulverize the 3 individuals into a paste. Yet, with his current strength, entry remained elusive. Meanwhile, Lin Dong observed intently. Since Tank was incapable of breaching the door, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Just as he was about to intervene, Su Xiaorou approached him, her bright eyes reflecting a newfound determination. She felt an equal fury toward the 3 individuals who had confined her outside. "Boss, I have the key to the cold storage." "Oh?" Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the revelation. This would certainly alleviate some of the complications. Truly, she was the most capable worker, making a significant contribution to the team at the outset. As the warehouse manager, Su Xiaorou naturally possessed the key to the cold storage, though it was cumbersome and not convenient to carry, always hanging on the wall of the adjacent room. After retrieving the key, she handed it to Lin Dong. He instructed Tank to step back and proceeded to approach the door with the key in hand. Tank, of course, could not comprehend Lin Dong's actions. If his massive fists could not break the door, How could a mere key do so? At that moment, inside, the three individuals heard an abrupt silence from outside, and their hearts soared with relief. Huh, I told you that zombie couldn't break through. It must have given up, the chef declared triumphantly. The young man nodded in agreement. Yes, if we wait a little longer, the zombie will surely disperse, and we can return to the warehouse. However, just as the words left his mouth, a sudden cracking sound emanated from the lock's position on the door's edge. That unmistakable noise was the sound of the lock cylinder turning. The chef's eyes widened in horror, akin to having swallowed a dead fly, as he realized that the zombie was, in fact, unlocking the door. The young man was equally incredulous, his complexion draining to a pallid gray. How is that possible? What are we going to do? The young woman trembled uncontrollably, her sobs barely audible. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not fathom why the zombies possessed the ability to unlock doors. As the lock turned, the door was on the verge of opening. Quick, move the furniture to barricade the door. The chef urged desperately. It was their last desperate measure. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The moment the lock clicked open, Tank surged forward with tremendous force, crashing the door open with a resounding bang, scattering all the objects piled against it into fragments. Chapter 13. The obstruction. As the door swung wide, a solitary figure emerged, standing at the threshold. A young man clad in an immaculate white shirt, his handsome face tinged with a chilling coldness. The three chefs stared fixedly, their eyes wide with horror. Was this a man or a specter? Behind the youth stood Tank and several female zombies, their aura menacing and oppressive. The chef's gaze shifted and caught sight of a girl amidst them, none other than Su Xiaoro, who had been locked outside earlier. Shock and disbelief overtook them instantly. You survived? Yes, quite unexpectedly, Su Xiaoro replied, her delicate face etched with resentment. She was furious at the trio for abandoning her outside. Fortunately, she had encountered her boss. Otherwise, she might have perished at their hands. At that moment, three zombie minions advanced menacingly. Tank remained volatile, growling incessantly. Though inwardly he admired Lin Dong, their leader, who had effortlessly pried open the door with a mere stick. He had already contemplated that if he were allowed inside, those three would meet a grim fate. The female zombie retained a disturbing, half-smiling expression upon her pale, ghastly visage, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Xiaoro, please save me. I don't want to be devoured by zombies. I truly do not want to die. The girl knelt, pleading desperately. Her earlier resolve to close the door utterly vanished. In truth, the two had been acquainted beforehand and shared a cordial relationship. Su Xiaoro shook her head. Your fate is no longer mine to decide. It depends on my boss's judgment. All three glanced toward Lin Dong, the pristine and fair-skinned young man with a striking visage, the undeniable leader of the zombies. Please spare me. I'll do anything if you let me live, the girl sobbed. The chefs chimed in. Brother, I can cook. I'm an excellent chef. I've even won a citywide competition. They had grasped the grim reality. Appealing to Lin Dong's mercy was futile. They had to prove their worth to cling to a sliver of hope. Lin Dong regarded the chefs with calm detachment and slowly spoke. No need for such fuss. Let us eat. The chef's eyes widened in realization. A howl erupted from the three minions, who lunged eagerly at the group, screams piercing the air. Yet, within mere seconds, the chaos ceased, replaced by the grisly sounds of flesh being torn and devoured. The horrifying tableau of the zombies' feast unfolded mercilessly. Lin Dong remained impeccably clean as he strolled through the cold storage, observing the array of goods surrounding him. The inventory was extensive, featuring an assortment of beef, lamb, chicken, duck, and fish, with an ample supply of each. With a mere wave of his hand, he swiftly absorbed everything into his storage space, nearly replenishing all that had been consumed in the past few days. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this bounty. Meanwhile, the three zombie subordinates indulged in a gruesome feast. The Tank and the female zombie voraciously devoured their meals, tearing into the flesh with abandon, creating a scene that was both bloody and horrifying. The Dr. Zombie, however, exhibited a peculiar demeanor. He began by eviscerating his victim, methodically extracting the internal organs as if conducting an autopsy, consuming each one in turn. Though the Dr. Zombie appeared somewhat refined, his actions were more unsettling than those of the Tank and the others. Who could endure witnessing a zombie perform dissection? Yet, the one experiencing the most torment was undoubtedly Su Xiaoro, the sole normal human in the vicinity. As she beheld the gruesome spectacle of the zombies feasting, her stomach churned violently, and she struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. She clamped her hand over her mouth, forcing herself to hold back her nausea. Aware that such a display would surely displease Lin Dong, a man known for his fastidious nature, the thought of provoking him into a lethal wrath filled her with dread. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Dong concluded his collection of goods, which included not only the fresh meats from the cold storage, but also rice, flour, oil, and other essentials from the warehouse. Additionally, the cafeteria housed a convenience store stocked with beer, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, beverages, bottled water, instant noodles, sausages, and a plethora of snacks, all of which were subsequently absorbed into his storage space. These items were considered rare commodities. And in a world where humans might resort to violence over a mere loaf of bread, Lin Dong understood the value of hoarding such resources. With ample space at his disposal, he deemed it prudent to gather everything, for it might prove useful in the future. As the three zombie subordinates finished their meal, they encircled Su Xiaoro, scrutinizing her with curiosity. The female zombie smiled and occasionally patted her head, likely finding amusement in their leader's acquisition of this peculiar pet. Akin to playing with a cat or dog, Su Xiaoro curled into a ball, trembling like a chick in the wind, her face drained of color from fear. She had never imagined being the subject of such attention from zombies. Lin Dong issued a command, prompting the female zombie to give Su Xiaoro another gentle pat on the head before turning to leave. Su Xiaoro felt as though she might perish from fright, contemplating the reality of having to coexist with these creatures. Deep down, she harbored a lingering worry. The boss won't kill me, will he? Lin Dong nodded, his mood buoyed by the day's events, and he sought to lighten the atmosphere. Have you forgotten? I used to run a breeding farm. Ah. Su Xiaoro's expression turned to one of bewilderment. What did that mean? Did he consider her livestock? Soon after, they departed from the campus, with Su Xiaoro taking the wheel, willingly embracing the role of driver to demonstrate her value as a worker, hoping to avoid arousing Lin Dong's ire. While working at the supermarket, Su Xiaoro had driven that cargo truck before, becoming quite adept at handling it, akin to a seasoned driver. Her driving was remarkably smooth, and the cargo within, a tank, indicated a 5-star rating for her efforts. The streets remained strewn with debris, scattered with the remnants of the undead, yet posed no real threat to the truck. However, at an intersection, a heavy truck was parked, occupied by two middle-aged men, gaunt and famished. One, with a scruffy beard, clutched a half-smoked cigarette, sniffing it repeatedly without the heart to light it. Damn it, that Wang Tsong kid was supposed to gather supplies. Where the hell has he gone? The other emaciated man speculated. Perhaps he ended up in a zombie's belly. After such a long silence, he must be toast. The bearded man retorted, surely not. Brother Long said he got through on the phone, even if they didn't speak, and hung up. He must have abandoned his wife and fled. Let us not dwell on that. We need to find something to eat. I'm on the verge of starving, lamented the thin man. The bearded one continued to inhale the scent of the cigarette longingly. What food is left? It's all been scavenged. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, the roar of engines filled the air. In the distance, a cargo truck approached from the left fork of the road. Chapter 14. Construction site. These two men were also experienced drivers. By assessing the tire pressure and the vehicle's trajectory, they deduced that the cargo truck was heavy and likely filled to the brim. Look, here comes our food. A glimmer of hope sparked in the thin man's eyes. They naturally concluded that it must be a survivor returning with a bountiful haul of supplies. I wonder if there are any cigarettes inside, the bearded man mused with anticipation. As the truck drew nearer, they could see more clearly. Behind the wheel sat a striking young woman. If fate has brought her to us, it's merely her misfortune. The thin man's eyes darkened with malice as he slowly revved the engine of the truck, timing his move to block the road with a sudden acceleration. Squealing tires filled the air as Su Xiaoro, startled by the unexpected turn of events, slammed on the brakes. The screeching sound echoing as the tires left dark marks on the pavement. Within a meter of the looming truck, her vehicle came to a jarring halt. That was close, Su Xiaoro thought, her heart racing. The abrupt stop caused the entire cargo truck to shudder, the tank rattling violently in the back, leaving her feeling quite vexed. She resolved to reconsider that previously awarded 5-star rating for herself. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained remarkably composed. Even without much thought, he understood the unfolding situation. Sure enough, two men leapt from the truck, arms wrapped in duct tape and newspaper, wielding blood-stained steel pipes. You two, get out of the vehicle, the bearded man barked. Su Xiaoro glanced around. Quickly grasping the relit, Lin Dong remained silent, observing the attire of the two men, which bore a striking resemblance to Wang Tsong, the individual who had previously vandalized his supermarket. They likely hailed from the same locality. Casting his gaze into the distance, he noticed a construction site, home to the delivery headquarters. Indifferent to the presence of such characters, Lin Dong chose to delegate the matter to his subordinates. Meanwhile, the two middle-aged men were blissfully unaware of the impending doom. With lewd smiles, they approached the van, one of them leering, "Don't be afraid, beautiful, your brother will cherish you." At that moment, a female zombie in the van suddenly stirred, her neck erect, awakening with a jolt. "Beautiful? Did someone call for me?" "Cherish," she mused, longing for human affection, sensing warmth emanating from these two men. Thus, she flung open the van door and leapt out. The slender man had just reached the doorway, prepared to force it open if the occupants did not cooperate. "Oh, the little girl is rather attractive. If you comply, I might spare your life," he leered, chuckling ominously. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed beside him. It was evident that the female zombie had consumed a substantial amount of flesh today and had undergone some evolution. In addition to basic expressions of joy and sorrow, she could now mimic simple melodies. The man, upon hearing that sound, felt a chill run down his spine. Turning to look, he beheld the gaunt figure of the female zombie, adorned with a sinister grin. "To cherish," she whispered as she lunged toward him with the speed of a tempest, leaving behind mere afterimages. "What the?" the man exclaimed, panic-stricken, just as he swung a steel pipe. The female zombie's swiftness overwhelmed him, sending him sprawling to the ground several meters away. "Brother, come help me," he shouted desperately, struggling against the onslaught. Yet, his bearded companion paid him no heed, instead wandering toward the rear of the van. "Cigarettes, I need cigarettes. Let me find some," he muttered. The slender man began to curse, but a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his neck. He had received the zombie's affection. In that moment, he truly felt the agony. Meanwhile, the bearded man hurried to the back of the van, envisioning it filled with supplies, besides cigarettes, perhaps fine wine and a bounty of delectable treats. His anticipation peaked as he yanked open the van door, but all he encountered were two ghastly zombie faces. The Dr. Zombie regarded him with curiosity, as if amused by the unfolding scene. The tank-like creature remained irritable, contemplating that the jolt from the black box earlier must have been due to this fool's presence. The bearded man's eyes widened in shock, his mind reeling. The splendid vision he had conjured was shattered. Inside the van were, indeed, two terrifying zombies. But in the next instant, realization dawned upon him. He hastily removed half a cigarette from behind his ear, ignited it, and took 2 deep puffs. Engulfed in a cloud of smoke, a look of satisfaction washing over his face. Then, a large hand seized him, dragging him forcefully into the van. Within mere seconds, the surroundings fell eerily silent once more. Su Xiaoro in the vehicle shook her head in dismay. How tragic, utterly tragic. It seems that these two individuals ventured out without consulting the almanac, daring to obstruct their employer. At this moment, Lin Dong finally spoke up. "Let us proceed to the construction site over there." "Oh, very well," Su Xiaoro promptly replied. Though she was uncertain of the purpose of their destination, as a laborer, one must possess the mindset of a worker. Wherever the boss directs, one must follow without question. Su Xiaoro restarted the vehicle, maneuvering around the obstructing truck, and headed toward the construction site. The location was surrounded by blue metal sheets, and the entrance gate had collapsed. Scattered around were numerous bodies of zombies crushed by trucks, with severed limbs and bloodstains, presenting a gruesome sight. The delivery truck charged directly into the site, following the tire tracks. Lin Dong surmised that this construction site likely housed a number of survivors, having formed a small stronghold. Previously, Wang Tsong and others had harassed him, and today, encountering 2 roadblocks, it was reasonable to assume they hailed from this very place. For the sake of avoiding further disturbances, Lin Dong resolved to eradicate this location entirely. Upon receiving the hunting signal, 3 of his subordinates leaped from the vehicle, their expressions transforming into one of exhilaration. They thought to themselves how fortunate it was to follow their big brother, always discovering prey and feasting on abundant flesh and blood. Within the construction site, a notable tranquility prevailed. All the zombies had been dispatched with blunt instruments, thoroughly cleared away. Evidently, the inhabitants here possessed commendable combat prowess. Ahead loomed a half-finished building, appearing particularly desolate, yet in one corner stood a peculiar structure. The entire edifice was constructed of reinforced concrete, exceedingly solid, devoid of windows. And even the entrance was fashioned from white steel plates. The door lacked glass, featuring only a few fist-sized ventilation holes. The building rose to a height of 3 stories and was quite expansive, resembling a fortress. Clearly, this had been designed specifically for the defense against zombies. Chapter 15, Excavator. Utilizing the zombie's acute sensory abilities, Lin Dong discerned sounds of human activity emanating from within, accompanied by a faint scent of blood, leaving him curious about the happenings inside. The 3 subordinates, sensing the presence of prey, exhibited expressions of excitement as they sprinted toward the Doomsday Bastion. Inside that building, there were indeed quite a number of survivors, more than 10 individuals, including several construction workers, some thugs, and the developer of the site, Zhao Peng. He was the one who had acquired Lin Dong's farm and had lent him money, becoming an unwitting victim. When the apocalypse erupted, he happened to be inspecting the site with his subordinates. Upon encountering zombies, he promptly organized a crew to construct a fortified stronghold with reinforced concrete, thereby narrowly escaping disaster and surviving to the present day. Zhao Peng remained the leader within this bastion, commanding his capable subordinate, Xing Tianlong, along with several thuggish underlings, maintaining control over the construction workers. Zhao, the individuals we dispatched have not returned, Xing Tianlong remarked, furrowing his brow. Zhao Peng, troubled by this news, was concerned. Although the stronghold was secure, resources were limited, they had run out of food, their stomachs pressed against their backs. If things became dire, they might have to resort to eating some meat, albeit uncertain of the risk of prion disease. Boss, it should not be a problem. Beside them stood a bespectacled woman, who was Zhao Peng's secretary, possessing considerable intellect. As prion viruses only manifest post-mortem, consuming live specimens should pose no threat, she asserted. Zhao, I propose that I personally lead a team to procure some food, suggested Xing Tianlong. Zhao Peng shook his head. No, it's far too perilous outside. Rest assured, Zhao. During my days of street brawling, armed with a watermelon knife, I could slash through 3 streets without batting an eye. The strength of those zombies is nothing compared to that of the living. Xing retorted. Do you not blink? Won't your eyes dry out? Zhao Peng inquired. Xing was rendered speechless. He had boasted of his prowess in combat, only to be questioned about his eye moisture. Just then, they heard the unmistakable roar of engines outside the fortress. Vehicles were entering the construction site. Zhao, it could be the second team returning. Let us go see. Zhao Peng's spirits lifted as he hurried towards the fortress's entrance, hopeful they had brought back provisions. The fortress's steel door was exceptionally robust, featuring fist-sized ventilation openings that served not only for air exchange, but also as vantage points to observe the outside world. As Zhao Peng and Xing Tianlong peered through the ventilation opening, the sight before them sent chills down their spines. There were no signs of the second team. Only a few terrifying zombies. The ghastly visage of a female zombie loomed at the vent, grinning malevolently, mere inches away from them, evoking an intense sense of dread. The female zombie, eager for their flesh, clawed at the steel door, her sharp nails screeching against the metal, producing a sound that made their teeth ache. Good heavens! Both Zhao and Xing recoiled a few steps, nearly losing their balance. What a nightmare! Zombies actually exist. Fear not, Zhao. They cannot breach our defenses, Xing reassured him. Zhao nodded. Despite the bizarre nature of the zombie, he was confident in the fortress's fortitude. Suddenly, a series of thunderous bangs echoed, unmistakably the sounds of a tank assaulting the structure. With each strike, the entire building trembled. The survivors within the fortress were disturbed, rushing to the entrance to ascertain the commotion. With a ferocious roar, the tank bellowed. Despite its immense strength, it was currently incapable of breaching even the cold storage, let alone this specially constructed fortress. After a few futile attempts, it ultimately ceased its assault, retreating behind Lin Dong, awaiting the elder brother's command to produce a smaller tool to unlock the steel door. Has this zombie mutated? Its strength is astonishing, Zhao Peng mused anxiously, having never encountered such a situation before. Since the advent of the apocalypse, peculiar occurrences had been on the rise. Do not worry, even a dinosaur could not enter here. Unless zombies learn to operate excavators and dig us out, Xing reassured him. Zhao nodded, his confidence returning. I must take another look at what this zombie looks like. He approached the vent once more, tilting his head to survey outside. This time, however, he spotted a young figure standing outside, accompanied by 3 eerie zombies. Is that Lin Dong? Zhao Peng's expression was one of astonishment as he recognized the figure before him. The sight of Lin Dong ignited a surge of anger within him. For Lin Dong had sold him the farm prior to the apocalypse, taking out an 8 million loan, and still owed him a considerable sum. Serves him right. Turning into a zombie. Truly, it is poetic justice, Zhao Peng muttered to himself. Yet, he could not help but admire Lin Dong, even as a zombie. He maintained an unusual cleanliness. Xing Tianlong remarked, Zhao, we need not concern ourselves with them. They cannot enter anyway. Let them wreak havoc for all I care. They will likely leave soon. Indeed, Zhao Peng replied, turning away from the door to sit down. Outside, Lin Dong focused intently on the structure. Despite possessing a key, he found himself unable to unlock it from the outside. However, with his current physical prowess, he could easily punch through the barrier. Yet, such an action would soil his attire. Thus, Lin Dong gestured and retrieved an object from his storage space, a massive metallic contraption. A digger with a colossal bucket attached to its steel arm. It was a piece of machinery he had brought from the farm, and today, it would prove invaluable. With a thunderous roar, the steel machine came to life, and Lin Dong maneuvered the digger toward the fortress. The reinforced concrete was rather daunting to excavate, so he resolved to start by digging a tunnel from the surface soil. What's that noise? Zhao Peng and his companions inside the fortress were startled by the machine's cacophony. They hurried to the entrance, peering through the ventilation opening, only to behold a metallic beast slowly approaching them. The group stood in a state of disbelief. A digger? Could it be that the zombie was an alumnus of Lanxiang? This sight utterly shattered their preconceived notions. Xing Tianlong, too, was left bewildered mere moments before. He had mentioned the digger, and now it was a reality. He could scarcely fathom that a zombie could operate such machinery. Now, a pressing question arose. Which faction truly possessed superior digger skills? As Lin Dong continued to excavate, a large pit rapidly formed at the entrance. The ground within the fortress began to collapse, allowing sunlight to stream in from beneath the door. Quick, fetch your weapons. Prepare to confront them. Xing Tianlong commanded fiercely, turning to issue instructions. Both the thugs and construction workers hastily brandished machetes, steel pipes, and, astonishingly, someone even wheeled out a chainsaw amidst the buzzing chaos. Their numbers lent them an intimidating presence. Yes, let us confront them. Chapter 16, Awakening Abilities. Before long, the ground at the entrance was breached. With a mighty roar, a tank was the first to plunge through the opening, hurling a slab of granite directly into the crowd. The stone struck with immense force, knocking two individuals to the ground. After the female zombie entered, a thug seized the moment, wielding a dagger aimed straight for her head. Yet, the zombie's speed was astonishing. With a swift motion, she slashed her sharp claws, shredding his forearm. The thug screamed in agony, the excruciating pain causing him to lose grip on his weapon. But the female zombie, with a swift motion, caught the dagger midair, a sinister smile spreading across her face as she swung it towards the thug's neck. Good heavens! The henchman was aghast. Never before had he witnessed a zombie wield a blade to strike down a man. The female zombie, evidently trained in combat, severed the victim's neck with a single stroke, as effortlessly as slicing tofu. Witnessing this, the onlookers were equally dumbfounded. A zombie brandishing a weapon, this was beyond belief. What were they to do now? Yet, the spectacle grew even more extraordinary. As they deliberated, a crossbow bolt whistled through the air, piercing a man's skull with ruthless precision. Glancing over, they saw the Dr. Zombie calmly reloading his crossbow for another shot. The survivors who had just been prepared to fight found their resolve crumble instantly, realizing they were utterly outmatched. This was to be a massacre. In panic, they discarded their arms and fled inward. By the time Lin Dong arrived, the battle had essentially concluded. The fortress lay strewn with corpses, soaked in blood, resembling a slaughterhouse. Lin Dong advanced deeper, followed obediently by 3 zombie minions who no longer engaged in slaughter. They sensed the faint presence of living beings within. In one chamber, Lin Dong discovered a smoldering fire pit surrounded by a chilling pile of bones, marked by the unmistakable gnawing of human teeth, not those of the undead. He needed no further proof to understand the horrors that had transpired here. From a shadowed corner came the faint sound of labored breathing. Tank emitted a furious roar in that direction. Approaching, Lin Dong found a woman lying naked and vulnerable on the floor. Both her legs had been sawed off, crudely bound with rubber bands and strips of torn cloth to stem the bleeding and forestall death. As death would unleash the prion virus within, her survival was imperative. The woman's complexion was pale, her breath shallow, teetering on the brink of death. Hearing movement, she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Dong and the zombies accompanying him, no fear flickered in her gaze. Instead, a glimmer of relief shone forth, a look of liberation. Lin Dong understood her silent plea. She desired release through death, for the cruelty inflicted by Zhao Peng's group surpassed even that of the zombies before her. Without hesitation, Tank assumed the role of a merciful executioner, granting her final wish. With only one entrance to the fortress, Zhao Peng, Xing Tianlong, and the others had taken refuge in the last room, trapped with no escape. Boss Zhao, what do we do? The zombies are coming. Xing Tianlong despaired. Zhao Peng maintained a calm demeanor. These zombies wield weapons and even operate excavators. They clearly possess human intelligence. Perhaps we can negotiate with them. Exactly. If we can reach an agreement, we might survive, Xing Tianlong agreed eagerly, hope rekindling within him. Zhao Peng continued, besides, Lin Dong and I shared some acquaintance before the apocalypse. He might spare us. That is excellent. Xing Tianlong admired Zhao Peng's connections. Even amidst the end of the world, such ties could prove invaluable. At that moment, the figures of Lin Dong and his companions emerged from the corridor, their footsteps echoing ominously, instilling a profound sense of dread. Gulp. Zhao Peng's lips felt parched as he instinctively swallowed hard, his anxiety reaching a crescendo. Wait, Brother Lin. Don't kill me. Surely you remember me. I'm Zhao Peng. He shouted desperately from several meters away. As Lin Dong approached, he scrutinized Zhao's face, instantly recognizing it. Oh, Lin Dong merely nodded. The three subordinates behind him refrained from launching an immediate attack. Much to Zhao Peng's relief, perhaps there was hope. He pressed on, attempting to rekindle their connection. Brother Lin, do you recall? I once acquired your breeding farm and lent you quite a bit of money. Ah, so he is the creditor. Lin Dong mused, swiftly concluding that this only strengthened the case for his demise. Zhao Peng nearly choked on his own blood, realizing he had misspoken. Beside him, Xing Tianlong felt a surge of anxiety, thinking, why utter such words at this juncture? Just as Zhao was about to clarify, the opportunity vanished. The three subordinates surged forward, swiftly overpowering them, leaving no survivors within the fortress. Lin Dong collected all items of value and led his three subordinates outside. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoro awaited in the delivery truck. Moments ago, she had heard the cacophony of screams emanating from the building. Horrific, frenzied sounds that painted a vivid picture far more terrifying than anything encountered on campus. At that moment, Lin Dong approached, his pristine white shirt untouched by chaos, creating an illusion as if nothing had transpired. Boss, where to next? She inquired. Home. Lin Dong replied succinctly. As the delivery truck gradually set off, they sped back to Lin Dong's residence. With Su Xiaoro's arrival, she was assigned to the adjacent room. Diligently attending to his laundry, cleaning, and dishwashing, her dedication unwavering, knowing that any lapse could cost her life. Lin Dong, in turn, did not neglect her, providing her with human food daily, rice, flour, and on fortunate days, frozen steaks or fish to indulge her palate. As days passed, Su Xiaoro gradually adjusted. Compared to the other survivors outside, having regular meals and shelter in this grand building felt like a blessing. During this time, Lin Dong consumed copious amounts of meat, his capacity for digestion expanding with each evolution. Conservatively estimated, he had ingested 100 tons of beef alone, not accounting for other meats. Lin Dong could distinctly sense his growing strength. However, the extent of his power remained elusive until 10 days later, when he underwent another evolution, experiencing a qualitative leap. Within his cranial cavity, a crystalline core formed, and at that moment, a flash of crimson gleamed in his eyes. Chapter 17. The corpse domain. Lin Dong felt an intense itch in his mind, signaling the awakening of his powers. With a mere thought, a domain emanated from him, expanding outward. This was Lin Dong's awakened ability, the corpse domain. At his current strength, the domain's radius was limited to about 10 meters, inadvertently enveloping Su Xiaoro, who was cleaning nearby. Instantly, she froze in place, as if pinned down by a malevolent force, her body trembling as if caught in a sea of corpses and blood. An overwhelming sense of dread washing over her. This clearly demonstrated the immense suppressive power the corpse domain held over humanity. What was happening? Su Xiaoro was oblivious to the source of her terror. A fleeting glance revealed that Lin Dong, who had been seated on the sofa watching television, had mysteriously vanished. Where had the boss gone? Another ability of the corpse domain was concealment, but it was not limited to that. At that moment, Lin Dong perceived his surroundings through a crimson veil. The once solid walls appeared ethereal, undulating like the surface of water. When he reached out to touch them, his hand passed through the wall effortlessly. He advanced forward, his entire being traversing through the barrier, seamlessly moving from the living room to the kitchen. Of course, this bizarre scene went unnoticed by others. The corpse domain granted Lin Dong the power to walk through walls and objects, even to burrow underground. Within this terrifying domain, if he wished, he could extract someone's heart without breaking their flesh. What an astonishing ability, Lin Dong mused silently. It could be lethal, yet also serve as a means of survival, making it truly formidable. A being capable of invisibility and wall traversal. Who could withstand such a creature? However, this power, classified as a spatial ability, consumed mental energy and could not be employed indefinitely. As Lin Dong emerged into the kitchen, Su Xiao, having exited the domain's range, collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, her entire being seemingly drained of vitality. What had transpired? Where was the boss? At that moment, Lin Dong pushed open the living room door, stepping in from the kitchen. This caused Su Xiao's eyes to widen in disbelief. Just moments ago, the boss had been seated on the sofa. How could he now appear from the kitchen? It was utterly bizarre. An unsettling feeling crept into her heart. Boss, what just happened? She inquired. Nothing, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. As he continued to evolve, his verbal abilities had completely returned, his speech flowing smoothly, imbued with a magnetic quality. To the casual observer, he appeared no different from an ordinary human. Oh, Su Xiao responded, not daring to press further, and resumed her diligent cleaning. Over the past half-month, Lin Dong's 3 zombie subordinates had grown significantly stronger. The tank had increased in size, now towering over 2 meters. His muscular form resembling a small mountain, a veritable miniature Hulk. Meanwhile, the female zombie had become swifter. Lin Dong had witnessed her pounce upon a human seeking food like a gust of wind. With a flash of her sharp bone claws, she gutted her prey with brutal efficiency. Her movements were reminiscent of a character from the King of Fighters fighting game, embodying the spirit of Iori Yagami. Thus, Lin Dong bestowed upon her the name Xiaoba. Strangely enough, there exists a peculiar entity known as the Dr. Zombie, who not only relishes in the dissection of humans, consuming their innards piece by piece, but has recently descended into a grotesque level of depravity by dissecting zombies as well. He often captures a zombie, eviscerates it, or dismembers it, scattering its various parts haphazardly. It is noteworthy that these 3 zombie subordinates have amassed a considerable following of their own. Possessing the innate potential to become a zombie king, they can command other zombies. In their idle moments, they congregate near the tall buildings. During this period, Lin Dong has allowed them the freedom to roam, essentially raising them in a free-range manner, permitting their savage growth. Furthermore, Lin Dong has observed a troubling trend. The zombies wandering the streets have significantly increased their running speed, now surpassing that of an average human, exhibiting none of the rigidity characteristic of the early days of the apocalypse. Clearly, they are evolving. A zombie evolutionary frenzy has commenced, rendering them increasingly formidable. What must be the situation for humanity? Sitting on his sofa, Lin Dong retrieved his mobile phone to gather intelligence, for the surviving humans still emit signals. Just as he unlocked his phone, a notification captured his attention. Take Biotechnology Company has formulated a zombie eradication plan. Eradicate zombies? Lin Dong had heard of this company. Renowned for its research in viruses and genetics, a formidable entity at the forefront of global technology, akin to the Umbrella Corporation from the film Resident Evil. Take is a multinational corporation with a branch located in Jiangbei City. Intrigued, Lin Dong clicked to learn more about the zombie eradication plan. Upon reading further, he discovered that Take has developed a biological weapon named Hunter No. 1, capable of effectively eliminating zombies and soon to be mass-produced for deployment across various sectors. Accompanying the text was an image of the so-called Hunter, an artificial bioengineered being towering nearly 3 meters tall, wielding a Gatling gun in its right hand, adorned with chains of ammunition. A colossal iron hammer was slung across its back, and its grotesquely stitched head bore numerous scars reminiscent of centipede-like wounds, presenting a terrifying visage. Lin Dong mused that it appeared less appealing than a zombie and hoped it would not come to disturb him. As he continued to scroll down, he encountered a statement from Take Company. Currently, Our various companies have established shelters where survivors may seek refuge, and our company will ensure your safety. This announcement elicited a flurry of comments from many survivors. Take Company is incredible, truly at the forefront of global technology, surviving even in the apocalypse. Everyone, do not go to the Take shelter. They merely intend to use humans for live experiments and will not protect us. Is there a possibility that Hunter No. 1 is constructed from living humans? Indeed, those capable should head to our official shelters. The comments were varied and colorful, but Lin Dong chose not to dwell on them. The matter of refuge was of no concern to him. However, the next piece of information proved to be highly beneficial. It was an announcement from the official shelter. After thorough examination, it has become evident that certain segments of humanity are undergoing evolution. With individuals capable of sprinting 100 meters in a mere 6 seconds and delivering a punch with a force of 1 ton. Experts have analyzed that the source of this newfound strength emanates from a substance known as brain crystal, which develops within the cranial cavity. Should anyone experience an itchiness in their skull, it is highly likely to be an omen of impending evolution. Indeed, humanity is beginning to transform. However, it appears that no one has yet awakened their latent abilities. According to specialists, once the brain crystal reaches a certain stage of maturation, it will transmute into a core, at which point extraordinary powers will be unleashed. Evolution is a gradual process. No individual suddenly acquires extraordinary abilities, as such occurrences are implausible. Lin Dong believed that having ample flesh and blood to nourish himself, absorbing countless energies from both humans and zombies, he should be the first to condense a core and awaken his powers. Chapter 18. Is it delicious? He contemplated acquiring 2 awakened humans to discern the flavor. Lin Dong resolved to venture out, intending to explore while simultaneously testing his newly awakened abilities and the potency of the zombie realm. He wondered which fortunate soul might cross his path. Thus, he rose and stepped outside the building. Upon reaching the street, the ferocious zombies, upon sighting Lin Dong, bowed their heads in submission. The zombie king has set forth, and thousands of corpses yield. His 3 subordinates were free to roam and were not nearby, and Lin Dong had no intention of bringing them along. With no definitive destination in mind, Lin Dong opted not to drive, but instead meandered along the street. The chaotic thoroughfare was strewn with shattered glass and splattered blood, with patches of moss flourishing in the shadowy corners. Occasionally, a mouse could be heard squeaking, clutching a severed finger as it scurried into a drain. The desolate landscape stretched before him, a testament to a city in its twilight. In this post-apocalyptic realm, Lin Dong remained unblemished, exuding an air of tranquility as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. After approximately half an hour, he abruptly halted. The scent of fresh blood wafted through the air, a sign of living beings, easily detectable by his now heightened sense of smell. Turning his gaze, he noticed a large gate on the street adorned with the word zoo. Strangely, the premises appeared utterly deserted, devoid of zombies. And not a single corpse lay upon the ground, merely the remnants of desiccated, dark purple blood. This place seemed to have transformed into the territory of some unknown creature. Humans, keep your distance. For an ordinary person, this locale would undoubtedly signify peril. Yet Lin Dong was undeterred, stepping through the gate. The zoo was eerily quiet, the only sound being the rustling of leaves in the breeze. The cages that once housed animals now stood empty, stained with blood. There remained tufts of fur and remnants of gnawed bones, a harrowing sight, clearly indicating that something had devoured them. Continuing deeper into the zoo, Lin Dong arrived at the keeper's quarters, where the structure's doors and windows were tightly sealed and reinforced with steel. Although silence enveloped the interior, Lin Dong could still hear the labored breaths of humans within. Their breathing was rapid, suggesting a state of intense anxiety. There are people, Lin Dong surmised. Yet he refrained from approaching directly. In the near distance, 2 men were approaching, their destination clearly the same building. One of them was short and stocky, with rough skin and a face pocked like the surface of the moon, decidedly unattractive. The other was tall and slender, clad in a suit, resembling a corporate office worker, exuding a refined demeanor. It was evident from their attire that they were not staff from the zoo. Rather, they appeared to be scavengers in search of supplies. Yet, judging by their vigorous state, they did not seem to be starving or in need of food, exhibiting a vitality that surpassed that of ordinary humans. Could they be awakened beings? Lin Dong pondered, contemplating the notion of peering into their minds. The 2 men, upon noticing the tightly shut doors and windows of the building. Realized that survivors might be inside. "Ah, there are living souls here," the refined man remarked with a slight smile, to which the stocky man nodded in agreement. "This could be interesting. I wonder if there are any beautiful women inside." "Surely there are. I recall the zookeeper's assistant being exceptionally lovely," the refined man replied. Emboldened by their status as awakened beings in this post-apocalyptic world, they roamed freely, seeking supplies and women, assuming they could act without consequence. "Let us not rush. First, we need to trick them into opening the door," the refined man suggested. Although their physiques were formidable, the building was securely sealed, and forcing their way in would require considerable effort. The stocky man acknowledged this, indicating he was well acquainted with the process. He approached the door and gently knocked, spinning a tail. "Hello? Is anyone inside? We are an awakened rescue team from the official shelter, here to assist survivors." Upon hearing the mention of an official rescue team, the occupants within felt a surge of excitement. Finally, help had arrived. Inside the building were 4 individuals, 3 zookeepers, and an elderly man who served as a night watchman, armed with a tranquilizer gun typically used for subduing wild animals. "Shoo, keep your voices down. We don't want to attract that monster," the old man cautioned. "And what if they are deceivers?" questioned one petite woman. "I saw the official announcement. There are indeed evolved individuals forming rescue teams," another woman countered. "So should we open the door?" "Yes. Our food supplies are nearly depleted. If we don't open the door, we will perish." After some deliberation, they cautiously opened the door. The 2 men swiftly entered, their eyes darting around with greedy curiosity. "Indeed, there are beauties here," the stocky man remarked with a sly grin. "Are you the rescue team from the shelter?" one of the women inquired. "Absolutely," the stocky man affirmed. Another petite woman chimed in. "That's wonderful. Please take us away." "Not so fast. We can rescue you. But there's a condition," he said with a mischievous grin. "What condition?" the girl asked, perplexed. The stocky man smirked. "You must first allow me some pleasure." "What?" The young woman comprehended his meaning, her expression one of shock. However, another girl had already sensed something amiss. "Everyone, be cautious. Their attire clearly indicates they are not part of a rescue team. Are you really that clever?" In an instant, the short, stout man revealed a menacing demeanor, seizing the girl by her throat and lifting her as if she were a mere chick. The girl gasped, her feet flailing futilely, but against his immense strength, it was utterly ineffective. Nearby, an elderly man, witnessing the scene, raised his gun and fired, yet the tranquil gentleman effortlessly caught the dart as it shot forth. The reflexes of an awakened individual surpassed those of ordinary folk. A sense of despair enveloped the group. To escape death at the hands of zombies and monsters only to perish at the hands of their own kind. Enduring such torment, such a fate seemed worse than succumbing to the undead, which at least offered a swift end. "Help!" one of the girls screamed, willing to summon monsters to ensure their mutual demise. Bang! The refined man swiftly knocked her to the ground. Damn it, seeking death. The stout man, too, was eager to unleash his brutality. "In this apocalyptic world, who will save you? I am an awakened one. The entire world belongs to me." It was evident that these 2 had transformed into tyrants. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. "Is being awakened truly delightful?" Chapter 19. The main course is consumption. Huh. The crowd turned their heads in unison, discovering a handsome young man standing calmly at the doorway. "How can there still be a man here?" The stout man furrowed his brow. The 3 female caretakers and the aging watchman were filled with terror, their hearts racing in disbelief. For they knew that no one by the name of Lin Dong existed in this place. He had seemingly materialized out of thin air. The group gasped in shock, a chill running down their spines. Was he human or a specter? The refined man, however, remained unperturbed. Having killed countless individuals, he had become numb to it all. Surely, it would suffice to eliminate this man. Thus, he advanced step by step toward Lin Dong, oblivious to the fact that he was marching toward his own abyss. "Kid, you're dressed quite neatly. Prepare to die?" The man swung his fist toward Lin Dong's chin, and with his strength, he could easily deliver a fatal blow to an ordinary person. Yet Lin Dong stood still, unflinching, a flicker of crimson light flashing in his eyes. Then, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The man's fist passed right through Lin Dong's body. The refined man instantly sensed something was amiss. It felt as if this individual had become ethereal. He stood before him, yet was untouchable. Strange. Panic gripped him as an intense unease spread within. The scene before him was utterly perplexing. The onlookers behind him were also rendered speechless. This man was indeed problematic. Subsequently, with a flick of his wrist, Lin Dong summoned a dagger that plunged straight into the man's chest. No blood flowed from the wound, yet the man's expression froze, his pupils dilating as he succumbed to death. This was one of Lin Dong's abilities within the realm of the deceased, piercing through his chest to directly assault the heart. As he rotated his wrist, grasping a dagger, he extracted the man's heart. The vivid crimson organ emitted warmth, incessantly dripping with fresh blood. The remaining onlookers, having never witnessed such a horrific scene, were gripped by an icy terror. Even the fierce, stout man trembled uncontrollably. Lin Dong scrutinized the heart and noted that the blood of the awakened was rather impure, its energy not markedly different from that of an ordinary person. However, a sudden thought struck him. According to official reports, the power of the awakened stemmed from the brain's essence. Contemplating this, Lin Dong gazed down at the limp corpse beneath him. He casually tossed the heart aside and plunged the dagger into the man's forehead, cleaving it open. Within lay a round, fleshy orb, roughly the size of a thumb, pulsating with pure energy and emanating a delightful fragrance. This seems promising, Lin Dong mused as he extracted the orb and tentatively placed it in his mouth. It was indeed exceedingly sweet, reminiscent of cherries enjoyed by an ordinary person. The energy flowed through him like a warm current, enveloping his limbs in comfort. Regrettably, the energy contained was insufficient. Lin Dong felt he had not fully indulged. Thus his gaze shifted toward the stout man. The stout man immediately quaked, as if targeted by a predator, nearly soiling himself in fright. And he hastily fled towards the exit, exclaiming, "Oh no, a ghost! Don't kill me." Just as he reached the door, preparing to escape, Lin Dong reached out, his long fingers piercing the back of the man's skull. Employing his necromantic ability, he extracted the brain's essence through the skull. The stout man collapsed, lifeless, succumbing to the void. With a mere flick of his hand, Lin Dong had dispatched two awakened beings, epitomizing sheer savagery. "I beg of you, spare us." Several survivors whimpered. Huddled together in abject terror, Lin Dong surveyed them. The flesh of ordinary humans held little significance for him, usually regarded as mere fodder. "Very well. I shall not kill you." "Really?" The survivors, astonished, exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Dong nodded. "I am no devil." However, their expressions betrayed skepticism. Prior to this, they had deemed Lin Dong more terrifying than any demon. At that moment, a foul wind surged outside, a malevolent aura permeating the air. A chilling howl echoed throughout the zoo, a sound of despair and madness, reminiscent of a ghostly lament. The old night watchman's eyes widened in horror. "Oh no, our noise has attracted that monster back. It has found us." "Oh." Lin Dong turned his gaze towards the outside. Through the cracks of the reinforced structure, he glimpsed a blood-red eye, the size of a light bulb, radiating a murderous intent, straining to peer inside. The survivors turned ashen. It was the mutated beast that had devoured all the animals in the zoo. "It has returned to feast upon us." With a thunderous crash, the walls of the building were struck with immense force, dust cascading from the ceiling. The beast possessed immense strength. After several powerful collisions, the reinforced steel began to warp, emitting a sound that sent shivers down the spine. With a thunderous crash, a gaping hole was finally breached in the wall. Two ferocious heads emerged before the onlookers, revealing a towering wolf-like creature, standing nearly 2 meters tall, its physique more robust than that of a yak. Strangely, this wolf had two heads, each adorned with bulbous eyes that glinted with ferocity, and teeth as sharp as daggers, each extending a considerable length. Clearly, it was a mutated beast. The two-headed wolf roared menacingly at the few individuals inside, exuding an air of menace and a hint of pride. The old watchman raised his tranquilizer gun and squeezed the trigger, exclaiming, "If you can run, then flee. My old bones have lived long enough. Let it feast upon me first." However, the wolf's fur stood rigid like steel needles, its skin remarkably tough. The bullet barely penetrated, merely ricocheting off. Faced with such a vicious giant, they found themselves bereft of any means to resist. That last impact only incited the giant wolf's fury further, as it prepared to surge through the shattered wall. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained rooted in place, observing with keen interest. The wolf's massive form and muscular build suggested an insatiable appetite. As a corpse king, his primary focus was sustenance. What would the taste of wolf meat be like? The survivors were momentarily stunned. Was he truly contemplating consuming wolf meat? At that moment, the colossal wolf had completely entered, towering over Lin Dong. Its two heads lowered, gazing down upon him, the weight of its presence palpable. Yet, Lin Dong met its gaze with calm defiance. As he unleashed his domain, a crimson light intensified in his eyes, and a blood-red sphere of influence expanded outward. The domain of the corpse king enveloped the two-headed wolf, and an overwhelming pressure filled the air. The giant wolf trembled as though submerged in the depths of the ocean, succumbing to the immense force, and with a thud, it knelt before him. A mournful whimper escaped its lips, akin to that of a defeated hound, its once ferocious gaze now replaced with palpable fear. It seemed that a mere glance from Lin Dong had compelled the giant wolf to bow. The spectacle before the survivors was utterly astonishing. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. This man was unfathomably powerful. Meanwhile, Lin Dong pondered the implications of the wolf's two heads. Did it possess two brain cores, or merely one? To ascertain the truth, he stepped forward and, with his dagger, pried open one of the wolf's heads, discovering, to his surprise, that each head contained a separate brain core. However, it was a pity that these cores were relatively small, inferior to those of the previous awakened beings. If the awakened one's core resembled a cherry, then the two-headed wolf's cores were akin to diminutive cherries. Lin Dong consumed both brain cores. The flavor remained delectable, and the energy was pure, fully absorbed, invigorating his vitality. He then lifted his dagger, licking the blood from its edge, and found the blood of the two-headed wolf to be exceptionally palatable, containing energy far surpassing that of bovine or avian blood. Lin Dong expressed great satisfaction, sweeping his hand decisively as he stored the prize in his storage space, intending to flaunt it upon returning home. He paid no heed to the few survivors trailing behind, deeming it pointless to kill them. Much like managing a breeding farm, he could preserve them to continue their bloodline or await their awakening before eliminating them. His body passed through the wall as if he were a phantom, vanishing without a trace. Those behind were left speechless for a long while, astonished that the terrifying giant wolf had been slain so effortlessly. What kind of creature was Lin Dong? Upon returning home, Su Xiaoro had already completed the day's chores. "Boss, your clothes are all washed. You can change any time." Lin Dong replied, "All right, go rest." Yet, Su Xiaoro, clutching the back of her neck and shaking her head, said, "Boss, my mind feels itchy. Could it be that I am about to awaken?" Lin Dong glanced at her thoughtfully and said, "Go wash your hair." Disappointed, Su Xiaoro silently left the room. Her hopes dashed. Lin Dong then took a hot bath, donned freshly laundered garments, and wrapped a pristine white scarf around his neck. At the dining table, he picked up a knife and fork, slicing the freshly hunted wolf meat and beginning to eat. The flavor was delightful and chewy, reminiscent of ordinary people savoring beef jerky. On the television before him, survivor signals were being received. "Monsters. The beasts have not only mutated, but some have fused with zombies. I just captured this with a drone. Everyone, look." Lin Dong chewed thoughtfully and looked up at the screen. It depicted a colossal python, as thick as a bucket, but most grotesquely, it bore a zombie-esque head. The serpent coiled ominously around a building, exuding an aura of terror. This was due to the python having devoured too many zombies, merging with them. Moreover, official shelters were broadcasting news of other hybrid monstrosities. A human-faced giant spider, as large as a car, covered in fur, spinning silk stronger than steel. Rats the size of sows, their backs teeming with human heads, all wailing in agony. Truly a grim feast, Lin Dong mused inwardly. Evidently, the outside world remained fraught with peril, teeming with mutated creatures, where flight and slaughter were daily struggles, and death lurked in every misstep. Human survivors had to guard not only against monsters, but also against each other, vying for food or beauty. They would mercilessly betray their humanity and discard all pretense of kindness. Yet, such bloodshed and violence bore little consequence for Lin Dong. Sheltered within his immaculate abode, tended by servants, he led a life of utmost comfort, a stark contrast to the chaos beyond the building's walls. Furthermore, 3 loyal subordinates guarded the perimeter, and their own underlings numbered in the thousands. Whether human awakeners or mutated beasts, none dared trespass carelessly. Thus, Lin Dong endured in seclusion for over 10 days, consuming vast quantities of flesh, amounting to hundreds of tons. The meat never ceased, and with it, Lin Dong's strength surged dramatically. At this moment, the realm of corpses expanded, doubling its range to a formidable 20 meters, exhibiting an even greater strength and endurance. However, in recent days, Lin Dong observed that helicopters frequently whizzed past the sky outside, indicating a significant increase in human activity. According to the intelligence he gathered, this surge was due to the rising number of awakened individuals among humanity, who were actively engaged in rescue operations. Currently, the official shelter in Jiangbei City had grown to accommodate 50,000 people, among whom 7,000 were awakened. Furthermore, a list of the top 100 awakened individuals had been compiled, ranked from 1 to 100, with number 1 being the strongest and number 100 the weakest. It is worth noting that these rankings were based on data analysis rather than practical combat experience. Additionally, they released daily updates regarding rescue teams dispatched, to prevent survivors from being misled or deceived by those with malicious intent. On this day, Lin Dong happened to be watching television. With most networks incapacitated and offering little in terms of programming, the only signals available came from the radar within the shelter. Today's announcement regarding the rescue team stated, "We have dispatched rescuers Cheng Luoyi and Sun Xiaoqiang, both awakened individuals, who are about to land at the university town. We kindly ask nearby survivors to await assistance." Initially, Lin Dong paid little attention, but upon hearing these names, he set down his wine glass and focused intently on the screen. There, the images of 2 individuals appeared. The first was a girl with straight black hair and bangs. Her skin exceptionally fair, and her large round eyes, dark yet devoid of luster, appeared hauntingly hollow, as if stripped of emotion. Nevertheless, her beauty was undeniably striking, accentuated by her expressionless visage, rendering her almost unreal, like a lifelike doll. The second individual was a man with dark skin and a gaunt face, his naturally curly hair adding to his distinct appearance. Most striking were his mismatched eyes, one gazing directly forward while the other looked askew, exuding an air of intelligence. When juxtaposed, the disparity in their attractiveness was stark, akin to the contrast between heaven and earth. Remarkably, Lin Dong recognized both individuals. His gaze involuntarily drifted to a photograph hanging on the wall, encapsulating nearly all his childhood memories from an orphanage. To his astonishment, both figures were present in that photograph. Lin Dong held a particularly vivid recollection of Cheng Luoyi, with whom he often played during their youth. However, the director had later claimed that she suffered from mental illness and sent her to a psychiatric hospital, after which he had not seen her again. As for Sun Xiaoqiang, Lin Dong also had some recollection of him. He remembered that Sun Xiaoqiang had a congenital defect and was considered mentally challenged, with one eye always wandering while the other remained fixed. Subsequently, he was abandoned by his parents. Lin Dong recalled a notorious incident when, at the age of 12, Sun Xiaoqiang had kept a pet hamster, but when it fell ill, he tragically fed it rat poison. The images on the television stirred profound memories within Lin Dong. His childhood companions, whom he had not seen in a decade, had surprisingly come together to form a rescue team. A person with a mental illness and a mentally challenged individual. Could they truly save others? Chapter 21. The rescue Cheng Luoyi indeed suffers from a mental illness. During her time in the psychiatric hospital, she exhibited tendencies of self-harm. After the apocalypse, she became one of the first awakened individuals and was ranked number 001 in the sanctuary, hailed as the strongest. Her awakened ability is deadly pain, which means the more physical pain she endures, the stronger she becomes, with an exceptionally high ceiling. Sun Xiaoqiang ranks second with the ability Fearless Frenzy. Those with lower intelligence often exhibit greater boldness. Sun Xiaoqiang can enter a frenzy state where his IQ drops to 0, but his strength is vastly amplified. At this moment, Cheng Luoyi stands in the corridor of a university classroom, clad in a white and blue striped patient gown. Her right arm is wrapped in bandages, and she grips a fire axe in her hand. 2 zombies ahead roar fiercely and lunge at her wildly. Expressionless, Cheng Luoyi swings the axe, shattering their skulls. Blood splatters across the corridor walls, leaving glaring marks. Move quickly. Behind Cheng Luoyi, several trembling survivors follow. From the corridor corner behind them, chaotic footsteps and the guttural roars of zombies grow louder. Turning around, they see a horde of zombies rushing forth, crowding and trampling over one another, filling the corridor like a tidal wave. Oh my god, so many zombies. Run. The survivors panic and sprint alongside Cheng Luoyi. However, the speed of ordinary humans cannot match that of zombies, and the distance between them rapidly shrinks. Fortunately, not far ahead lies a stairwell. If they can reach it and close the door, they can isolate themselves from the undead. Chung Loi swings her fire axe, felling several zombies blocking their path. With a swift sidestep, she slips into the stairwell. The survivors follow one after another. Yet, one girl accidentally steps on zombie blood, slips, and falls to the ground. Crying out in alarm, Chung Loi glances back, seeing that the girl is about to be engulfed by the zombie tide. Without hesitation, she closes the stairwell door behind her. Silence descends, punctuated only by the heavy breathing of the survivors. However, a young man stares wide-eyed in shock. Why didn't you save Xiaoya just now? You left her outside. He demands. She cannot be saved, Chung Loi replies coldly. The young man remains desperate. Xiaoya is our classmate and a kind person. We have to save her. We can't give up on anyone so easily. Chung Loi nods slightly, then turns and opens the door. Yet suddenly, she grabs the young man's arm and forcefully shoves him outside. With a loud bang, she slams the door shut again. In the apocalypse, first eliminate the saints, she declares, her gaze sweeping over the group. Does anyone else want to go save someone? The remaining survivors tremble silently, not daring to breathe, and vigorously shake their heads. They have realized that this woman is not to be trifled with. The helicopter is on the rooftop. Let us go up, Chung Loi says as she ascends the stairs. The stairwell is eerily quiet, devoid of zombies. Only a few lifeless corpses lie scattered, already slain by others. It appears that there are other awakened individuals within the school. If one can rescue an awakened soul, the merit would be considerable, as the sanctuary would generously allocate an additional 2 pounds of flour. Just as they were about to reach the rooftop, a young man emerged at the entrance of the stairwell, wielding a paper cutter stained with blood. He stood there, coldly observing the group. Did you kill the zombies here? Chung Loi inquired, raising her gaze. Yes, that was me, the young man replied. He was also a student of the school, now transformed into an awakened being. Very well. Come with me to the sanctuary, Chung Loi suggested with a nod. However, the young man shook his head, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes. Why would I go to the sanctuary? There, I would be subjected to control. Out here is much better, free and unrestrained. I think you should stay here with me. Jiangsu, have you lost your mind? A girl from the back exclaimed. Some individuals who suddenly gained abilities inevitably experienced shifts in temperament. Oh, you dare to speak to me like that? The young man's expression twisted into a snarl as he reversed his grip on the paper cutter and lunged forward, the blade thrusting downwards with ferocity. However, the cutter did not meet its intended target. Instead, it was intercepted by an arm wrapped in bandages, the blade embedding itself within, blood gushing forth and staining the bandages a deep crimson. It resembled a glorious red flower slowly blooming. The owner of that arm was none other than Chung Loi, who remained unperturbed even after being stabbed. The young man furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Did this person lack the sensation of pain? At that moment, the bandages on Chung Loi's arm gradually loosened, revealing the skin beneath. The young man glanced down, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld a shocking sight. Chung Loi's arm was adorned with scars of varying sizes. Some had healed, while others were still fresh, a haunting testament to her past self-harm. Pain, how exquisite it is. Chung Loi mused, a slight smile curling her lips. She activated her ability, Deadly Pain, and with a swift motion, pushed the young man's chin upwards with her left hand. The immense force caused his head to tilt back violently. Crack! The young man's neck snapped, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The 2 pounds of flour were lost. When Chung Loi led the survivors to the rooftop, they spotted a helicopter in the distance, alongside a slender figure with their back turned towards them. This individual was Sun Xiaoqiang, who curiously held on to a zombie. Dong Yao, this is Dong Air. Please respond. Sun Xiaoqiang called out, stretching his collar while speaking into a walkie-talkie. Hey, what are you doing? Chung Loi queried from behind him. Sun Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback, turning to reveal his signature intelligent gaze. I have rescued everyone. I wanted to check on you. Have you encountered any trouble? Is that a human you rescued? Chung Loi shot him a sidelong glance. Upon turning to look, Sun Xiaoqiang realized he was holding on to a zombie, which was attempting to bite his arm. It was a person just a moment ago. When did it mutate? He exclaimed apologetically. With a forceful punch, he struck the zombie's face, sending it plummeting off the building. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained comfortably at home, engrossed in watching television, completely unaware of the unfolding events. To his astonishment, Lin Dong discovered the name of a childhood companion on the rescue team roster. Driven by curiosity and with little else to occupy his time, He retrieved his phone and logged onto the shelter's official website, seeking additional information about the two. Indeed, he soon encountered their photographs alongside a brief description that resembled a personal tagline. Under Cheng Luoyi's photo were the words, "I am a gentle girl, afraid of pain." Sun Xiaoqiang had a similar declaration, "I am a handsome boy, endowed with both wisdom and courage." In Chapter 22, Tide of Corpses, Lin Dong found himself almost believing Sun Xiaoqiang's assertion had it not been for the latter's comment. The shelter's website not only provided details about the rescue team, but also featured sections for requests for help, mutual aid, and communication. Numerous individuals from the shelter vented their frustrations online. "I'm starving. Can someone provide me with food? I can offer meat in return. I am a professional model. I wish I could help you, but I have nothing. If it gets any worse, I can offer you some milk. Hey, is that even real milk? I dug a foundation yesterday, and the shelter rewarded me with a quarter of a pack of instant noodles. Far too much for one person. I gulped it down without adding water. Truly a waste." It was evident that resources in the shelter were exceedingly scarce, yet the population remained a source of productivity, which is why they were tirelessly rescuing survivors. Among the posts was a shared research report from the Tide Corporation, stating, "According to our studies, the skulls of advanced zombies can produce brain essence, which, when absorbed by human awakeners, rapidly enhances their strength. Consequently, our company is currently capturing the Zombie King as part of our Hunting King initiative." The Tide Corporation, having previously launched a zombie eradication plan, now boasted about their audacious latest endeavor. While Lin Dong contemplated this, he was abruptly drawn to a raucous wailing outside the door. The sobbing did not belong to the female zombie, Xiaoba, but rather to the formidable Tank. Lin Dong approached the door and opened it to reveal a muscular figure before him. Tank's body was a tapestry of bulging muscles, yet his broad face bore dark, charred marks, as though singed by fire. His body was marred by bullet wounds, but his robust physique had healed remarkably well, leaving him with no serious injuries. Amidst his evolution, Tank had developed basic emotions, and he wept bitterly, resembling a hefty child. The essence of his lament was clear. He had been wronged by humans. "What happened?" Lin Dong inquired. Through his exaggerated gestures, Tank resembled a child seeking parental intervention, yet his current intellect hindered him from articulating the matter fully. At that moment, the Dr. Zombie emerged from behind Tank. "The humans have taken over the prison. They wish to hunt us down. Among them are those who have crystallized their essence and can manipulate flames." Lin Dong nodded, already piecing together the situation. It was evident that once the brain essence of an awakened human evolved into a crystal core, it would grant them extraordinary abilities. Clearly, one of them was a fire manipulator. What might the essence of the crystal core taste like? The flesh of mutated beasts and brain essence had been tasted by Lin Dong, and he found them quite palatable, though he had yet to sample the crystal core. However, one could surmise that the crystal core would undoubtedly surpass the brain essence in flavor. After languishing at home for half a month, Lin Dong felt it was time to venture out. Thus he signaled his subordinates to commence a hunt. With a roar, Tank ceased his weeping, unleashing a ferocious howl that seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Thousands of zombies in the vicinity of the building stirred with excitement, their roars echoing ominously. Lin Dong stepped onto the chaotic streets, flanked by 3 of his loyal subordinates, Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor. However, trailing behind them was a throng of ferocious zombies, forming a considerable tide that could easily dominate this terrifying apocalypse. The mutated rats and snakes along the street, upon witnessing the menacing horde, screeched in panic and fled. "All units, advance." With Lin Dong's command, the zombie tide erupted into a thunderous roar, surging forward with reckless abandon, heading straight for the prison. At that moment, the prison was guarded by over 100 armed personnel clad in uniform combat attire, hailing from Tech Corporation, utilizing the high walls and watchtowers. The ordinary zombies stood no chance of breaching the defenses, allowing the guards to remain rather at ease. In one of the rooms, a young man lounged on a sofa, attended to by 2 elegantly proportioned women. This young man was Zhang Xiaoyuan, a fire-type ability user. For him, acquiring women in this post-apocalyptic world was a trivial matter. A mere offering of 2 pieces of bread sufficed. Before the apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoyuan had been a cog in the 996 work culture, but now, as an awakened individual, he had been summoned by Tech Corporation and was being lavished with food and drink. Zhang Xiaoyuan found himself reflecting on his newfound comfort. At this stage, few awakened beings could condense crystal cores. Having slain high-level zombies and absorbed brain essence, he was undoubtedly a formidable force within the human ranks. He mused about needing to hunt more zombie kings to continue evolving, thinking to himself, am I not the protagonist in this apocalyptic narrative? In this world of abundance, the goddess he had once overlooked now catered to him, obediently fulfilling his every desire, a quintessential tale of an underdog's triumph. Just then, a frantic individual burst into the room. Brother Zhang, our drones have captured footage of a zombie tide heading this way. A zombie tide? Zhang Xiaoyuan remained unfazed, not fearing the impending threat. Rather, he considered that if there was indeed a zombie tide, it would likely be led by a zombie king, presenting an opportunity to hunt it down and acquire more brain essence. Let us go out and take a look. Soon, Zhang Xiaoyuan ascended to the watchtower atop the high walls, gazing out into the distance. Indeed, he beheld a dark mass on the streets, countless zombies barreling forward. Their roars incessant. They seem quite fierce. Once they enter range, we shall open fire. Understood, replied his companion. As the zombie horde drew closer, a command was issued, and the firing points atop the walls unleashed a barrage of bullets, resembling a storm of metal. However, many of Lin Dong's subordinates had undergone evolution, their physiques remarkably robust and endowed with regenerative abilities. Taking a few shots posed little issue. They arose from the ground and continued their relentless charge forward. Not long after, a horde of zombies arrived at the foot of the high wall, beginning to form a human pyramid. Xiao Ba chuckled ominously, now endowed with remarkable agility. She leapt onto a zombie and sprang directly onto the wall. With a swipe of her claws, she eviscerated a guard. Meanwhile, Tank lifted a massive boulder and, like a discus thrower, spun around before hurling it upward. Boom! The boulder smashed into the watchtower, sending its occupants tumbling down from the wall. Something felt amiss. Zhang Xiaoyuan sensed. This group of zombies was extraordinary. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt shot through the air, piercing the skull of a guard nearby. What the hell? Realization dawned on Zhang Xiaoyuan. These were highly evolved zombies, capable of teamwork and displaying considerable intelligence. He observed Tank, ferocious and relentless, wreaking havoc. He had previously encountered Tank and forced it to retreat. Clearly, it had returned seeking vengeance. Could these creatures hold grudges? Zhang Xiaoyuan furrowed his brow. Brother Yuan, look over there. A guard exclaimed, astonished. Among the horde, a young man stood, clad in an immaculate white shirt, a stark contrast to the grotesque zombies surrounding him. His expression was impassive as he surveyed the chaos. Was he human or specter? Zhang Xiaoyuan was equally astounded. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was rare to see someone so pristine. The youth's presence felt surreal, as if he were set against a backdrop too artificial to be real. Quick, aim and shoot. Zhang Xiaoyuan commanded. The guards immediately redirected their weapons, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Yet, Lin Dong remained motionless, and in the blink of an eye, his eyes flashed crimson. The bullets that were meant for him passed right through, striking the ground behind him. Good grief. Zhang Xiaoyuan was taken aback by the bizarre scene before him. As the guards on the wall continued to be slaughtered, their firepower diminished. In the corner, the zombies piled atop one another, forming a human ladder. With those on top climbing the wall, they howled grotesquely, ravenous and savage, attacking any human in sight. Several guards were knocked to the ground, subjected to a frenzied feeding frenzy. The remaining guards, gripped by fear, began to falter. The outer wall was on the verge of collapse. Quick, retreat to the safe house. Zhang Xiaoyuan urgently ordered. The guards, already contemplating escape, turned to flee, occasionally firing back to hinder the advancing zombies. However, Xiao Ba was the swiftest. Her claws stained with blood, she reveled in the carnage. The sight of fleeing humans only ignited her predatory instincts, and she sprang forward, leaving afterimages in her wake. In mere moments, she felled 5 or 6 more humans. This was a nimble zombie queen, Zhang Xiaoyuan concluded, igniting flames in his hands, a searing heat enveloping him as he summoned his fire abilities. He realized that if he did not stop her soon, there would be few of his subordinates left to save. With a swift motion, 2 fireballs hurtled toward Xiao Ba, reacting with remarkable speed. Xiao Ba promptly leapt backward to evade them. Boom, boom. The fireballs exploded, creating a formidable wall of flames. Under the cover of this fiery barrier, the guards retreated to the buildings behind them. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Xiaoyuan caught sight of Lin Dong's figure steadily advancing through the tide of corpses. Hissing, Zhang Xiaoyuan dared not linger, quickly jumping down from the high wall to retreat into the building, feeling an inexplicable eeriness emanating from Lin Dong. Unsure of the nature of his abilities, with the outer walls breached, Lin Dong approached the building with deliberate calm. He refrained from attacking immediately, curious to gauge the strength of the awakened humans. His domain as the king of zombies, though formidable, could only be sustained for 5 minutes at full capacity. An impulsive attack might risk soiling his attire. After a brief skirmish, 2/3 of the more than 100 guards within the prison had perished, leaving fewer than 40 remaining. In stark contrast, Lin Dong suffered minimal losses, leading his horde of zombies with unwavering determination. The tank followed closely behind, its grotesque visage breaking into a childlike grin, relishing the moment of vengeance. Finally, retribution for past humiliations. Inside the prison, Zhang Xiaoyuan and his companions constructed a safe house, forged entirely from 10-centimeter thick alloy, encompassing both the ceiling and the floor, devoid of any blind spots, and remarkably sturdy. Only the front wall bore several fist-sized openings, serving as firing ports for shooting outward, while also allowing for ventilation. With a collective sigh of relief, the group retreated into the safe house. These zombies were ferocious. Indeed, they were unlike any horde encountered before. It's no surprise. Have you ever witnessed zombies wielding weapons? You might find it hard to believe, but I nearly fell victim to one wielding a cleaver just moments ago. These creatures are evolving at an alarming rate. Several guards expressed their astonishment. However, Lin Dong's vanguard had already caught up, their faces twisted with rage as they clawed at the walls, roaring incessantly. Yet, the alloy walls were far too robust for the zombies to breach. Using a satellite phone, Zhang Xiaoyuan contacted headquarters, requesting immediate support. While we are safe for now, we cannot allow ourselves to be trapped here by the zombies, he instructed. Understood, replied the nearby guard promptly. Boom, boom. At that moment, the tank crashed through several walls, charging straight towards the safe house. Seeing its adversaries sequestered within their protective shell, it raged in frustration, raising its massive fists to pound repeatedly against the structure. Bang, bang, bang. The safe house trembled under the assault, but the alloy walls proved impenetrable. Huh, you big fool, can't get in, can you? Zhang Xiaoyuan felt no concern. The safe house had been constructed precisely to withstand powerful, brute force zombies or formidable mutated creatures. Roar, roar, roar. The tank seethed with fury, its anger manifesting in relentless roars. Zhang Xiaoyuan analyzed the situation, deducing that with the tank's limited intellect, it could not effectively lead such a well-trained horde of zombies. The true mastermind must be someone else, most likely that clean-cut young man. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an eerie silence enveloped the area. All the zombies outside suddenly ceased their cacophony, as if a noisy classroom fell silent upon the entrance of a stern teacher. What could possibly be happening? Why did they suddenly fall silent? This group of zombies is truly peculiar. The unexpected stillness astonished the onlookers. It was the first time since the apocalypse that they had witnessed such a phenomenon. The zombies stood rigidly in place, and then, remarkably in unison, they parted to create a path. The onlookers were further astounded, having never encountered such behavior from zombies before. Soon, a young figure appeared, slowly approaching from the distance. Xiao Ba and the Dr. Zombie flanked him on either side, clearly delineating their hierarchy. Brother, these zombies are extraordinarily strange. One of the subordinates exclaimed, visibly shaken. Zhang Xiaoyuan's gaze was fixed, equally stunned. It's all right, they can't get in anyway. We'll just wait for rescue. The subordinates nodded in agreement, their anxieties somewhat alleviated. Given the fortitude of their safe house, even missiles could not breach its defenses. Thus, there was no need to fear a zombie incursion. Damn those undead. Come in and bite me, will you? Yes. Show off your prowess. Aren't you formidable? Several guards, overwhelmed by the pressure of their experiences, sought to vent their frustrations after witnessing the gruesome death of comrades. They even fired a burst of gunfire towards the exit. Yet, amidst the flames, Lin Dong's approaching figure suddenly vanished. Stop, fool. Zhang Xiaoyuan quickly halted his subordinate, realizing that their actions were futile and merely wasted ammunition. He had already noticed Lin Dong's disappearance, as if he had evaporated into thin air. A profound unease enveloped him, and an eerie sensation crept in. Where had he gone? However, in the next moment, Lin Dong's tall silhouette reappeared, but this time, he had entered the house directly. How did he get in? The onlookers gaped in disbelief, even rubbing their eyes to ensure they were not mistaken. What the hell is going on? This is madness. He is not a zombie. He is a ghost. Panic surged through the crowd, their hair standing on end like startled cats. Overwhelmed by fear, one person instinctively raised their weapon and was about to pull the trigger. Yet, Lin Dong had already activated his zombie king domain, and immense pressure descended upon them, leaving the crowd feeling as if they were burdened by a great weight, rendering them immobile. As an awakener, Zhang Xiaoyuan possessed heightened senses. He could almost envision an endless sea of blood rising behind Lin Dong, surrounding everyone. Under the immense pressure, flames ignited in his hands. As an awakener with crystallized cores, his physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person, allowing him to barely move within the confines of the zombie king domain. Die! He gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to swing his flame-encased fist towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong's gaze was intent. It was his first battle against an awakener, and he had little experience. Moreover, he lacked a clear understanding of his own strength. How strong was he really? Even he did not know. Perhaps it was time to test it. Lin Dong pondered to himself. Though it was merely an experiment, one could not underestimate the opponent, who was an awakened being with a crystallized core. Thus, Lin Dong exerted his full strength and launched a powerful punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as their fists collided. The flames on Zhang Xiaoyuan's hand extinguished, and his entire arm shattered like fragile foam, disintegrating in an instant. His body was struck by immense force, akin to being hit by a train, sending him hurtling backward until he crashed heavily against the alloy wall. Crack! The impact was more devastating than falling from the 30th floor, resulting in a gruesome demise. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Was that it? It seemed that an awakened being with a crystallized core was not as formidable as one would think. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyuan's subordinates were left dumbfounded. They had just been praying for Zhang Xiaoyuan to save them, but to their utter shock, he had perished in a single strike. The opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. He was no mere ghost, but a devil. The apocalypse had truly descended upon them. Despair settled in amongst the guards, who found themselves immobilized under the oppressive aura of the corpse king. Some, with weaker wills, had already fainted. Lin Dong stepped forward and extracted a crystal core from Zhang Xiaoyuan's shattered skull. Unlike the brain core, the crystal core was entirely transparent, akin to the size of a pigeon's egg, exuding a rich fragrance. The energy contained within was far superior to that of the brain core. It was akin to a sumptuous meal. Lin Dong swallowed the crystal core, which melted instantly in his mouth, delightfully sweet, and a warm current flowed through his limbs. The pure energy was rapidly absorbed, nourishing his physique, leaving Lin Dong exceedingly satisfied. The energy from this single crystal core was equivalent to at least 10 brain cores. He took out a tissue and wiped his hands repeatedly before turning to exit, casually opening the safety door. All right, everyone, it's time to feast. With a roar, the horde of zombies erupted in excitement, rushing into the safe house to devour the guards, whose desperate screams echoed relentlessly. Yet, tranquility soon returned. Thus concluded the hunt. The prison, recently seized by the tech company, had fallen once more, now overrun by zombies, desolate and forsaken. Occasionally, dark crows cawed as they descended to feast upon the decaying flesh of the undead. At this moment, Lin Dong led the horde back to their lair. As per routine, he first took a bath and changed into clean clothes. Perhaps due to having consumed the crystal core, he felt no hunger. Thus, he poured himself a glass of fresh blood and drank leisurely, appearing remarkably relaxed, as if transformed from a fearsome corpse king into the boy next door. Boss, where did you go just now? Su Xiaoro, who was mopping the floor nearby, engaged in casual conversation, as Lin Dong was her only companion amidst her otherwise mundane existence. Without turning back, Lin Dong replied, "Nothing much, just went out for a bite." Su Xiaoro's expression froze. In this apocalyptic world, where could one find a meal? With her sharp intellect, she quickly deduced the reality of the situation. Perhaps it was best not to pursue the conversation any further. They lacked a common language. After each hunt, Lin Dong would retreat into his lair for a few days, indifferent to the chaos and dangers that lurked outside. It has little to do with him. Lin Dong continues to absorb energy daily, perpetually evolving. Since the apocalypse began, he has never ceased to feed on flesh and blood. Consequently, Lin Dong's understanding of his own strength has become somewhat nebulous. He initially sought to test his prowess against Zhang Xiaoyuan, but the latter proved too feeble, perishing with a single blow. Is there a more formidable adversary available? However, Lin Dong's slaying of Zhang Xiaoyuan which resulted in the prison's downfall, has sparked tremendous uproar online. Both the official shelters and Thai Corporation are particularly attentive to this matter. Once the prison collapse incident was announced on Thai Corporation's official website, a myriad of comments flooded in. Isn't Thai Corporation failing? Didn't they previously have the Hunter King operation? It seems this was a failure. Zhang Xiaoyuan was an awakened being with a crystallized core, surely among the top 10 in our official shelter. Indeed, he was killed before any rescue could reach him. It is utterly terrifying. Oh my God, has such a powerful corpse king evolved already? How alarming. Will this corpse king attack our shelter? The discussions were fervent. Although the world had met its end, there were still 3,000 comments, for the internet was in disarray. The survivors could only access the official shelter's website and Thai Corporation's official site. Regarding this incident, Thai Corporation expressed profound dissatisfaction, swiftly issuing another statement. Concerning the prison collapse, our company will not relent. We have uncovered leads on the corpse king responsible for Zhang Xiaoyuan's death, and we will soon ascertain the location of its lair. We shall dispatch a team of awakened beings along with the ultimate killing machine, the Hunter, to eradicate all zombies from its nest. The Hunter King operation continues. Chapter 25. Assassination. Shall we proceed? A slight smirk played on Lin Dong's lips. He deemed this notion quite agreeable. Intending to continue hunting human awakened beings to acquire crystallized cores for energy replenishment. He had not yet had his fill of cherries. Moreover, Lin Dong, preferring solitude in his little haven, believed that the best way to deter others from seeking him out was to eliminate them all. Thus, he issued a command to Xiao Ba, instructing her to scout for traces of human awakened beings. Given her swiftness, she was a capable and agile scout. He. Xiao Ba chuckled mischievously and swiftly departed from the lair, vanishing around a distant corner. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land. With the power grid in Zhongbei City down, the streetlights were extinguished, plunging everything into utter blackness. In that inky darkness, the ghastly howls of zombies and the roars of mutated creatures resounded, perpetually enacting scenes of bloody carnage. Lin Dong stood before his window, gazing outwards. The zombies possessed remarkable night vision, even from the 20th floor. He could discern the intricate street scene below. At that moment, a ghostly figure rushed into the building. It was Xiao Ba returning. Your Majesty, I have located a group of humans. They are hiding in the Defy supermarket, guarding a warehouse, with more than 10 awakened beings among them. Clad in uniforms identical to those of today's individuals, Xiao Ba reported. With her current intellect, she is comparable to a 10-year-old child, capable of articulating even moderately complex matters with clarity. A group of over a dozen awakened individuals clad in identical uniforms instantly reveals their affiliation with tech company to Lin Dong, for in this dystopian world, no other faction would dare to adopt such uniformity. They have stationed themselves at the supermarket warehouse, likely having discovered a substantial stockpile of resources, and are devising means to transport these back. In this apocalyptic era, transportation presents a formidable challenge, as not everyone possesses storage space. Let us go take a look. Lin Dong stated succinctly. Little 8 immediately perked up, a wide, peculiar grin stretching from ear to ear. Nightfall marks the prime opportunity for hunting zombies. Yet this occasion differs from previous encounters. The horde of zombies silently trails behind Lin Dong, advancing toward their target like phantoms merging with the shadows. Within the vast supermarket, over 200 humans reside, more than 100 of whom are ordinary survivors, with the remainder being employees of tech company. Among them, there are a dozen awakened ones. Given that the warehouse harbors resources worth millions, crucial for the sustenance of thousands, any misstep is intolerable. How long will it take to transport all this? Lamented a young sentry. With just over 200 of us, moving this much will surely exhaust us. Beside him, another individual took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. What does it matter? We'll just wait for reinforcements. We've got food and drink, and there's no shortage of smokes and liquor. Just hold the fort. The real concern is that we can't return to the company. It feels unsafe out here. The young man felt an unsettling apprehension. The other chuckled. Surely you're not worried about zombies breaking in? We have 12 awakened here. Any zombies that enter will meet their doom. Let us hope so. The young man sighed, fatigue creeping in as night deepened. Nan, pass me a cigarette to perk me up. Unbeknownst to them, the supermarket was already encircled by 1,000 zombies, standing silently like wooden stakes, their gazes increasingly menacing, akin to malevolent spirits lurking in the darkness. At Lin Dong's command, they would charge recklessly into battle without hesitation. Noticing the presence of humans within, Lin Dong sensed that a direct assault was unwise under the current circumstances. While he personally faced no threat, the potential losses among his subordinates could be severe. The zombies he had brought with him today were the elite, capable of understanding commands and obeying orders. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative himself, seeking an opportunity to eliminate a few awakened ones before orchestrating a full-scale assault. He instructed his subordinates to remain on standby, then proceeded alone, his figure gradually vanishing into the darkness as he moved forward. Utilizing his ability to traverse through the realm of the dead, he seamlessly passed through the walls, entering the supermarket's interior. Silent as a ghost, he remained vigilant. Acutely aware of the 12 awakened individuals present, Lin Dong unleashed the full extent of his zombie king domain, knowing he could maintain it for a maximum of 5 minutes. If ensnared by a relentless wheel of fate, one might encounter considerable difficulties. Lin Dong felt the presence of humanity and gradually advanced. Shrouded in darkness, yet perceiving his surroundings with remarkable clarity. The first floor of the commercial complex was dedicated to the sale of gold and silver jewelry, diamonds, and other trinkets. In this apocalyptic world, such treasures held no value, left untouched, gathering dust. Continuing forward, Lin Dong arrived at the grand hall on the first floor, where the sounds of human breathing became even more pronounced, accompanied by faint snores. A cursory glance revealed dozens of individuals sprawled on the floor, most already lost in slumber. Among them were a few who remained awake, engrossed in their phones, the soft glow illuminating a bald visage. It was curious how one could still be awake, hair long gone, in such dire circumstances. Such large commercial establishments were equipped with generators, making it entirely plausible for them to use their phones. Lin Dong chose not to disturb them, recognizing them as mere ordinary survivors. Besides, he had already pinpointed his target, located in a nearby room. There, the presence of 3 individuals was palpable, 1 awakened and 2 women. Silently, Lin Dong approached and utilized his abilities to traverse through the wall. The room, once a shop, had been repurposed into a bedroom with beds, permeated by an atmosphere of debauchery. On one bed lay a young man and 2 women, all completely unclad. The events that had transpired were all too evident. In this dystopian reality, awakened individuals had become highly coveted, with countless women willingly offering themselves. Faced daily with the threat of brutal monsters, their mental strain was immense, leading many to devalue their purity, opting instead for indulgence. Lin Dong drew a dagger and, in a silent strike, pierced the young man's forehead. To avoid any noise, he employed his abilities to penetrate the skull, disarranging the brain within, and deftly extracted a brain core. Evidently, this awakened individual was of a lower tier, having yet to solidify a crystal core. Lin Dong was not finicky. He consumed it whole, relishing its flavor reminiscent of cherries. The 2 women remained in deep slumber, entirely unresponsive, likely exhausted from previous tribulations. Should they awaken to find themselves beside a corpse, fear would surely ensue. Out of compassion, Lin Dong decided to prevent any despite the passage of many years. Lin Dong's memories remained vivid, as if the events had transpired only yesterday. That was the childhood he had lost, and unexpectedly, in such a setting today, those bygone moments resurfaced, accompanied by bittersweet reminiscence. With these cherished recollections in his heart, Lin Dong resolved to continue his path of vengeance. As he passed through the wall once more, he found himself within a vast warehouse, stocked with a plethora of provisions: oil, salt, firewood, rice, sauces, vinegar, tea, beverages, instant noodles, sausages, bread, everything one might find in a supermarket was here. Without hesitation, Lin Dong swept his hand, gathering all the goods into his storage space. Pressing onward, he entered another immense warehouse, this one housing fresh meats, frozen shrimp, crabs, and the like. Thanks to a backup generator, everything remained perfectly preserved in ice. Again, with a mere gesture, Lin Dong collected the entire stock. Continuing further, he encountered yet another warehouse, resembling the previous ones in size. There were 4 such warehouses in total, a testament to the vast quantities stored within: home appliances, brooms, mops, detergents, all conceivable essentials. Only the vegetable storage suffered significant decay, but Lin Dong was indifferent, being a carnivore by nature. At that moment, however, 2 awakened sentinels on night watch outside began to sense that something was amiss. Nan, it's past 2:05. Why hasn't T. Goshen come to relieve us yet? One queried. I don't know, replied the middle-aged man. Maybe he was so exhausted last night, he's still out cold. I'll go check on him. Perhaps he's just shirking his duty to linger a bit longer, said the younger man, his expression tinged with displeasure. He strode to the first room and knocked vigorously on the door. Goshen, time to take your shift. Wake up. Hey, are you listening? Don't pretend you're dead. But no matter how forcefully he knocked, there was no response. Growing increasingly uneasy, the youth summoned his strength and flung the door open. Inside, he beheld a man and two women lying on the bed, their skin ghastly pale, utterly devoid of life, corpses. Damn, something's wrong. Someone help. He cried out, his voice trembling with panic. The alarm sounded like thunderclap, shattering the stillness of the night. Countless survivors awoke, bleary-eyed and confused, gathering to investigate. What is happening? Is it Azam, however? He bore not a single wound. This is impossible. His head is intact. Yet the essence has been extracted. What about the individuals residing next door? Summon them forth for questioning. I am at a loss, Xiao Lu expressed, his face a canvas of confusion. Lin Dong peered forward, noticing that the doors to 4 consecutive rooms remained firmly shut, a sudden unease gripping his heart. The awakened possessed keen senses. Such a ruckus could not have gone unnoticed. Unless bang, 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 bang. Lin Dong forcefully flung open the 4 doors in succession. Unsurprisingly, each room contained a lifeless, icy corpse. A collective gasp echoed as the realization struck. They are dead. All of them are deceased. At that moment, a girl sprinted toward them from the direction of the warehouse, her delicate face etched with urgency. Nangu, the warehouse. There are no supplies left. What? Lin Nan's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. He hurried to the entrances of several large warehouses, only to find them utterly devoid of their previous contents. A hallucination. This must be a hallucination. I am undoubtedly under someone's mental control. Lin Nan shook his head repeatedly, struggling to accept the grim reality before him. There are indeed awakened beings or mutated creatures capable of mental manipulation. Yet, no matter how he concentrated, the truth remained starkly apparent. This was reality, not an illusion. How could this be? Lin Nan's expression darkened to an extreme, as if he might weep. The others stood in silence, 100 souls enveloped in a shroud of quietude, none daring to utter a word. Of the original 12 awakened, 5 had inexplicably perished, leaving only 7. Most critically, the supplies from the warehouse had vanished. How would they survive now? Something must have infiltrated. Lin Nan analyzed coolly. A woman beside him inquired, Nangu, what kind of ability could silently eliminate 5 awakened beings and abscond with millions in supplies? I am uncertain, Lin Nan replied, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings, sensing that the assailant might still be lurking within the building. What? A wave of dread washed over the crowd. The entire DFA supermarket spanned 6 floors, and they dared not turn on the lights for fear of attracting zombies or formidable mutated beasts. They relied solely on dim lighting, their visibility limited to a mere 20 meters. Darkness enveloped everything, and the thought of a creature capable of slaughtering 5 awakened beings lurking in the shadows instilled a profound sense of unease. People glanced anxiously around, apprehensive of what monstrous presence might emerge. Meanwhile, Lin Dong stood amidst the crowd. There were still 7 awakened beings left, 5 of whom pulsed with vitality, likely having condensed crystals, an ominous power. For now, he chose not to engage aggressively. He could toy with them a bit longer. In the wake of such events, all survivors wore forlorn expressions, their hearts heavy with negativity. They were more concerned about food and the lurking monsters than the loss of 5 awakened beings. There's nothing to eat here. What shall we do? Xiao Shui, didn't I give you a piece of chocolate yesterday? You must return it to me quickly. Nangu, will you take us back to take company? Or perhaps request some supplies for assistance? The crowd clamored, voices overlapping. Lina nodded. I will consider it. Though he spoke otherwise, he was preoccupied with the thought of having lost over $1 billion in resources and the deaths of 5 individuals. Now, he found himself requesting reinforcements from the company, which could lead to dire consequences. If the company were to place the blame upon him, he might very well become a subject of experimentation. The most prudent course of action was to remain silent and conceal this from the company, while in the interim, he would endeavor to locate the creature and reclaim the lost resources. Chapter 27. Merging with darkness soon, 7 awakened individuals convened to deliberate on a strategy. In the obscurity, Lin Nan was the first to speak. In my opinion, We must not report this to the company. We need to retrieve the resources. The other 6 nodded in agreement, fully aware of the stakes involved. Should the higher-ups become informed, the repercussions would be grave. However, a hesitant young man interjected, "Brother Nan, we currently have no leads. How do we intend to search? We will undoubtedly find a clue. With such a significant amount of resources taken, it is implausible that there are no traces left behind." Lin Dong reasoned. Furthermore, the creature is likely still within the marketplace. We can enlist the help of the survivors in our search. I refuse to believe we cannot locate it. Survivors? They are nearly paralyzed with fear. Who would have the courage to confront a monster? They certainly would not agree to this, Xiao Lu remarked. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. Whether they agree or not is irrelevant. Our company is not a sanctuary. Aiding them is merely a means to transport resources. In this apocalyptic scenario, only those of value deserve to survive. At this, the atmosphere fell silent. No one dared to utter a word. The 6 awakened individuals comprehended his implication. Even if it meant using the survivors as expendable pawns, the creature had to be found. For the resources at stake were worth billions. In these desperate times, the value of material wealth outweighed that of mere lives, even in ordinary circumstances. Once the discussion concluded, Lin Dong returned to address the survivors. "Listen closely, everyone. We have deliberated and concluded that we cannot remain idle while the resources are lost. In times of peril, we must unite and recover what is ours." What? The murmurs that had previously filled the air ceased abruptly. Search for the resources? Are you out of your mind? It's pitch dark. There may still be monsters lurking in the marketplace. Whoever wishes to go may do so. I refuse to partake. Another exclaimed. 5 awakened individuals have already perished. We are merely ordinary people. Encountering a monster would spell certain doom. Dealing with the creature is the responsibility of the awakened. I am not one of them. As he listened to their discourse, Lin Dong's expression darkened, flames of indignation igniting within him. He spoke slowly and deliberately. "You may not wish to go, but you shall. I am under no obligation to protect you. If you choose to contribute nothing and merely wait to reap the rewards, I shall cast you out beyond the marketplace." The crowd gasped, taken aback by his fervor. His demeanor suggested he was not jesting. Moreover, the pressure exerted by the awakened left them with little room to resist. However, a few among them were more amenable. "We have survived thus far thanks to the provisions from the warehouse. We have consumed much from there. It is only right that we seek out the resources. Indeed, there are so many of us. What is there to fear? What if that creature possesses peculiar abilities, but is weak in combat? Yes, there must be some weaknesses. It cannot be invulnerable in every aspect." The crowd murmured in quiet agreement. Lin Dong observed that the crowd had gained a semblance of courage and decided to strike them with a metaphorical slap, followed by a sweet promise. "I, Lin Dong, assure you that anyone who can procure supplies or provide valuable clues will be rewarded by tech company with enough food to last an entire year." The crowd gasped in astonishment. In this apocalyptic world, even those who had guarded the warehouse had managed only to scrape by. Each day, they received a fixed ration, just enough to stave off hunger. The prospect of a year's worth of food was indeed a treasure of immeasurable worth. A few burly men instantly became invigorated, exclaiming, "Let us go. I want to see where the monster is. Yes, let us find him. Stealth is our only option." With flashlights and mobile phones illuminating the dark, beams of light intertwined, dispelling the surrounding gloom. They formed small groups and began their dispersed search. Among the throng, Lin Dong fixed his gaze upon the 7 awakened individuals, plotting to find an opportunity to eliminate them. He retreated into the inky darkness, blending seamlessly. This mall was vast, capable of accommodating thousands of customers. With only 200 survivors, they appeared quite sparse. As they moved further, they became increasingly scattered, with some opting to hide away in resignation. However, Lin Dong's focus was not on them, for they were not worth his attention. The 7 awakened individuals remained cautious, staying clustered together, never separating. "Brother Nan, why do I always feel as though someone is following us?" A female awakened questioned, furrowing her brow. She glanced back, only to find the darkness behind her devoid of any presence. Lin Dong sought to comfort her. "Do not frighten yourself. You are merely too tense." "Indeed, Brother Nan is right." Xiao Lu nodded in agreement, adding, "I used to feel the same when walking alone at night. The more I thought about it, the more frightened I became. Just don't dwell on it." "Is that truly the case?" The girl expressed her skepticism. As they scoured the premises from the first-floor lobby up to the 6th, their efforts yielded no results. "How peculiar. Li Nan furrowed his brow, pondering. Could it be that we are indeed haunted? Xiao Lu contemplated aloud. I suspect that monster has surely fled, after pillaging so many supplies and killing 5 of us. Why would it linger? Well, that would be troublesome, Li Nan replied, frowning as he peered over the railing from the 6th floor, where the view was unobstructed, allowing him to survey the 1st floor lobby and the various levels. Numerous survivors wandered with their flashlights. So far, there had been no casualties. Perhaps it really has left. The female awakened let out a sigh of relief, her taut nerves finally easing. We've been searching for half an hour, and I've been holding in my bladder. I didn't dare to relieve myself earlier. I'll just go to the restroom. Go ahead, Li Nan nodded, though a twinge of worry crossed his mind. Chun-Li, accompany Xiao Jing. It's safer with 2. Fine, Chun-Li shrugged, feeling somewhat exasperated. She thought to herself, is it really necessary to have a companion just to use the restroom? The 2 took a turn, foregoing the restroom altogether. After all, it was the apocalypse, and finding an isolated spot to relieve themselves seemed more pragmatic. In the darkened corridor, the environment grew even more obscure. Yet, the awakened possessed superior vision, allowing them to see with a measure of clarity. Hurry up, Chun-Li urged, turning away, for no one wishes to witness another in the throes of nature's call. Xiao Jing replied softly, approaching the wall's edge, just as she unfastened her trousers and prepared to squat. An inexplicable sense of unease surged within her, a premonition from her awakened instincts, warning her of imminent peril. Filth. From the darkness emerged a low whispering, followed by the gradual apparition of a young figure, pale and icy, eyes glinting with contempt, as if to accuse her of such a disgraceful act. Xiao Jing's heart raced with tension. She raised her hand, ready to unleash her powers. However, a dagger had already plunged into her temple. Chapter 28. Loud conspiracy. The woman's eyes widened in horror, still reflecting the terror of her life, her pupils dilating slowly as her lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Xiao Jing. In the darkness, Chun-Li swiftly turned her gaze, just in time to witness a figure driving a knife into the girl's skull. A wave of shock washed over her, her eyes nearly bursting. The monster had appeared. A chilling aura enveloped Chun-Li. Her awakened ability was frost-based. With a swift grasp, ice crystals formed, and 2 sharp ice spikes elongated from her hands. In an instant, she dashed towards Lin Dong, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah. The ice spikes slicing through the air with explosive sound, their lethality surpassing that of bullets. Lin Dong, avoiding direct confrontation, vanished into the wall. What? Chun-Li momentarily lost her target, confusion clouding her mind. Where had he gone? Just as she hesitated, a dagger emerged from the wall, hurtling towards the crown of her head. The speed of the blade was astonishing, leaving her no time to react. By the time she attempted to evade, the knife had already embedded itself in her skull, extracting her core. Another body fell. All transpired in the blink of an eye. Xiao Jing, Chun-Li, what has happened to you 2? A voice called anxiously from the corridor entrance. It was Li Nan and the others, who, sensing something amiss, rushed over, only to arrive too late. Before them lay the 2 lifeless bodies, devoid of wounds, yet their cores had been extracted, their demise identical to that of the previous 5. A profound sense of eeriness enveloped the group. 2 more had perished. Where had the monster gone? The remaining 5 scanned their surroundings, their expressions grave, fearful of a potential ambush. Yet, the area had returned to an unsettling calm, as though nothing had occurred. If not for the corpses at their feet, they might have doubted their senses. The situation was exceedingly bizarre. This realization dawned upon them. The monster remained, lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at the slightest lapse in vigilance. Li Nan pondered a troubling thought. Among the 200 survivors in the mall, none had suffered harm thus far, indicating that the creature's sole targets were the awakened ones. Perhaps Xiao Jing's intuition was indeed correct. The monster was persistently trailing behind. At this moment, Xiaoyou's eyes were bloodshot, his breath ragged, and the immense pressure weighing upon him was driving him to the brink of madness. Where is the monster? Show yourself, he shouted. What skill is it to resort to underhanded tactics? If you have the guts, come out and face me. Yet, regardless of his desperate cries, the corridor remained engulfed in darkness and silence, echoing only his own voice without any response. Xiao Lu, calm down, Lin Dong admonished in a low voice. Your outbursts are futile. Instead, we should analyze how the monster executes its killings. Brother Nan, did you discover something just now? Inquired a female awakener, the only woman among the 5. Lin Dong nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I have made some observations. Oh, the other's eyes glimmered with anticipation as they turned to him, eager for further insight. Lin Nan continued, do you not find it peculiar that Chun-Li died facing the wall? This suggests she was preparing to attack it before her demise. Attack the wall. The rest were baffled, yet a bizarre notion soon surfaced. Could it be that the monster was within the wall? No, it is not contained within the wall. Rather, it possesses the ability to traverse objects, including the human body, Lin Nan elucidated. The four found this reasoning compelling. Otherwise, the deceased would not have been without wounds, and her brain would not have been extracted. In truth, they had pondered this before, but had deemed it too incredulous. Could such a capability truly exist? Certainly it does, Lin Nan affirmed. Moreover, it can swiftly relocate substantial amounts of resources. The combination of these traits indicates it likely belongs to the spatial category, perhaps even having awakened a domain. What? A domain? The four gasped in astonishment. Tech Corporation had conducted extensive research on the apocalypse, capturing numerous zombies and mutated beasts for sampling and experimentation. They discovered that a select few among them could awaken peculiar abilities, including domains. Have we encountered a ghostly corpse? Xiaoyou's expression morphed into one of horror. Indeed, and it is evident that this zombie possesses remarkable intelligence, adept at hiding and evading. Such zombies wield immense lethality. We must eliminate it before it evolves into a corpse king, or it will become an insurmountable existence, Lin Nan declared with unwavering resolve. The others gasped in trepidation. Overwhelmed by the terror of the situation, Xiaolu seemed to recollect something and attempted to reassure them. There is no need for panic. Researchers have stated that zombies with domains typically possess weaker physiques, which is their fatal flaw. Oh, that makes sense. No wonder it dares not confront us directly, opting instead for stealthy ambushes. The group felt slightly reassured. Xiaolu nodded. The most pressing issue now is how to locate it. Indeed, given our current prowess, if that zombie chooses to remain hidden, we might never discover its whereabouts, Lin Nan analyzed. However, he quickly shifted his tone. Yet, perhaps we can devise a strategy. No matter how intelligent that zombie may be, it cannot possibly match human cunning. Humanity's survival on Earth for millions of years has been predominantly attributed to its intellect. For instance, when unable to catch a wild rabbit through hunting, one may ingeniously devise a trap to ensnare it. Consequently, a group of 5 engaged in deliberation and devised a cunning strategy to lure the enemy. One individual would act as bait, feigning separation to draw out the zombies, while the others would converge to attack. However, this role came with inherent risks, necessitating a competent individual to undertake it. Lin Nan, displaying commendable resolve, volunteered, proclaiming, I shall serve as the bait. Shortly, I will proceed to the lobby on the 1st floor. You shall remain vigilant on the 6th floor, where visibility is optimal. Upon spotting the target, launch an immediate assault. Remember, zombies possessing domains exhibit physical frailty. Engage in close combat to prevent their escape. A tall, robust man voiced his concern. Brother Nan, it is perilous for you to act as bait alone. I should accompany you. The zombies would be more likely to engage with 2 of us. Lin Nan nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I shall go with Li Tao to the 1st floor as bait. Xiaolu, keep your team on the lookout upstairs. The 3 of you must remain united. Understood, Brother Nan, Xiaolu affirmed, thumping his chest. After being relentlessly pursued by monsters and suffering the loss of 7 comrades, he felt a profound frustration. Now, the clarion call for counterattack resounded. With spirits high, they set their plan into motion, unaware that Lin Dong was merely 30 meters away, eavesdropping on their every word, thanks to the acute hearing of the zombies. Lin Nan's scheme was clearly within Lin Dong's auditory grasp. He moved swiftly, reappearing in the corridor at the precise spot the group had vacated, contemplating their intelligence, somewhat present, yet limited. Chapter 29, The Bait? Currently, 5 awakened individuals remained, 3 of whom had formed crystal nuclei, showcasing considerable strength, while the other 2 were still in the nascent stage of their powers, possessing merely enhanced physical capabilities compared to the average person. Lin Dong could easily confront them head-on if necessary. At this moment, Lin Nan and the tall man had reached the lobby. Upon seeing them, the gathered survivors hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Captain Li, we have scoured the entire mall and found no trace of the monster. Of course you haven't, T. That creature is exceedingly elusive, Lin Nan replied, a hint of irritation flickering in his gaze as he regarded the survivors. He mused that the monster did not attack ordinary people, but targeted awakened individuals like himself. They remained blissfully ignorant of the danger. "What should we do then, Captain Lee?" they asked, scratching their heads. "Rest assured, we will resolve this matter swiftly," Lin Dong asserted confidently. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, Xiao Lu, accompanied by 2 others, 1 male and 1 female, stood at the railing, intently observing, determined not to overlook any subtle indications. "Stay alert. If Brother Nan is ambushed, we'll rush to his aid immediately." "Understood," the 2 responded earnestly. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong had emerged from the corridor and was stealthily approaching their rear. However, the female awakened had an acute intuition. An unsettling sensation crept over her, as if something loomed behind. "Who is there?" She swiftly turned to investigate. The scene that greeted her left her momentarily stunned. Before me stood a tall and cleanly dressed youth, possessing an undeniably handsome visage, gradually approaching. Such a countenance is likely to win the affections of many a young woman. I was startled, momentarily mistaking him for a monster. The girl exhaled deeply, patting her ample bosom. Monster? What monster could there possibly be? Lin Dong dismissed that notion entirely. Xiao Lu and another man glanced over, instinctively regarding Lin Dong as a fellow survivor. "You performed admirably. You've made it to the 6th floor," he remarked. Since there was little else to do, Lin Dong offered a slight smile and stepped forward to join the trio, resting his hands on the railing as they gazed down into the hall below. Being in such close proximity, the female awakener caught a faint scent of laundry detergent and turned to see Lin Dong's chiseled profile, flawless in its angles. A flutter of excitement stirred within her. Were it not for the life-and-death situation, she might have insisted on his company. In this apocalyptic realm, female awakeners were also highly sought after. Polyandry was not an issue. "There are indeed monsters in the mall. You should stick with us, as the 1st floor may harbor dangers," she advised. "What sort of danger could possibly exist on the 1st floor?" Lin Dong inquired casually. Xiao Lu, known for his fiery temper, felt a surge of irritation. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Refrain from asking irrelevant questions and let us focus on the task at hand. Why do you not perceive the 6th floor as dangerous?" Lin Dong responded with a hint of amusement. "I say you." Xiao Lu opened his mouth to retort, but hesitated, sensing something amiss. His tone did not resemble that of a typical survivor, especially the girl, who recalled how Lin Dong had approached them silently, even in the pitch-black surroundings where ordinary survivors required flashlights or phones to see anything. He, however, had come unarmed and was now leaning over the 6th floor railing, observing the hall below. Realization struck the girl, leaving her rigid with a chill racing up her spine, every hair on her body standing on end. What exactly was beside her? Xiao Lu reacted swiftly, lunging towards Lin Dong. "Quick! It's him! Attack!" But Lin Dong evaded him with the agility of a specter, slipping away effortlessly. Xiao Lu recalled the instructions from the researchers. Zombies with abilities were inherently weaker, and he happened to be a strength-enhanced awakener. Trying to escape? Prepare to die? He shouted as he pursued Lin Dong, raising his fist to strike, fueled by the desire for vengeance against the loss of his comrades. His arm muscles bulged like small mountains, nearly straining the fabric of his uniform. With all his might, he unleashed a powerful punch. Lin Dong pondered, testing his own strength. The last encounter with Zhang Xiaoyuan had ended with a single blow. Thus, this time, he exerted only 50% of his power, raising his fist to meet Xiao Lu's strike. Bang! The collision of their fists echoed like the clash of hammers, sending a shockwave that reverberated through the 6th floor railing. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, Xiao Lu felt an excruciating pain shoot through his arm as his bone fractured, twisting grotesquely before it fell limply to his side. What incredible strength! Xiao Lu writhed in unbearable agony, clutching his arm with one hand as he staggered backward several paces, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. At that moment, he realized the adversary before him was outrageously formidable, utterly unlike what the scientists had described. That single punch just now could undoubtedly obliterate a tank. In an instant, a profound despair surged within him. Damn it! Which researcher was behind this so-called breakthrough? If there were a next life, I'd surely curse him. That was Xiao Lu's final thought before death. Beside him, his 2 comrades were still in the cerebral pill phase, without awakened abilities, collectively less formidable than Xiao Lu himself. In a swift motion, Lin Dong pierced both their necks with a single strike. Meanwhile, in the lobby on the 1st floor, Li Nan was still exchanging pleasantries with the survivors when a muffled thud echoed from the 6th floor, causing the entire railing to tremble and creak ominously. Something had gone awry. Furrowing his brow, Lin quickly looked upward but failed to spot Xiao Lu or his companions. Damn! The towering man beside him realized the gravity of the situation. Xiao Lu and the others are under attack. We must hurry to assist them. Wait, Lin interrupted, a troubling thought dawning upon him. I might have gravely underestimated our opponent's strength. Xiao Lu was among the strongest in our team, second only to me. With the other two awakened fighters, could they all be no match for this monster? Even if they couldn't win, shouldn't they have held out for a while? But just a moment ago, they vanished in an instant. The tall man's urgency intensified. Brother Nan, what are we waiting for? Are we just going to abandon Brother Lu? It's already too late. Lin's pupils contracted sharply as a profound sense of peril engulfed him. As if some unseen presence had locked onto him, death looming imminently. The survivors exchanged uneasy glances, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Shrouded in darkness, their vision was obscured. Suddenly, one burly man felt a chill at the back of his neck as something wet dripped onto his skin. What the? Instinctively, he touched the spot and found it sticky, emitting a faint metallic stench that pricked his senses. Hastily, he shone his flashlight on his hand and was instantly pale as a sheet. The palm was stained deep crimson. Blood. It was blood. Chapter 30. Time to eat. The startled cries caused everyone to whirl around, astonished to discover that not only was the man's body stained, but beneath his feet lay a pool of fresh blood, dripping all the way down from the 6th floor. Fear gripped their hearts as they swept their flashlights upward, faintly discerning a shadowy figure near the railing. Yet the silhouette flickered and vanished in the blink of an eye. Ghost. There's a ghost. Someone shouted. I saw it. It was just there, then disappeared into thin air. But where did it go? Panic surged as they frantically searched with their flashlights, but the shadow had utterly vanished. Lin's expression darkened, and from between clenched teeth, he uttered a chilling warning. It's coming down. The crowd's terror escalated. Eyes darting anxiously in every direction, nerves stretched to the breaking point. Lin was acutely aware that the intense sense of unease he had just experienced stemmed from being observed by that entity. As a psychic awakened individual, his perception was exceptionally keen. At this moment, he sensed that danger was drawing ever closer, and this time, the monster's target was none other than himself. Lin Dong, harnessing the capabilities of the corpse domain, descended directly from the 6th floor to the 1st without concealment, his figure gradually materializing before the crowd. As he appeared, a cacophony ensued. People scattered like frightened prey, some even stumbling in their haste. However, this commotion did not deter Lin Dong, who managed to evade as far as possible. In an instant, a vacuum of space surrounded him, a clear warning to all who approached. The people gazed at Lin Dong's face, their hearts a tumult of fear and astonishment. They were astonished that the monster could be so strikingly handsome and impeccably clean, a stark contrast to the grotesque and bloodthirsty villain they had imagined. Yet, Lin and the towering man did not retreat. Paralyzed as if caught in the gaze of a ferocious beast, afraid to make even the slightest movement. It felt akin to walking along a woodland path only to encounter a great tiger. Turning to flee would surely invite an attack. The correct response, they mused, would be to kneel and submit, for a tiger does not prey upon its own. Of course, Lin Dong was no tiger. In that moment, both men were devoid of a solid plan. Brother Nan, shall we confront him? The tall man suggested. Lin shook his head. Lin Dong's brazen appearance indicated he possessed complete confidence. They were no match for him. If an opportunity arises, I will hold him off. You should escape if you can. The tall man nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin closed his eyes, concentrating his mind as he unleashed a psychic attack. The air around him seemed to solidify, his mental energy transforming into countless steel needles that surged forward like a tidal wave. This ability was immensely powerful. Should an ordinary person be struck, they might merely experience temporary confusion or fainting, while the more severe cases could leave them with permanent brain damage or in a vegetative state. Indeed, Lin Dong recognized the threat posed by this technique. As the crimson light flickered in his eyes, he unleashed his domain. The formidable Corpse King's domain expanded outward, immediately isolating the psychic assault. Lin's mental force was obstructed, and he felt a sharp, piercing pain in his brain, darkness clouding his vision as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. However, he bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to regain focus. Quick, we must act. I cannot hold on much longer. The tall man hesitated, for to him, the The path ahead resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, once ensnared. Survival seemed unlikely. Lin Dong urged him, "My mental strength can still withstand this for now. Soon, there will be no opportunity left." Resolute, the tall man steeled his gaze. Even if it meant traversing a treacherous path, it was a risk he had to take. He coiled his body like a drawn bow, launching himself toward Lin Dong. His muscles bulging, skin hardening as if it were stone. This was his awakened ability, resilient skin. Yet, as he entered the corpse domain, his speed suddenly diminished, as if mired in quicksand. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth, relying on his formidable physique to launch a powerful punch toward Lin Dong. Lin Dong retreated a step to evade as 5 fingers reached toward his head. Dread surged through him. The man furrowed his brow, recalling Lin Dong's warning that this adversary could pass through flesh to strike at the interior. In other words, he must not let this being touch him. Hastily, he sidestepped to dodge. Within the corpse domain, the oppressive weight was immense, as if bearing a mountain upon his back while fighting. Lin Dong barely avoided the attack, staggering yet forcing himself to steady his footing. It was perilously close. Mere contact had nearly cost him his life. The sensation of skirting the edge of death was intoxicating, adrenaline surging wildly. Suddenly, his body sank again under the intensifying pressure of the corpse domain, growing rigid and incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. Bewildered, he glanced behind and was stunned to find Lin Dong had vanished. Instead of launching a psychic assault, Lin Dong had turned and fled toward the mall's main entrance. "You've been abandoned by your captain," a calm voice whispered in Lin Dong's ear. Dumbfounded, Lin Dong could scarcely believe what was unfolding. Only moments ago, Lin Dong had insisted on holding the enemy back to buy time for his escape. Yet now, the truth was laid bare. He had deceived Lin Dong, standing firm to distract while he himself fled. The human heart is a mystery. Surface appearances often belie true nature. Without crisis, one cannot discern a person's essence. Lin Dong had always cared for the group and earned their trust, but in this critical moment, he betrayed his comrades. Perhaps from the beginning, he never intended to descend with them. Moreover, Lin Dong was not alone. A host of survivors trailed behind him. They had realized that remaining meant certain death. Even their captain had fled, so they must follow. To hell with honor and loyalty. Amid apocalypse, survival alone is the ultimate law. Lin Dong's face twisted into a grimace as he muttered to himself, "At worst, Tech Corporation 1T return. I'm awakened. I can survive this end of the world." His pace quickened until he reached the mall's main gate, sealed long ago by steel plates and bound with numerous chains. Frantically, Lin Dong began unfastening the chains. "Captain Li, wait for us." The survivors hurried after him. Though they might escape, none could survive independently. Thus, they resolved to stick together. United in effort, they pushed the heavy steel plates outward. With a thunderous crash, the barricade toppled, stirring a cloud of dust. The mall's main entrance was flung open. Outside, the night breeze stirred, carrying a chill that invigorated the senses. Nearing dawn, the horizon faintly glimmered with pale light. The dim illumination barely revealed the scene before them. Yet, rather than rejoice and flee, the group froze in place, faces etched with horror. Beyond the gate, thousands of zombies swarmed densely, sealing off any escape. At their forefront stood Tank, Little 8, and the Doctor, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace. Most unsettling was the eerie stillness of the horde. The zombies stood like wooden stakes, utterly motionless and silent, as though awaiting some grim command. They appeared to be awaiting the command of their king. At that moment, amidst the suffocating silence, a deep voice resonated from behind the crowd. "Dinner is served." The voice, akin to the summons of death, sent chills coursing through the onlookers, extinguishing hope in their hearts. The terrifying horde of zombies in front seemed to be activated, emitting fierce roars, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty glimmer. Notably, Tank displayed an extreme level of excitement. Today, the boss had arranged a buffet, boasting over 200 dishes. With a furious cry, Tank charged forward, accompanied by his underlings. Crashing into the crowd, panic ensued as people screamed and wailed, desperately attempting to flee, but the zombies brought them down one by one, pinning them to the ground to feast. The scene was plunged into utter chaos. The moment the doors swung open, they had already stepped into the abyss. Lin Dong felt a profound despair wash over him. The recent exhaustion of his mental energy left him devoid of any will to resist. It was then that he realized that it was this regimented horde of zombies that had stormed the prison, leading to Zhang Xiaoyuan's demise. Furthermore, Lin Dong had evolved into a zombie king. A zombie king with dominion was nearly an insurmountable force. How could humanity possibly survive? This was the final thought that crossed Li Nan's mind before his demise. A searing pain surged through his body as he was eviscerated by Xiao Ba. After the demise of the tech company personnel, any resistance from the remaining ordinary individuals proved futile. They fell one after another, devoured by the zombies. This was the true apocalypse, rife with bloodshed and slaughter, leaving one feeling helpless and adrift. Before long, the screams of the people faded into silence, replaced by the ghastly sounds of tearing and consumption. The entire mall had succumbed, with no survivors remaining. Lin Dong's expression was devoid of emotion as he stepped outside, with Tank and Xiao Ba dutifully trailing behind him. It was time to return. After eliminating Li Nan and his cohorts, Lin Dong obtained 5 crystal cores. After consuming 3, he felt an invigorating surge of strength, as though he were on the brink of evolution. However, the immense energy contained within the 3 cores necessitated time for absorption, so he chose to temporarily retain the remaining 2. As they made their way back, the sky began to brighten slightly. Had this been a morning before the apocalypse, it would have heralded a cheerful dawn filled with hope. Instead, the scene was one of devastation, littered with corpses. The entire city resembled a wasteland. At that moment, Lin Dong and his subordinates traversed a park where bloodstains marred the ground, mingling with the acrid stench of decay. Scattered zombies roamed nearby, some still clinging to their former habits. For instance, an elderly man was persistently ramming his back against a tree, exercising with relentless fervor, despite his flesh being torn and bloodied, leaving a trail of crimson on the cracked bark. Additionally, an old woman pushed a wheelchair, her movements rigid as she walked in circles across the square, tirelessly repeating her actions. Lin Dong cast a glance and noticed that a large rat occupied the wheelchair, clutching something in its paws, savoring its meal with great delight. Ahead, several young zombies emerged, yet these were not as rigid as their predecessors. They had evidently feasted upon flesh and blood. One of the zombies let out a fearsome roar, baring its sharp teeth at Lin Dong. Intrigued, Lin Dong cast a glance at the diminutive creature, astonished that such a small zombie dared to challenge him. However, from its growl, a message was conveyed. This was the territory of its leader, and no intruders were permitted. It was clear that this zombie belonged to another faction, indicating that this area was under the dominion of a different zombie king. No wonder it had the audacity to roar at him. Lin Dong quickly grasped the situation. Tank, known for his explosive temper, could not tolerate a zombie growling at his boss. He strode forward, effortlessly grabbing the zombie by the neck as if it were a mere chick, and then he violently hurled it to the ground. The impact was catastrophic. The small creature was obliterated, blood splattering across the vicinity. Tank, still unsatisfied, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on the surrounding zombies, reducing them to a pulp before returning to Lin Dong's side, his expression one of triumphant pride, as if seeking praise. "Let's go home," Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly, leading his entourage away. However, on a distant hillside in the park, a gathering of zombies observed this scene. The leader among them stood tall, nearly 2 meters in height, with pale red skin and prominent black veins snaking across its face, exuding a terrifying aura. Around its neck was a dark, furry entity that resembled a large scarf. "My king." The humans in the shopping mall were hunted down by them. One of the nearby zombies signaled, displaying a remarkable degree of intelligence, comparable to that of Xiao Ba. The leader emitted a series of low growls, perceiving the mall as his territory, where he had intended to gradually consume the humans within. Yet now, they were being hunted by other zombies. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Slaughter is an instinct of the undead, allowing them to devour each other's cores and absorb energy. It was time to expand his territory. The zombie king, with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes, regarded Lin Dong and his companions as prey. To strengthen his horde, he needed to eliminate other zombie kings. Suddenly, the large scarf draped around him emitted a series of eerie squeaks. It was a gigantic rat, horrifyingly adorned with a human head covered in dense black fur, creating a ghastly sight. Upon returning home, Lin Dong took a bath and changed into clean clothes. Su Xiaoro, quick and nimble, tidied the house to perfection, arranging various items with meticulous care, creating an atmosphere of comfort even for those with obsessive tendencies. After all, while other servants faced wage deductions for laziness, she risked her life if her work was subpar. Noticing Lin Dong had changed clothes, she promptly took them to wash. Although Lin Dong had not engaged in any physical contact with others in the mall, his white shirt still bore traces of the metallic scent of blood, which Su Xiaoro could distinctly detect. "Boss, did you go out to eat again?" she inquired. "Yes, a buffet," Lin Dong replied casually. Hissing softly, Su Xiaoro retracted her neck, perceiving that the situation was grave. Yet, she dared not inquire further and promptly set about washing the clothes obediently. Lin Dong retrieved his phone and perused the information online. Although he had just completed a significant case, the Thai corporation had yet to discover it. Official announcements still proclaimed that the Hunter King operation was progressing smoothly and was about to commence. The comments below were plentiful. "If the zombies can be eradicated, we may rebuild our homeland. Let us hope this mission succeeds." Thai corporation's human experiments are not for humanity's benefit. Their hunting of zombies serves only their own selfish interests. No one knows how this operation will unfold. Let us watch and see. Chapter 32. Insect Rain. Thai Corporation, a global leader in technology, had once launched rockets into outer space and maintained cooperative relations with numerous countries, commanding vast resources. The branch in Jiangbei City was but one division, yet, even amid this apocalypse, it thrived. Lin Dong speculated that Thai Corporation must possess many valuable assets. However, with at least 1,000 awakened individuals under Thai's command, Lin Dong, despite his strength, was far from invincible. Alone, he could not vanquish them all. Even with the support of Tank, Xiao Ba, the doctor, and 2,000 elite zombies, breaching their defenses was uncertain. Unless he could command a horde of 1,000,000 undead, then he could strike whomever he wished. Perhaps it was time to expand his territory. His 2,000 or so subordinates were confined to the vicinity of the building. Originally, he had gathered them merely to survive quietly at home, undisturbed. Now, Lin Dong entertained ambitions of recruitment and territorial expansion. In the following days, Lin Dong continued to feast on meat and blood, absorbing all 5 crystal cores, significantly augmenting his power. The domain of the dead expanded, when unleashed with full force. It could last 20 minutes, and its potency was greatly enhanced. Night fell. Darkness enveloped the earth, the blood moon hung high, painting the sky a somber crimson, another night of slaughter. Recently, the area around the building had not been peaceful. Zombies from other territories often wandered here, howling provocatively at Tank and his comrades. Rival zombie factions frequently clashed, tearing into one another. Tank was no pushover. He crushed the skulls of these intruders without hesitation. At this moment, Lin Dong stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the darkness beyond. Amid the ravaged streets, a series of squeaking sounds suddenly arose, followed by pairs of eerie green eyes shimmering with bloodthirsty light. From the sewers beside the road emerged a swarm of giant rats, their size comparable to piglets. They screeched oddly, their nostrils twitching as if scenting prey. Soon, they fixed their gaze upon the zombies beneath the building and surged forward, leaping onto them and sinking their sharp teeth in. A zombie's body, swarmed by these giant rats, teetered precariously, emitting agonized howls. It did not endure long before collapsing to the ground, swiftly devoured by the rats, as if dissolving into their midst. These mutated beasts regarded zombies as a delicacy. The commotion caused by the biting immediately alerted other zombies, who came rushing in to attack the large rats. However, the rats, with their nimble bodies, dodged back and forth with remarkable agility, making them difficult to catch. They even leaped sideways repeatedly, taunting the zombies, which incited their furious shrieks. Yet, just as the rats reveled in their triumph, a shadow darted through like the wind, and with swift, sharp fingers, it cleaved the rats into 6 pieces. It was the female zombie, Xiaoba. With her incredible speed and agility, she effortlessly overwhelmed the rats, a peculiar smile gracing her face as she treated the slaughter of the rats like a playful game. Moreover, beneath the night sky, a towering figure emerged, his massive hands gripping the rats. As he exerted force with his fingers, the rats flailed helplessly in midair, their shrill cries proving futile, until he mercilessly crushed them. Tank licked the blood from his hands, exhilaration evident on his face. He then lunged forward, stomping a rat into a pulpy mess, or seizing another, twisting it forcefully until it snapped in 2. His movements resembled the act of snapping a cucumber. The rats, thoroughly intimidated, began to scatter, soon vanishing into the darkness, the entire horde dispersing in disarray. With a hearty laugh, Tank gleefully carried 2 bloodied rats and jogged over to a nearby alley, where he began to feast upon them as one would devour a watermelon, blood splattering and juices drenching his face. He refrained from indulging openly on the street, having been warned by Lin Dong to avoid unsanitary food, as it could be considered refuse. If the leader were to witness such behavior, he might express disdain. Incidents of rat attacks and zombie provocations had become a common occurrence in recent days, and Lin Dong had grown indifferent, lacking the motivation to intervene. The following morning, dense, dark clouds enveloped the sky, as black as ink, and before long, rain began to pour. However, this was no ordinary rain. Within the droplets were clusters of black insects plummeting from the sky. It was a rain of bugs. These insects, no larger than a pinky finger, landed on the streets and abandoned vehicles, creating a cacophony of sound. Soon, the ground was covered with them. Inside the house, Su Xiaoro gasped, a chill running down her spine as she felt her scalp tingle. The bizarre occurrences of the apocalypse were multiplying. Now there was a rain of insects. She pondered what other calamities might arise in the future. Lin Dong gazed out the window, his brow furrowing. The weather was indeed dreadful today. However, he recalled a report from before the apocalypse about fish rain, which was caused by tornadoes that whisked fish into the sky only for them to fall back down. This insect rain was presumably of a similar nature. Yet, these insects were unlike ordinary ones. They possessed a ring of sharp teeth and could burrow into the flesh of zombies. Originally agile zombies became rigid as the insects invaded their bodies, losing control. Fortunately, Lin Dong's subordinates were elite and highly intelligent. Before the insects could fully penetrate their bodies, they yanked them out and even consumed them, chewing with gusto. Especially Tank, whose tough skin and hardy constitution rendered him unafraid of the insects. He scooped up a handful, reminiscent of his childhood when he would munch on crispy snacks, and devoured them all without hesitation. The flavor might seem quite delightful, prompting one to tilt their head back and open their mouth wide, as if to drink in the rain. Ah, the bountiful gifts of nature. Yet, within mere minutes, the rain of insects subsided, leaving the streets outside teeming with bugs. They shunned the sunlight, seeking refuge from its rays by burrowing into sewers, soil, or the corners of walls. In the alley beside the building, Tank, with his robust frame, squatted against the wall, scooping up a handful of insects from the ground, and began to consume them one by one, akin to cracking sunflower seeds. Xiao Ba and the doctor approached, tilting their heads in scrutiny. Hey, the boss said not to eat junk food. Shoo. Tank silenced them with a gesture, signaling for quiet, and then extended the insects in his hand toward Xiao Ba. She cocked her head, her eyes assessing the offering for a moment. It seemed to pique her appetite, and she picked up a bug to taste it. Quite delectable. Soon, she squatted beside Tank in the corner, indulging in their snack like mischievous children. The doctor leaned against the wall, arms crossed, observing the two with exasperation. You'll be caught by the boss. No way. The boss prefers to stay indoors and rarely comes out, Xiaoba replied, appearing quite familiar with Lin Dong. Just as they spoke, a shadowy face suddenly emerged at the alley's entrance. Chapter 33. Feeding the zombies, are you eating? Lin Dong's tone was calm, resembling a casual chat among friends. Xiao Ba and Tank hastily sprang upright from their crouch position, their backs straightened like students caught in a reprimand. During this, Tank discreetly tossed the insect he held behind him. He then grinned broadly, saying, Boss, it was all Xiao Ba's idea. I didn't want to eat it all. Xiao Ba turned to him, feeling exasperated and somewhat irritated. With a sharp claw, she playfully jabbed Tank in the side. Inwardly, she scolded him for his foolishness. However, Tank, tough-skinned and resilient, felt no pain. Her playful jab barely fazed him, and he continued to wear a goofy grin. Lin Dong didn't seem overly perturbed. I need to step out for a while. You two keep an eye on the place. Okay, Tank and Xiao Ba replied in unison, though curiosity flickered in their minds about what the boss intended to do. If he was hunting, could they accompany him? However, having already erred, they dared not voice their inquiries. Lin Dong shot them a glance. Don't you both enjoy eating insects? Before I return, clear out all the bugs around the building. I don't want to see a single one. Yes, the two nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at grains. Lin Dong departed the building. Having absorbed all 5 of his soul crystals, he sought to venture out and see if he might encounter any fortunate souls to hunt. Additionally, he aimed to investigate the recent rat attacks and disturbances caused by zombies. Given the unclear circumstances, Lin Dong opted not to bring along his throng of zombie minions, as moving stealthily suited him better. Should danger arise, he could unleash the undead to attack or retreat as needed, with the freedom to come and go as he pleased. However, my younger companions are not as fortunate. Should they encounter a horde of mutated beasts or a more extensive wave of hostile undead, they may easily find themselves overwhelmed. At that point, Lin Dong would be left as the solitary commander. Furthermore, regarding the assaults by swarms of rodents and disturbances caused by the undead, Lin Dong was not without insight. He speculated that the source was likely nearby, most probably the zombie faction he had encountered in the park that fateful day. Thus, he made his way towards the park. With the apocalypse having descended over a month ago, the streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, now rusted and decaying. Once bustling thoroughfares had become overgrown with weeds. The entire city lay in desolation and ruin. The only entities still animated were the zombies, standing and wandering aimlessly. Yet, at the slightest disturbance, they would spring to life and rush towards the source. Their ghastly visages, accompanied by low, guttural growls, and their bloodthirsty eyes, spoke volumes of their insatiable hunger for flesh. These feral zombies, upon encountering Lin Dong, would not attack. Rather, they instinctively recoiled, creating a path for him. However, as Lin Dong advanced, the number of wild zombies began to dwindle. Corpses started to litter the streets, their flesh mangled and bloodied, resembling victims of a monstrous vehicle. Yet, this was not the work of humans, but rather the aftermath of a massive zombie stampede, resulting in tragic trampling incidents. Low-tier zombies, devoid of intelligence, would recklessly trample their own during their frenzied rush, leading to the unfortunate demise of several. Swarms of flies buzzed around the putrid bodies. In this dystopian world, even the size of the green bottle flies had increased significantly, growing as large as a thumb, their incessant buzzing proving to be quite vexing. At this juncture, Lin Dong had arrived in the territory of another zombie king. The streets were strewn with tufts of hair and dark, spherical droppings, eliciting a profound sense of revulsion. Lin Dong could easily envision the thousands of rats lurking within the sewers beneath his feet, still adhering to their natural instincts, only venturing out at night in search of food. In the distance, a congregation of pitch-black crows cawed incessantly, circling above a towering building. Crows symbolized death and ill omen, seemingly drawn to whatever lurked within that edifice, eager to gain entry. Are there survivors? Lin Dong pondered, making his way towards the high-rise. As he drew nearer, the unmistakable scent of blood reached him. Indeed, there were living beings inside. Yet, to his surprise, alongside the presence of the living, there were also zombies, as if they cohabited within the same room. What could this mean? Lin Dong utilized his corpse domain ability to enter a state of concealment, seamlessly passing through walls and ascending towards the upper floors of the building. Hidden in the void, he remained unseen by any outside observer. In this perilous world, invisibility was undoubtedly a formidable skill. However, a notable drawback of Lin Dong's concealed state was that he could not launch an attack while hidden. Any offensive action would inevitably reveal his true form. He ascended to the 18th floor, sensing that within the room before him, there were 4 humans alongside 1 zombie. With a hint of curiosity, Lin Dong once again passed through the wall. The first room he entered was a cramped little bedroom, a sight that was utterly shocking. Bloodstains adorned the walls and floor, and a pungent scent of iron filled the air, accompanied by the clanking of chains echoing in his ears. Lin Dong turned to look and was met with the horrifying sight of a female zombie, her hands bound, chained to the headboard, screaming in desperation as she attempted to break free from her restraints. Opposite her stood a human male, with small eyes and thick lips, fixated on the female zombie. Inging, my goddess, even though you have become a zombie, I shall remain true to my promise and care for you for a lifetime. Do you remember? I once vowed that no matter what you became, my love for you would never waver. The female zombie let out a low growl at the man. Her demeanor fierce as drool dripped from her lips, stringy and grotesque. The thick-lipped man appeared unfazed, a smile creeping across his face. You're still the same, always wanting to intimidate me. I pursued you for 10 years, from middle school through university, bringing you breakfast every morning, when you lived with your boyfriend. I even had to bring 2 portions, yet you never acknowledged me, often scolding me. Lin Dong couldn't help but think to himself, what a peculiar love-struck fool. Even the likes of Bai Yangyang would offer him a cigarette. Yet, the thick-lipped man spoke with a sweetness in his tone. Now it's finally come to this. We are together at last, and I can protect you, even if the world meets its end. Ying, my darling, are you hungry? I'll go prepare a meal for you. With that, he turned and exited the room, followed closely by Lin Dong. Due to his invisibility, the man remained oblivious to Lin Dong's presence. Lin Dong could sense the man's vitality, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. He was, in fact, an awakened one. The thick-lipped man entered another room. Upon opening the door, Lin Dong saw 3 other men, all bound hand and foot, their mouths taped shut, only able to emit muffled sounds. The moment they saw the thick-lipped man, terror filled their eyes, their bodies writhing in panic. However, their bindings were too secure to allow for any escape. With a sly smile, the thick-lipped man surveyed them one by one. Let us see who is fortunate enough today to treat my dear Ying to a meal. The 3 men were filled with dread, fully aware that this man was a pervert, intending to feed them to the zombie. One of them trembled violently, desperately attempting to shrink back. The thick-lipped man, noticing his reaction, declared, "All right, it's you." The man, unable to speak due to the tape, could only produce muffled noises. The thick-lipped man stepped forward and seized him by the nape of his neck, lifting him effortlessly like a chick before turning and striding out. No matter how the man struggled, it was futile. He could only watch in horror as they drew closer to the zombie's room, his heart plummeting into despair. As the door swung open, a heavy stench of blood wafted out, and the female zombie was in a state of frenzied excitement, emitting a series of growls. "Look how happy my darling Ying is," the thick-lipped man marveled. The man, now utterly terrified, had begun to weep, his whimpers barely audible. The thick-lipped man tore the tape from his mouth. "So, do you have any last words? Please, spare me. I truly do not wish to die," the man pleaded, his voice trembling with desperation. The thick-lipped figure merely shook his head. "It is an honor for you to witness the love between Ying and me." He dragged the man step by step toward the encroaching zombies. As the man neared the jaws of death, a sudden silhouette materialized behind them. Lin Dong had lost interest, for this scene held no value for him. The only thing of worth was the soul crystal nestled within the thick-lipped figure's skull. He intended to eliminate him and seize the crystal without delay. However, the thick-lipped man was surprisingly perceptive. The moment Lin Dong appeared, he sensed it and quickly turned to look. Who is this? Where did he come from? Yet, upon Lin Dong's arrival, the female zombie abruptly fell silent. Feeling the oppressive aura of the zombie king, her previously fierce demeanor transformed into one of reverence, even bordering on submission. The thick-lipped man furrowed his brow deeper. He was reminded of a time when he had ardently pursued a goddess, treating her with utmost respect, only to see her grovel before others. A wave of intense jealousy surged through the air. "Now that I am an awakened, scum like you should perish," he roared. Lin Dong scrutinized him, contemplating whether the apocalypse and prolonged suppression had twisted this man's psyche. He pondered if devouring his crystal would affect his own mental state. The bound man, upon seeing Lin Dong, seemed to glimpse hope anew. "Brother, please save me. This man is a lunatic. He intends to feed me to the zombies." Lin Dong remained indifferent. What did it matter if he was a lunatic? After all, he was a zombie too. The thick-lipped man's expression turned grotesque as he summoned faint crimson light around his hands, his aura becoming formidable, clearly a partially enhanced awakened. "Allow me to demonstrate the power of an awakened," he declared, lunging at Lin Dong with blinding speed. Yet, to Lin Dong, the attack was nothing extraordinary. With a mere thought, the domain of the zombie king unfurled. A tremendous pressure radiated outward. The thick-lipped man was instantly enveloped, his body halting as if time itself had paused, rendering him immobile. Thanks to Lin Dong's absorption of 5 crystals, his domain had grown even more potent. Ordinary awakened individuals found themselves utterly powerless within this territory. The thick-lipped man felt as though he were carrying a mountain on his back, his legs trembling uncontrollably. To his eyes, the surroundings bled a deep crimson, as if he stood before a sea of corpses, with Lin Dong positioned as the sovereign atop the mountain. How is this possible? The thick-lipped man gasped, his body shaking more violently. He was accustomed to dictating the fates of others, taking pride in being an awakened. Yet now, confronted by this man, he found himself utterly defenseless. Lin Dong, undeterred, advanced step by step. Sensing the approach of death, the thick-lipped man felt as though the Grim Reaper was drawing near. He understood what was about to unfold. Summoning every ounce of strength, he slowly turned his head. As if manipulated by strings, and fixated his gaze on the female zombie. If he could not resist death, then let him behold her one last time before he departed from this world. This was the thick-lipped man's final thought. Lin Dong's elongated fingers had already penetrated the man's skull, extracting the crystalline core within. The man instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground in darkness. Was this how he perished? The man nearby was left utterly dumbfounded, having no inkling of what had transpired, only witnessing Lin Dong effortlessly eliminate the thick-lipped individual. Brother, that's impressive. Hurry, come save me, untie me. Yet Lin Dong merely glanced at him, remaining utterly indifferent. Had he ever promised to rescue him? You. The man grasped his meaning, his heart, once filled with hope, plummeting back into despair. At that moment, a flurry of wings fluttered against the window of the bedroom. A massive crow landed on the balcony. Standing nearly a meter tall, its red eyes glowed ominously, its feathers shimmering with a dark sheen, sharp as daggers. Clearly, it had been drawn by the scent of blood. Peering through the gaps in the metallic railing, its crimson gaze fixated on the interior. I want to eat. I want to eat. Please let me in. Thank you. Oh. Lin Dong was taken aback, surprised that the crow could articulate human speech. Wondering whether it was a hybrid or simply extraordinary, and it was surprisingly courteous. Observing the lifeless body of the thick-lipped man, which held no further significance for him. Curiosity piqued Lin Dong as he approached the window, forcefully pushing the metallic railing aside. Thank you, thank you. The raven immediately smashed through the glass, diving into the room and voraciously feasting upon the corpse. Its beak was remarkably sharp, akin to a guillotine, as it effortlessly severed the thick-lipped man's arm, swallowing it whole, leaving not a shred of bone behind. A truly horrifying sight. The man beside them was petrified, utterly shocked that, in this apocalyptic scenario, there existed such a creature beyond mere zombies. The crow, though not particularly large, had an insatiable appetite. Soon, the thick-lipped corpse was completely devoured. Yet the raven seemed still hungry. Its red eyes shifted towards the man bound nearby, hesitating to feast in the presence of Lin Dong. In a peculiar avian voice, it inquired, I am still hungry. May I eat him? Feel free, Lin Dong replied indifferently. The crow nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude. Thank you, for allowing me to feast on this meat. You are truly a good person. Not at all, Lin Dong responded. The bound man, having overheard their exchange, wore a bewildered expression. A good person? Is this politeness? Chapter 35. The bait. In the next instant, the raven lunged at the man, who lost consciousness entirely. The crow's sharp beak pierced his heart, and it continued to indulge itself. After consuming the man, the raven appeared satiated, flapping its wings before soaring out the window. Goodbye, I shall repay you. The unique avian voice echoed in the sky, gradually fading away. This creature is rather intriguing, Lin Dong mused, finding the situation amusing. Having acquired a crystalline core, this venture was not without its rewards. At this moment, a sudden recollection struck him. There were 2 survivors in the adjacent room. The 2 individuals within trembled, still haunted by their recent brush with death. Although they had narrowly escaped a dire fate, they were ultimately doomed to face the relentless grip of the undead. The agonizing wait for death was a torment in itself, rendering a swift demise far more preferable. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached the room. Why had he returned? Was the zombie not satiated? Their hearts raced, climbing to their throats. However, upon the door's opening, it was not the thick-lipped man who entered, but rather a tall, handsome youth. Surprised, their expressions momentarily froze, followed by a flicker of joy as a thought dawned upon them. Could this be the rescue team from the sanctuary come to save them? Lin Dong observed them, contemplating how best to proceed. To terminate them outright seemed devoid of purpose. As ordinary individuals, their only utility lay in serving as bait. Lin Dong harbored a persistent suspicion that, despite the sparse presence of zombies in the vicinity of the high-rise, something lurked in the shadows, evidenced by the rat hair and droppings scattered around. He could leverage the 2 in front of him to draw it out. Quickly, you must flee, he urged, drawing a dagger and severing their bindings. Instantly, their spirits soared. Having awaited death, they were astonished that someone had indeed come to their rescue. A miracle had occurred. Thank you. We are eternally grateful, one of the men exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. The other inquired, You are from the rescue team, correct? Can you lead us to the sanctuary? Alas, I cannot, Lin Dong replied with a shake of his head. I have other matters to attend to. You must leave at once. The two exchanged hesitant glances, acutely aware of the perilous situation outside. Without an awakened protector, survival was improbable. Yet, after a moment of internal deliberation, they resolved to depart, for they could not endure another moment in this cursed place. Before their exit, they ventured into the kitchen to procure some food, knives, and other weapons, preparing themselves as best as they could. However, Lin Dong understood that their chances of survival in this area were less than 1%. Ultimately, their fate would rest on their own resilience. In truth, this vicinity was not excessively perilous for ordinary folk. Had they been on his turf, their demise would have been inevitable. Once they had gathered their belongings, they cautiously opened the door and stealthily descended the staircase, acutely aware of the distant growls of zombies echoing through the corridors. If disturbed, they would be quickly devoured. Meanwhile, Lin Dong stood on the balcony above, surveying the situation below, pondering whether his bait would perish before even leaving the staircase. That would be dreadfully anticlimactic. Fortunately, approximately 10 minutes later, two figures emerged from the building, stepping onto the street. They moved with utmost caution, pressing against the walls of the building, fearful of drawing any attention. With keen interest, Lin Dong observed, eager to witness whether they would survive or how their demise would unfold. One of the men muttered in frustration, "Yang, that rescue worker was utterly irresponsible, leaving us to fend for ourselves. If we make it to the sanctuary, I shall report him without fail. What are you thinking? It is already a stroke of fortune that they have allowed us to emerge. But have you ever pondered whether he is truly a rescue worker? Let us not forget how we were captured," remarked the middle-aged man. The young man inhaled sharply, recalling their previous ordeal. That thick-lipped man had posted on the shelter's official website, claiming to be part of a rescue team, urging those in need of assistance to contact him. Consequently, several individuals, filled with hope, reached out to him only to find themselves bound in that room, destined to be fed to zombies. But if he is not part of a rescue team, why did he let us go? How should I know? In any case, let us strive to survive. Yang spoke with a focused gaze. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings and noted that there were indeed few zombies here. If they tread carefully, they could navigate without disturbing them. If only they had a heavy-duty truck, Yang murmured. Yet, in that moment, he stepped on a pile of rat droppings with a squelch. Ugh, what a massive pile of rat droppings. It's utterly disgusting. Just then, dark tendrils of mist began to creep along the desolate street, enveloping everything in its vicinity. It seemed to emanate a magnetic force of mental energy. It has appeared, Lin Dong thought to himself. He could already sense that power, capable of manipulating the minds of individuals. If it continued to evolve, it might very well form a domain. This area indeed harbors something, and it possesses considerable potential. Lin Dong felt a surge of curiosity, eager to discover what it truly was. Meanwhile, on the street, Yang and the young man remained blissfully unaware, continuing their walk, their bodies now cloaked in the black mist. "I'm so hungry. Shall we eat something?" the young man suddenly suggested. Yang furrowed his brow. "What are you thinking? Eating in the middle of the street? Do you wish to die? Isn't this a restaurant?" the young man retorted. "Have you lost your mind?" Yang snapped back, incredulous that the young man would consider the zombie-infested, rat-dropping-laden street a dining establishment. However, he soon noticed something amiss with the young man. There was a vacant look in his eyes, and he wore a blissful grin. "Xiaoliang, what is wrong with you? Wake up. So much delicious food." Xiaoliang giggled foolishly. This is bad, Yang thought, alarmed, sensing that his companion had fallen prey to some sinister influence. In this apocalyptic world, numerous creatures possessed bizarre abilities. Could it be that he encountered a deceptive corpse? Just then, he noticed an elderly woman appear ahead, her face strikingly familiar, holding a steaming plate of dumplings and calling out to him. "Son, come eat." "Mother?" Yang's eyes also glazed over as he gazed upon the kind visage, a wave of longing crashing over him. Though his mother had passed away over a decade ago, he found himself unable to extricate himself from this moment, enveloped in the warmth of nostalgia. Dumplings are delicious," Yang exclaimed joyfully, accepting the plate of dumplings, his overwhelming hunger clouding his reason as he devoured them voraciously. Meanwhile, Xiaoliang had spotted a restaurant filled with exquisite delicacies, eagerly clutching a pig trotter and feasting upon it with gusto. However, what Lin Dong observed from above was entirely different. In his eyes, the two individuals merely stood on the street, locked in an embrace, fiercely biting each other. Chapter 36, The Rodent Tide. Indeed, a bizarre capability. Lin Dong stared silently, unaware of the true culprit's whereabouts. The two on the street gnawed at one another, blood flowing freely, their life forces dwindling. Before long, they both collapsed. Once two vibrant beings, they had managed to bite each other to death. If an ordinary person were to witness such a horrifying scene, they would likely be paralyzed with fear. At that moment, a dark figure emerged from the sewer by the roadside, squeaking excitedly as it rushed toward the two lifeless bodies. It was a massive rat, the size of a wolfhound. Its fur a dense, dark hue, with incisors sharper than daggers. It voraciously consumed the flesh of the two, clearly the orchestrator of this gruesome act. A mutated beast with a crystallized core, it possessed the ability to manipulate the minds of others and was the king of rats in this region. Lin Dong pondered what the crystal core of this mutant beast might taste like. He had previously hunted a mutated two-headed wolf, which, despite being in the mind core stage, had a delightful flavor. Thus, thoughts of the Rat King's crystal core began to intrigue him. However, the large rat, despite its feeding, possessed formidable mental strength and acute senses. Seemingly aware of being watched, it swiftly turned its head and indeed spotted a humanoid figure atop a high building. "Oh, has it noticed me?" Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. The man and the rat, though separated by 100 meters, locked eyes. In that fleeting moment, their gazes met. The rat suddenly became agitated, its dark red pupils radiating a fierce light. Simultaneously, a faint black mist began to emanate from its body, drifting toward Lin Dong. Its mental attack had a vast range. Yet, when compared to Lin Dong's corpse domain, the disparity was immense. It was akin to a small sorcerer facing a grand wizard, worlds apart. A flash of red appeared in Lin Dong's eyes as he unfurled his domain. The corpse domain expanded outward. The light, ethereal black mist was instantly dispersed, as if melting away like ice and snow, unable to approach him at all. The rat's nostrils twitched in evident fear, its gaze fixated on the figure above. It sensed a ruler of the world before it, feeling an unparalleled pressure. Creatures like rats possess an innate ability to sense danger. They are often the first to detect natural disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis. At this moment, the massive rat sensed the looming breath of death drawing ever closer. Thus, it abandoned the two corpses and turned to flee. Thinking of escaping, Lin Dong leapt from the high building, landing on the street with remarkable speed, darting over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, like a ghost that could vanish and reappear. The distance of several hundred meters was traversed in mere moments. The Rat King emitted a sharp, piercing scream, its voice resonating throughout the entire street. Lin Dong immediately heard rustling sounds from the soil beneath his feet, accompanied by the rat's frantic cries. Suddenly, innumerable rats emerged from the sewers, swarming densely like a black fountain erupting from the depths. The torrent of rodents surged immediately to encircle Lin Dong. Moreover, rats poured in from every street and alley, converging from all directions as if summoned for reinforcements. It became clear that they were answering the call of their master. Lin Dong stood alone, surrounded by a tide of millions of rats. These rats varied greatly in size, some as large as dogs, others resembling cats, each exhibiting differing levels of evolution. At this moment, all were ferocious beyond measure, launching a relentless assault upon their adversary. Yet Lin Dong's death domain was formidable. Any rat venturing within was shattered like a watermelon crushed by an iron hammer, bursting without respite. Though the rat horde was fierce, an impenetrable vacuum enveloped Lin Dong, preventing any from drawing near. Nevertheless, these rodents feared no death. Charging forth like moths drawn to a flame, Lin Dong became a veritable meat grinder. Flesh scattered around him, blood spraying wildly, and within moments, the corpses piled layer upon layer. Everywhere he looked, rats swarmed. His gaze sharpened as he sought the initial Rat King, but it had vanished into the throng. Its whereabouts unknown, the target now lost. Capturing this rat would prove no easy task. As Lin Dong scanned the vicinity, he suddenly noticed a large rat lounging atop a bus stop shelter. It half closed its eyes, swaying its tail with a languid yet mocking expression. Its gaze fixed upon Lin Dong with unmistakable provocation. Defiant, Lin Dong was certain this was the Rat King and immediately charged toward it. Yet the rat remained unperturbed, leaping effortlessly into a nearby sewer grate and disappearing into the mass below. Again, Lin Dong lost track of his quarry, unable to lock onto it. A creeping unease settled over him. The death domain, once fully deployed, could only be sustained for about 20 minutes. 2 had already elapsed. Prolonging the struggle would diminish his chances of victory. While contemplating this, the large rat reappeared, this time perched atop an abandoned car shelter, sporting the same enigmatic, teasing smile as before. Lin Dong prepared to pursue, but the rat repeated its evasive maneuver, slipping away once more. Meanwhile, the endless rat horde surged ceaselessly like a tide, pressing in on him relentlessly. Evidently, the Rat King intended to wear him down to exhaustion. Lin Dong pondered surrender. Once the death domain faded, the rats would swarm him unchecked. Though his formidable physique could withstand their sharp fangs, the filth of these sewer-dwelling creatures was abhorrent. He loathed the thought of becoming covered in rats. More importantly, without the death domain's support, hunting the Rat King would become an even greater challenge. Even with his abilities, there was no guarantee of success. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the detestable Rat King appeared once again, perched atop a trash bin. Eyes narrowed in provocation. This time, Lin Dong resolved not to chase it, but to use the remaining time of his death domain to retreat from the area, intending to return when conditions favored him to finally eliminate this pest. Just as he was about to give up, an abrupt and ominous transformation unfolded. The once bright sky darkened suddenly, shrouded by a vast mass of shadows looming above. Piercing cries of crows echoed mournfully from the distance, heralding an impending calamity. Amidst the cacophony, a peculiar avian sound intermingled. "Good man, greetings." Lin Dong looked up to find a large crow circling above, the very one he had previously fed. It appeared to have come to his aid. The crimson-eyed crow fixated on the horde of rats, its fierce gaze unwavering, exuding an unmistakable intent to kill. Before unleashing a piercing shriek, thousands of crows in the sky dove downwards, their forms akin to cannonballs, plummeting swiftly, their sharp beaks effortlessly piercing through the rodents. This legion of crows had inadvertently shielded Lin Dong from the rat onslaught. The colossal rat atop the trash bin, witnessing this turn of events, lost its previous tranquil demeanor, its nostrils flaring with agitation. Chapter 37, Brother Crow. It could never have anticipated that the flock of crows would come to the aid of this human. A profound sense of crisis surged within it once more. Sensing the dire situation, the large rat deemed it unwise to linger, contemplating an escape into the sewer. However, a gust of wind heralded the approach of several crows, encircling it. One of the crows collided heavily with its body, sending it hurtling several meters away. Lin Dong, catching sight of the opportunity, felt a surge of resolve. This brother crow was indeed formidable. He leapt into action, unleashing his domain to its utmost capacity. The rats ensnared within it burst apart in a cacophony of destruction. The Rat King, in a state of panic, attempted to flee but suddenly felt an immense pressure enveloping it. Its body stiffened, immobilized. Upon glancing up, it beheld a tall figure standing before it, eyes cold and filled with lethal intent. Enveloped by the domain, the once arrogant large rat was stripped of its bravado, trembling in fear. An imploring look emerging in its eyes, evoking a semblance of pity. With a mere thought, Lin Dong concentrated the domain's pressure into a singular point, and with a resounding explosion, the large rat was obliterated, one of its cores flying forth, which Lin Dong deftly caught in his palm. At the moment of the large rat's demise, the once formidable rat horde lost its leader, descending into chaos as they squealed and scurried away. The dense mass of rodents receded like a tide, vanishing in a matter of moments. The streets now lay in disarray, strewn with the remnants of rat carcasses and an overwhelming stench of blood. A flock of crows pecked at the remains below. "Good man, farewell." The initial large crow circled Lin Dong a few times before joining its kin in flight. With that, the street returned to an eerie silence. Lin Dong watched the crows depart, contemplating the notion of karma. Perhaps he should feed small creatures more often and embrace the role of a benefactor. Glancing around, although the Rat King had been vanquished, he surmised that other threats loomed in the vicinity, for the Rat King was not the true sovereign. The genuine ruler of this domain was likely a corpse king. Lin Dong had no intention of delving deeper, having acquired 2 cores. He deemed sufficient time for absorption and resolved to retreat to his territory. In an instant, he vanished, activating his concealment ability to return to his domain. Yet, shortly after Lin Dong departed, a new development awaited. On the streets strewn with dismembered corpses, a horde of zombies emerged, led by the crimson-skinned corpse king, whose darkened veins bulged ominously. This was the infamous red-faced corpse king of the park. Draped around its neck was a fuzzy, pitch-black object, which it raised to reveal a face covered in coarse black fur. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This grotesque mouse with a human visage leaped from its neck to a pile of mangled flesh, emitting a mournful wail filled with profound sorrow. My beloved, how did you meet your demise? Who could have committed such an atrocity? I shall avenge you. The mouse rubbed its eerie face against the remnants of flesh, soon becoming soaked in blood. Do not despair too deeply, my dear. Those who dare to invade my territory shall surely face my wrath. The voice of the red-faced corpse king was hoarse, akin to the grinding of stones. Behind it stood several highly evolved subordinates, akin in intellect to the tank-like creature known as Xiao Ba. Boss, I inquired among my subordinates, and it appears that this was the doing of the zombie from the skyscraper. Oh, the red-faced corpse king's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. It had already intended to eliminate this threat to expand its territory, but it was unexpected that the adversary would encroach upon its domain first. How many zombies does it command? After thorough reconnaissance, I have determined there are approximately 2,000, the corpse king responded from the rear. Only 2,000. The red-faced corpse king tilted its head in disbelief, having anticipated a more formidable opponent. After all, it had already amassed a horde of 20,000 zombies. 20,000 against 2,000? That would be a trivial matter. Prepare yourself. I shall soon exact vengeance for you. However, at this moment, Lin Dong remained oblivious to these unfolding events. He had returned to his home, following his usual routine of taking a hot bath, donning clean attire, and subsequently absorbing the energy from crystal cores. The core from the Mouse King was an inky black, resembling a perfectly ripened cherry, exuding an enticing sweetness. The energy contained within was remarkably pure, significantly enhancing his abilities, perhaps due to the Mouse King's spiritual resonance being somewhat akin to his own domain of the dead. In the following days, Lin Dong secluded himself at home. Ever since he had vanquished the Mouse King, no rodents or zombies had dared to disturb his peace. Occasionally, a solitary crow would circle in the sky above. During this time, Lin Dong collected information about the outside world via his phone. The official website of tech company was abuzz with activity. The incident at the marketplace had been made public, revealing the brutal slaying of awakened individuals and the disappearance of vast quantities of resources. Many survivors left comments, questioning the monstrous entity responsible for the massacre of over a dozen awakened souls in a single night. What level of Corpse King could wreak such havoc? It is terrifying, especially with over 200 survivors still missing and resources valued in the billions vanished. Tech company is faltering as well. They previously spoke of the Hunter King operation, only to be outmatched by zombies first. Is it possible that it wasn't zombies at all, but rather another human organization? It is plausible. I have heard rumors of awakened individuals who have formed ruthless factions, even raiding our official shelters for supplies. The marketplace incident remained shrouded in mystery, leaving the populace eager to uncover the truth of the events that transpired that night. Yet, there were no living souls left to divulge the answers. The situation has escalated into one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the apocalypse. However, Tech Corporation remains undeterred. The critical issue lies in the loss of an immense quantity of valuable resources. It is simply unacceptable to relinquish them without understanding the circumstances. Thus, they promptly issued a statement asserting their commitment to thoroughly investigate the incident at the mall in order to honor the spirits of Lin Nan and others. The Hunter King operation is set to commence immediately. We shall eliminate all the zombie kings and retrieve the lost supplies. The members of the team began to show signs of unrest again, as Lin Dong muttered to himself. At that moment, Tech Corporation was meticulously orchestrating their battle plan with a cadre of awakened individuals gathered in a conference room. The large screen displayed a map of Zhongbei City. After a month of drone reconnaissance, they had acquired a comprehensive understanding of the zombies' basic distribution. In the vicinity of the mall, there were approximately 10 territories ruled by zombie kings, classified according to their danger levels, ranging from 1 star to 5 stars. The 5-star zones are deemed the most perilous, while the 1-star areas are relatively safer, such as the vicinity of this particular building. A middle-aged man elucidated the situation, marking a circle on the map. This area houses around 2,000 zombies, making it the smallest of the zombie king territories, and hunting the king here was designated as a 1-star difficulty task. The awakened individuals exchanged glances, feeling as though they were merely playing a game. Nevertheless, it was evident that this 1-star challenge was an appealing assignment, prompting many to raise their hands in eager competition. This place is great. I'll take it. I'll go. Chapter 38. A message. At the rear of the conference room sat a middle-aged man named Yi Jian, the leader of the group. Observing his subordinates' lack of ambition, he felt a surge of frustration, since only by slaying powerful zombie kings could they evolve into stronger beings. Yet, they seemed to prefer the easier one-star difficulties. However, perhaps this was for the best. A successful operation would bolster morale and enhance the company's reputation, thereby earning the trust of the survivors. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained comfortably ensconced at home, sipping a crimson liquid from a goblet, exuding an air of elegance and contentment. Outside the building, a red-eyed crow circled overhead before alighting on a street lamp. A little blackbird? In a nearby alley, Tank, a creature with a strong sense of territory, cautiously observed. He had long been aware of this crow, which often frequented the area, and in a playful spirit, he intended to capture it. Thus, Tank stealthily approached the crow. Moving with the grace of a cat, he advanced silently, covering a mere 30 meters in 5 cautious minutes. Yet, he felt fortunate that the crow seemed oblivious, remaining perched on the street lamp without any intention of taking flight. At this moment, Tank was within 10 meters of the crow. He bent his knees slightly, gathering his strength, and then leapt upward. Gotcha! With remarkable agility, Tank propelled himself from the ground, creating cracks in the pavement, resembling a cannonball hurtling toward the crow. As the distance between them dwindled, he reached out with his large hand, eager to seize it. However, at that critical moment, the crow suddenly flapped its wings and soared upward, deftly evading Tank's grasp. Unable to grasp it, the distinctive call of a crow echoed through the air, laced with a hint of pride and mockery. With a furious roar, Tank, infuriated, seized a manhole cover from the roadside and hurled it towards the crow with a sweeping motion of his arm. Yet, the crow reacted swiftly, ascending higher into the sky. Can't catch me, can't catch me. Come down, you little blackbird. Tank bellowed in frustration, realizing he could no longer reach it. The crow, ignoring his taunts, flapped its wings and soared to even greater heights, gradually fading from sight. What a foolish bird! Tank exclaimed in exasperation, pounding his chest and stamping his feet. Yet feeling utterly powerless, the crow ascended to the height of the 20th floor, landing on a metallic railing, where the inside of the window was immaculate and pristine. Indeed, it was Lin Dong's residence. Good person, the crow greeted. Lin Dong glanced over, recognizing the great crow. Had it not aided him, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to hunt the mutated rat king. I must reward Brother Crow with a chicken leg, he thought generously. Opening the window, he retrieved several large chicken legs from his storage space and tossed them out. The great crow devoured them with the enthusiasm of a child relishing candies. Thank you, good person. Thank you, good person. You're welcome, Lin Dong replied, leaning on the windowsill, continuing their casual conversation. You seem to have some free time today, visiting me. The crow spoke. There are people and zombies preparing to invade your territory, a large group. Clearly, it had observed something while flying above and had come to inform Lin Dong. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Dong was not particularly surprised by this news. After all, he had made quite a few enemies recently, and they had inevitably come to confront him. Should they dare to provoke him, they would soon learn the meaning of ruthlessness. Coincidentally, he had fully absorbed the 2 crystal cores from his last hunt and had been contemplating where to replenish his resources, only to have the opportunity presented to him. However, caution was paramount. Preparations for battle were essential. Thus, Lin Dong signaled to his subordinates, alerting them of the impending invasion. Upon hearing of the impending incursion, Tank became irate. Already agitated by the crow, he was now seething with rage. With a thunderous shout, the surrounding area reverberated with a chorus of roars. One by one, elite zombie minions surged forth. Typically dormant during the day, the zombies were now exceedingly animated, their eyes glinting with a thirst for blood, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. How dare they invade the boss's territory? Were they seeking their own demise? 2,000 elite zombies, a formidable force, advanced with an air of intimidation, with Tank, Xiao Ba, and the doctor standing resolutely at the forefront, ready to commence a bloody feast. Xiao Ba, wearing an eerie grin, expressed her excitement upon hearing of the invasion, seemingly finding the situation amusing. Her thirst for slaughter surpassed that of Tank and the others. Meanwhile, Lin Dong stood atop the building, the fierce wind tousling his hair, his keen eyes gazing into the distance, embodying the spirit of one who stands upon the summit, surveying all below. In the distant horizon, several small black dots emerged, swiftly approaching. These were reconnaissance drones from Tech Corporation. Below, an armored convoy traversed the streets, led by a massive bulldozer that cleared the way, indiscriminately pushing aside wrecked vehicles and scattered zombies alike. This was the Hunter Action Team of Tech Corporation, consisting of 10 awakened individuals, 4 of whom had coalesced their core crystals, accompanied by a 500-strong armed contingent. Clad in sleek black nano-combat suits adorned with a striking red tech emblem, they exuded an aura of cool sophistication. The durability of these nano-suits rendered them impervious to zombie claws and bites, effectively resisting even the thrust of a dagger. Furthermore, Tech Corporation had deployed 2 bioengineered weaponized vehicles, dubbed the Pursuers. One vehicle housed 4 core awakened individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, who were the main force of this operation. This mission was a fortunate opportunity, as one young man proudly declared. A young woman nodded in agreement. Facing a level 1 zombie nest served as an excellent training exercise, marking her inaugural participation in such an endeavor. Haha, be sure to observe and learn well, the young man encouraged. Nearby, Captain Lu Hao interjected, Shao Wan. Even when hunting rabbits, one must exert full effort. Never underestimate any zombie, for they all pose a threat. Captain Lu, there are only 2,000 zombies here. I doubt the Zombie King possesses any special abilities, merely a robust physique. Otherwise, it wouldn't he control such a modest territory, Shaowen replied, shrugging. A tall man beside him concurred. As long as we don't encounter a cunning zombie, those with brute strength are among the easiest types to handle. The young woman listened intently to their discussion, for this was her first mission, and she realized there were numerous intricacies involved in hunting zombies. It seemed wise to learn from her more experienced comrades. Meanwhile, besides the Hunter Action Team, another faction was also converging on the same location, the red-faced Zombie King from the Park region, adorned with a scarf. It sought vengeance for the mutated Rat King and aimed to eliminate Lin Dong, thereby annexing his territory. The red-faced Zombie King commanded an army of no less than 20,000 zombies, a formidable tide that surged forth, a dark mass in motion. They roared and charged like a flood, with over 100 elite, agile zombies leading the charge, leaping and bounding like monkeys. Amidst the horde, numerous mutated giant rats scurried, their red eyes glinting with ferocity. The spectacle of the zombie tide flooding the streets was indeed awe-inspiring. While the red-faced Zombie King and a few of its minions trailed behind, it felt confident that it need not intervene. 20,000 zombies posed no challenge to merely 2,000. Your Majesty, the battle will likely conclude swiftly. You can simply collect the core crystals afterward. One of its subordinates remarked. The red-faced Zombie King nodded in agreement, relishing the words. At this moment, the Hunter Action Team had reached their target location, and the armed personnel began to fire upon the scattered zombies at the perimeter. With the crack of gunfire, the undead continued to fall. As Lu Hao and 3 other awakened individuals descended from their vehicle, they surveyed their surroundings. Scattered zombies emerged from the alleyways, only to be swiftly gunned down before they could approach. There was no need for concern. Their gazes shifted towards the towering building in the distance. In the middle of the road stood a formidable figure, the Furious Tank. He let out a deafening roar, having caught the scent of humanity. His cries resonated like thunder. Filled with rage, had Lin Dong not yet issued his command, he would have charged forward with unrestrained eagerness. Indeed, it was a powerful Zombie King. Judging by its clumsy demeanor, it likely possessed no extraordinary abilities, Shaowen analyzed. Lu Hao nodded in agreement, but we must remain cautious. There may be other Zombie Kings lurking about. Look at that horde behind us. They seem to have evolved to a significant degree. How terrifying, gasped the lone female awakened, her breath hitching as she confronted the reality of her first mission, a twinge of fear evident in her demeanor. Shao Wan, adopting a gentlemanly manner, offered words of reassurance. Fear not, it is merely a level 1 zombie nest, with only a little over 2,000 zombies. Their distribution is not overly dense. They will be eradicated swiftly. Yes, let us hasten to resolve this and return for our rewards. I have gone several days without food, declared the final tall man. Despite the advanced technology of Tech Company, sustenance remained scarce. As the Hunter King operation team advanced, the 2 factions drew increasingly closer, the air thick with tension, as if a great battle was imminent. Tank positioned himself at the forefront, embodying the spirit of an indomitable warrior, his fists clenched, muscles bulging, and a fierce glint in his eyes. He awaited Lin Dong's command, ready to charge forth and rend the humans asunder. Xiao Ba, suppressing her smile, tilted her head, fixated on the approaching humans, her anticipation palpable. Why hasn't he the boss issued the command yet? I am itching for slaughter. The horde of zombies waited anxiously, their growls echoing in the air. Yet Lin Dong remained silent. The group of humans was now less than 500 meters away, almost within range of their weapons. What is the boss doing? Is he searching for something to eat and forgetting about us? Tank queried, his gaze filled with urgency as he turned to communicate. The Dr. Zombie shot him a glance. Fool, do you think the boss is like you? In the absence of orders, we simply wait. Wait. At this rate, their wheels will be rolling over my face. Xiao Ba clawed at her hair, nearly driven to madness. However, after advancing several meters, the Hunter King operation team halted. Captain Lu Hao focused intently on the scene before him. These zombies are rather peculiar. What is it, Captain Lu? Xiao Wen inquired as he stepped forward. Lu Hao continued to observe. If they were ordinary zombies, they would have charged at us by now, yet they remain motionless. True, the female awakened agreed, nodding in understanding. The tall man concurred as well. The presence of such behavior likely indicates that they are being led by a highly intelligent zombie. What if they are simply fools, unwilling to venture beyond their territory? Xiao Wen speculated. The four of them, positioned at the periphery, began discussing tactics, hesitating to advance as they remained locked in contemplation for several minutes. Could this be a ruse of an empty city? The tall man suggested. Uft, what an absurd strategy. Employing a ruse akin to that of Zhuge Liang. Do you truly believe the zombies possess such cunning? Xiao Wen could not suppress a chuckle. Lu Hao, reflecting on the situation, acknowledged that now that they had arrived, regardless of the circumstances surrounding this horde of zombies, they must eradicate them. After all, it was merely 2,000 zombies. Even should any unforeseen events arise, they could withstand it. Let us prepare to engage. Excellent. Xiao Wen replied, already eager to take action. The other members inhaled deeply, their expressions resolute, ready to confront the fierce tide of the undead. Yet, in this moment of tension, the ground suddenly trembled ominously. Disordered footsteps, accompanied by howls and eerie cries, echoed from all directions. Something is amiss. Lu Hao's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening. The armed personnel exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes, for they had encountered such a scenario before. Only a massive horde could produce such an effect. As anticipated, several agile zombies leaped atop the surrounding rooftops, surveying them with predatory gazes. Then, from the corners of the streets and alleys, countless zombies surged forth, along with ferocious mutated rats. Where did so many zombies come from? Lu Hao and his companions were struck with astonishment. The scale before them far exceeded the initial estimate of 2,000. They could not fathom how this occurred, suspecting they had fallen into an ambush. Elders, what should we do now? Inquired a female awakener. The others, their faces grim, had no clear plan. Lu Hao surveyed his surroundings. There was no time for hesitation. Prepare for battle. The zombies charged with alarming speed, closing in within moments. Open fire, Lu Hao commanded, and immediately the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire. 500 armed personnel formed a specific formation, unleashing a concentrated barrage that swept through a large area like harvesting wheat. Yet the horde was exceptionally fierce, continuing their advance. Even when tripping over fallen bodies, they rolled forward with relentless disregard. Most lethal among them were the agile zombies, who leapt from the heights with astonishing speed, catching the armed personnel off guard, frequently knocking them down to the ground to tear at them. Only Lu Hao and the other awakeners could deal with these zombies. However, the concrete surface beneath them suddenly began to crack, accompanied by eerie squeaks as large rats emerged. The rodents scurried onto the armed personnel, biting at their ankles, causing them to yelp in pain. The two factions clashed fiercely, the battle intensifying. At this moment, nearby, Tank and Xiao Ba ceased their haste, gazing in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. What is happening? Chapter 40, Chaos and Battle. It was ostensibly their home turf. Why were the two groups engaged in conflict? Tank scratched his head. Could it be that they had come to settle a score on their territory? Meanwhile, Lin Dong stood tall on a rooftop. Having previously observed a throng of zombies rushing toward this direction, he had refrained from directing his subordinates to engage. Now, witnessing the fierce clash between the two factions, akin to dogs fighting amongst themselves, he found himself a spectator. Go for it. He even cheered them on, thinking the more brutal the battle, the better. The red-eyed crow circled above Lin Dong. Good man, good man. When will your meal be ready? No rush. The pot hasn't boiled yet, Lin Dong replied without turning. It turned out that Brother Crow had come as a guest, hoping to share a meal. In the distance, the battlefield erupted with gunfire, a cacophony of flesh and blood. Limbs strewn about, the air thick with the stench of carnage, reminiscent of a hellish arena. Humanity had unleashed its ultimate weapon, two towering, 3-meter-tall bioengineered predators. They were muscular, with broad backs and a prominent scar running across their foreheads, resembling enormous centipedes. The predators were encased in belts of ammunition, carrying colossal hammers on their backs, and wielding Gatling guns in their right hands. At that moment, 6 barrels spun, flames roared, and a torrent of bullets surged forth, transforming into a tempest of metal. Zombies that fell were cleaved in half or obliterated, their demise grotesquely tragic. If elite zombies approached, the predators showed no fear of their bites. They would retaliate with their massive hammers, which appeared to be forged from an incredibly dense material, likely weighing around 20 tons. When they struck the ground, they created deep craters, and the zombies struck became mere pulp. As Lin Dong observed the scene before him, he couldn't help but reminisce about his childhood, when the orphanage would make dumplings during the new year. He was tasked with mashing garlic, and he felt that the zombies' plight was akin to that of the crushed garlic. The appearance of the two predators granted humanity a decisive advantage. Even the fierce tide of zombies could not breach their ranks. They were truly the ultimate weapon in the zombie eradication plan. The only threat to be wary of was the large rats scurrying beneath their feet. However, the armed squad donned nano-combat suits, rendering even the sharpest rat teeth ineffective. They could only inflict minor wounds on humans. This demonstrated that the Hunter action team possessed considerable strength. In approximately 5 minutes, they had annihilated 6,000 to 7,000 zombies, reducing the once mighty horde by a third. At that moment, the red-faced zombie king, adorned with a scarf, approached leisurely. He was uncertain of the situation. Had his minions subdued Lin Dong? Yet, as he gazed ahead, he quickly sensed something amiss. His subordinates were inexplicably fighting alongside humans, notably the two predators, who were conspicuously engaged in what seemed like garlic mashing. Among them were awakened humans, wielding their extraordinary abilities with devastating force, utterly unstoppable. What is happening? An elite zombie reported. Your Majesty, there are awakened humans here. We are engaged in battle with them. Oh, the red-faced zombie king muttered, realizing this without needing to be told. What of the zombie king inside the mansion? I don't know. It seems he hasn't emerged yet. What? The red-faced zombie king was furious. His primary objective was to attack him, but seeing the current situation, their forces had already suffered significant losses, and they had yet to even encounter the enemy. This is outrageous. How could there be awakened humans here? A subordinate inquired. The red-faced zombie king was equally perplexed. Despite his evolved intellect, he was not particularly astute. Could it be that they have allied with humanity? Your Majesty, is it possible that the humans also came to attack him, and we encountered them first? Another subordinate analyzed. The red-faced corpse king narrowed his eyes, sensing the validity in this statement. Could it be that they had made a grave mistake? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, emitting frustrated cries. A lackey behind him inquired, Boss, what shall we do? Should we retreat? Retreat? The red-faced corpse king's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Having already lost numerous subordinates, retreat would only deepen his humiliation. The costs had been sunk. Only a decisive victory could redeem his losses. Moreover, humans were equally adversaries, and their crystal cores were far more delectable. There was no path of retreat left. Kill. Annihilate them all, he bellowed, with the red-faced's command. His subordinates let out a roar. Since the boss had declared no retreat, they charged forward with fervor. Their eyes glazed with rage, they plunged into the fray. These zombies were highly evolved and could be considered of the corpse king caliber, showcasing formidable power. The creature named Zhizhizhi emitted a shrill cry as it leapt from the red-faced shoulder, bounding up to a tall building. Simultaneously, its body began to disperse a dark mist. It too possessed a sinister ability, mental manipulation. The corpse king has appeared. Lu Hao furrowed his brow, having deduced from the thunderous roar that a corpse king was indeed present. With such a massive tide of zombies, the emergence of a corpse king was inevitable. Everyone, be cautious. The real battle is about to commence. Understood. The surrounding personnel responded in unison. However, tendrils of black mist had already begun to envelop several armed personnel. I'm so hungry. Me too. What is that? I want to go to the beach, have beer, and eat crabs. One-armed soldier's gaze turned hazy as he mimicked lifting a beer, inadvertently pulling out a grenade from his waist. Hey, stop. What are you doing? Lu Hao sensed something was amiss and rushed to intervene. But the soldier had already pulled the grenade's pin. Cheers. Boom. The grenade exploded, engulfing him in flames while countless shrapnel pierced through his comrades nearby. This type of fragmentation grenade had immense destructive power. Yet, that was not the end of it. Several other armed personnel simultaneously produced grenades as well. Cheers. They raised their grenades in unison, meeting their demise together. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, sending debris and shrapnel swirling like a tempest. Lu Hao thrust his hands forward. As an earth element awakener, he molded the soil into a heavy shield to withstand the blast. The remaining armed personnel took cover behind an armored vehicle to evade shrapnel injuries. However, a sense of panic spread within them. Just moments ago, they had fought alongside comrades who had inexplicably perished by their own grenades. This was eerie. Such an insidious power to kill invisibly was the most terrifying of all. Lu Hao's brow furrowed tightly as he realized they had fallen victim to mental control. Shaowen, activate the mental barrier and locate the enemy. Understood. Shaowen nodded earnestly. As a mental element awakener, he conjured a mental barrier that isolated the black mist and swiftly sensed its origin. Found it. Up above. As the crowd followed his gaze, they discovered a large, pitch-black rat perched on the windowsill of the third floor, its face bizarrely resembling that of a furry human. Chapter 41. Joining the battle, a collective gasp echoed through the onlookers. Indeed, there was a grotesque creature. At that very moment, a zombie leapt from the high building and landed directly on the shoulder of an armed personnel. This was a formidable subordinate of the red-faced zombie king, a nimble variant known as the monkey. The monkey was robustly built, covered in festering sores, and with a swift motion, it twisted the neck of the man it had seized, decapitating him with ease. Quick! Attack! As those around prepared to retaliate, the monkey, with its agile movements, leapt again, landing on the back of a pursuer's neck. The pursuer, thrown off balance, staggered violently, causing his right-handed Gatling gun to misfire unexpectedly. Rat-a-tat-tat. The torrent of bullets erupted, showering the armed personnel with lethal fire. Dodge! A cry rang out as people hastily dropped to the ground behind an armored vehicle. The bullets struck the vehicle, sending sparks flying, while a few unfortunate souls were struck, their bodies exploding into a gruesome display. With the zombie king joining the fray, humanity began to falter. At that moment, the red-faced zombie king unleashed its power. Its arms swelled to an exaggerated size, its veins surging forth as if animated, coiling around several armed personnel and piercing their bodies. Ugh! The armed individuals screamed in agony as their bodies rapidly withered, drained of blood, resembling desiccated corpses. Impressive, Lu Hao observed, captivated by the creature's method of attack, reminiscent of a film he had seen. Venom, let there be carnage. However, he noted that this ability, while fearsome, still fell within the realm of the ordinary and could not be classified as a true anomaly. Watching the red-faced zombie king's veins writhe as they harvested lives, Lu Hao stomped one foot down, summoning several oval-shaped earth walls that rose from the ground, effectively blocking the creature's assault. Captain, the horde is advancing, someone reported anxiously nearby. Having lost the concentrated firepower, the relentless tide of zombies surged forward. I know. Lu Hao glanced over, feeling overwhelmed as the dense onslaught of zombies threatened to engulf them. Just then, a tall man from their ranks took action. His name was Su Jian, an awakened individual with lightning attributes, known for his formidable strength. He stood alone before the horde, surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity, his hair standing on end, as the energy around him intensified. Die! He roared, raising his fist and striking the ground. Boom! A spiderweb of cracks spread across the earth, accompanied by arcs of electricity that danced, enveloping a 20-meter radius in a storm of lightning. Any zombie that dared to approach was met with convulsions, enveloped in smoke, and reduced to charred remains. Captain, this is unsustainable. We will be exhausted. Su Jian turned back, concern etched on his face. Though the awakened were powerful, their stamina was limited, and the few main combatants bore visible fatigue, their energy reserves dwindling. These zombies have come from elsewhere. Their strength rivals that of a 3-star zombie nest. Lu Hao had long since realized the gravity of the situation. What? The female awakener's face turned ashen. She never anticipated encountering such a dire situation on her first mission. Why did they come here? How would I know? The zombies in the one-star nest have yet to emerge. Lu Hao, exasperated, expressed his frustration. The group fell silent, bewildered by their sudden predicament, while the mission objective remained untouched, not a hair harmed. However, it was fortunate that the zombies in the one-star nest had not yet appeared, making their escape more feasible, Lu Hao reasoned. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were already overwhelmed, hoping fervently that the zombies would not emerge. Xiaowen reassured them. Rest assured, those zombies are quite foolish. Even with the battle at their doorstep, they remain inactive, likely not to emerge now. At that moment, Lin Dong stood leisurely atop the building, surrounded by numerous crows, all under the command of Crow Brother, eagerly awaiting their meal. Thank you all for your patience. Is it time to start cooking? The red light in the crow's eyes flickered with excitement. Yes, Lin Dong nodded. Below, the battlefield was chaotic. Armed personnel were nearly out of ammunition, and the awakeners were exhausted. Their energy nearly depleted. The previous tide of 20,000 zombies had dwindled to mere remnants. It was time for us to make our appearance, Lin Dong commanded. The thousands of zombies below seemed to be activated, all roaring in unison, a menacing aura enveloping the scene. A tank let out a thunderous roar, charging forward like a rampaging bull, causing the ground to tremble with each of its steps. Behind it, a horde of elite zombies surged forward like wild stallions. However, the most exhilarated of all was Xiao Ba, as the leader finally issued the command, nearly brought to tears. Having watched the slaughter unfold ahead, he was eager to unleash his fury upon the humans. He grinned widely, revealing a sinister smile, and in a blink, he darted forward like a wraith. Atop the building, countless crows took flight, encircling a stoic young man at their center. A flash of red light flickered in his eyes, and he vanished from sight. The tank was the first to plunge into the battlefield, its massive form resembling a speeding locomotive, scattering the zombies along the street. Some even found themselves impaled on lampposts. The tank tore a gaping hole in the tide of zombies. The elite zombies, swift in their movements, pounced upon the enemies, their sharp teeth severing necks with brutal efficiency. After tossing aside the severed heads, they continued their hunt for the next target. What is that? Lu Hao and the others felt the ground tremble and turned to see a colossal zombie king parting the horde, charging directly towards their position. Oh no, they have emerged. The group's faces turned pale. The female awakener was alarmed. Xiaowen, didn't you say they wouldn't come? Xiaowen was left speechless, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Could it be mere coincidence? At that moment, everyone felt their already challenging situation had just become even more dire. Yet, they swiftly discerned that this was far more than a mere frost enhancement. The colossal tank had already surged to the forefront of the human ranks, the trembling earth intensifying beneath its imposing presence, its momentum overwhelming and terrifying beyond measure. We must halt it, Lu Hao urged urgently. The armed personnel unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the tank. However, its rugged armor rendered it impervious, undeterred by the hail of bullets. Its pace not only unyielding but accelerating with a newfound ferocity. Allow me, a female awakened individual declared, her brow furrowing slightly. Possessing the power to manipulate metal, she gestured gracefully, commanding a heavy armored vehicle to interpose itself before the tank. With a thunderous collision, the armored vehicle spun through the air, propelled far away. The onlookers were struck with awe at such force, such ferocity. This zombie's physique was monstrously robust, akin to a humanoid beast. Yet, the cumbersome armored vehicle did manage to slightly decelerate the tank's advance. Before relief could settle, a slender figure emerged behind the tank, bearing a sinister smile and exuding an aura of dread, charging forward with terrifying swiftness. Xiao Ba, having undergone a profound evolution, had crystallized her core and awakened the ability Rapid Shadow. Upon reaching a critical speed threshold, she could become invisible, a peculiar power enabling her to approach her target undetected. One armed soldier fired ahead, but the oncoming female zombie accelerated rapidly and then vanished in the blink of an eye. Where did she go? The soldier, momentarily confounded, frantically scanned his surroundings for the ominous presence. Suddenly, a horrific grin materialized mere inches from his face, so close it nearly touched his nose. Startled, he instinctively recoiled. But Xiao Ba's razor-sharp bone claws, as effortless as slicing tofu, grazed his neck. With a swift upward motion, she tore off his head, hurling it a great distance. Damn! It's coming. Nearby armed personnel were seized with terror. Among them was a brain-stage-awakened individual who reacted swiftly, brandishing a steel alloy blade and charging at Xiao Ba. She vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind him, her lethal bone claws piercing his lower back and wrenching out his kidney. The awakened man emitted a harrowing scream, convulsing in agony before collapsing. Such horror. This was a grotesque zombie. Run. The remaining soldiers abandoned all resistance, turning to flee. Xiao Ba chuckled eerily as she pursued, toppling one victim after another with each stride, her claws dripping with blood, her eyes blazing with exhilaration as she savored the thrill of the hunt. Lu Hao and the main forces, perceiving the turmoil, realized that even the brain stage awakened could not contend with Xiao Ba. They must intervene. The slaughter could not be allowed to continue. I'll go. Su Jian volunteered once more, confident that his lightning elemental awakening would enable him to match her speed. Currently, the 500 armed personnel that have arrived have been eliminated by 2/3, leaving just over 100. Su Jian is enveloped in crackling lightning, with violent fluctuations of energy radiating from him. He is about to rush to stop Xiao Ba when suddenly, a more formidable pressure pervades the air, as if a sea of blood is surging from the distant street. A chill runs through the hearts of the people, and an unsettling feeling begins to spread. A genetic suppression that causes their very souls to tremble. The true king has emerged. The crowd turns to gaze, discovering a tall young man standing on the street, clad in a pristine white shirt, unblemished. His expression is indifferent, and his hollow gaze upon the crowd bears no hint of emotion, as if he is merely looking at the dead. What is that? A zombie? The female awakener hesitates in uncertainty. Lu Hao's brow furrows deeper with concern. Indeed, this is the first time I have encountered such a zombie. He must be the true corpse king. This situation seems rather troublesome. Xiao Wen, as a mental type awakener, possesses an exceptionally keen intuition. The emergence of various corpse kings has ignited their urgency, as they feel themselves inching further into an abyss. Su Jian shares this sense of urgency. If they do not eliminate a few corpse kings, their plight will become increasingly dire. Thus he feels a pressing need. Then let us deal with you first. Su Jian abandons Xiao Ba and turns to charge at Lin Dong. As a lightning-type awakener, he is remarkably swift, his body flickering with lightning like a bolt from the blue. Lu Hao does not intervene, for in terms of offensive prowess, Su Jian is the strongest among them, akin to the tip of the spear in the hunter action team. However, the next scene leaves them utterly dumbfounded. As Su Jian approaches Lin Dong, his speed suddenly diminishes, as if he has become mired in a quagmire, his movements turning exceedingly heavy. This is bad. Su Jian is in danger. Lu Hao quickly realizes the situation and contemplates how to provide support. Yet, Lin Dong's Corpse King domain has enveloped Su Jian, and taking advantage of his rigid body and sluggish movements, he glides past him, effortlessly extracting a bright white crystal core from his skull. The sensation is akin to casually strolling through one's own living room and picking an apple from the coffee table, effortless and natural. Su Jian's eyes widen. His pupils begin to unfocus, and his astonished face retains an expression of disbelief. Subsequently, his lifeless body slumps to the ground behind Lin Dong. A cadre of elite zombies immediately rushes forth, descending upon the corpse to devour it. Heavens! Lu Hao and the others are left in a state of shock. They did not even comprehend what had transpired before Su Jian, the strongest attacker of their group, was slain. This zombie is terrifying. A ghastly corpse. This is a true, ghastly corpse. Lu Hao's brow furrows, his spirits plummeting to despair. The others, upon hearing this, feel their anxiety intensifying. Elder, are we all to perish? The female awakener asks, her voice tinged with a sob. Lu Hao quickly replies, no. If we can discern his abilities, there may still be a chance for survival. We cannot remain here. Let us seek refuge in a building. Agreed. The others respond and head towards the nearby structures. The female awakener activates her metal control abilities. The steel reinforcements within the wall twisted, shattering a large breach through which the three immediately slipped. Behind them trailed several awakened neuro-enhanced individuals and over a dozen armed operatives. Outside, on the street, 100 more armed personnel engaged in combat, unable to retreat in time. We cannot afford to wait for them, Lu Hao said with a steely gaze, resolving to leave them behind. The female awakener expressed no objection, once more employing her powers to mend the broken wall. Yet Lu Hao remained uneasy, summoning his earth elemental abilities to manipulate the surrounding sand, layering the wall with reinforced fortifications. Doors, windows, and walls were sealed meticulously. The wall alone measured nearly 10 meters in thickness. This formidable bastion completely isolated them from the cacophony outside, imparting an immediate sense of detachment from the battlefield and enveloping them in tranquility. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, granting them a fleeting semblance of security, especially among the armed personnel, who considered themselves extraordinarily fortunate to have remained close to the Awakeners and thus secured refuge. Had they been abandoned outside, their fate would have been certain death. Yet, while they savored this brief respite, the exterior had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. The armed forces counterattacked, only to abruptly realize the Awakeners had vanished, their faces draining of color. "We have been forsaken," two men murmured anxiously. But in the next moment, several elite zombies pounced upon them, tearing flesh voraciously as blood splattered. The air was filled with anguished wails and harrowing screams, an unrelenting chorus of despair. Trapped between heaven and earth, their hearts flooded with overwhelming helplessness. They could only await death, lost and despondent amid this merciless apocalypse. Chapter 43. The Zombie Onslaught. Yet soon the creature known as Little 8 bestowed upon them a merciful release from suffering. One by one, bodies fell lifeless. Such was the price of invasion. In barely 3 minutes, over 100 humans succumbed to the ravenous maws of the undead. With the central human contingent eliminated, the crimson-faced zombie king and his horde finally confronted Lin Dong. With a furious roar, the zombie king seethed with rage over the grievous losses sustained that day, his eyes burning with hatred upon beholding Lin Dong, the embodiment of his nemesis. His remaining minions echoed his bellow, a thunderous cacophony reverberating through the air. The scene charged with palpable tension. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Of course, Tank, Little 8, and the elite zombies were equally eager for combat. Rather than anger, the provocation only stoked their excitement. "Let the games begin," Lin Dong commanded, and his troops surged forward instantly. The two ferocious zombie waves charged at each other with unparalleled velocity, yet Lin Dong's forces were exceptionally elite, akin to professional rugby players colliding with ordinary civilians. Upon impact, opponents were sent flying with a cacophony of crashing sounds. Tank especially relished this fray, moving as if invincible, scattering the zombie masses into disarray. Yet atop a towering building, the humanoid rat with a neck ruff emitted shrill, peculiar cries, seething with hatred upon spotting the enemy who had slain his wife. Once more, it unleashed its sinister power, mind control. A faint black mist began to waft, spreading insidiously toward Tank, Little 8, and their undead comrades. In a nearby alley, the doctor observed in secrecy, his gaze sinisterly fixed upon the humanoid rat. Perhaps due to his superior intellect, the doctor lacked the brutishness of a Tank, instead embodying a more cunning demeanor. Having awakened his ability, known as mental penetration, he had yet to fully utilize it in this conflict. Now, he set his sights on the humanoid rat, intending to seize control over others while its mental energy was dissipating. The doctor concentrated his mind, and with a sudden strike, his mental force manifested as a steel spike, aimed directly at the humanoid rat. Upon impact, the creature was seized by excruciating pain in its brain, unable to contain a wretched wail, before collapsing, frothing at the mouth, and convulsing violently, teetering on the brink of life and death. The red-faced corpse king, incensed, realized that his side was no match for Lin Dong and his allies, whose evolutionary prowess far exceeded their own. One of his formidable subordinates, a monkey, leaped onto the Tank's neck, baring its teeth in an attempt to gnaw at his scalp. However, the Tank swiftly extended a massive hand, thrusting it into the monkey's mouth, performing a deep throat maneuver, then gripping its upper jaw and executing a powerful shoulder throw, slamming it to the ground. "Did you think you could bite my head?" The Tank seethed internally, delivering a couple of forceful kicks to the monkey's prone body. Lin Dong's comrades, with overwhelming ferocity, toppled the advancing horde of corpses with minimal casualties. The red-faced corpse king, filled with rage, bellowed, "You shall all perish." He thrust his hands forward, his arms swelling as veins erupted like numerous tendrils, enveloping the entire street. Instantly, another wave of zombies was pierced by his veins. Yet, Lin Dong's subordinates, undaunted by death, opened their jaws wide to bite at the protruding veins. Some displayed even greater bravery, disregarding their impaled bodies as they charged forward with all their might, akin to ravenous wolf cubs that, even in death, would tear flesh from their enemies. Roar! The tank let out a thunderous roar, unable to bear the sight of his comrades being treated like mere candy skewers. He leaped towards the red-faced king, ready to strike with a mighty fist. However, he was still no match for the red-faced king. Suddenly, the king's chest split open, and countless veins surged forth, ensnaring the tank and piercing his body to siphon his blood. The little black bird repaid kindness with kindness, not blaming itself for being caught, but instead saving its own life, filling its heart with profound emotion. Little black bird, you are truly wonderful. I promise I will never catch you again. The foolish crow flapped its wings and flew away, just as it had before. Tank, with the assistance of the crow flock, found himself stripped of his trump card, his heart seething with rage. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he discovered that he was surrounded by a dense throng of zombies. These were all elite subordinates of Lin Dong, formidable in strength. It was over. A sense of foreboding washed over Red Face. At that moment, Lin Dong flickered, utilizing his ability to traverse through the wall and enter the building where Lu Hao was hiding. This had once been a hotel, now reduced to a state of disarray, with bloodstains splattered across the marble floor. During the apocalypse, many had sought refuge here, making it a disaster zone. The walls had been sealed by Lu Hao and his companions using their abilities, their thickness reaching a formidable 10 meters. Lin Dong mused that such powers were a waste if not employed on a construction site. The enclosed space was shrouded in darkness, with no sunlight penetrating. Only a few beams of light flickered ahead, emanating from the tactical flashlights of the armed personnel. Lu Hao and the others were resting on the ground. We must take this opportunity to regain some strength. We expended too much energy earlier, Lu Hao stated. Indeed, Xiaowen nodded, feeling that taking refuge here was a wise decision. After all, zombies could not enter. They had plenty of time. I felt completely drained after trying to disrupt the mind control of that humanoid rat. Xiaowen, you should refrain from speaking, the female awakener said with a sorrowful expression, her heart filled with anxiety. She had just witnessed the terrifying capabilities of the Corpse King, who had effortlessly killed Su Jian with a mere glance. She had read reports on eerie corpses and knew that encountering one could lead to an alarming 80% mortality rate, even for awakeners. Who gathered this intelligence? Why label this place as a one-star corpse nest? The woman exclaimed, her emotions spiraling out of control. Chapter 44. The slaughter. This time, the intelligence was indeed erroneous. Given the bizarre abilities of that Corpse King, it should be rated at least 4 to 5 stars in difficulty, Lu Hao remarked. His brows furrowed as he recalled the earlier events, still haunted by the image of that elongated figure, which had been utterly terrifying. Faced with such dire circumstances, the female awakener could not help but weep, her voice choked with emotion. I don't want to die yet. Do not worry, at least we are safe for now. Let us regain some strength. Xiaowen began to offer her comfort, but suddenly his voice faltered. A sense of dread enveloped him, and as a mental awakener, his sensitivity to danger was heightened. He felt as if something was creeping closer. Xiaowen was suddenly on edge, a chill running down his spine. Instinctively, he turned around, only to find a pitch-black void behind him. Nothing at all. Xiaowen, what is wrong? Lu Hao noticed his unusual state. Xiaowen's brow was tightly knitted. It feels like something has entered. What? The others gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. Xiaowen, don't scare me. One exclaimed. Yes, the walls are so thick. And they are undamaged. How could anything possibly get in? Didn't we just say it was safe? People murmured, uncertainty clouding their expressions. I, too, felt perplexed. Perhaps it was the excessive strain I had just endured that heightened my nerves. Xiaowen pressed his forehead, equally in disbelief. It is not uncommon for one to experience illusions under extreme tension. Perhaps my instincts had simply led me astray. But just as Xiaowen turned his head back, a tall figure suddenly materialized behind him, clad in a pristine white shirt, exuding an aura of cold indifference, reminiscent of a grim reaper. Lu Hao and the female awakened one, seated across from him, were the first to witness this startling apparition. Their eyes widened in horror, as if they had encountered a ghost, disbelief etched upon their faces, questioning their own sanity. He has entered. The female awakened one stammered, her voice trembling. Xiaowen, bewildered, asked who. Yet, as the words escaped his lips, he sensed the shift in atmosphere. For all gazes had turned towards the space behind him, terror reflected in their expressions. Indeed, something was amiss. A profound sense of impending doom surged within him. He could feel the specter of death looming over him, and he hesitated to turn around, fearing that his life might be irrevocably snuffed out. Nevertheless, the impulse to look back was overwhelming. He slowly turned his head, only to find a large hand grasping at his crown, penetrating through his skull, and extracting his crystal core. Thud! As he rotated, Xiao Wen's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and in the fleeting moment of death, he caught a glimpse of that immaculate shirt. The Reaper had truly arrived, and with his final thought, he resigned to the fate that all present would perish. Lu Hao's eyes bulged in disbelief. At such proximity, witnessing Lin Dong's murderous technique sent chills racing down his spine. Though he had experience in hunting corpse kings, he had never before encountered such a surreal scene. The walls surrounding them were heavily fortified, yet Lin Dong had managed to infiltrate silently. A sinister realization dawned upon him. This was a genuine spectral corpse. Meanwhile, the female awakened one was paralyzed with fear, her once rosy complexion drained of color. Fixated on Lin Dong's figure, her body trembling uncontrollably. This tomb has been constructed quite well, Lin Dong mused, surveying the surroundings. The hotel walls were a staggering 10 meters thick, giving the interior an elliptical shape, reminiscent of a grave. Lu Hao refused to succumb to despair. "Quick, open fire," he commanded. The armed personnel unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the gun muzzles illuminating the darkness as bullets rained down like a torrential downpour. Lin Dong's form shimmered with a crimson glow, as if dissolving into nothingness. The bullets passed harmlessly through him, striking the walls behind. A wave of despair swept through the crowd. Indeed, the spectral corpse was extraordinary, and firearms were utterly ineffective. Yet they continued to pull the triggers. The cacophony of gunfire resounding not merely as an attempt to strike Lin Dong, but as a final indictment against this cruel world. Why has it come to this? In the next instant, Lin Dong unleashed his corpse domain, enveloping the surrounding space, rendering the gunfire silent. The armed personnel, mere mortals, could not withstand the overwhelming pressure. Their bodies shattered like overripe melons, succumbing one after another. Lin Dong observed the crimson blossoms of blood scattered around him, reminiscent of his days at the orphanage, where after the firecrackers were set off, it was time for dumplings. Faced with this rabble of defeated souls, it was nothing short of a massacre. Lu Hao and the female awakener had expended considerable energy, their bodies now weakened and shrouded by the realm of corpses, both enduring immense suffering. The female awakener gritted her teeth, feeling that facing such a spectral corpse meant the mortality rate was not 80, but rather 999, 9999. Damn it, she screamed, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth as she had pushed her body to its limits, unleashing her final reserves of energy. From the thick walls surrounding her, countless steel rebars shot forth like arrows, slicing through the air, converging on Lin Dong from all directions. As these rebars were infused with the energy of the Awakener's crystal cores, Lin Dong chose not to confront them head-on. With a mere wave of his hand, the power of the corpse realm coalesced, sending those rebars hurtling away. Simultaneously, he approached the female Awakener. In the depths of her despairing gaze, he reached out and extracted her crystal core. Her lifeless body slumped to the ground, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Who the hell collected this intelligence and referred to it as a one-star corpse nest? She wished that intelligence officer would encounter such zombies every day. With the female Awakener's demise, the Hunter King action team was nearly annihilated, leaving only Lu Hao. However, this individual possessed an indomitable will to survive. Seizing the fleeting moment when the power of the corpse realm waned, he unleashed his last surge of energy. Earth armor. With a thought, the soil from the surrounding walls rapidly converged around him, enveloping his limbs and body, transforming him into a colossal earthen giant in an instant. Bolstered by the earth, Lu Hao's stature swelled to 3 meters, his robust arms as thick as an adult's waist, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. Resisting the pressure of the corpse realm, Lu Hao swung his heavy arm, delivering a punch toward Lin Dong, the sound of rushing wind accompanying his strike. Lin Dong did not evade. Instead, he countered with a punch of his own. This opponent possessed a certain intrigue. Thus, he exerted 8/10 of his strength. In the darkness, an explosive sound resonated through the air, as his iron fist surged forward like a dragon emerging from the depths, unstoppable. Boom. Upon impact, it was as if 2 mountains had collided, the sound echoing in their ears, followed by a sharp cracking noise. Though the earthen giant's arm appeared formidable, spiderweb-like fissures began to emerge, and it shattered, pieces falling away. Before long, Lu Hao's true arm was exposed, but it hung limply, completely devoid of sensation. So powerful. Lu Hao gritted his teeth, his heart heavy with foreboding. This corpse king before him was not only peculiarly capable, but possessed a physique of unparalleled strength. An almost insurmountable existence. Chapter 45. His words were also kind. Lin Dong was likewise analyzing the situation. Among the many awakeners he had hunted, Lu Hao was undoubtedly the strongest. His earth-based abilities offered both offense and defense. However, it was time to bring this to a close. With a mere thought, Lin Dong expanded his domain to its utmost limit, unleashing a tremendous pressure that caused Lu Hao to stagger, nearly collapsing to the ground. His body was severely depleted. Having reached its limit, Lin Dong swiftly moved forward, raising his fist to strike Lu Hao's chest. Boom! The blow shattered the surrounding earth, sending Lu Hao careening backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing through the wall behind him and out of the building. Cough! 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 Lu Hao lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise again. The bright light outside felt painfully blinding. A throng of zombie figures began to encircle him. Among them was a tank, its right hand weighing a severed head, a grotesque trophy of the red-faced corpse king. Nearby, Xiao Ba, with sharp bone claws still dripping with fresh blood, wore a sinister smile as he cocked his head to survey the fallen man below. Behind them stood over 1,000 elite zombies, their spirits still exhilarated from the recent slaughter that had led to the defeat of the red-faced foe. Is this the end? Lu Hao pondered as he gazed at the terrifying visages surrounding him, his vision growing increasingly hazy. He had anticipated such a day, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly, the moment of departure from this cruel world drawing near. From this point onward, everything would no longer concern him, and a sense of resignation washed over him. Let us bid farewell properly. Lin Dong stepped forward, lowering his gaze. He noted the complexity of Lu Hao's expression, which bore a hint of relief. Is there anything you wish to say? Lu Hao's expression faltered. He had not anticipated that the zombie could speak. Its voice deep and magnetic, a stark contrast to its earlier bloodthirsty demeanor. An odd illusion struck him, as if he were conversing with a human. Ahem, young one. I know you are formidable, but do not grow complacent. The Tite Corporation is far from simple. They possess numerous confidential plans that will not be disclosed to the public. And those are the crucial matters. Indeed, Lin Dong nodded, having already surmised that the true trump card would never be openly discussed online. The zombie elimination plan, known as the Hunter King operation, was merely a facade to enhance credibility. Lu Hao's gaze grew increasingly vacant, his lips murmuring two words, strange, strange. They were nurturing zombies, cultivating the bizarre. A chilling breeze swept through, and Lu Hao's pupils dulled completely as he succumbed to death. Silence enveloped the area. The tank ceased its play with the severed head and turned to the nearby doctor, whispering, "What did that human mean?" "Oh, with your intellect. I find it challenging to explain," the doctor pondered. "Oh," the tank nodded, somewhat understanding, yet something felt amiss. Was he implying that he was foolish? Xiao Ba and the others approached Lin Dong, observing Lu Hao's lifeless body. "Your Majesty, I believe this human spoke wisely before his demise. It is said that a dying man speaks kind words." Lin Dong quoted eloquently. With the collective intelligence of the surrounding zombies, comprehension was elusive, especially for the tank. Yet his thirst for knowledge was insatiable. Boss, what do you mean by that?" "It means if a human speaks harshly, when you bring them to the brink of death, their words will sound more pleasant." "Oh, so that's how it is." The tank grasped the concept, delighting in this new piece of knowledge, venerating it as a maxim. Truly, the boss spoke with wisdom. He cast a disdainful glance at the doctor, implying that if he couldn't explain it clearly, perhaps the fault lay with the doctor's intellect. Thus, this great battle came to a close. The streets were littered with dismembered flesh, remnants of chaos strewn about, a scene of utter devastation. A flock of black crows cawed, pecking at the ground for morsels of meat. To scavengers, the flesh of zombies was particularly delectable. "Let us return," Lin Dong issued the command. A thunderous roar erupted from the horde of corpses behind him, their triumphant cries echoing through the air, reminiscent of victorious warriors. The defeat of the red-faced corpse king had led to an expansion of their territory, which now extended threefold from the building to the park. Following this fierce battle, Lin Dong acquired 6 crystal cores, marking a significant bounty. In the subsequent days, Lin Dong remained ensconced in his home, absorbing the crystal cores, feasting on flesh, and drinking blood to continually harness energy. Meanwhile, Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor were unusually busy, as their territory had grown significantly, and the three kings had recruited numerous new subordinates. The ranks swelled from 2,000 to 10,000, and the numbers continued to rise. Thus, Lin Dong emerged as the sovereign of a vast tide of corpses. However, he felt this was still insufficient. He desired 100 more to feel truly formidable. Moreover, the newly recruited subordinates were not particularly elite, stationed primarily at the periphery of their territory. The original 2,000 elite corpses remained steadfastly guarding the building, serving as Lin Dong's personal guard. With the territory's expansion, Tank was particularly jubilant, wandering about freely, patrolling the streets in search of intruders or anything that might have slipped past. On fortunate days, he managed to capture a few survivors, providing a delightful feast. With his subordinates thriving, Lin Dong basked in a life of ease. Following that battle, no one dared to challenge him. Unbeknownst to him, he had become humanity's nightmare. On the official website of Tai Corporation, the photographs of Liu Hao and his team had turned a ghostly white, indicating that the Hunter King Task Force had been completely annihilated. Since the inception of operations by Tai Corporation, casualties had been frequent, but this marked the first total extermination. The public was particularly intrigued by this event. Liu Hao, a B-rank awakened, had been killed by a zombie. It was a tragedy that an entire squad had perished. No one could fathom what they had encountered. Rumors circulated about the spectral corpses, with reports of drones capturing images. Lin Dong scrolled down to discover an actual photograph. Although taken from a great distance, it was somewhat unclear. A young figure stood at the edge of the building, surrounded by a flock of crows, exuding a dark aesthetic. Comments regarding this photograph had surpassed those concerning the annihilation of the Hunter King Task Force. Could this truly be a zombie? It feels so oppressive. The image is too blurry and obscured by the crows, making the face indistinct. This is no ordinary zombie. This is a spectral corpse. Who knows how many lives it has claimed? Yet, I find him strangely handsome. What is this? Chapter 46. Black Scorpion discussion amongst netizens ran rampant. At that moment, within Tai Corporation, the head, Yi Jian, was infuriated, cursing internally. These fools, Liu Hao and his team, are utterly useless, to be wiped out by zombies. Even a couple of survivors would have been preferable. He was also aware that a formidable corpse king lurked near the building, and he suspected that even the strongest awakened within the company might not match its strength. It seemed that the zombies were indeed more powerful, and only a larger corpse king could vanquish the spectral corpse. The plan for cultivating zombies must continue, and it would be best to create controllable undead, Yi Jian pondered. He was fully aware that nurturing zombies was akin to playing with fire, yet he was willing to embrace the risks for the sake of that formidable power. Perhaps, should the opportunity arise, he could collaborate with the zombie king, merely providing it with blood and flesh in return. It was imperative to inform the rescue team to expedite the search for survivors. Lin Dong remained at home, oblivious to the plans of the tech corporation. Of course, he was indifferent to them. The populace had come to realize that the area surrounding the building was home to a powerful zombie king, deemed extremely perilous, rendering it a forbidden zone. Consequently, during this period, no one dared to disturb Lin Dong. Previously, helicopters would occasionally fly overhead, but now, not even an airplane could be seen. This region had transformed into a sanctuary for the undead. Lin Dong enjoyed a life of utmost comfort, with ample food and drink, daily energy intake, and continuous evolution. When boredom struck, he would watch television or play games. In this apocalyptic nightmare, his existence resembled a vacation, devoid of any pressing worries. The headline from the shelter read, "Our researchers have improved the guanine soil when consumed in small quantities. It will not cause bloating and can be used as a temporary sustenance. The water purification system has been fully restored. Please rest assured that it is safe to drink. And there will no longer be large-scale occurrences of parasitic or viral infections." However, the grim news followed. Our personnel searching for supplies have been robbed by unidentified forces. If anyone has information, please provide us with leads immediately. The television broadcast conveyed the official messages from the shelter, revealing their severe scarcity of resources. They had reached a desperate state, teetering on the brink of starvation, with the water situation equally dire. Most crucially, after finally locating a batch of supplies, they were robbed by unknown assailants. It was truly a tragic fate. Lin Dong felt a fleeting pang of sympathy for them before turning back to his game. At this moment, on the outskirts of Lin Dong's territory, a group of individuals was hiding within a building. This structure, once a KTV, now had its doors and windows barricaded, leaving only a few gaps to observe the outside world. "Shoo, the zombies are coming. Do not make a sound," a man whispered, crouched by the window peering outside. Behind him stood two others, who dared not even breathe. Outside, in the streets, a massive figure swayed with each step. Accompanied by a horde of zombies, it was the patrolling tank. Fortunately, the tank's senses were not particularly acute, and it failed to detect the humans within the building, gradually moving away with its entourage. With a sigh of relief, the occupants of the room felt a slight sense of ease. Thankfully, this powerful zombie was rather dim-witted. Inside a private room, several individuals lounged on the sofa, confident in the KTV's soundproofing that shielded them from disturbing the outside zombies. "By hiding here, the official shelter personnel will certainly not find us," a bald man asserted. "Indeed, the boss is wise. Even if they were aware of our presence, they would likely hesitate to approach, for this is the territory of a formidable zombie king." Another concurred. This group was the one responsible for raiding the supplies of the official shelter, known as the Black Scorpions. Before the apocalypse, the Black Scorpion organization had already existed, often operating in the dark web like a cult. They revered ultimate freedom, unbound by any constraints, doing as they pleased. However, due to the suppression of social order at that time, they did not create significant upheaval until the cataclysm arrived, which finally fulfilled their desires. Those who awakened their abilities gathered, seizing resources, committing murder, and engaging in all sorts of villainy. "The apocalypse is truly our era," exclaimed a bald man, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In the center of a KTV private room, three individuals knelt on the floor, their hands and feet bound together, rags stuffed in their mouths, only able to emit muffled sounds. These three were awakened ones from a shelter, responsible for transporting supplies, but they were ambushed by the Black Scorpion. "Boss, how should we deal with them?" inquired a lean man. The bald man pondered for a moment. "Let them stay alive. They will serve as our hostages. If they die, their brain essence can be absorbed, and their flesh can serve as food." Meanwhile, on the other side of Lin Dong's territory, another group appeared, led by a girl with large eyes, straight black hair, and a strikingly beautiful yet world-weary face. She was none other than the official awakened one number 001. Cheng Loi. Cheng Loi indeed despised this world. Having grown up in an orphanage, she was later confined in a psychiatric hospital. Upon her release, she found the world had succumbed to the apocalypse. It would be peculiar for anyone with such experiences to cherish this world. The only cherished memories she held were the few warm moments from her time in the orphanage. Beside Cheng Loi was her partner, Sun Xiaoqiang, whose eyes radiated wisdom. "Gulyalu." Sun Xiaoqiang clutched his stomach, suffering from intense hunger. If it weren't for the robust physique granted by his awakening, he might have fainted from starvation long ago. "When are we going to find supplies? I haven't eaten anything in 10 days since I came out." Xiaoqiang, we've only been out for 3 days." Cheng Loi replied without turning her head. Behind them followed 4 awakened ones in the brain essence stage, primarily assisting the duo in transporting supplies. Sun Xiaoqiang scratched his head and squinted. "Only 3 days? I must be so hungry that I'm losing track of time. As if you would know how to keep count." Cheng Loi retorted. The streets ahead lay desolate, with abandoned vehicles crumpled together, rusted and overgrown with moss. The surrounding buildings were equally dilapidated, and faint zombie growls could be heard through the shattered glass. An awakened one in the brain essence stage cautioned. "Ahead is the site where the tech company squad was annihilated. It is said there is a powerful and eerie zombie king." "Oh, Chenggu, are the ones who robbed us hiding in that area?" Sun Xiaoqiang asked. Chen Ming nodded. "Based on their retreat direction, it's highly probable they are in that vicinity." "Then let us go look for them," Sun Xiaoqiang said boldly, unafraid. Chen Ming nodded and offered a word of caution. "Remember, our primary objective is to locate supplies. We must not disturb the zombies here." Chapter 47. A Reunion with Old Friends. The 6 individuals proceeded with utmost caution, their bodies coated in a special potion that masked their scent, ensuring that as long as they remained silent, they would remain undetected. The surrounding zombies were sparse, and by skillfully avoiding them, they could navigate without alarm. From a distance, Chen Ming observed several zombies swaying on the street, their demeanor appearing somewhat vacant. Thus, the group pressed against the wall, moving slowly and using abandoned vehicles as cover, intending to circumvent the zombies. However, midway through their endeavor, a sudden gurgling sound emanated from Sun Xiaoqiang's stomach. Startled, Chun Ming and the others exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. Although the noise was faint, the zombies possessed an exceptionally keen sense of hearing. The previously dazed creatures immediately halted, their awareness peaked, emitting low growls as they strained to perceive any disturbances. Cheng Luoi's beautiful eyes narrowed, readying herself for combat. The others crouched behind the wrecked vehicle, holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. Fortunately, the zombies remained alert only for a brief moment before resuming their unsteady, vacant state. With a collective sigh of relief, Chun Ming and his companions hurried past the perilous area. Once the zombies were at a safe distance, one of the awakened individuals expressed their relief. Xiaoqiang, you nearly attracted the zombies. Wasn't I just hungry? Sun Xiaoqiang replied nonchalantly. Chun Ming quickly interjected, let's focus on completing our mission. Once we find supplies, we'll have food. Indeed, Sun Xiaoqiang responded, invigorated by thoughts of delicious food, envisioning himself enjoying a loaf of bread followed by a sip of 6 nuclear bombs, pure bliss. Thus, the 6 individuals continued their careful advance, successfully evading wave after wave of zombies. When necessary, they even climbed onto rooftops, traversing the tiles like ancient assassins moving along eaves. However, Chun Ming's anxiety lingered. As they ventured deeper, they reached the center of the area, where the zombies exhibited heightened evolution and acute perception. According to supplemental information provided later by Tech Corporation, this location had been classified as a 5-star zombie nest. Suddenly, a woman's wailing echoed, hauntingly piercing the air, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes low, reminiscent of cries from the depths of hell, utterly eerie. Merely hearing it sent chills down their spines. The 6 lay sprawled on a rooftop, hastily turning toward the source of the lament, spotting the silhouette of a female zombie kneeling on the ground, weeping with her head bowed. Chun Ming gasped, every hair on his body standing on end. It was utterly terrifying. I am starving and do not weep. What could she possibly be lamenting? Sun Xiaoqiang craned his neck to get a better view. Cheng Luoi commented, she might be even hungrier than you. We cannot proceed this way. We must find a detour. Chun Ming quickly assessed, noting that the female zombie was surrounded by numerous others, their movements swift and far from vacant, indicating a significantly advanced level of evolution. Furthermore, the faction engaged in plundering resources could not possibly conceal themselves here. Otherwise, they would have long been devoured by the zombies. As the 6 were about to take a detour, Xiao Ba, with her keen perception, had already sensed their gazes. Her hair draped over her face, revealing only one eye, which she suddenly turned towards them. Upon spotting her target, her pupil constricted to the size of a pinhole, rendering her visage even more terrifying. The once heart-wrenching cries morphed instantaneously into a sinister laugh. In a flash, she darted towards them like a gust of wind. Oh no, they had been discovered. Chun Ming's expression turned grave, his heart filled with dread upon encountering such a horrifying zombie for the first time. As Xiaoba moved, she inadvertently stirred the nearby zombies. A chorus of hundreds of elite zombies roared, culminating in a small horde that surged forward, agile enough to scale rooftops in mere moments. Even if the 6 sought refuge at a higher vantage point, it would avail them little. What now? In his anxiety, Chun Ming found himself at a loss for a solution. Cheng Luoi maintained her composure. What else could they do but prepare to break through? Indeed, Chun Ming and the other awakened individuals swiftly drew alloy knives from their waists, specially crafted by researchers with resilient and sharp materials, capable of dispatching high-level zombies. However, facing such a multitude of elite zombies left them feeling uncertain, even with Cheng Luoi, the renowned awakener of Shelter Number 001, reputed as the strongest among them. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was daunting. It was feared that even the mightiest tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. Moreover, within that throng of zombies lurked a terrifyingly agile zombie king. Xiao Ba's figure was rapidly approaching, and the ease of their current territory had rendered these warriors bored to tears. Finally encountering prey, their excitement was palpable. Yet, just as she neared her target, Xiao Ba received a sudden directive in her mind. Wait, do not kill yet. Huh. Xiao Ba's swift movement abruptly halted. It was the voice of her leader. Though she was eager for carnage, restraint was necessary. She cast a glance at Chun Ming and his companions before veering away. Chun Ming shuddered. He could never forget the mournful gaze of that female zombie. However, what transpired next left them even more astonished. The once frenzied zombies quieted, dispersing in all directions until they vanished without a trace. What was happening? The six were incredulous, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. They had been fully prepared for battle, ready to fight to the death, only to find the horde dissipating. Oh, I understand now. They were merely trying to intimidate us. Sun Xiaoqiang analyzed seriously. Chen Ming was speechless. Why would they scare you? There must be some special circumstance. What special circumstance? Chen Loi too was perplexed. Yet, she suddenly realized that not all events in this world unfolded as direly as anticipated. Occasionally, there would be small surprises. At that moment, a tall figure appeared on the street, handsome in countenance, surveying the group with keen eyes. Lin Dong gazed intently at Chen Loi. The visage before him gradually merged with the images etched in his memory. Childhood scenes unfurled vividly within his mind, evoking a poignant nostalgia for days long past. It's been so long, he murmured. Chen Loi's eyes momentarily glazed over. Having spent a decade confined within a psychiatric hospital, her heart had long since grown as cold and unyielding as the bed she lay upon. Yet, upon beholding that familiar figure, her heartbeat quickened unexpectedly. That face before her bore the weight of countless memories, among the few tender moments she had ever known. Sun Xiaoqiang was equally moved, deeply impressed by Lin Dong's presence. Tears welled in his distinctive eyes, for in this desolate apocalypse, encountering a childhood companion was nothing short of miraculous. Without hesitation, he leapt from the rooftop to stand before Lin Dong. Lin Dong, is it truly you? I never imagined we'd meet here. Meanwhile, Chen Ming and his companions grew increasingly uneasy. Reflecting on the recent events and the blurry photos circulating online, they recognized a striking resemblance to the figure before them. Xiaoqiang, be careful. He might be one of the undead. Chen Ming warned. Don't be ridiculous. Sun Xiaoqiang retorted, indignation flaring within him. Lin Dong can never be a zombie. I know him well enough to tell. A ruler? Chen Ming and the others exchanged skeptical glances, sensing a certain crookedness behind that confident gaze. It truly has been a long time, Chen Loi remarked as she descended from the rooftop, her eyes reflecting rare emotion. I never expected to encounter Lin Dong amidst such a merciless apocalypse. What brings you here? Just passing by, Lin Dong replied casually. Sun Xiaoqiang beamed with excitement. This place is a 5-star zombie nest. We saw countless undead just moments ago. Surviving here is no small feat. Lin Dong observed Sun Xiaoqiang's unique eyes and realized that despite the years, he remained unchanged. What are you all doing here? Some thieves stole our supplies. So we're hiding in this area. We came to find them, Sun Xiaoqiang explained. Oh, Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. He was aware of the recent raids on the shelter's provisions and was surprised the bandits had infiltrated his territory. When did this happen? I had no idea. I'm very familiar with this area. Perhaps I can help you search, Lin Dong offered. Really? That would be wonderful. Sun Xiaoqiang was thrilled, focusing solely on the prospect of reuniting with an old friend and gaining a valuable ally. Yet behind them, Chen Ming and his group inhaled sharply. They suspected Lin Dong was the enigmatic zombie king, the root of all peril, and yet Sun Xiaoqiang was inviting him to join their ranks. This world had truly descended into madness. It was as if a mouse were serving as a bridesmaid to a cat. Chen Loi nodded in agreement and added, once we recover the supplies, we can escort you to the shelter. It's very safe there. Chen Ming and his companions nearly choked on their disbelief. They found Sun Xiaoqiang's naivety outrageous. But Chen Loi's suggestion to bring Lin Dong to the shelter was even more preposterous. Whether the refuge was truly secure might very well depend on Lin Dong himself. Lin Dong pondered briefly but did not refuse outright. We'll see when the time comes. All right, they concurred. Chen Loi responded and turned to the 4 individuals behind her, saying, come over here, why are you still hiding on the rooftop? All right. Chen Ming and the others replied hesitantly, their expressions filled with concern. Yet they cautiously leaped down to the street and approached. As they drew nearer to Lin Dong, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloped them. Whether due to psychological influence or some other reason, they noted that Lin Dong's gaze was devoid of emotion, regarding them as one would livestock. Only when he conversed with Chen Loi and Sun Xiaoqiang did a fleeting spark of vitality flicker in his eyes. Let me introduce you. These 4 are all awakened ones from the shelter. Chen Loi introduced one by one. Chen Ming, Su Tianhao. Lin Dong merely acknowledged. not sparing them a glance, his demeanor suggesting he was entirely dismissive of their presence. Chunming forced a smile. Hello, hello? The four felt a tightness in their chests, yet it seemed that their adversary had no intent to harm them. Otherwise, the horde of zombies they had just encountered would have claimed their lives. Thus, they refrained from shattering the pretense, treating Lin Dong as an ordinary human. However, Sun Xiaoqiang was genuinely naive and quite generous. Lin Dong, once we find supplies, let us feast. We'll indulge as if we are celebrating a reunion. Sure, Lin Dong replied. At that moment, Sun Xiaoqiang's stomach audibly protested, a powerful hunger rendering him dizzy and weak, nearly causing him to collapse. Lin Dong noticed his condition and thought, even in such hunger, he still remembers to treat me to a meal? Perhaps I should invite him instead. Huh. Do you have food now? Sun Xiaoqiang's eyes widened with curiosity. A little, not much. Lin Dong waved his hand and retrieved bread, sausages, and spicy strips from his storage space. These were treasures worth millions, seized from the warehouse, and of little use to him. Sun Xiaoqiang stared at the food in astonishment, feeling as though Lin Dong had conjured it from thin air. Tears of gratitude welled at the corners of his mouth as he discovered spicy strips among the offerings. His favorite snack. Thank you. I will not be polite, he exclaimed, tearing open the packaging and stuffing his mouth. The greasy spiciness of the strips spread across his taste buds, a delightful explosion of flavor. Hunger is indeed the best chef, and in Sun Xiaoqiang's current state, the spicy strips were a culinary masterpiece. Observing this scene, Lin Dong couldn't help but reminisce about his childhood in the orphanage, where Sun Xiaoqiang had a penchant for spicy strips. Fearing that other children would snatch them away, he would hide them in his bedding, only to have them squished and cause a greasy mess, resulting in a stern reprimand from the headmaster. Cheng Luoi, watching Sun Xiaoqiang relish the food, unconsciously salivated, swallowing hard as her stomach echoed with hunger. Lin Dong cast a glance, offering no further words. He produced bread, sausages, and spicy snacks, along with a bottle of nutritional drink, and presented them before her. I'm not hungry, he remarked. However, Cheng Luoi shook her head in refusal. Lin Dong observed her, noting that she remained soft and stubborn just as she had been in childhood. It's all right. Eat up, he encouraged. Cheng Luoi hesitated but eventually accepted the offering. Although her heart was still conflicted, for food was exceedingly precious in this apocalyptic world. Lin Dong had mentioned that he had little left, prompting her to think he should keep it for himself. What troubles you? Lin Dong casually inquired, noticing her fidgeting and her expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. Cheng Luoi gazed at him blankly and remarked, It's expired. Lin Dong was speechless, eat it or not. Although the bread's label indicated it was past its expiration date, it was still perfectly edible thanks to being stored in her space. Cheng Luoi decided not to dwell on it, reasoning she could repay him later. She opened the packaging and began to eat. The four behind them, Chun Ming and his companions, stared intently, their stomachs churning and growling, filled with longing. Yet, they dared not ask Lin Dong for food, given the peculiar manner in which he produced it. They feared that if they misstepped, they might find themselves as the next meal. Thus, they averted their gazes, choosing ignorance instead. Before long, Cheng Luoi felt rejuvenated after finishing her meal. I will repay you. Or perhaps exchange with brain essence or crystals, she assured him. In the shelter, one brain essence could trade for a bag of instant noodles, while a soul crystal could fetch an entire box. They had grown accustomed to this system of value exchange and felt embarrassed to consume Lin Dong's provisions. Absolutely. Sun Xiaoqiang chimed in, his mouth glistening with grease, in enthusiastic agreement. I want to take it without giving something in return. Chapter 49. The gentle girl. After Cheng Luoi and Lin Dong replenished their strength, they resumed their search for the members of the Black Scorpion organization. With Lin Dong by her side, their journey was remarkably smooth, as the ferocious zombies inexplicably vanished. This led Cheng Luoi to experience an illusion, feeling as if it were merely an ordinary afternoon stroll on the street. Lin Dong reminisced with the others, mentioning cherry picking and making dumplings, all while walking unhurriedly through the post-apocalyptic streets. Chun Ming and the others exchanged glances, too timid to speak or inquire, opting instead to follow quietly, striving to remain inconspicuous. They noticed that the typically reticent Cheng Luoi had become somewhat more talkative today. In the distant background, Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor stood atop a tall building, their fierce eyes fixed on the scene below. How is the boss leading humans into action? Xiaoba seemed slightly envious. Do not underestimate that female human. I doubt you would be her match, the doctor commented. Humph, Xiaoba scoffed, unconvinced. If it weren't for the boss's orders, I would have already taken her brain. The doctor chose not to respond further and instead turned to Tank. The boss is searching for humans who have infiltrated. The direction they are headed is within your patrol zone, correct? Yes, Tank replied confidently. They must have made a mistake. I've roamed that area several times. And there's no way there could be any humans there. 3 subordinates stood by, surrounded by a multitude of elite zombies, poised and ready, while also watching the unfolding drama. At this moment, Lin Dong had arrived at the edge of his territory. It was his first patrol to this area since the expansion of his domain. From a distance, he caught a whiff of blood, unmistakably indicating the presence of humans. The street ahead, once lined with KTV establishments and renowned for its vibrant nightlife, now lay in ruins. The buildings were cracked, signs had fallen, shattered glass littered the ground, and bloodstains were visible alongside the mangled corpses. Abandoned vehicles were ensnared in thick webs of spider silk. One building stood out, its glass doors on the first floor shattered, with weeds sprouting on the steps, while an eerie silence pervaded inside, seemingly no different from the others. However, the windows on the second floor had been barricaded, clearly showing signs of human alteration. Lin Dong had found what he was looking for. Chun Luoyi's bright eyes gazed intently, sensing something amiss. Behind them, Chun Ming furrowed his brow. The Black Scorpion organization was notorious for its ruthlessness and brutality, prompting him to speak up. According to intelligence, over a dozen awakened individuals were involved in the robbery of supplies and had taken 3 hostages. The directive was clear: recover the supplies while rescuing the hostages. Hostages? Lin Dong instinctively felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the term, as if those words had never crossed his mind before. Chun Ming was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Sun Xiaoqiang turned to Lin Dong. I've heard the Black Scorpion organization is quite vicious. Perhaps you should stay back while we handle this. Vicious? Lin Dong was quite familiar with that term. It's all right. I will accompany you to take a look. All right then, just stick close to me, Sun Xiaoqiang replied, confident in his abilities. After all, he was an awakened individual from Shelter 002. They then made their way towards the KTV. Inside, 13 members of the Black Scorpion were present, 6 of whom had crystallized cores, showcasing formidable abilities. Among them was a woman with short hair and a black scorpion tattoo on her right cheek, exuding an unsettling aura. She was a mental type awakened, possessing remarkable perception. Suddenly, she stood up from the sofa. Yanggu, someone is approaching us. Oh, the bald leader narrowed his eyes, a menacing glint flashing within. Even in hiding, we've been found? How many are there? 6, with only 2 crystallized awakened, the woman replied, though her abilities failed to detect Lin Dong's presence. The bald man scoffed. Only 2 crystallized awakened dare to seek us out? How overconfident. Let us go meet them, he commanded, a sinister grin forming on his face, while a nearby man chuckled. Dismissing the situation entirely, they left 3 members to guard the hostages, and the remaining 10 ventured outside. At that moment, Lin Dong and his companions stepped cautiously into the lobby, the sound of crunching glass echoing beneath their feet. Shortly, they heard the faint sound of footsteps descending from above. They were coming down. Chun Luoyi, with an expression of calm, stepped forward alone. Chun Ming and others possess remarkably feeble combat prowess. She has no expectations of them and prefers to resolve the battle herself with swift decisiveness. At the stairway leading to the second floor, a group soon materializes. At the forefront stands a bald giant with triangular eyes, his eyebrows shaven, exuding a menacing aura. He is Song Yang, a minor leader of the Black Scorpion organization. Behind him, several individuals, each with distinct appearances, some adorned with nose rings, lip piercings, or tattoos, cast their predatory gazes upon Chun Luoyi. Ah, indeed, it is her. A youth clad in a leather jacket, his eyes glinting with surprise, exclaims amidst the crowd. What? Do you know her? Inquires a curious companion. Yes, I have perused her profile on the refuge's official website. The leather-clad youth's expression turns lewd as he recalls the first time he saw Chun Luoyi's photograph, struck by her breathtaking beauty, and began fantasizing about an encounter with her. Today, fortune smiles upon him, for she has come to seek him out. He vividly remembers a description beneath her photo. I am a gentle girl, afraid of pain. I fancy gentle girls. Yanggu, let her be mine. The youth eagerly proposes. You certainly have discerning taste. If you like her, then pursue her. Song Yang smirks, dismissing the matter lightly. It is not that these individuals are lacking in intelligence or underestimating their opponent. Rather, Cheng Luoyi, in her normal state, emanates no formidable aura, appearing merely as an ordinary B-level awakener, undetectable to the average person. The leather-clad youth, brimming with excitement, deftly withdraws a gleaming alloy dagger from his pant leg, its blade shimmering with lethal sharpness. "Beauty, allow me to entertain you," he declares, springing forward with remarkable speed, for he is a speed-enhanced awakener. Cheng Luoyi, however, remains rooted in place, her large eyes fixed upon him, showing no inclination to evade. The dagger-esque glint looms larger in her vision, mere inches away. In an instant, she raises her hand, clasping the blade with a firm grip. With a sudden thrust, crimson blood gushes forth, trickling down her wrist, staining her fair skin with a striking hue. A wave of intense pain courses through her nerves, awakening every cell within her. The murderous instinct within her begins to bloom. This wound triggers Cheng Luoyi's awakened ability, deadly pain, causing her aura to surge. A bracelet upon her right wrist displays pain value 10. Wait. The leather-clad man senses something amiss and attempts to retract his dagger, but Cheng Luoyi's grip is like iron, resisting his every effort. As he struggles, the dagger plunges deeper into flesh, blood spilling through her fingers. The pain value continues to rise, 15. With a sudden surge of force, Cheng Luoyi snaps the blade in two, wielding the fractured shard to pierce directly toward the man's temple. In a moment of shock, he feels a sharp pain in his head, warm blood cascading down his cheek. His consciousness begins to fade. Is this truly the gentle girl? The man's pupils dilated, his final thoughts flickering through his mind before he succumbed to death, collapsing heavily onto the ground. In that fleeting moment, Cheng Luoyi dispatched a core awakener with remarkable ease. Song Yang and the others felt their pupils contract in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of this seemingly delicate girl. She had killed so effortlessly? A sense of unease washed over them. They began to recognize the potential danger she posed. The atmosphere turned grave. When Cheng Luoyi had taken a life, her expression remained tranquil and unfazed, her movements precise and lethal, indicating a seasoned veteran of such acts. Cheng Luoyi cast her gaze downward at the lifeless body, as if suddenly recollecting something. She slowly crouched down, prying open the head of the man in the leather jacket with her alloy blade, her pale fingers delving inside, stirring the contents. What is she doing? Lin Dong wondered, the action triggering memories of their days at the orphanage, reminiscent of preparing dumpling filling. Soon, Cheng Luoyi's fingers grazed the man's core, and she forcibly extracted it, her hands smeared with fresh blood, mingling with various other substances. She then turned and approached Lin Dong, presenting the gruesome find. "You give me bread, I give you the core." Lin Dong nodded, realizing she had been fixated on this matter, her impatience reminiscent of old times. Yet, the blood-soaked hand, still dripping with unidentified cerebral matter, seemed rather unsanitary. Freshly harvested, still warm, perfectly clean and hygienic, Cheng Luoyi explained, well aware of Lin Dong's fastidious nature. In Lin Dong's eyes, it resembled a soupy rice dish, albeit one with an unsightly mess. He hesitated to move, rooted in place. Cheng Luoyi glanced at him, her expression one of confusion. "What are you discontent about?" "Not elegant enough," Lin Dong replied. Cheng Luoyi, exasperated, mimicked his earlier tone, "Eat it or not." A collective gasp escaped from Song Yang and the others. The brutality displayed by her was starkly at odds with the gentleness of the leather-clad man. Indeed, his death was not without cause. Questions arose in their minds. Was this truly a member of the official sanctuary? They felt she was even more ruthless than themselves. The Black Scorpion organization had also partaken in human flesh and inflicted cruelty, yet they lacked the chilling indifference that Cheng Luoyi embodied. Suddenly, Song Yang realized a grave discrepancy. The count of individuals before him seemed off. His gaze shifted from Lin Dong to Chen Ming, scrutinizing each face in turn. "There seems to be one too many." Yuan, didn't you mention sensing 6 people? Why are there 7? The short-haired girl's brow furrowed, her demeanor grave. "Yang, one among them, doesn't he appear to be human?" "What?" Song Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had always held a degree of faith in her psychic perceptions. "Not human? Then what is it?" Following her gaze, Song Yang turned to Lin Dong, who was now lifting the bloodied core to his mouth, savoring it as if it were a delicacy. The answer became increasingly evident. A zombie. A sudden jolt coursed through him. The individuals from the official refuge were inexplicably mingling with the zombies. The events of the day were undeniably absurd. A powerful sense of crisis welled up within him. He glanced around. His greatest asset in this moment was the advantage of sheer numbers. Without further ado, they must eliminate the threat together. The others nodded in silent agreement. Instantly, the battle was about to erupt as members of the Black Scorpion organization began to unleash their awakened abilities. Several of them, fierce as tigers, radiated a formidable aura. Cheng Loi turned to gaze, her expression remaining tranquil. "You stay here and do not move. I will fetch some crystal cores." Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, sensing something peculiar in her words. Just then, Song Yang and a few key members approached Cheng Loi. Song Yang's awakened ability was skin metallization, endowing him with extraordinary strength. His skin shimmered, cloaked in a layer of silver, and as he moved, the sound of clashing steel resonated, as if he donned a suit of metallic armor. With a powerful punch, he unleashed immense force, hurtling towards Cheng Lui's face. Unfazed, Cheng Lui raised her slender arm to block. With a resounding thud, she absorbed the tremendous force, yet her feet slid back a distance, and her arm tingled with pain. A strong sensation coursing through her. Pain value, 17. Song Yang, his silver face twisted in a cruel grin, called to his teammates. "Now's the time." "Good," replied Yuan from the rear, simultaneously launching a psychic attack. Her mental energy surged like a tide, flooding into Cheng Lui's mind, igniting a storm of thoughts. Cheng Lui felt as though her brain were doused in boiling oil, an overwhelming pain consuming her consciousness blurring. Seizing the moment, Song Yang's colossal fist descended once more, seemingly intent on shattering her skull. At that instant, Cheng Lui's wristband displayed a change. Pain value, 26. Her gaze sharpened, clarity returning to her eyes. The agony only served to empower her further. With a single fist, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the eye, she struck Song Yang's chest. Buzz. Despite Song Yang's metallic physique, his chest caved in, contorted by the immense power, as if he had been struck by a truck, propelling his body backward. Crash. He collided with a wall, collapsing it, and becoming buried beneath the rubble. How could this be? Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite being subjected to a psychic attack, Cheng Lui had sent her leader flying. Her expression twisted in fury, the black scorpion tattoo on her face seemed to come alive. Yet, with the situation critical, she had no time to ponder. She swiftly turned to locate Cheng Lui, intent on unleashing another psychic assault. But a delicate, fair face had already materialized before her. Chapter 51. Don't cause trouble in the next moment. Cheng Lui's fingers, sharp as daggers, pierced into her carotid artery. Yuan's horrified expression froze in place. She opened her mouth as if to utter something, but only a stream of blood gushed forth. Another lifeless body fell at Cheng Lui's feet. What would happen if she reached 100? A magnetic voice suddenly resonated in her ear. Turning to look, she found Lin Dong's handsome face before her. Lin Dong had already noticed the intricate details on her wrist, which piqued his curiosity, prompting him to inquire. Cheng Lui smiled faintly. "Perhaps I will perish." The bracelet she wore was specially crafted by researchers, connecting to her pain receptors, alerting her to the threshold of pain she could endure. Once it reached 100, it signified Cheng Lui at her peak, yet simultaneously marked the limits of her life. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoqiang was engaged in battle with an awakened individual from the Black Scorpion, a being endowed with enhanced strength, wielding a massive alloy axe weighing several tons, yet handling it as if it were weightless. The axe swung through the air with ferocity, aimed directly at Sun Xiaoqiang. Cheng Lui has already repaid her debts to Lin Dong. I must do the same. His keen eyes glinted as his body suddenly crackled with energy. His previously slender frame swelled with muscle, transforming into a more robust version of himself. This was Sun Xiaoqiang's awakened ability, Fearless Frenzy. His intelligence diminished drastically while other physical attributes surged. The once astute expression on Sun Xiaoqiang's face now bordered on idiocy. Facing the incoming axe, he exhibited no fear, raising his fist to confront it head-on. A resounding clang echoed as the axe handle bent and warped, even for a strength-enhanced individual. The impact shattered the skin of his palm, causing the axe to slip from his grasp and fly away. What? The man's face reflected sheer astonishment. He had not anticipated such bravery. In that moment of shock, Sun Xiaoqiang was already upon him, delivering another crushing blow to his chest. The sound of cracking bones resonating in the air. The man's entire skeletal structure splintered, contorting grotesquely as he flew backward, akin to a torn sack. Victory! Sun Xiaoqiang clenched his fist. The minions of the Black Scorpion were no match for Cheng Lui and her companions. They were simply not on the same level. Given that Cheng Lui was the awakened one designated as Shelter Number 001, heralded as the strongest, even Chen Ming and his three allies exhibited remarkable synergy, brandishing alloy blades and adopting a tactical formation as they clashed with several brain-enhanced awakened foes. In no time, they had dispatched two adversaries. Damn it, they are incredibly powerful. Song Yang, who had just managed to rise from the rubble, realized that two of their key fighters had fallen, both pivotal to their cause. Particularly disconcerting was Cheng Lui, who continued to engage Lin Dong in light-hearted conversation, as if they were merely chatting about mundane matters. This was an evident disregard for their presence. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Song Yang, as if a steel spike hovered above his brow, ready to plunge him into death at any moment. He immediately contemplated retreating, yearning to escape the scene. Yet, he doubted his ability to flee from Cheng Lui. In desperation, he recalled that three subordinates remained upstairs, guarding the hostages in the shelter. That was his last resort. With resolve, Song Yang leaped to the second floor. His subordinates on the first floor, already struggling in battle, were plunged into despair at the sight of their leader fleeing, their minds racing with exclamations of frustration. Soon after, they were all slaughtered by Chun Ming and his allies. The combat on the first floor had concluded. Lin Dong refrained from intervening, deeming the adversaries mere minions, content to observe the unfolding drama. Here, take these. Sun Xiaoqiang offered a crystal core along with several brain-enhanced items. Lin Dong glanced at him. Isn't this excessive? Use them. In my childhood, I often heard the principle proclaim, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. When you provided me with bread in my direst hour of hunger, I must repay you to the fullest extent. Sun Xiaoqiang spoke with conviction. Lin Dong, however, chose silence, accepting the crystal core and brain pill without further comment. In the once vibrant KTV hall on the second floor, an eerie emptiness now pervaded the air, tinged with a palpable tension. In the center of the hall, three individuals knelt upon the ground, shackled by iron chains, their muffled cries echoing in despair. Song Yang tore the tape from their mouths, hoping to elicit pleas for help that might soften Cheng Lui's heart, thus sparing their lives. Before long, Lin Dong and others arrived. Sister Cheng, save me. I don't want to die. A young man cried out, his voice filled with anguish. Song Yang immediately issued a warning. Stay where you are. Do not approach, or I will kill them instantly. Cheng Lui looked up, her gaze falling upon the trembling captives, their cries intensifying as fear gripped them. Lin Dong observed silently, curious to see how Cheng Li would navigate this precarious situation. At that moment, Cheng Lui remained rooted in place, deep in thought, weighing her options. To save one awakened individual would yield 2 pounds of flour, but eliminating Song Yang would grant her a crystal core. By any calculation, the latter seemed the more prudent choice. Song Yang, noticing Cheng Lui's inaction, mistakenly believed he had successfully intimidated her, a sense of triumph blossoming within him. Those in the shelter must have given you orders to save them, right? He taunted. Cheng Lui nodded slightly, not denying the assertion. Encouraged, Song Yang pressed on. All right. If you release us, I will let you take them with you. That won't be necessary, for I have never obeyed the commands of those above, Cheng Lui replied resolutely. Song Yang's expression faltered as comprehension dawned, and even the three hostages wore bewildered looks. Their hopes of salvation dashed once more. In a sudden turn, Cheng Lui sprang into action, her figure a blur as she lunged forward with astonishing speed. Song Yang clenched his teeth, feeling the immense pressure while a fierce resolve ignited within him. Brothers, let us fight. He managed to utter through clenched jaws, brandishing his hand like a blade. Intending to eliminate a few hostages to ensure he too Chen Ming and the other three refrained from joining the fray, standing distantly behind Lin Dong. For this was a battle reserved for those whose crystalline cores had awakened. Their cerebral stages rendered them ineligible to participate. Among them, the clash between Cheng Lui and Song Yang was the most intense. Song Yang was repeatedly flung backward, yet he persistently rose with unyielding tenacity, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Cheng Lui's strength was augmented by her capacity to endure pain, but Song Yang, being defensive in nature, could not inflict significant harm upon her, making it difficult to breach her defenses. Faced with this predicament, Cheng Luoyi resolved to employ an old stratagem. Countless methods existed to induce pain upon oneself, and the most convenient was self-mutilation. She had resorted to such acts during her time in the psychiatric hospital. However, just as she prepared to act, a voice emerged from behind her. "Enough, don't trouble yourself." Cheng Li was formidable, yet unlike Lin Dong, she lacked elegance. Her approach was brutal and sanguinary, leaving stains of blood and gore scattered about. She turned to see Lin Dong advancing step by measured step, his gait steady and expression composed. Instinctively, she understood his intent and retreated a few paces, ceding the battlefield to him. Song Yang narrowed his eyes, a jolt of apprehension striking him. Amid the fierce combat and dizzying blows, he had neglected the most perilous adversary, Lin Dong, who had not once made a move. His awakened ability remained a mystery. He dared not underestimate him and summoned every ounce of focus to fixate upon Lin Dong. Yet Lin Dong's footsteps remained unceasing, drawing ever closer. What could this mean? Song Yang's confusion deepened. As Lin Dong stood before him, Song Yang was compelled to strike. "Die!" he roared, the clash of metal echoing as he swung a hefty fist toward him. In that instant, Lin Dong's eyes gleamed with a crimson light as he unleashed the corpse domain. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, enveloping Song Yang instantly. Having secluded himself at home these past days, Lin Dong had continually evolved, rendering his corpse domain mightier than ever. Song Yang felt his body grow heavy, as though sinking into the ocean's depths, and found himself momentarily paralyzed. With a graceful sidestep, Lin Dong evaded the incoming punch, passing by Song Yang's flank. Seamlessly, his fingers slipped into Song Yang's skull, piercing through the cranium to extract the crystalline core. The fluidity and precision of his movements were effortless, as if retrieving a mere trifle. Song Yang's face contorted in horror as his life force rapidly ebbed away. His metallic skin faded, revealing his original form beneath. His body arched backward and collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. His eyes remained wide and fixed upon the ceiling, his final moments consumed by confusion and unrest. The entire episode transpired swiftly. Merely the time it took Lin Dong to take a few steps and extract Song Yang's crystalline core as though plucking an object from a pouch. Chun Ming and the others were dumbfounded, witnessing such a novel and bizarre method of execution for the first time. Song Yang's exterior bore no visible injury, yet his core was forcibly removed. The scene was eerie, undeniably so. A sense of dread arose, and every hair on my body stood on end, solidifying my belief that Lin Dong was indeed that enigmatic corpse king, capable of killing without a trace. At that moment, the three subordinates of Song Yang were left in a state of shock. Their leader had met an inexplicable demise. What could possibly have transpired? Seizing the moment of confusion, Sun Xiaoqiang delivered a powerful blow to one of them, shattering their bones, eliciting a scream before they collapsed, lifeless and motionless. "This is dire." The remaining two, recognizing the inevitability of their defeat, resigned themselves to their fate. With their fighting spirit extinguished and their mental defenses crumbling, they swiftly succumbed to Sun Xiaoqiang. Thus, the battle reached its conclusion. The surroundings fell silent once more. The KTV lay in disarray, bodies scattered haphazardly across the floor. Including 3 hostages and 13 members of the Black Scorpion, all perished on this grim night. "Lin Dong, you are remarkably strong, dispatching that metallic foe with such ease," Sun Xiaoqiang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "You are quite impressive yourself," Lin Dong replied, genuinely surprised by the awakening of such abilities, given his intellect. Sun Xiaoqiang burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you've uncovered my secret." Meanwhile, the others were busy clearing the battlefield. Cheng Luoyi approached the bodies of the 3 hostages, her gaze fixed intently upon them, seemingly lamenting their inability to rescue them. She then crouched down, her fingers probing into their skulls, extracting their brain cores one by one. The enemy's crystal cores were valuable, and one should not waste the brain cores of one's own. Cheng Luoyi muttered to herself, perhaps accustomed to hard times, demonstrating a frugal nature, a diligent and thrifty girl. Beside her, Chun Ming and the others utilized their communication devices to report the situation back to the headquarters of the refuge. The members of the Black Scorpion had been dealt with. A total of 13 criminals had been neutralized, with an actual count of 16 confirmed kills. At this point, Lin Dong also adopted a frugal approach. He made a circuit of the upper and lower floors, collecting the 16 corpses into his storage space. Sun Xiaoqiang, witnessing this, was left dumbfounded and quickly inquired, "Where are the bodies? Have you stored them away?" "Yes, I packed them up to take back as dog food," Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. "Goodness." Sun Xiaoqiang scratched his head, feeling a bit perplexed. Was he truly taking them back like a meal? In addition, Cheng Lui and the others discovered the looted supplies, which turned out to be rather meager. Lin Dong inspected briefly and found 5 boxes of instant noodles, several bags of dried noodles, 2 bags of rice, and 1 bag of flour. There were also some canned fruits and chocolates, but most had expired and a considerable quantity had already been consumed by Song Yang and his men. It was evident that the supplies at the refuge were severely lacking. The fact that they dispatched Cheng Lui, designated as number 001, along with Sun Xiaoqiang, number 002, underscored the gravity of the situation. "All right, let us return," Cheng Lui stated. Sun Xiaoqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Haha, this time we have food." The 4 members of Chun Ming took on the role of porters, awkwardly hauling rice and flour, appearing somewhat disheveled. Moreover, they were intensely fearful of Lin Dong, maintaining their distance as they trailed behind. "Lin Dong, you should accompany us back to the refuge," Sun Xiaoqiang suggested. "No," Lin Dong shook his head in refusal. Sun Xiaoqiang's expression turned puzzled. "Why not?" "I do not require refuge," Lin Dong replied. "Oh," Sun Xiaoqiang nodded in a manner that suggested a semblance of understanding. At that moment, they arrived at the street where their paths converged, reaching the moment of parting. Cheng Lui gazed up at Lin Dong with her large eyes. "When shall we meet again? If the shelter lacks provisions, you may exchange crystal cores with me." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Dong replied, "All right." Cheng Lui agreed readily, establishing a cooperative arrangement. To facilitate communication, they added each other as friends online, allowing for casual conversations in the future. Once these matters were settled, Lin Dong bid them farewell. "That will be all. Until next time." Goodbye," Cheng Lui responded, turning away without looking back as she walked ahead. Chun Ming and the others, laden with packages, circled around Lin Dong and hurriedly caught up with Cheng Lui. "Goodbye, Lin Dong. We'll chat online." Sun Xiaoqiang also turned to wave his farewell. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the dusky light elongated their shadows, and Cheng Lui and the others gradually receded into the distance. Lin Dong watched them until they vanished at the end of the street. Soon after, a horde of ferocious zombies began to emerge from alleys, lanes, and buildings, including Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor, who orderly gathered behind Lin Dong. "Boss, are they your friends?" Chapter 53, Making Amends, Lin Dong replied, turning to head towards the building. Xiaoba tilted his head, seemingly puzzled, wondering how the boss could have friends. However, a tantalizing aroma of food soon wafted towards him. As Lin Dong departed, he casually tossed aside a pile of corpses, some still warm. Xiaoba grinned, no longer overthinking the matter. Cheng Lui and her companions had walked quite a distance without encountering any zombies until they exited Lin Dong's territory, when the terrifying figures reappeared. Yet, they were merely low-level zombies, easily dispatched by ordinary humans, posing no threat to the awakened. "Lui, did you notice?" Chun Ming suddenly inquired. "What?" Cheng Lui turned to look at him. Chun Ming explained, "We only encountered zombies after leaving the 5-star necropolis, so we can almost be certain that your friend is the king of that necropolis." "Oh," Cheng Lui nodded, her expression unchanged. You." Chun Ming's expression faltered, feeling that her reaction differed from his expectations. Did she not find it surprising? Beside them, Sun Xiaoqiang scratched his head, though simple-minded, after the events that had transpired. He vaguely began to realize something. "Sister Cheng, do you think Lin Dong is really a zombie? Does it matter if he is human or zombie?" Cheng Lui paused before continuing. "As long as we know he is Lin Dong, that suffices." Near the building, the setting sun resembled blood, staining the sky a dark crimson. A few pitch-black crows cawed as they circled and soared. Amidst the desolate apocalypse, several zombies feasted on flesh and blood. The boss is truly great. He goes out to hunt and brings back food for us." Xiaoba's chin was smeared with blood. The surrounding zombies nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. In other nests, it is the younger zombies who hunt and present offerings to the zombie king. Yet Lin Dong's approach is strikingly different, which deeply moves Xiaoba and the others. The zombies feast with great enthusiasm, while Tank sits apart, lost in thought, an expression of guilt flickering in his eyes. He feels a sense of duty neglected. realizing that humans had been hiding in his patrolled territory without his knowledge. This realization weighs heavily on him, especially since Lin Dong does not chastise him but instead brings back food, intensifying Tank's inner turmoil. Xiao Ba glances up at him, inquiring, "Aren't you going to eat?" "I have no appetite," Tank replies, crossing his arms defiantly and turning away, contemplating the need to hunt down some humans to make amends and honor his leader. Although Xiao Ba possesses a measure of intelligence, he is far from discerning the depths of Tank's thoughts and remains oblivious to his inner struggle. "If you don't eat soon, there won't be anything left," Xiao Ba warns. Tank's gaze inadvertently drifts towards the meat, and despite his resolve, he feels a stir of temptation, instinctively licking his lips. "I suppose I could eat a couple of bites." In the following days, the territory returns to a tranquil state. With little of note occurring, Lin Dong lounges at home, enjoying a leisurely existence, gathering intelligence and absorbing energy, occasionally chatting online with Chung Loi. The external chaos of hunger, bloodshed, and danger seems to hold no relevance for him, as this area of the building transforms into his own paradise. Lin Dong contemplates the idea of keeping Chung Loi and son Xiaoqiang, both of whom possess formidable abilities, close by, given his ample food supply. They could serve as valuable allies in times of trouble. However, as they are notable figures, designated as Awaken 1001 and 002 in the shelter, Lin Dong knows that their presence would inevitably invite unrest. Thus, he decides to forego this notion, believing they are better off in the shelter, where they can still maintain a cooperative relationship. Meanwhile, downstairs, Xiao Ba and the other zombies languish in boredom, aimlessly wandering the streets and patrolling their territory. Yet they consistently come up empty-handed. The most disheartened among them is Tank, whose intellect is akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, still preoccupied with his previous failures. He sits on the curb, a solitary figure that exudes a sense of melancholy. "Where can I find some humans to hunt?" he muses, eager to make amends and honor his leader, yet feeling an unshakable guilt. Regrettably, the main urban area has long succumbed to the zombie apocalypse, becoming a realm devoid of humans, where the most he might catch is a few large rats from the sewers. The thought of presenting a couple of rats to his leader fills Tank with dread. Just as despair begins to envelop him, he suddenly hears the fluttering of wings beside him. A red-eyed raven alights on a nearby lamppost. Under the dark crimson sky, the raven's beak is smeared with blood, and it clutches a human eyeball in its mouth. The scene is undeniably grotesque. Tank, ignoring the absurdity, fixates on the bird, as if he has stumbled upon a new discovery. Sensing his gaze, the raven tilts its head back, hastily swallowing the eyeball and casting a disdainful look at Tank. Tank was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a flicker of irritation. However, as he had a request from the crow, he chose not to dwell on it. "Little blackbird, do you know where I might find some prey?" he inquired. "Of course I do," the raven with crimson eyes replied, blinking. Tank's excitement surged at the response. "Where? Speak quickly." "I won't tell you," the red-eyed crow retorted. Tank scratched his head, considering how petty the little blackbird was. After all, he had only tried to catch it once upon his arrival, and he hadn't even succeeded. "Where is it really? Please tell me. I want to hunt to pay tribute to the boss. It's too dangerous, too dangerous. If you go, you won't come back." How could that be? Tank thought to himself, confident in his reputation as the infamous corpse king of the nearby wasteland. "Just tell me, and if I catch prey, I'll share it with you." The crow remained silent, its eyes darting about. After a moment of contemplation, it flapped its wings and took to the air. "Follow me. Follow me," he. Upon hearing the crow's agreement, Tank beamed with joy, resembling a hefty child as he rose from the roadside. The red-eyed raven soared along the street, incessantly muttering, "There are treasures, there are treasures." "Oh." Tank's mouth formed an astonished O. It seemed there was not only prey but also a treasure. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "What treasure? Could it be a particularly meaty catch?" Without hesitation, he trailed behind the raven. The crow glided through the air, although its speed was great. Tank was agile, leaping among the buildings like a nimble giant. The two raced onward, moving further away from the territory of Lin Dong. Chapter 54. Treasure. Tank and the raven sped through the desolate streets. Zombies spotted them, letting out low growls, clearly indicating they had strayed from their domain. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tank spied a towering building ahead, from which billowed thick black smoke, forming a dark cloud. A helicopter had crashed into the middle of the edifice, igniting into flames. The building's glass windows shattered, revealing several humans engaged in a battle with zombies on one of the floors. Moreover, countless zombies surrounded the building like a relentless tide, closing in on the humans. Some zombies even scaled the walls, creating a truly spectacular scene. There are indeed humans. Tank murmured to himself. There are treasures. There are treasures. The raven flapped its wings, reiterating its earlier claim. Tank squinted and noticed one of the humans clutching a box, handcuffed to his wrist. The others were fiercely protecting him, indicating the box held great significance. What treasure could be inside? Tank's curiosity intensified. The man with the box was named Sun Dapio, a high-ranking official from Tech Corporation, who had just retrieved something of utmost importance from the headquarters, now secured within that very box. Unfortunately, on his return journey by helicopter, he had the misfortune of encountering a flying mutant beast. It was a massive blackbird, its body resembling a cannonball that crashed through the helicopter's windshield, its sharp beak penetrating the pilot's eye socket. This led to the aircraft's unfortunate descent, landing within a territory infested by zombies. Fortunately, all aboard were awakened beings, and apart from the pilot, no lives were lost in the crash. However, the nearby zombies posed a dire threat. Hurry, zombies are climbing up, Sun Dabiao shouted anxiously. Beside him, an awakened individual emanated an icy aura, conjuring numerous ice spikes that he launched at the zombies scaling the wall. These ice spikes were extraordinarily sharp, their potency surpassing that of bullets, as they pierced through the undead, causing them to plummet from the heights of the building. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, relentlessly ascending, and in the distance, a zombie king presided over the chaos. On the rooftop of the adjacent three-story building stood a towering figure, its maw filled with razor-sharp fangs and its crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity. This territory was under its patrol, and today, it was unexpectedly graced with a fortuitous occurrence. A helicopter had fallen from the sky. Immediately, it rallied its minions to launch an assault. Though the awakened humans were formidable, they could not withstand the onslaught of a pack of wolves. The awakened beings, continuously utilizing their abilities, could not endure for long. The relentless assault would wear them down. The zombie king merely needed to reap the rewards of their efforts. Meanwhile, in the distance, a red-eyed raven and a tank exchanged glances, fixated upon the prize. "Let us seize the treasure together," exclaimed the raven. In truth, it was the raven that had shot down the helicopter, and it was unwilling to let the spoils slip away. "Let us go. Who dares to hesitate?" The tank replied, unyielding despite being on enemy territory and surrounded by numerous zombies. It was ready to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Thus, the duo, a zombie and a raven, swiftly charged toward the battlefield. The tank, agile and swift, barreled through several zombies, crashing into the base of the building. With a powerful leap, it ascended the wall, akin to a spider, climbing rapidly with tremendous grace. "Be cautious. There's a mutated zombie," warned the tank, its imposing figure and speed swiftly drawing Sun Dabiao's attention. The ice-wielding awakened being immediately concentrated more ice spikes, launching them downward once more. With a fierce roar, the tank raised its right hand to shield its face, as the sharp ice spikes pierced its palm. However, the tank's tough exterior rendered the spikes ineffective, inflicting only superficial wounds. With a ferocious grip, the tank crushed the ice spikes in its palm and, with newfound vigor, propelled itself upward over 20 meters, closing in on the human defenses. "This zombie is exceptionally strong," Sun Dabiao thought, his brow furrowed deeper as he observed the tank's approach. The towering zombie king across the way was equally astonished. It recalled that none of its subordinates possessed such prowess. Whose minion is this, displaying such valor? However, seeing the tank assaulting the humans, it thought little of it, directing its own minions to assist in the attack. Indeed, the tank was fierce at this moment. One of its hands rested upon the windowsill, and with a surge of strength, it vaulted into the building. A few humans, upon witnessing the scene, immediately retreated. The windows had been breached, and zombies were relentlessly climbing up from behind, their eyes gleaming with a ravenous hunger as they shrieked at the frightened individuals. "I will hold them back," exclaimed the ice wielder, thrusting his hands forward as an intense chill permeated the air. Frost began to crystallize, accompanied by the sound of cracking ice. Just as a formidable ice wall was taking shape before him, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A dark shadow darted in with astonishing speed, launching a surprise attack from the side, its beak like a dagger piercing directly into his temple. with a sickening squelch. Warm blood splattered forth as the ice wielder collapsed to the ground. Sun Dabiao's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the shadow. It was indeed the same dark bird that had attacked the helicopter. This was no mere coincidence. It had been premeditated. Brother Crow was no ordinary bird. It had the capacity to consume 2 humans in a single meal, showcasing its immense potential. Once the ice wielder had been dispatched, the zombies surged forward, swarming in groups to pounce on the remaining humans, tearing them apart with a cacophony of chaos. The air was filled with shrieks, roars, and agonized wails. Tank, disregarding everything else, charged forward with determination, his intent clear as he reached for Sun Dabiao's box. Treasure. What? Sun Dabiao's brow furrowed as he struggled fiercely. Get away from me. But Tank's strength was overwhelming. With a sudden yank, he nearly pulled both the box and Sun Dabiao into his embrace. Sun Dabiao's eyes glowed with rage, and a wave of heat emanated from him. As a fire wielder, he had exhausted much of his energy in the earlier battle, and now he summoned his last reserves. Flames erupted along his left arm as he grasped Tank's wrist, attempting to force him to let go. The air became thick with the acrid scent of singed flesh, akin to the smell of burnt hair. Let go of me. It's my treasure. Tank, however, was singularly focused on the box. Despite the searing pain, he stubbornly resisted releasing his grip. Beads of sweat began to trickle down Sun Dabiao's forehead, his complexion pale and his vision growing hazy from severe exhaustion. With a sudden surge of strength, Tank seized the moment, yanking the box with such force that the sound of tearing flesh and snapping bones echoed through the chaos. Sun Dabiao let out a harrowing scream as half of his right arm was wrenched away. Chapter 55. I Can Fly. Sun Dabiao fell to the ground, his agony unabated. Without the protective flames, the surrounding zombies swiftly converged upon him, engulfing him in a tide of flesh. The treasure is mine, Tank declared triumphantly, holding the box aloft, the handcuff still attached to his severed arm. The remaining humans had been entirely devoured. The zombies reveled in their victory, their excitement palpable. Tank, too, raised the box in a triumphant roar, akin to lifting the World Cup, basking in his moment of glory, oblivious to the contents of the box. Curiously, the surrounding zombies joined in, their low growls harmonizing in celebration. Fool, what are you bragging about? We need to leave, came the unique call of the crow. All right. Tank jolted back to reality, shaken from his exuberance. This is not my territory. It is perilous here. I must depart swiftly. Thus, he restrained his demeanor, adopting a low profile while clutching his box, and prepared to retreat quietly. Hey, stop right there. Suddenly, a voice like grinding stone resonated from behind him. It was the towering corpse king responsible for this area. Tank paused, halting his steps but refrained from turning around, leaving only his silhouette visible. With the appearance of the corpse king, the other zombies fell silent, following their leader's gaze towards the imposing figure of Tank. In that moment, Tank became the focal point of the horde. Sometimes, excessive attention is not a boon, Tank mused. The towering corpse king had long perceived that he did not belong to this domain. Hand over what you have. Not a chance. Tank resolutely refused, bellowing at the crow. Run. Without a backward glance, he dashed away, crashing through several walls as he navigated the building. The towering corpse king narrowed its fierce eyes, immediately sensing something amiss. Seize him, it roared. The legion of zombies, obeying the command, surged towards Tank and the crow with guttural howls. Yet both moved with remarkable speed, especially Tank, who resembled a human bulldozer, smashing through everything in his path while maintaining a straight trajectory. Finally, Tank reached the edge of the building and leapt from a height of several dozen meters. Oh no! In midair, Tank realized something was amiss. He was not afraid of the fall, but rather the sea of zombies below, seemingly waiting for him. Bang! Tank landed in the heap of corpses, his immense strength fracturing the pavement and propelling several nearby zombies away. However, the remaining zombies lunged at him. Like a raging bull, Tank barreled through the pile, disregarding the zombies clinging to his back, biting at him. At that moment, the towering corpse king had arrived with a cadre of elite zombies. If they caught him, even Tank's formidable strength would be no match, and he would be torn asunder. Run to the rooftop. Run to the rooftop. The crow urged him from above. Oh! Tank glanced up, spotting a tall building ahead. He surged forward, taking 2 powerful strides before leaping onto the wall to climb. He moved swiftly, reaching the summit in no time. The ordinary zombies could not scale the heights. Only the elite could keep pace with him. Don't run. Turning around, Tank saw the towering Corpse King and its minions closing in. He then sprinted across the rooftop, leaping from one building to another like a premier parkour athlete. Yet, the towering Corpse King was faster. After all, Tank was built for strength, and in a match of speed, he was at a disadvantage, with the Corpse King drawing nearer. Behind it trailed hundreds of elite zombies, relentless like ravenous wolf cubs. I can't outrun them. Tank clutched the box, glancing back to see the Corpse King closing in. Feeling cornered, he resolved to fight. You need to devise a way to hide, urged the red-eyed crow. Ah, indeed. The Tank found the idea rather appealing, pondering why it hadn't occurred to him earlier. Ahead lay the precipice of the rooftop, the building towering over 100 meters high. However, instead of leaping to the adjacent roof, the Tank chose to plunge downwards into the street below. Suddenly, the imposing Corpse King sensed something amiss. The Tank's figure plummeted rapidly, vanishing from his sight in an instant. He hurried to the edge of the building and peered down, only to be astonished at the sight of the empty street below. The Tank had inexplicably disappeared. Boss, where did he go? A subordinate arrived, looking down with equal bewilderment. The towering Corpse King contemplated for a moment. He must be hiding nearby. Quickly, search for him. Thus, a group of elite subordinates dispersed to search. Meanwhile, the Tank and the Raven had taken refuge in a small room within the building. When the Tank jumped from the rooftop, he hadn't landed on the street, but had instead grasped a windowsill with one hand mid-fall, pulling himself into the building. His massive form crouched in a corner, cradling a box. That was a brilliant idea, little blackbird, he commended. Of course, the red-eyed Raven replied without a hint of modesty. But what do we do next? We can't get out. The Tank felt a sense of dread, knowing that the Corpse King would not relent. His subordinates would only continue to gather until they sealed off all possible exits, inevitably discovering his hiding place. As time passed, the Tank's predicament became increasingly perilous. The red-eyed Raven, resourceful as ever, reassured him, "Do not worry, I shall return for assistance. You just stay hidden here." "But how will you return? They have surrounded the area. You will surely be discovered and devoured," the Tank urged, pleading for caution. The Raven blinked, pausing momentarily before regarding him with an expression of condescension. "I can fly, you fool." With a flurry of wings, it took off from the window. The Tank felt speechless, suddenly recalling that birds possess the ability to fly. Reflecting on it, he appreciated the Raven's loyalty. It had refrained from flying away earlier to ensure his safety, only seeking help after he had concealed himself. Indeed, a good bird. Just then, he noticed a dark silhouette outside the window. After circling in the air, the Raven returned. Perching on the windowsill, the red-eyed Raven scrutinized him. The Tank, puzzled, exclaimed, "Hey, why are you back? Don't worry about me, hurry. Hand over the treasure," the Raven insisted. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, the window of Lin Dong's residence echoed with knocks. Turning to look, he saw the red-eyed Raven perched on the sill. However, Lin Dong was intrigued to see that it held a box in its beak, gleaming in metallic silver with a red circle emblazoned with a T-shaped emblem, the exclusive mark of the Tite Company. "Why such courtesy today? You even bring gifts when visiting me?" Lin Dong lazily inquired as he opened the window. The Raven's eyes glimmered. "This is a surprise." Chapter 56. The Z virus, a surprise? Lin Dong mused. Curiosity piqued as he contemplated the meaning of such an expression. The box, constructed entirely of an incredibly sturdy alloy, felt as pliable as clay in his hands. After receiving it, he effortlessly opened it with a gentle lift. Lin Dong's gaze fixed intently on the box, revealing a row of ampoules filled with a pale blue, transparent liquid. Beside it lay an experimental report detailing the properties of the liquid. Upon inspection, Lin Dong discovered it was the Z virus. The experimental results indicated that when injected into lower-tier zombies, the Z virus could enhance cellular vitality, bestow rapid healing capabilities, induce a state of excitement, stimulate reflexes, and augment reaction speed. The first zombie sample, classified as D-grade, exhibited signs of regeneration after the Z virus injection. Within 24 hours, its decaying body achieved optimal condition, successfully merging with the virus. The subsequent entries chronicled the experimental procedures and meticulous records of 15 successful trials, with no adverse reactions observed in the zombies. This substance was indeed an agent for zombie evolution. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, recalling whispers about the tech corporation cultivating zombies, thus rendering the existence of such a concoction unsurprising. A pleasant surprise, nonetheless. Given Lin Dong's formidable prowess, he had no need for such rudimentary products, as his own healing abilities were exceptional and, more importantly, he was rarely injured. However, these Z-viruses could be advantageous for his subordinates. The report suggested that D-grade zombies, upon injection, would experience improved healing and heightened reaction speeds. He pondered the possibilities of injecting the virus into elite zombies. Lin Dong concluded that the tech corporation's experiments lacked comprehensiveness and felt compelled to embark on further research to augment the data. Where did this come from? He inquired. I pilfered it from another territory with Tank, the red-eyed raven proclaimed proudly. Quite impressive, Lin Dong complimented, before asking, where's Tank? Oh right. Tank was trapped by zombies and couldn't return. I'm here seeking assistance. The red-eyed raven seemed to recall his mission belatedly. Lin Dong was at a loss for words, incredulous that Tank, his capable ally, had been cornered. Naturally, he had to rescue him. He promptly issued commands to Xiao Ba and the doctor. At that moment, Xiao Ba was kneeling on a rooftop, weeping, overwhelmed by the monotony of recent tranquility and yearning for bloodshed. Upon receiving Lin Dong's instructions, his cries ceased abruptly, his demeanor shifting to one of eerie delight. He chuckled. Meanwhile, the doctor strolled down the street, flanked by a procession of zombies that followed closely behind. A few of them roared in fury, enraged that their esteemed leader was obstructed by the undead. They felt an insatiable urge to rend them apart to quell their anger. In mere moments, a horde of zombies converged on the street, coalescing into a substantial tide of the undead, their malevolent energy palpable, surging forth. Move out, Lin Dong commanded, and the horde sprang to life, racing towards their designated target. In the dim sky, a lone crow darted ahead, guiding the way, while the multitude of zombies thundered behind, their ferocity palpable, intent on destruction, like a tidal wave that caused the very city of the apocalypse to tremble beneath their feet. Elsewhere, Tank remained huddled in a small room, his massive form curled up, exuding an air of profound despondency. Where are they? He thought, as the outside horde howled in fury, clearly mocking his plight. At the entrance, the sound of footsteps echoed. Tank peered through the cracked wall, discovering an elite zombie entering, its nose twitching like that of a dog. This particular zombie, though of mediocre quality, possessed an evolved sense of smell, keenly tracking the faint odor as it approached Tank with deliberate steps. What to do? Tank scratched his head, realizing he was on the verge of being discovered. In such a critical moment, he had to rely on his wits to prevail. Soon, an idea struck him. He could throw a stone to create noise and divert the zombie's attention. Yes, this plan seemed promising. Who would dare call me a fool? Tank, feeling quite pleased, rummaged through the ground and quickly picked up a broken brick, launching it out the window with a flick of his wrist. Whether the scent-driven zombie was distracted or not remained uncertain. However, as the brick flew out of the window, it traced a parabolic arc and struck the head of the towering zombie king. Who threw that brick? The towering zombie king fumed, glancing around in agitation. A nearby minion observed clearly. Boss, the brick came from inside the building. There's a survivor. The towering zombie king pondered for a moment and immediately deduced the situation. That guy is hiding in there. Go after him. Roaring, several elite zombies leaped onto the walls, climbing toward the window. Hearing the commotion outside, Tank squinted, sensing something was amiss, and contemplated briefly. Had he miscalculated? But in the next moment, the terrifying faces of several zombies appeared at the window. They spotted Tank's silhouette, roaring as they charged toward him with alarming speed. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies surrounding the high-rise began converging on his location. This is bad. Tank raised his fist to strike down the approaching zombie and turned to flee. He continued to employ brute force, smashing through wall after wall as he made his escape. Yet, amidst the chaos, Tank reflected on his seemingly flawless plan, pondering where it had gone awry. Bang! Just as Tank shattered a wall, a massive fist collided with his forehead. The immense force caused him to stagger backward and fall to the ground. How dare you throw a brick at me? The towering zombie king seethed with rage. Tank gazed up at it, gradually piecing together the unfolding events. The towering zombie king, exuding a menacing aura, summoned sharp bone spikes from its skeletal hands, reminiscent of Wolverine. This was the first time Tank encountered such an ability, piquing his curiosity. What is this? Bone hyperplasia? Die! The towering zombie king swung its hand, sending the deadly bone spikes hurtling toward Tank. In a moment of peril, Tank could only raise his arm to defend himself. Despite his robust physique, He could not withstand the spikes, each thrust leaving a gaping wound. Hiss! That hurts. Tank quickly retreated to evade. But the zombie king pursued relentlessly. The bone spikes lunging at him once more. Tank had no choice but to use his other arm to block, but soon he found himself with multiple wounds. The relentless assault of the elite zombies behind him growing ever closer. Chapter 57. Revenge. In a moment of fury, the tank, his vision clouded with rage, charged towards the corpse king, disregarding the agonizing pain as bone spikes pierced through his palms. With a powerful grip, he seized the corpse king's fist. The towering beast staggered backward under the immense force, unable to withstand the assault. With a thunderous crash, they shattered the last exterior wall and plummeted from the heights of the building. In midair, they continued to grapple and thrash, an embodiment of ferocity. Bang! They struck the ground simultaneously, causing the entire street to tremble, cracks spreading beneath them. In terms of sheer strength, the corpse king was no match for the tank, who now had him pinned beneath his weight, delivering heavy blows relentlessly. However, a horde of zombies descended upon the tank, their grotesque mouths gaping as they lunged to bite him. Roaring in pain, the tank seized one zombie by the neck and flung it far away with a powerful motion. He then pivoted and delivered an elbow strike, sending the zombie's head spinning 360 degrees, blood erupting from its mouth and eyes. Yet, the corpse king beneath him seized the opportunity, thrusting his sharp bone spikes into the tank's rear. Howling in agony, the tank leaped away. But at that moment, his vision was obscured by a sea of terrifying zombie faces as the horde overwhelmed him, piling on layer upon layer. The zombie's sharp fangs relentlessly tore at the tank's skin, causing him excruciating pain. Even a man of iron would soon be torn asunder. Was this the end? The tank felt utterly powerless, despair consuming him. Suddenly, a dark crow swooped down from the sky, emitting a piercing cry that seemed to herald the onset of slaughter. The ground trembled as an army surged forth. Bang! 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 A tremendous pressure enveloped the area, causing the zombies on the tank to explode in a shower of gore, the stench of blood permeating the air. What was happening? The tank felt the weight on him lessen, and as the last layer of zombies burst apart, his vision cleared. Through the swirling blood, he beheld an extraordinarily handsome face. Lin Dong, clad in a white shirt, stood amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, pristine and unblemished, his expression calm as he surveyed the tank. So tragic. Lin Dong noted that the tank was drenched in blood, completely transformed into a crimson warrior, his body marked with bite wounds and gaping holes from bone spikes. Did you truly think to treat my little brother like a punching bag? How cruel. Boss. The tank's eyes welled with tears, feeling as though a divine savior had descended to rescue him in his darkest hour. Looking around, he noticed two factions of zombies engaged in brutal combat, clawing at one another, biting, gouging eyes, and snapping necks with horrifying ferocity. Among them, Zhao Peng moved like a specter, his bone claws severing a head with ease, his form flickering in and out of existence, only to reappear before another zombie. With continued strikes, he decapitated yet another foe, a sinister smile gracing his face as he became a harbinger of death, heads flying and bodies collapsing in his wake. Meanwhile, the doctor led a throng of zombies into battle, delivering punishing blows to smaller foes or employing psychic force to attack their undead adversaries. The brothers have all arrived. If zombies were capable of tears, the tank would now be weeping like a gushing spring. The bone-spike zombie king, at this moment, was filled with dread. Suddenly, an overwhelming tide of corpses surged around him, engulfing his subordinates, while numerous elite zombies charged forth like relentless killing machines, exhibiting a savage ferocity. Amidst the chaotic melee of the dead, a tall figure emerged, clad in white, gazing at him with an indifferent expression. The bone-spike zombie king could not sense his aura, yet an inexplicable fear gripped his heart, a suppression that emanated from the depths of his soul. This sensation had also arisen in the presence of his own king. How dare you trespass into our territory? The bone-spike zombie king bellowed. Lin Dong, however, deemed it unworthy of a response, recognizing him merely as a minor adversary. In an instant, the realm of the dead expanded forward, stretching several dozen meters. The bone-spike zombie king felt his body stiffen, as if submerged in a sea of blood. Boss, allow me. Tank leapt up from the ground, seemingly unbothered by his wounds, his gaze fiercely fixed on the bone-spike zombie king, eager to avenge his previous humiliation. Very well, go ahead, Lin Dong nodded. Tank charged forward with swift strides, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful punch that sent the bone-spike zombie king crashing to the ground. He then pinned him down with one hand, while relentlessly hammering his fist into the creature's face. Thud, thud, thud. With each blow, the earth trembled, and before long, the zombie king's head was buried deep into the ground, fissures spreading around the impact site. Unsatisfied, Tank seized the creature's arm with both hands, twisting it as though wringing a cloth. With a series of cracking sounds, the zombie king's arm was torn apart, exposing the stark white of its bones. Dare to challenge me? Watch as I crush your skull and shatter your bony protrusions. Tank muttered menacingly. The bone-spike zombie king was not the undisputed ruler of the vicinity. He was merely a capable warrior, his strength comparable to that of Tank and his companions. Even without Lin Dong's intervention, Xiao Ba and the doctor could have effortlessly dispatched him. Furthermore, their ranks boasted thousands of elite soldiers, overwhelming their foes in sheer numbers, leading to a decisive and one-sided victory. Before long, the opposing zombies were completely annihilated. The surrounding corpses piled high like small mountains, blood pooling beneath them like a flowing stream, the air thick with a nauseating stench of decay. In this terrifying tableau, Lin Dong stood unblemished, solitary amidst the throng of zombies that gathered around him. "Boss, this is all my fault," Tank lamented, feeling even deeper remorse. Originally, he had intended to hunt prey to redeem himself, but instead, he found himself in peril, necessitating his leader's personal intervention and causing him further trouble. Lin Dong shook his head. "You performed admirably." "Huh." Tank, unaware of the Z virus, was puzzled by his leader's praise. "I feel I should not have ventured out of our territory, causing trouble for everyone. It's all my fault." "It is not your fault. It is mine for having a territory that is too small," Lin Dong replied. Tank felt even more moved by this response. Having such a leader was truly a blessing, and he was at a loss as to how to repay him. Xiao Ba tilted his head, observing the sharp bone claws that still dripped with blood. "I too believe your performance was commendable. Perhaps I should save you more often in the future." However, the tank's head shook like a rattle, implying that one rescue was sufficient, for multiple rescues would be too taxing. Then, looking up at the sky, a red-eyed crow fluttered its wings and alighted nearby. "Little blackbird, I must thank you. Fortunately, your timely assistance saved me from being devoured." The tank expressed his profound gratitude. The crow's red eyes gazed intently before it mused. "Ziwei, you are most welcome." Chapter 58. The transaction. Lin Dong surveyed the surroundings cautiously. This area was not his territory, and the presence of other corpse kings was possible. Hence, lingering was unwise. He resolved to return and further study the zombie evolution serum. "Let us go back to administer your injections." "Injections?" The tank winced at the mention of the word, his past experiences having left a psychological scar. Upon returning to the building complex, the task of administering injections naturally fell to the doctor. Some elite zombies had sustained injuries during the recent battle, their flesh torn and bleeding black blood. Since the Z-virus possessed healing properties, Lin Dong decided to start with them as a form of commendation for their valor. The box contained 500 doses of the Z-virus serum. The doctor filled the syringe with the pale blue concoction and swiftly injected it into the neck of a zombie. Lin Dong observed from the window above. The effect was remarkable. As soon as the serum was introduced, the wounds began healing at a visibly rapid pace. The zombie emitted a low growl, its expression invigorated, for the Z-virus also stimulated its nervous system, enhancing reflexes. Lin Dong recalled the experimental reports stating that the Z-virus required 24 hours to fully integrate with the corpse, at which point the effects would be even more pronounced. The elite zombies under Lin Dong's command were formidable, though not yet awakened to special abilities. Their bodies had evolved features such as razor-sharp claws, hardened bones, and acute olfactory senses. With the new injection of the Z-virus, their strength surged immensely. Each could now rival a B-class awakened human. These 500 zombies represented the creme de la creme, the Ace Zombie Legion, Lin Dong's formidable weapon. Today, Lin Dong led his horde to another corpse king's domain, annihilating its subordinates entirely. He anticipated that the adversary would not take this lightly. Zombies were inherently violent and bloodthirsty. Any corpse king was a force to be reckoned with. Lin Dong suspected retaliation was inevitable. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Tech Corporation was grim. They had just received terrible news. The Z-virus retrieved from headquarters had gone missing. Yi Jian, the person in charge, sat in his office, his visage darkened with worry. Explain, what exactly happened? Where was the Z-virus lost? According to satellite tracking, the plane crashed within a zombie territory. An assistant responded. Damn, Yi Jian cursed under his breath. Having the evolutionary serum fall into zombie hands was akin to throwing meat to a dog. He had hoped for a chance to recover it. But now all hope seemed lost. Have Sun Dabiao and the others made any moves? There was still no sign of movement. It seemed the situation was bleak. The assistant's voice wavered slightly. Yi Jian pondered quietly. Surely it was doomed. What hope could there be when the plane had crashed into a zombie domain? Most critically, without the Z virus to enhance cellular activity, the Q virus could not be injected to remodel the skeletons, rendering the cultivation plan impossible to proceed. Originally, they had a comprehensive scheme for breeding zombies, but now the entire plan was in disarray. Which zombie lord's territory did the plane crash in? Yi Jian inquired. According to the intelligence gathered, the zombie lord there was extraordinarily powerful, commanding roughly 30,000 zombies. Its strength was likely comparable to that of the lord in the Tower District, classified as a 5-star zombie nest. Damn it! Thinking of the Tower District's zombie lord, Yi Jian's anger flared, recalling how the Hunter King Task Force's annihilation had disgraced the company's reputation. Sooner or later, that lord would be dealt with to reclaim their standing. Since cultivating a zombie lord was now impossible, perhaps they could negotiate cooperation with other lords. The lord in the crash zone appeared to be an excellent candidate, powerful and close to the Tower District. In this apocalypse, survival favored the fittest. To compete was to live. To abstain was to perish. It was likely eager to expand its territory. Sharing a common enemy could forge a temporary alliance. I believe I should go and negotiate with the zombie lord in the crash zone, Yi Jian mused with a thoughtful expression. The assistant hurriedly cautioned, President Yi. Zombies are bloodthirsty and kill at the slightest provocation. It would be far too perilous for you to negotiate directly. Indeed, Yi Jian nodded in agreement. Who knew what that lord's intentions were? Whether it would be amenable to human communication was uncertain. Negotiating with it would be tantamount to bargaining with a tiger, fraught with danger. Therefore, someone should be sent first to probe its attitude. Yi Jian looked up at his assistant and said, Then you shall go. The assistant's face registered utter bewilderment. Night descended, shrouding the land in darkness. The apocalypse-ravaged city was pitch black, visibility near zero. A cold night breeze swept through, carrying the stench of blood and decay. The guttural roars of zombies pierced the silence intermittently. They fought amongst themselves or hunted mutated beasts. Slaughter permeated every corner. Danger was omnipresent. Lin Dong sat at home, holding a goblet of deep crimson liquid, occasionally sipping from it. With his other hand, he scrolled through his phone, responding to messages. The faint glow illuminated his handsome face. The latest message came from Cheng Luoi, consisting of a terse single word, trade. How much do you need? Lin Dong replied. Cheng Luoi typed slowly. Having spent 10 years in a mental asylum without formal education, her opinion was poor. 200 gene of white flour, do you have it? Yes. Lin Dong had a storage space containing over 100 million supplies. 200 gene of white flour was but a trivial amount. After a moment, Cheng Luoi responded, Good. For crystal cores in exchange. No problem. Lin Dong had previously stated that when food was needed, crystal cores could be used as barter, hence the exchange. They arranged to meet the following morning at a square not far from Lin Dong's territory. The next day, in the refuge, Cheng Luoi rose early. Her abode was a military green tent, a privilege afforded only to the awakened numbered 001. The other survivors fared far worse, some confined to small tents, while others simply laid down newspapers and slept on the barren ground outside. As Cheng Luoi stepped out, the bright sunlight illuminated her fair visage, rendering her remarkably radiant. A multitude of awakened individuals busied themselves outside. Some constructed shelters while others excavated tunnels. Yet upon seeing Cheng Luoi, they all greeted her warmly. Luoi, is it true that crystal cores can be exchanged for food? Inquired a diminutive youth with glistening eyes who halted her. Cheng Luoi cast a fleeting glance at him. Indeed. I am about to venture out to make an exchange. Oh, the small youth replied, his curiosity piqued. Although crystal cores were precious, without food, one would surely perish. Who could this person be that would trade food for crystal cores? Surely, he must possess a substantial amount of food. Contemplating this, the youth's eyes sparkled as he suggested, I happen to have a crystal core. May I accompany you to make the exchange? Certainly. Cheng Luoi contemplated briefly before responding. A subtle, Imperceptible smirk curled at the corners of the youth's mouth. I am exceedingly grateful to you. Chapter 59. A gift of friendship. This diminutive youth, named Jiang Wensheng, was also an awakened one, bearing the designation 023 within the refuge, and was relatively formidable. However, his true identity was that of a member of the Black Scorpion organization, lurking within the refuge to gather intelligence and act as a spy. Previously, he had played a role in the theft of supplies and the abduction of personnel. Now, upon hearing that Cheng Loi intended to venture out to barter for supplies, he concocted ulterior motives. Of course, he dared not attempt to rob Cheng Loi. Yet was it possible she was unaware of the dangers? Jiang Wensheng speculated that she might be part of a small gang or organization. Soon after, Cheng Loi summoned Sun Xiaoqiang. Upon learning they were to meet Lin Dong, Sun Xiaoqiang felt quite elated, taking a moment to smooth his greasy hair, feeling rather handsome. The three of them departed the refuge together, heading towards the designated square. During this time, Jiang Wensheng intentionally lagged behind, discreetly pulling out his phone to send a message to the organization. Brothers, it seems we have a lead, a big fish. Oh, what big fish? Has the refuge found supplies again? Is the big fish a beauty? Several individuals replied with inquiries. Jiang Wensheng continued. There's someone from the refuge going out to trade. There's an abundance of food on the other side, though I know not their origins. Is that so? If that person can procure a considerable amount of food, they likely possess substantial strength. Indeed, I concur. However, let us first observe the opposing formation before deciding whether to take action. I believe that as a prudent approach. I am in. The members of the Black Scorpion began to organize. Jiang Wensheng also conveyed the location of the transaction to them. At the square, Cheng Loi selected the trading venue. As there were not many zombies in the vicinity, the fountain in the center had long since dried up. The basin filled with dark stains of blood and several thoroughly decayed bones. The surrounding railings had collapsed, and as one gazed around, desolation prevailed. The figure of Lin Dong, clad in a white shirt, stood at the edge of the pool, his gaze fixed inward, as if admiring the fountain as it once was. Savoring the scenery, this plaza was not far from Lin Dong's residence. Before the apocalypse, he often strolled here at night. The square would be lively. Vendors selling balloons and children's toys, filled with the joyous laughter of children. Now, it was a scene of utter desolation. Lin Dong turned around and scanned his surroundings. Towering buildings encircled the area, many already collapsed or marred with cracked walls and shattered glass, revealing numerous dark, hollow windows. Occasionally, the ferocious howls of zombies echoed from within. At this moment, three figures approached along the street nestled between two dilapidated buildings. Cheng Li, Sun Xiaoqiang, and Jiang Wensheng. Jiang craned his neck, spotting a solitary figure in the plaza. Is it just one? He wondered. In these lawless times, venturing out alone to trade was perilous, inviting robbery or worse. Could his companions be lurking nearby? Jiang cast a wary glance around, but found no trace of others. Have you arrived? Lin Dong greeted as Cheng Loi neared. MHM. Cheng Loi nodded. Did you bring the goods? Yes. With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong conjured 4 sacks of white flour from thin air, each weighing 50 kilograms, totaling 200 kilograms. Cheng Loi stepped forward, opening a sack and scooping a pinch, bringing it to his nose. Not bad, fairly pure. Nearby, Sun Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes. Are you two seriously putting on a show here? Meanwhile, Jiang Wensheng scrutinized Lin Dong's every move. The manner in which Lin Dong produced the flour out of thin air startled him. Could he be a spatial awakening type? Those with spatial abilities often possessed formidable power, yet were not invincible. Jiang slightly tilted his head, and from afar noticed several figures covertly observing them from a nearby building. A contingent of the Black Scorpion organization had taken their positions. Ha, brother. You're trading alone? Jiang asked to confirm. Lin Dong's gaze met his. Yes, just me. An inexplicable unease gripped Jiang at that moment, his heart skipping a beat. He instinctively took a half step back, but pressed on. Do you have any food? I'd like to trade as well. No more, Lin Dong replied coolly. What? None left? Jiang was taken aback, but soon deduced that Lin Dong was likely deceiving him. It was improbable that 4 sacks of flour could be traded for crystal cores. This man was cautious, wary of him. Yet such caution probably stemmed from uncertainty and limited strength. A truly powerful individual would have no need for such guardedness. Those capable of espionage were no ordinary persons. Jiang cleverly probed with his words, analyzing every possibility. He now believed the man before him was one to be dealt with decisively. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong's keen senses had already detected human presence nearby, hidden within a building. The individual before him harbored ill intentions. Sun Xiaoqiang exclaimed boisterously, "Lin Dong, it has been quite a while since we last met. How have you been?" "Not particularly well. It has been rather dull and monotonous," Lin Dong replied casually. Sun Xiaoqiang, despite his simplicity, found it hard to believe that with so many delicious morsels available, one could truly feel bored. "I wouldn't mind experiencing a bit of that monotony myself," he thought. Cheng Luai stepped forward, handing him 4 crystal cores. "If you find time, we could hunt some zombies together and gather more crystal cores. You must know of several targets, right?" "At the moment, not really, but I suppose I will soon," Lin Dong contemplated. Cheng Luai nodded. "All right, just let me know when." "Sure. If you come across any suitable targets, feel free to call on me." "Not a problem." The group exchanged a few brief words. Although the square was devoid of zombies, given the apocalyptic setting, it was prudent not to linger. They then dispersed. On their way back, Cheng Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang each carried 2 bags of flour, weighing a combined 100 pounds yet feeling as light as air. "Huh, now we can head back and steam some big white buns," Sun Xiaoqiang exclaimed with pride. Jiang Wenxing grew increasingly silent. As they walked, he suddenly halted. "I didn't manage to find food, so I thought I might look around for supplies. You all go on ahead." "Oh, go ahead," Cheng Lui nodded. "Don't worry, I will return to the shelter promptly." Jiang Wenxing smiled faintly before turning away, soon vanishing amidst the rubble of the buildings. Sun Xiaoqiang remained lost in dreams of white buns, saliva almost pooling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he remembered that in the shelter, 1 crystal core was worth a box of instant noodles. Yet here with Lin Dong, it equated to 50 pounds of flour. Wait, is Lin Dong at a loss in this exchange? Rest assured, he is not at a loss. I even generously threw in a little extra for him, Cheng Lui replied, slightly tilting her head, revealing her exquisite profile, her bright eyes gazing in the direction Jiang Wenxiang had disappeared. Chapter 60. Quite nice indeed. Lin Dong was making his way toward the skyscraper when he sensed 4 human presences approaching from behind, leaping between the rooftops in pursuit. "Stop!" Suddenly, one individual landed behind Lin Dong, bracing himself with one hand on the ground and commanding him to halt. Lin Dong paused and turned to see it was Jiang Wenxiang, standing upright, dusting off his hands. His demeanor had transformed entirely. The warm smile he once wore was replaced by a chilling expression, laced with a hint of triumph, as though he had become a different person. "If you want to trade food with me, don't blame me for what follows." Jiang Wenxiang smirked slightly and continued, "By the way, I should inform you that I am affiliated with the Black Scorpion." Swish, swish, swish. The other 3 descended from the rooftops, positioning themselves on either side of Lin Dong, effectively encircling him. "Ah, a spatial ability. How rare. But let us not allow him to escape," a burly man declared. Lin Dong surveyed the 4 individuals in silence. "Has he been rendered speechless?" "Ha ha ha," a lean man chuckled maliciously. The Black Scorpion organization indeed exerts a certain intimidation over ordinary humans, as they adhere to no moral compass and act entirely on whim. Jiang Wenxiang surveyed the scene. "The spatial awakeners are undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Perhaps if you were to offer me all your provisions, I might consider allowing you to join our ranks." "No need for that," Lin Dong finally interjected. "Oh." Jiang Wenxiang raised an eyebrow, noticing Lin Dong's demeanor, which hardly suggested fear. "So you intend to resist to the very end? Do not think that we are powerless against you simply because you possess spatial abilities. Do you know why I refrained from exchanging food with you?" Lin Dong retorted. "What?" Jiang Wenxiang was confused. The burly man beside him, impatient, urged, "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us act swiftly, lest the night prolong our fears." "Because you are the food," Lin Dong suddenly declared. The 4 men exchanged puzzled glances, sensing something was amiss. This fellow was behaving strangely, speaking in an incomprehensible manner. However, it soon became clear what was unfolding. The ground beneath them suddenly trembled as if an army were charging forth, and from the previously barren streets, hordes of zombies began to emerge. They moved with astonishing speed and agility, scrambling down from rooftops and walls. With a sinister laugh, the figure of Xiao Ba flickered and vanished, only to reappear before them in an instant. The tank, akin to a colossal ape, leapt from the rooftop, crashing down onto a derelict vehicle, reducing it to mere rubble. A tide of corpses? Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Jiang Wenxing's realization struck him like lightning. He stood there, dumbfounded, as he pondered why so many zombies had suddenly appeared. Retreat. The four recognized the peril and attempted to flee along the same path. Yet, the doctor, accompanied by the encroaching zombies, blocked their escape. A glance revealed that they were surrounded by the undead. Some were on all fours, perched atop rooftops or clinging to walls, their eyes glinting with malice, their incessant growls sealing their fate. Jiang Wensheng was nearly paralyzed with fear. Instinctively, he turned to see Lin Dong standing before the throng of zombies, his indifferent gaze fixed upon him. He is the zombie king. The four immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, their hearts racing with terror. Is this what you call a big fish? The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief. This was no mere fish, but a veritable great white shark. Jiang Wensheng was equally baffled. I had no idea. He could not fathom that the food exchange between Sun Xiaoqiang and Cheng Luoyi involved a zombie king. A fool and a madman, truly unreliable partners. The horde of zombies encircled the four, their growls echoing like a pack of ravenous wolves poised to devour their prey. Among them, the tank was the most delighted. His small eyes squinted in glee, believing their leader brought back food every time he ventured out. Hee, this is quite splendid. As the zombies advanced closer, and the threat of being devoured loomed large, Jiang Wensheng, in a state of sheer panic, hastily pleaded with Lin Dong, "Do not kill me. I can join you." "Very well," Lin Dong nodded. "You are about to become one with them." As the words fell, a horde of frenzied corpses surged forward. These were the elite zombies injected with the Z virus. Before Jiang Wensheng and his companions could unleash their awakened abilities, they were overwhelmed and thrown to the ground. Their sharp teeth tore into flesh, blood splattering in every direction. The four of them howled in anguish, struggling beneath the weight of the onslaught. But soon they were engulfed by the tide of corpses. At the moment the horde descended upon them, a helicopter roared across the distant sky. Inside sat a young man, visibly anxious and trembling. He was Yang Hao, the assistant to Yi Jian. He had been tasked by his superior to negotiate with the zombie king. Cursing the malevolent boss and the avaricious capitalists, Yang Hao gazed out the window, his heart racing as if he were headed to the gallows. "Are we there yet?" he asked. "Almost. Just fly past the building ahead," replied pilot Xiao Zhang. "Oh," Yang Hao responded, pausing before adding, "What if we circle around a few more times?" Xiao Zhang remarked, "There are only the two of us on this entire aircraft. If the negotiation succeeds, everything will be fine. If it fails, bringing more people would just mean more sacrifices." As the helicopter's propeller roared, it swept swiftly past the rooftops, officially entering the territory of the five-star zombie nest. Yang Hao's palms were slick with sweat, his heart lodged in his throat. Peering down, he spotted countless zombies disturbed by the whirring blades, running wildly in the streets. Their numbers swelling as they howled and pursued. "Brother Hao, we've arrived. Should we land?" "Land? Are you crazy? That would be suicide." Yang Hao cursed. If they descended now, it would surely mean their demise. Thus, he seized the microphone and shouted through the helicopter's loudspeaker, "Hello? I am a representative of Tech Company, here to negotiate with your leader. Can you hear me? I am from Tech Company." His voice echoed across the city, repeated several times. Yang Hao kept his gaze fixed below, and after a moment, he noticed that the zombies suddenly quieted down and began to disperse. "Hey, is it working? Don't be ridiculous," Yang Hao scolded. Gradually, the helicopter descended, landing on a flat square. Yang Hao and Xiao Zhang stepped out, glancing around. There were no zombies in sight, but a corpulent figure stood prominently in front of them. Towering at nearly 6 feet, the creature was covered in layers of fat, reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, with sharp fangs and small eyes gleaming with malice. Chapter 61. Negotiation. This zombie was exceedingly rotund, its arms and thighs bulging like Michelin tires. We shall refer to it as Michelin for now. Yang Hao quickly raised both hands to indicate his lack of hostility. "We have come to discuss cooperation. If this goes well, you will reap considerable benefits." "Benefits? Are they tasty?" Michelin tilted its head, displaying a dull expression, clearly lacking in intelligence. With such limited wit, it was evident that Michelin could not command the five-star zombie nest. It was merely a brute, a muscular shield akin to a tank in Lin Dong's territory. Yang Hao's expression faltered as he recognized this fact. It turned out he was not the sovereign of the five-star zombie nest. "Humans, follow me," Michelin's sonorous voice commanded. Then he turned and strode forward, his corpulent frame trembling with each step. Yang Hao and Xiao Zhang exchanged glances and hurriedly followed in his wake. Throughout the journey, the two men remained apprehensive and tense. Although the zombies displayed no aggressive intent, their erratic and violent nature suggested they might erupt into bloodthirsty savagery at any moment. Fortunately, they encountered no other zombies along the way. Yet, the air grew increasingly cold and ominous, permeated by a pervasive metallic stench. On the trees lining the street, something writhed unsettlingly. Yang Hao fixed his gaze and gasped in horror. Coiled upon the branches were numerous banded pythons, each as thick as an arm, flicking forked tongues and bearing razor-sharp fangs. Their mere presence sent shivers down his spine. So many snakes, Yang Hao muttered, noticing that nearly every tree harbored these serpents. Overcome with dread, he averted his eyes, hoping ignorance might bring solace. He marveled inwardly that such a multitude of snakes thrived in the heart of the five-star zombie nest. Instinctively suspecting that the corpse king here possessed uncanny powers, perhaps even a grotesque, undead entity. After a while, the trio arrived before a building. The glass doors lay shattered, and several massive pythons coiled upon the metal doorframe. Their girths rivaled an adult's waist, and their bulbous heads, lantern-like, bore fierce amber eyes gleaming with malevolence. The serpents raised their heads, scrutinizing the newcomers with flickering tongues, as if selecting their next prey. What is this? A snake den? Yang Hao shuddered with goosebumps. Despite the ominous scene, Michelin maintained a courteous tone. Please, enter. Yang Hao felt a surge of panic, but muttered bitterly, damn the wicked boss, the damned capitalist. Brother Hao, are you scared? Xiao Zhang's trembling voice sought reassurance. Swallowing hard, Yang Hao forced himself to reply, scared? Nonsense. Since we're here, we must go in. We represent the company's honor. Xiao Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Together, they approached the entrance. Thankfully, the giant pythons did not attack. They merely twisted their necks and watched them enter the hall. Relieved, Yang Hao exhaled, only to have the sight inside freeze his breath and send tremors through his body. The entire hall teemed with countless snakes, entwined and writhing in dense clusters that made the scalp tingle. The acrid stench of blood and decay was nauseating. Yang Hao fought the urge to vomit, swallowing hard as terror peaked. His body shook uncontrollably, and he felt his bladder threaten to betray him. Impatient, Xiao Zhang urged. Brother Hao, let's move. Support me a bit. Yang Hao scoffed inwardly. If even the wall won't support you, why should I? Yet, they steadied each other and cautiously stepped over the writhing serpents, their hearts pounding fiercely as if about to leap from their throats. Yang Hao felt that, aside from his employer's schemes, this was the longest journey he had ever undertaken in his life. The two of them were so tense that their sense of time blurred. It felt as if mere seconds had passed, yet simultaneously an eternity. At last, they traversed the serpent's lair and entered the inner hall. Echoing around them were the familiar roars of zombies, their horrifying visages gradually coming into view. These were elite zombies, essentially the personal guard. At the forefront of this group sat a towering figure, his skin an unnaturally pale shade, nearly ashen gray. Devoid of any signs of decay, his features retained a degree of handsomeness, save for his eye sockets, where dense black veins intertwined and bulged in a chilling manner. Yet the most terrifying aspect was his eyes, fiery yellow irises with diamond-shaped pupils, identical to those of snakes, revealing him to possess serpentine eyes. A shiver ran down Yang Hao's spine, a warm discomfort spreading through him as he was so frightened he lost control of his bladder. The king, he thought. This human is rather endearing. Beside the serpentine-eyed zombie king stood a woman, her upper body human but her lower half that of a spider, her large belly prominent. Supported by 8 legs as sharp and formidable as steel blades. She was a fusion of zombie and bird-catching spider. The woman extended her long tongue, licking the corners of her mouth as she appraised the human before her with evident interest. Yang Hao cursed silently, utterly immobilized by fear. At that moment, the serpentine-eyed zombie king spoke, his voice hoarse and grating like rusted metal scraping. Come sit. All right, Yang Hao stammered, hesitating before approaching. He soon noticed that beneath the chair coiled numerous snakes. Resentment surged within him toward his malevolent employer and capitalist overlord for forcing him to negotiate with the zombie king. This was more harrowing than death itself. Suppressing his unease, he seated himself as the snakes slithered up his calves, poised to strike and claim his life. Enveloped by serpents, his mind went blank. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a cigarette. His hands trembled violently, reminiscent of a stroke's aftermath, fumbling several times before finally placing it between his lips. Yet his other hand, holding the lighter, shook so uncontrollably that the flame extinguished repeatedly. At that moment, the zombie king took the lighter from him, and with a gentle press, the flames sprang to life. Thank you. Yang Hao inhaled deeply, the nicotine dulling his terror and restoring a measure of composure. Speak, what is it you wish to discuss? The serpentine-eyed king inquired. Our tech corporation recently transported a batch of medicine, which fell within your territory, correct? Yang Hao ventured. The zombie king nodded initially, but soon shifted his tone. Yes, it was lost, but the territory's zombie king seized it and killed one of my trusted lieutenants along with over 1,000 subordinates. That one again. Yang Hao frowned, contemplating the situation that diverged from his initial assumptions. It seemed the boss's analysis was flawed. The meat bun had not landed in the right dog's mouth after all. What did you say? No, it's nothing. Yang Hao hastily gestured, overwhelmed by anxiety, inadvertently revealing the truth. Chapter 62, A Call for Help? What I mean is, that corpse king is audacious to have slain your subordinate. We should unite to obliterate them completely. Yang Hao insisted. The serpent-eyed corpse king had long harbored this notion, to commit murder and pillage on his own territory. Only to depart unscathed was indeed brazen. However, due to a lack of understanding regarding the opposition's situation, he had refrained from acting recklessly. Are you aware of their lair? Yes. Yang Hao nodded fervently, continuing, according to the intelligence gathered by my company, he commands a horde of 10,000 corpses, with 2,000 elite among them. With the recent acquisition of the Z virus, their numbers have increased by at least 500. Those terrifying zombies have devoured many of our people. Initially, 200 from the prison, 200 from the mall, and the hunter action team, including 500 armed personnel. Thus, their evolutionary levels are exceedingly high. Several renowned battles in the city were orchestrated by him. One could say he is invincible in assault and undefeated in combat. Oh, the serpent-eyed corpse king comprehended. So, does that mean you have suffered 3 consecutive defeats? Well, theoretically, yes, Yang Hao replied, his expression awkward. But that was due to their ambush. During the encounter with the hunter action team, we were first beset by the red-faced corpse king, allowing him to reap the benefits. The serpent-eyed corpse king was familiar with the red-faced corpse king, having previously engaged with him, and had initially intended to subdue him, only to be thwarted by Lin Dong, who subsequently annexed his territory. Your Majesty, the death of the red-faced only indicates his foolishness, remarked the Spider Queen zombie with an air of arrogance. She had once been a sovereign herself, her strength surpassing that of the red-faced, but was later subdued by the serpent-eyed, merging their powers. Now, she commanded a total of 30,000 corpses, with numerous formidable warriors among them. Indeed, while they possess a slight numerical advantage in elites, we can compensate with our sheer numbers of ordinary zombies. Moreover, I have a group of precious assets, the serpent-eyed mused, stroking the serpentine head coiled beneath the chair. The serpent flicked its crimson tongue, emitting a hissing sound, exuding an aura of exuberance. Yang Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, pondering how bizarre this creature was, sharing a peculiar affinity with certain female streamers. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Oh right, the corpse king is often accompanied by a flock of crows, who are also quite formidable and should not be underestimated. Those crows in the city sky? The Spider Queen's eyes gleamed with malice, a wicked smile creeping across her lips. Being a product of the fusion with a bird-eating spider, she was, in essence, a nemesis to various avian species. They flee upon sighting me. Leave them to me. Very well. The serpent-eyed nodded, contemplating that given the current circumstances, victory was assured. With the assistance of the tech corporation, failure was not an option. He even contemplated betraying the tech corporation after their utility, eliminating them, thus positioning himself as the sovereign of the entire central region. It seems the time has come to expand our territory. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's subordinates were feasting on the remains of 4 Black Scorpion members. Some had snatched an arm, others a leg, and even 2 zombies were sharing a head, voraciously gnawing away. The scant amount of flesh was utterly insufficient for his subordinates. Lin Dong realized that his formidable band of 500 elite zombies had evolved to such a degree that their capacity for consumption had significantly increased. The meager quantity of meat provided by just 4 individuals was barely enough to satisfy their appetites. Why didn't Jiang Wenxing summon more people? Lin Dong felt a twinge of regret. As his gaze swept across the area, he noticed a mobile phone lying on the ground. Its screen illuminated with a flurry of group chat messages. This phone had evidently fallen from Jiang Wenxing. Since he was not calling for help, Lin Dong decided to assist him. He picked up the phone and began to peruse the messages, discovering that members of the Black Scorpion organization were indeed engaged in discussion. "Hey brothers, how is everyone today? Any gains? I've found quite a few survivors in the eastern suburbs of the city. It's quite entertaining." The urban population is far too dense. They've all turned into zombies. If you venture to the outskirts, you might still find living humans. Have you discovered any handsome living specimens? Send me a few. I prefer them at least one. 87 meters tall with abs. Damn, you should have mentioned that sooner. I've already taken care of all the men. Do you want the dead ones? Bring me back there. You know what? I want to collect 1,000 of them, and I'm still halfway there. Hell no, I'm not touching that. You can do it yourself. Before the apocalypse, the Black Scorpion organization operated in the dark web, notorious for their brutality and sadism. They often engaged in various perverse methods of killing for amusement, recording their exploits to share. Lin Dong observed their banter with a slight smile. This motley crew had a certain endearing quality. From the chat logs, Lin Dong gleaned that a small outpost of the Black Scorpion organization was not far from his location, situated in an underground marketplace, currently brimming with supplies. There were over 20 members of the Black Scorpion, who kept more than 100 survivors in captivity, living in a state of opulence and leisure. What a lofty standard, Lin Dong muttered, unable to resist the urge to disrupt their indulgence with his subordinates. Just then, a private message arrived on Jiang Wenqing's phone, a desperate cry for help. "Brother, I encountered something sinister near the museum. I'm in a perilous situation. You must come quickly to rescue me. If you can bring people from the shelter, that would suffice. Just tell them I'm an ordinary survivor." Upon seeing the sender's name, Jiang Wenbin, the connection to Jiang Wenqing became abundantly clear. Ghosts near the museum? Lin Dong pondered for a moment. The museum was not within his territory, yet it was not too far away either. How could there be ghosts near his domain? "What have you discovered?" Lin Dong inquired. "I don't know. It appears and disappears at will, almost as if it can become invisible. It has already taken out 4 of us. Becoming invisible? Evading capture?" Lin Dong contemplated. He had never encountered such a phenomenon in his territory. Could it have strayed from elsewhere? Perhaps it was prudent to investigate, lest it become a lingering threat. "Brother, please hurry. I sense that it's drawing closer. I don't know when it might claim my life." Jiang Wenbin continued to plead, his tone laced with palpable terror, teetering on the brink of collapse. It was evident that whatever he faced was indeed fearsome. "Understood. You must hold on." Lin Dong offered words of encouragement, though inwardly he yearned to say, "Do not perish just yet. Wait until I arrive, then you may surrender to fate. Brother is coming to save you now." Chapter 63, The Shadow Without Delay. Lin Dong turned to Tank and the others, issuing instructions. "I must step out briefly. Keep a vigilant watch over our home. These times may grow perilous." "Rest assured, boss." Tank replied with a simple smile. In the next moment, Lin Dong's figure gradually receded, swiftly vanishing around a distant street corner. Tank gazed after him, a wave of admiration washing over him. The leader had just returned with provisions and now ventured out once more to hunt. Such diligence stirred deep respect within him. How industrious he is. Upon departing the territory, Lin Dong entered a state of concealment, silent and ghost-like, traversing the ravaged streets without disturbing a single leaf or blade of grass. After a brief interval, he reached the museum district. A subtle unease prickled his senses. A chilling breeze swept through, tinged with the scent of blood. Above the museum, a shroud of black clouds hung ominously, heavy as ink, nearly pressing down upon the rooftops, suffocating the atmosphere. Thunder rumbled as silver serpents of lightning slithered through the clouds, their roar echoing across the city. The wind intensified, howling like banshees, whipping up swirling dust and fluttering plastic bags. Lin Dong's keen eyes fixed upon the colossal museum, resembling a dormant beast. The surroundings bore crimson stains and scattered corpses of the undead. An eerie stillness pervaded, evoking a profound sense of deathly silence. Yet Lin Dong sensed 3 living humans concealed within, their presence marked by palpable panic. Curiously, he could not discern the nature of the menace stalking them. What could it be? Stepping forward, Lin Dong employed his corpse domain ability, passing through walls effortlessly. The overcast sky rendered the museum's interior dim. Only fleeting lightning illuminated patches of the gloom. His gaze swept the disordered floor, shattered glass, dried bloodstains, and skeletal remains long since decayed. These were the scars left by the apocalypse's onset. The museum had once been densely occupied, a veritable disaster zone. Bloodied handprints etched into the walls testified to the desperation of those trapped within. Pressing onward, Lin Dong drew nearer to the trio of survivors. Soon, within a shadowed corridor, 3 figures appeared, panting and fleeing. Hurry! I feel that thing closing in on us. Brother Ben, I think it's toying with us. Trying to wear us down like a cat plays with a mouse. A companion's brow furrowed deeply. Jiang Wenbin sought to soothe them. Don't worry. My brother said to hold on. He'll rescue us soon. When will Brother Cheng arrive? Should be soon, I suppose. Jiang Wenbin's endurance hinged solely on that slender thread of hope. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Cheng was already everywhere, merged with the undead in a terrifying fusion. The 3 dashed to the corridor's end, confronted by a door leading to a room. With no alternative, they pushed it open and entered. The room was vast, spanning nearly 200 square meters, creating an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Numerous paintings adorned the walls, some having fallen to the floor, their glass frames shattered. Fragments scattered chaotically across the space. We're trapped, muttered a dark-skinned youth. Hush, Jiang Wenbin gestured for silence. Let us hide. The 2 companions agreed and squeezed into a corner, backs pressed against the wall, seeking solace in its solidity. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong concealed himself within the wall behind them, his gaze fixed upon the trio. Yet, he refrained from striking immediately, although eliminating the 3 would be effortless. His true concern lay with the lurking presence within the museum. He sensed it. The moment the trio entered this cavernous room, a subtle aura began to approach, ethereal and intangible. As if not corporeal at all. Could it truly be a ghost? Amidst the apocalypse, countless inexplicable phenomena occurred, yet genuine spirits had never been witnessed. Crackling lightning suddenly tore through the sky, its blinding radiance illuminating the chamber brilliantly. Jiang Wenbin's unease deepened. An instinct warned him that death drew nearer. He pulled out his phone and sent a message once more. Brother, where are you? I'm utterly cornered. Yet, after a prolonged silence, no reply came. Damn! Jiang Wenbin cursed inwardly, though his faith in his brother remained unshaken. Their bond forged since childhood assured him rescue would come. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation clouded his mind. Raising his eyes, Jiang Wenbin scrutinized the paintings on the wall, his gaze darting rapidly. At last, he fixated on one particularly peculiar portrait, a depiction of a black man whose face was as dark as coal. Features indiscernible save for fangs protruding from his mouth and eyes radiating a malevolent fury, as if a demon from the netherworld itself. Hey, look at that one. Doesn't that portrait seem off? Jiang Wenbin urged his companions, tapping one on the shoulder. Huh. They exchanged puzzled glances and followed his gaze. Which one, Wenbin? The one in the center. I don't see anything unusual. Bewildered, they dismissed his concern. Growing impatient, Jiang Wenbin muttered, Fools. It's right there. Yet mid-sentence. He turned abruptly, stunned to find the portrait had vanished entirely. A hesitant voice beside him whispered, Wenbin, that center spot is actually a window. Crack. Another lightning bolt illuminated the room, revealing the truth. The supposed painting was indeed a window. It was not a mere image but something truly observing them. A chill surged through Jiang Wenbin's body, every hair standing on end, a cold dread seizing him from soles to scalp. I saw it. I saw it just now. Run. Like a man possessed, Jiang Wenbin dashed recklessly toward the corridor. Saw what? His companions asked, bewildered and alarmed. As he fled, the commotion he caused echoed behind him, and he could do nothing but escape alongside the others. However, a shadowy figure suddenly slipped through the crack of the window, merging seamlessly into the darkness. Resembling a specter from the depths of hell. In a flicker, the shadow surged forward, pursuing the trio with astonishing speed, swiftly catching up to the last person. With a swift motion, its claw-like hand, engulfed in pitch-black flames, pierced through the back of the unfortunate soul. Warm blood gushing forth and splattering onto the back of Jiang Wenbin and another companion. Startled, the 2 turned instinctively to witness a towering silhouette. Its claws embedded in their comrade's heart, lifting him off the ground. The man, still clinging to life, flailed his legs weakly, bloodshot eyes bulging as he gasped for breath. Crimson spilling from his mouth. What manner of beast is this? Jiang Wenbin and his companion were filled with terror. After discarding the lifeless body, the shadow extended its dark purple tongue, licking the blood from its claws, revealing an insatiable thirst for carnage. It was a B-class corpse king. awakened with the ability Shadow Veil, allowing it to conceal itself within shadows and traverse through the smallest of gaps, be it a window, door, or wall. In this state, it could evade detection, making its powers quite eerie. Impressive, Lin Dong mused silently, contemplating that it would be a shame to eliminate such a creature for its core. Rather, it would be wiser to recruit it as an ally, especially given the current shortage of manpower. Thus, he emerged from the wall, his form gradually materializing. Upon Lin Dong's sudden appearance, the shadow immediately sensed his presence, swiftly turning its attention toward him, its fierce gaze honing in on his figure. Although the shadow's complexion was as dark as charred coal, devoid of any discernible expression, it was evident that it was taken aback. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenbin and his companion's eyes widened in disbelief. Having witnessed Lin Dong materialize seemingly out of thin air, they found the situation utterly bizarre. What on earth is happening today? Such strange occurrences are unfolding before us. The shadow grew wary, ignoring Jiang Wenbin and his companion entirely, focusing all its attention on Lin Dong, driven by an inexplicable sense of danger that told it this individual was not to be trifled with. Who are you? I am the corpse king of this district. You may choose to submit to me, Lin Dong stated plainly. Yet the shadow shook its head defiantly. I acknowledge your strength, but I shall not bow to any creature. Oh, Lin Dong noted the creature's stubbornness. It was indeed a tough nut to crack. In truth, the shadow was also a corpse king, ruling over territory on the opposite side of the Serpent's Eye, once boasting over 10,000 subordinates. It had been reduced to 5,000 after skirmishes with Serpent's Eye. Although Serpent's Eye sought to subjugate it, the shadow refused to yield, leading to conflicts between the two. The shadow was no match for Serpent's Eye, suffering defeat time and again, and on one occasion, it was utterly driven from its territory. Through guerrilla tactics, it managed to reclaim half of its domain with its 5,000 remaining followers. Its Shadow Veil ability was exceptionally effective for survival, making it difficult for Serpent's Eye to slay it, ultimately leading them to abandon their pursuit. However, the shadow found itself in a precarious position, living a hard life while other territorial zombies could at least catch mice or insects to stave off hunger. The territory of the shadow was exceedingly limited, scarcely providing enough sustenance for mice and insects. Even if 3 flies were caught, they could barely constitute a substantial meal. Consequently, he had no choice but to rely on his ability to shift into the shadow state, wandering in search of prey. As long as I wish to depart, you cannot detain me, the shadow declared with unwavering confidence. Shall we put that to the test? Lin Dong inquired with a playful glint in his eye. Without uttering a word, the shadow's form gradually became indistinct, as if ignited by black flames. Upon assuming his ethereal state, he swiftly entered the shadow realm. He flowed like liquid across the ground, moving with remarkable speed, and seamlessly slipped through a crevice in the wall. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's own figure vanished from sight. The shadow moved silently, akin to a specter, traversing several walls and slipping through door and window gaps, twisting and turning, until he himself was disoriented, unsure of his escape route. Eventually, he emerged in a room, disengaging from the shadow state, his ashen body rising from the ground once more. Exhaling deeply, he glanced back toward the direction he had come from, relieved to find no pursuers in sight. He had heard of Lin Dong, who had slain the formidable Bone Spike, a strong underling of Snake Eye, and knew of his immense power. Yet, he felt no regret at the loss of his prey. After all, his brethren awaited his return. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. The shadow was taken aback, swiftly turning to see Lin Dong's tall figure, clad in an immaculate white shirt, a hint of amusement gracing his features. How did you arrive here? I came with you, of course, Lin Dong replied matter-of-factly. The shadow's heart raced. He had sensed no presence pursuing him, yet Lin Dong had appeared seemingly from thin air, an undeniable enigma. How is this possible? Am I under some illusion? The shadow pondered the potential causes of this phenomenon, preparing to shift back into his ethereal form to escape once more. But in that instant, Lin Dong's eyes flickered with a crimson light as his formidable domain unfurled. An overwhelming pressure surged forth like a torrent, enveloping the shadow instantaneously. Oh no! The shadow's incorporeal body rippled like waves, burdened as if a colossal mountain rested upon him, rendering him immobile. Lin Dong, commanding the domain, inquired, "Do you submit?" "Never." The shadow retorted, his teeth clenched stubbornly, embodying the spirit of defiance. "Even if it means my demise, I shall never yield." Lin Dong nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his face, before abruptly retracting the domain. The immense pressure dissipated in an instant, the terrifying aura receding, replaced by a calm demeanor. The dimly lit room regained its tranquility. Subsequently, Lin Dong gestured, retrieving half a piece of beef from his storage space. Realizing that coercion had failed, he opted for persuasion. How about this? Will you submit? The shadow was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on the meat. In this apocalyptic world, beef was an exceedingly rare commodity, especially for zombies, who found it far more delectable and energy-rich than human flesh. In his territory, where mice and insects were elusive, the sight of succulent beef was irresistible. Tears of longing began to well at the corners of his mouth. Observing this, Lin Dong smiled faintly and tossed the beef toward him. There is no need for haste in your response. Take your time to ponder upon it. Follow me, and there will be sustenance. The shadow picked up the beef and could not resist taking a large bite. Ah, what a delightful aroma. Subsequently, he departed with the meat in hand. At that moment, two humans remained alive within the museum, Zhang Wenbin and his companion, both of whom were still quite anxious after witnessing the terrifying zombies. Brother Bin, we must flee, his companion urged, eager to escape the cursed place while Lin Dong and the shadow were absent. Zhang Wenbin nodded, his legs trembling as he began to sprint down the corridor. However, he was acutely aware that given the horrifying abilities displayed by the zombies, his chances of survival were slim, and he placed his hope in his brother. As he ran, he took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Wenqing. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the empty corridor as the two raced towards the museum's entrance, which seemed to shine with the dawn of hope. Perhaps a new opportunity awaited them outside. Suddenly, a tall figure materialized before the entrance, its cold gaze fixed upon them. Stop! Zhang Wenbin shouted in panic. And both figures came to an abrupt halt. A profound sense of dread enveloped them once more, the aura of death drawing nearer. Desperate. Zhang Wenbin glanced down at his phone, but there was still no reply from his brother. No need to check, Lin Dong spoke slowly, then casually tossed the phone. Its screen lit with all of Zhang Wenbin's messages. My brother's phone. Zhang Wenbin gasped, realization dawning upon him. Where's my brother? What have you done with him? He has already transcended, scattered across the land, Lin Dong replied. Zhang Wenbin understood the implication, despair flooding his heart. The brother he trusted most had been devoured by zombies. How utterly powerless this apocalypse felt. In an instant, tears of grievance, fury, and pain streamed from Zhang Wenbin's eyes. Do not weep. I shall take you to see your brother, Lin Dong said nonchalantly, advancing towards them. With each of his steps, the domain of corpses unfurled, and an overwhelming pressure descended, annihilating the two almost instantaneously. Meanwhile, the shadow returned to his desolate territory with the beef. Yet along the way, he found himself unable to resist indulging in the meat, taking bite after bite, each time convincing himself it would be the last. By the time he arrived back, only scraps remained of what had once been half a piece of beef. Nevertheless, his impoverished brethren were still in awe. Cattle? This is beef. Boss, where did you procure this meat? Is it from a mutated beast? It was given to me by the Corpse King, the shadow replied candidly. Oh, his subordinates were even more astonished. The Corpse King had meat to spare, and yet chose to give it to their leader? Boss, I think that Corpse King is quite remarkable. Should we show our gratitude? Indeed, the shadow nodded, contemplating. Perhaps it is time for us to settle accounts with the Serpent's Eye. A fierce roar erupted from his subordinates at the mention of the Serpent's Eye. The leader was consumed by profound wrath. Boss, I've long declared that we must confront them head-on, he exclaimed. Patience, the shadowy figure mused silently, contemplating the possibility of collaborating with Lin Dong to eliminate Shi Tong and avenge his own expulsion. An elite zombie spoke up. I'll follow your lead, boss. Just tell me what to do. Wait for the right moment. When it comes, act according to my command, the shadow pondered thoughtfully. The elite zombie glanced at his pitch-black face and suddenly recalled that it was this very trait that had led to their previous defeat. Meanwhile, within the museum, Lin Dong had gathered several corpses, but chose not to return to his territory. Since he had ventured out, he intended to collect more supplies. His thoughts drifted to the Black Scorpion Organization's small outpost. Lin Dong found killing humans far more exhilarating than slaying zombies. Humans possessed rich emotions. They felt fear, sorrow, and despair. Although zombies had evolved some semblance of emotion, it paled in comparison to that of humans. How best to savor this delightful torment? After departing the museum, guided by intelligence collected on his phone, Lin Dong soon arrived at a square. The area was devoid of zombies, marked only by mottled bloodstains and decaying bodies. Surrounding him were dilapidated buildings, a chaotic ruin as far as the eye could see. Yet Lin Dong sensed the presence of hidden humans right beneath his feet. He refrained from using the underground entrance, guarded by awakened beings, instead employing his domain ability to silently slip into the subterranean shopping mall. After a moment of darkness, his vision returned. He found himself in a spacious chamber permeated by the scent of chemicals. Rows upon rows of wooden shelves stood before him, each lined with transparent glass jars filled with formalin, containing preserved specimens. What was this? Approaching for a closer look, Lin Dong discovered the jars contained severed male genitalia. Remarkable. The Black Scorpion organization indeed harbored such perverse proclivities, a truly twisted indulgence. Scanning the room, he realized there were easily over 100 such jars, none larger than the others. He muttered quietly to himself. Suddenly, the clinking of chains echoed nearby, accompanied by the anguished groans of men. At the far right of the room stood two men, naked and bound in a spread-eagle position, their wrists and ankles shackled to wooden racks. Nearby, a table bore an assortment of knives and countless bottles and jars. It was easy to surmise what had transpired here. The two men had been subjected to castration. Blood pooled beneath them, their faces contorted in agony. Lin Dong strode forward without employing concealment, revealing himself openly. The two men, dazed from pain, suddenly brightened upon seeing him. In weak voices, they pleaded, "Brother, how did you get here? Please save us." "Who is your brother?" "Your brother is dead," Lin Dong replied casually. The men were speechless, incredulous that at such a moment he would mock them. They were survivors, brutally tormented by the Black Scorpion organization. "Hurry and save me. Whatever you do, do not let that she-devil see you, lest she contrive some cruel scheme to make you pitch your tent and then sever it with a single stroke. Truly inhuman. Indeed, I am no better than a fiend myself." Lin Dong, unwilling to prolong the conversation, drew a dagger and plunged it directly into the man's neck. Immediately, blood gushed forth. His body convulsed briefly, and then he breathed his last. Since the she-devil had severed below, he would sever above. Was that not far more merciful? The nearby man, witnessing this, stared in horror. "Help! Murder!" he cried. Yet, such cries had become so commonplace here that no one paid them any heed. With the world on the brink of ruin, what was the fuss over a single death? With another wave of his hand, Lin Dong silenced the outcry. Then, he stored the corpse away in his storage space. Having completed these deeds, Lin Dong quietly assessed his surroundings. Within the subterranean mall, fewer than 100 humans remained alive. Some survivors had already succumbed to torture, while certain Black Scorpion members were absent on patrol. At that moment, an awakened individual approached the room. In short order, the door was pushed open, revealing the she-devil the two men had spoken of earlier. She possessed flowing silver hair cascading like a waterfall, a slender yet voluptuous figure, and wore scanty attire. Upon noticing Lin Dong, her eyes widened in surprise before swiftly transforming into an expression of infatuation. Such a handsome man, she thought. Since the apocalypse began, this was the most exquisite man she had ever beheld. Clean, immaculate, the epitome of perfection to her. But whence had he come? Had some brother captured him outside and brought him here? Truly, he knew his sister's desires well. "Handsome sir, do not be afraid," the woman cooed, her gaze filled with seductive intent, capable of bewitching and ensnaring the heart. Lin Dong immediately discerned her nature, a psychic awakened, one not to be underestimated. "What do you intend?" he asked calmly. She nodded, her eyes deepening with enchantment, fixating on him as if entranced. Her long legs swayed gracefully as she advanced step by step. "There are places where sunlight cannot reach, but you may go there," she whispered. Lin Dong suspected she referred to the recesses of her own mind. As she drew nearer, her allure intensified, her psychic power unleashed to its utmost. Yet he was unmoved, his eyes remaining clear and resolute. "What is this? Not even a hint of desire. Must I force myself upon you then?" she thought in frustration. At that moment, Lin Dong's domain of corpses erupted forth, rapidly expanding and enveloping her within its vast, oppressive force. Her body stiffened instantly, her lecherous expression replaced by sheer terror. "Why? Weren't you enjoying this?" she gasped. Lin Dong's tone was calm as he raised his dagger, aiming directly for her head. Her pupils contracted sharply as realization dawned. This man was no mere human. She immediately attempted to resist with her psychic power, but Lin Dong's domain was overwhelmingly potent. Before she could unleash her strength, it was compressed back into her skull. The sensation was akin to the explosion of a gun's chamber. Ow! The woman's mind was pierced by a searing pain, eliciting a shrill and harrowing scream. Yet, the cry quickly ceased. Lin Dong's dagger deftly pierced her skull, extracting a fresh cherry-like brain, and in one fluid motion, he also concealed her lifeless body. The woman's scream resonated with piercing intensity, catching the attention of two patrolling members of the Black Scorpion organization outside. However, they paid it no heed, instead laughing and discussing amongst themselves. Hee. She seems to be having quite the thrilling time, doesn't she? I wonder whose life will be severed next, one remarked with a chuckle. Ha ha. She doesn't just decapitate, she annihilates entirely. The two patrollers sauntered past the door, but it wasn't long before Lin Dong emerged like a wraith, silent and stealthy. He sensed the presence of Black Scorpion members in the adjoining rooms. In the room to the right, a small leader of this outpost, known as Duan Xiong, resided. True to his name, he was a burly figure, covered in thick body hair, much like a bear. He was amidst 4 female survivors, engaged in activities that would not pass scrutiny. Brother Xiong, I knew you loved me the most, one woman, her face flushed, proclaimed. Nonsense. Brother Xiong's favorite is definitely me. Another woman retorted. The remaining 2 women, equally defensive, chimed in. You both are newcomers. Brother Xiong still prefers us. The 4 women began to bicker out of jealousy, not due to any kindness from Duan Xiong, who often tormented them, leading to a twisted attachment akin to Stockholm Syndrome. Ha ha ha. Duan Xiong reveled in their jealousy, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Previously, the Black Scorpion organization was like a rat scurrying through the streets, universally condemned and forced to operate in the shadows of the dark web. Now, however, their fortunes had changed, and they lived a life akin to that of deities. Thus, Duan Xiong felt a profound sense of exhilaration, as if the apocalypse had morphed into paradise. Lin Dong chose not to confront Duan Xiong first. Instead, he turned and slipped into the room on the left. No sooner had he entered than he was met with a strong scent of alcohol. On the nearby bed lay a man, snoring thunderously, reminiscent of a storm. The floor was littered with empty bottles, and a corpulent man lay there, deeply inebriated, resembling a lifeless dog. What a drunken fool, Lin Dong mused, considering that the man had marinated himself in liquor, which could serve to mask the stench, much like how marinated shrimp or crabs are prepared. Furthermore, Lin Dong thought the man's behavior was commendable. He had seasoned himself well, awaiting his own demise, an approach worthy of admiration. Lin Dong stepped forward, effortlessly extracting the crystal core and swiftly concealing the body within his storage space. Within this small outpost of the Black Scorpion organization, some were slaves to alcohol, while others were driven by lust. Continuing onward, Lin Dong approached the next room, which housed the survivors. There, a palpable presence of dozens of living souls could be felt. Upon entering, he was assaulted by a foul stench of excrement and urine. Before him lay a small warehouse filled with dozens of emaciated humans, their faces gaunt, eyes vacant, some slumped against the walls, others sprawled on the ground. The confined space was suffocating, steeped in an atmosphere of utter desolation. However, it did not take long for a few individuals to notice Lin Dong's presence. Their first instinct was to instinctively recoil, utterly afraid to approach him. Mistakenly believing that his immaculate attire signified his affiliation with the Black Scorpion organization, they pleaded, "Oh please, do not kill me. Let me go, won't you? As long as I can escape this place, I will do anything you ask of me. Just give me something to eat. I am on the verge of starvation. I wish to join you." Even as cannon fodder, long live the Black Scorpion organization. A group of individuals, both men and women, knelt on the ground, continuously bowing their heads, their minds teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Dong regarded them with indifference and suddenly nodded in agreement. Very well. Startled, the group exchanged incredulous glances, unsure if they had truly heard him right. Had he genuinely acquiesced? With a mere wave of his hand, he produced a bag of sausages, containing a total of 10 links. The onlookers gazed at it with rapt attention, their mouths watering as an overwhelming hunger threatened to drive them to madness. Although the underground market possessed supplies, the Black Scorpion organization would never provide them with sustenance. These individuals had been starved to their limits, sustained only by sheer willpower. Any lapse in resolve could lead to fainting. Upon seeing the sausages, their eyes gleamed with fervor. Yet, Lin Dong, with another flick of his wrist, revealed a sharp knife in his palm, and then he cast both the sausages and the knife onto the ground. He merely wished to observe what those famished souls would choose in such dire circumstances, the knife or the sausages. This was a glimpse into human nature. Initially, no one paid heed to the knife. Like rabid dogs, they lunged for the sausages. Among them, 3 or 5 individuals were particularly fervent, tearing open the packaging and stuffing the sausages into their mouths, while simultaneously reaching for more. Damn it! Let go! Please, do not snatch. Give me one. Get away. This is mine. Chaos ensued in the warehouse, with cries and curses echoing as dozens of people surged together, desperately vying for food. Lin Dong crossed his arms, observing them, and suddenly felt that humans bore little difference from zombies. One woman, having already stuffed a sausage into her mouth, was forcibly yanked away by a man, who then kicked her out of the fray. Some even knelt on the ground, licking the remnants of sausages that had fallen. With around 50 to 60 survivors in the warehouse, 10 sausages were, of course, insufficient to satisfy all. It was evident that they would be devoured in no time. Those on the periphery, filled with anxiety, found themselves powerless to intervene. At that moment, a woman turned her head and unexpectedly spotted a sharp knife lying quietly on the ground nearby. She paused briefly, and then her breathing grew heavy. The knife glinted ominously. Casting under the onslaught of brutal violence, a woman's adrenaline surged dramatically. Confined within the suffocating enclosure, subjected to torment and humiliation, every negative emotion within her erupted like a volcanic inferno. She lost all semblance of reason, descending into utter madness, recklessly lunging at the crowd before her. In the dimly lit warehouse, anguished screams erupted instantly. Within moments, the woman had felled 5 or 6 individuals with her stabbing frenzy. Among them, a man felt a sudden chill in his abdomen, the searing pain overwhelming him. "Damn it! How dare you stab me? I'll kill you!" he roared. Seizing her wrists with both hands, he wrested the knife away with brute force. Then, gripping the blade in reverse, plunged it repeatedly into her chest. The woman cried out in agony, collapsing into a pool of her own blood. Crimson droplets dripped from the knife's tip. The man's eyes reddened with fury as he turned his gaze toward others trying to snatch the sausages. "Die!" he howled like a mad beast, driving his weapon into the crowd ahead. More screams echoed as new victims fell. Recognizing the threat he posed, others scrambled desperately to wrest the blade from him. The warehouse's chaos escalated from a mere scramble for sausages into a ruthless battle for weapons. Humanity, far from rational, once stripped of security or plunged into despair and wrath, abandons all reason, consumed by a singular thought, to annihilate the adversary. Some even resorted to brutal combat over food, grappling fiercely, choking, gouging eyes, transforming the scene into a savage slaughter. The pandemonium reached its zenith. Cries of pain, curses, and roars reverberated ceaselessly as bodies collapsed one after another. Corpses lay scattered in disarray, blood pooling and flowing freely, casting a crimson haze over the air. Saturated with a pungent stench of iron and death, an unmistakable tableau of a slaughterhouse. Lin Dong, still clad in pristine white, observed quietly from a distance. Before long, fewer than 10 souls remained alive inside the warehouse, most grievously wounded and barely clinging to life upon the ground. Only one man retained some mobility. He crawled through the blood, teeth clenched, inching forward until he reached a half-eaten sausage. Trembling violently, he grasped it and shoved it into his mouth, disregarding the blood staining it. A sinister smile crept across the blood-smeared face as his eyes narrowed in grim satisfaction. The harrowing ordeal had shattered his mind completely. Madness had taken hold. Lin Dong sensed that it was time to bring this tragic farce to an end. Stepping forward, he moved to aid the few survivors, delivering them from their torment. However, the commotion inside had already roused the patrolling guards outside. "What's going on now? Another fight? Damn it! These unruly fools will starve themselves to death," they cursed as they approached the warehouse. Yet, as the 2 men flung open the doors, their expressions of scorn instantly froze. Even the ruthless Black Scorpion members felt a chill of dread upon witnessing the grisly scene. The floor was littered with 50 or 60 corpses. The thick stench of blood was suffocating. Amidst the carnage stood a solitary, slender figure clad in an immaculate white shirt, spotless and unblemished. His cold, piercing eyes met theirs directly. The sight was profoundly unsettling. What the hell? The two locked eyes, as if petrified, an overwhelming terror surging within them. A chilling sensation shooting straight to their scalp. It felt akin to a fierce tiger suddenly invading their own sheepfold, and they had just encountered it during an inspection. Now, with all the survivors perished, Lin Dong's identity was unmistakably clear. Quick, go find Brother Xiong. The two patrolmen, realizing they were no match, turned to flee. Yet in the next moment, an immense pressure descended upon them, like the crushing weight of Mount Tai, freezing them in place. Their calves trembled uncontrollably, as if mired in quicksand, utterly immobilized. No need, I'll go for you, Lin Dong's magnetic voice whispered into their ears, and soon after, both lost consciousness. Collapsing to the ground, two more bodies were added to the tally. With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong gathered all the corpses and blood, tidying everything as if on a leisurely stroll, and proceeded toward the final room. Meanwhile, Duan Xiong was still engrossed in a lively game. Brother Xiong, I'm hungry, a woman said bashfully. All right, I'll cook some noodles for you shortly, Duan Xiong replied cheerfully. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, a pair of eyes intently watching him. Instinctively, he glanced toward the door. What the hell? Duan Xiong exclaimed in shock, for he found a young man staring straight at him, appearing out of nowhere. Lin Dong's sudden appearance startled Duan Xiong profoundly, causing his whole body to weaken. Damn it, when did you get in here? Duan Xiong immediately swung his legs off the bed, cursing. Who the hell are you? New here? At least have the decency to say hello. As a strength-type awakener with poor perception, Duan Xiong had been so absorbed in his own affairs that he had remained oblivious to the carnage outside. Lin Dong offered no reply, but glanced briefly before uttering, not very big. Huh. Duan Xiong's eyes widened, fury boiling within him. You're asking for death. Even the four women behind him expressed displeasure. Who is this guy, disturbing my good time with Brother Xiong? Exactly. And insulting Brother Xiong too. Offending Brother Xiong is surely a death sentence. These four women, afflicted with a Stockholm Syndrome-like attachment, had grown fond of Duan Xiong. Before their words could fade, Duan Xiong charged at Lin Dong with the ferocity of a true bear, his muscular frame moving with astonishing speed. Yet, just as he neared Lin Dong, his body abruptly halted. His legs began to tremble violently, his eyes bulging wide, and his previously arrogant expression twisted into one of utter terror. Brother Xiong, what's wrong? Teach him a lesson. The four women urged excitedly. Yes, let him know who's boss here. After that, we can continue. They chanted. But in the next moment, Duan Xiong's trembling escalated beyond control, overwhelmed by the dreadful pressure of the corpse domain. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The four women froze, sensing something terribly wrong. What is happening? Brother Xiong is kneeling before someone. Wasn't that his usual posture? Yet now, Duan Xiong comprehended the terrifying presence before him. Despite his renowned physique, he could not approach this man. A roar escaped him. With a thunderous roar, Duan Xiong unleashed his final card, his ability to enter a frenzied state, temporarily bolstering his physical prowess. However, this came with a dire consequence. It drained his body, leaving him incapacitated for an entire day after each use. His muscles swelled, veins protruding alarmingly, blood coursing visibly beneath his skin. After entering this berserk state, Duan Xiong forced himself to rise from the realm of the dead, summoning every ounce of strength to collide against the left wall. The sound echoed thunderously. He shattered the wall and emerged into the hallway, desperate to distance himself from Lin Dong and escape the confines of the death domain. As a B-class awakened one, Duan Xiong possessed considerable strength. The oppressive atmosphere of the death domain alone could not instantaneously vanquish him. His neck bulging with tension, he shouted in desperation, "Someone, please, someone help." Chapter 68. The arrival of Xiao He. Stop shouting, you country bumpkin. While you were preoccupied with your bravado, your underlings have already been dealt with, Lin Dong stated coolly as he stepped out of the room. Duan Xiong glanced around, only to discover the area eerily devoid of life. Not a single shadow remained, leaving behind an unsettling silence. Were they all dead? A wave of intense fear washed over him, realizing that Lin Dong had silently exterminated everyone. Their bodies vanished as if they had never existed. This was utterly bizarre. I will fight you to the end, Duan Xiong roared, summoning his last vestiges of ferocity. charging at Lin Dong like a rampaging bear. Though his form was agile and his momentum fierce, there was an inevitable sense of tragic futility, akin to a valiant warrior making one final assault. Gathering all his negative emotions into a single fist, he aimed a blow at Lin Dong's face. Lin Dong, with a calm demeanor, simply sidestepped the attack and casually struck the back of Duan Xiong's head, a seemingly effortless motion that effortlessly extracted his core. In an instant, Duan Xiong lost consciousness, propelled forward by the force of inertia, skidding across the ground for 5 or 6 meters. His once bulging form rapidly shrank back to its original state. Utterly deflated, "Brother Bear," cried 4 women who rushed forward, their faces contorted with grief, some even collapsing to the ground in tears. "Oh, Brother Bear, please wake up. Don't leave us. We cannot live without you." Their emotions had twisted grotesquely, having fallen for someone who abused them, as though under a spell. In a world devoid of apocalypse, they might have been students, professionals, or devoted homemakers, leading a mundane life. Yet, everything had irrevocably changed. Lin Dong's death domain expanded, enveloping the 4 women and liberating their tortured souls. He felt a strange sense of accomplishment in having done a good deed. Thus, the entire underground mall fell into a profound silence, devoid of survivors. Lin Dong began to peruse the mall, discovering an abundance of supplies, food, and daily necessities, all of which he stored within his spatial inventory. Additionally, he stumbled upon a list documenting the members of the Black Scorpion organization at the stronghold. The list contained 20 names, though Lin Dong had not eliminated that many, for some had ventured out to hunt, raid, or gather supplies. He speculated that others, much like Jiang Wensheng, might still be lurking within the official shelters. Thus, Lin Dong captured a photograph of the list and sent it to Cheng Luoi. Shortly thereafter, a response arrived. "What does this mean?" Cheng Luoi inquired candidly. "These are members of the Black Scorpion," Lin Dong replied. Cheng Luoi refrained from further discussion and simply responded with 2 words, "Thank you." "You're welcome. Consider it a friendly gift," Lin Dong said as he returned to his territory. With a mere flick of his hand, he discarded the collected delicacies, drenching them in savory juices. Corpses piled up on the street, forming a small hill. Tank and his fellow subordinates emerged, drawn by the enticing aroma. To them, it resembled a feast of drenched carp. "Wow, so much. No wonder the boss is incredible, managing to catch so many prey." The subordinates expressed their admiration, particularly Tank, who marveled at the fact that the city had been thoroughly overrun by zombies, making it exceedingly difficult to find a survivor, yet the boss had managed to acquire such a bounty. Moreover, there were various flavors, aside from the drenched carp. There were also intoxicating options. They soon began to indulge heartily. The chaotic street scene transformed into a horrifying tableau, with the undead feasting upon the corpses, the sounds of flesh being torn echoing through the air. Su Xiaoro, a worker, was upstairs cleaning the windows, though she had been there for nearly 2 months. The sight outside still filled her with dread, causing her stomach to churn. Furthermore, she noticed that Lin Dong's freshly changed clothes were saturated with a particularly strong scent of blood, indicating that his penchant for slaughter had intensified. As night fell, darkness enveloped the earth. In the pitch-black city of the apocalypse, the sounds of growls persisted, accompanied by increasingly bizarre calls, the nature of which remained a mystery. With the passage of time in this new world, humans, zombies, mutated beasts, and even plants evolved with various capabilities, and strange monsters could emerge at any moment. Survival of the fittest, the law of the apocalypse. To endure, one must engage in relentless slaughter. Thus, as the apocalypse progressed, bloodshed would only escalate. After a bath and changing into clean clothes, Lin Dong consumed 2 crystal cores and poured himself some juice into a goblet. He nestled within his tidy home, his heart at peace. The energies from the crystal cores and blood continued to be absorbed, enhancing Lin Dong's strength to such an extent that he felt he had surpassed the established thresholds set by the official shelters and the Tech Corporation. He had encountered formidable awakeners, such as the Hunter King Action team member, Lu Hao, and Duan Xiong from the Black Scorpion organization, all classified as B-level. Yet, in his presence, they posed no resistance. Of course, Cheng Luoi from the official shelter was an exception. If her suffering value reached 100%, it was unfathomable what level she might reach. This awakening ability could be considered both a talent and a stroke of luck. However, Cheng Luoi too had her limits. Should she face absolute level suppression, even the strongest awakening ability would prove futile. Moreover, practical combat cannot rely solely on statistics. Numerous other factors come into play, and instances of the weak triumphing over the strong are not unheard of. For example, there have been occurrences where a rat has killed a cat in real life. In a peculiar twist of fate, a robust adult male, while throwing a punch, twisted his ankle and subsequently fell, striking his head against a stone, thus succumbing to a mere elementary school student. Despite Lin Dong's formidable strength, he remained exceedingly cautious, eliminating any adversaries that posed a threat without hesitation. At that moment, a shadow as dark as ink merged seamlessly with the night, stealthily entering Lin Dong's territory. This was none other than Xiao He, the neighbor of Shitong, who, while passing through the territory of Shitong, had stumbled upon a significant matter and sought to discuss it with Lin Dong. Furthermore, he entertained thoughts of collaborating with Lin Dong to eliminate Shitong. However, he was uncertain of the strength of Lin Dong's subordinates and the number of elite warriors under his command, prompting him to investigate further. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Hidden in the shadows, Xiao He roamed cautiously, and soon he was met with an unsettling sound, a series of eerie laughter echoing through the pitch-black night. It seemed that Xiao Ba was in high spirits today, his laughter resonating more eerily than any weeping could. Xiao He cursed inwardly, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger akin to that of a zombie's instinct. Chapter 69. The imminent battle. As Xiao He pressed on, astonishment grew within him, for he encountered formidable zombies from elite battalions, each exuding a potent and menacing aura. One even passed closely by, sniffing the air as if detecting something amiss, nearly exposing his presence. Such keen senses. Xiao He pondered anxiously, fearing that if discovered by Lin Dong's subordinates, it would be catastrophic. Just as he was about to advance, a voice called out from behind, "Halt!" Startled, Xiao He turned to find a zombie with clear, intelligent eyes, one of the 3 kings under Lin Dong, known as the Doctor. Having awakened his mental powers, he was exceptionally perceptive and had pinpointed Xiao He's presence. Upon recognizing the intruder, a horde of elite zombies rushed towards him, including the phantasmal figure of Xiao Ba and the imposing tank. The menacing horde quickly encircled Xiao He. Discovered, Xiao He felt the sting of reality hit him hard. The prowess of Lin Dong's subordinates was indeed formidable. "Brother, I am one of your own," he hastily explained, fearing he might be devoured alive at any moment. Tank regarded him with great curiosity. And where did this large black rat come from?" "I am not a large black rat," Xiao He quickly retorted, emerging from his shadowy form to reveal his true, coal-black appearance. "I am Heing. You may call me Xiao He." Tank, still intrigued by his dark exterior, remarked, "Isn't that just a large black rat?" The doctor interjected, "What brings you here?" "I have urgent matters to discuss with our leader, Lin Dong," Xiao He explained. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding horde of zombies parted, allowing Lin Dong to approach, his white shirt gleaming even brighter against the dark backdrop. "What is it?" Lin Dong asked. "Brother, today I discovered that Take Company is sending supplies to Shitong's territory, boxes upon boxes, over 10 in total, all filled with meat." Little Black spoke with exaggerated enthusiasm, his words accompanied by drool that nearly cascaded like a small waterfall, rendering his speech somewhat incoherent. "Calm down for a moment," Lin Dong remarked, wrinkling his nose at Little Black's pitiable display. Yes. Little Black nodded vigorously, wiping his mouth before continuing. "Moreover, the subordinates of Snake Eye are gathering. They are undoubtedly plotting against you." "What? How dare they lay a hand on my boss?" Tank's fury surged upon hearing this, convinced that the little serpent had indeed grown audacious. The elite brigade behind him roared in agreement. To them, Lin Dong was a figure of unwavering faith, and they longed to charge forth and tear Snake Eye and his ilk apart. Lin Dong then inquired, "What is their lineup?" Snake Eye, along with his right-hand men, Michelin and Spider-Woman, commands an army of 30,000 undead, including at least 2,000 elite fighters, not to mention the numerous mutated serpents under his control. Oh, that's quite a formidable force. With Tank's intellect, he comprehended the situation. His own territory boasted a horde of 10,000 undead, which had evolved significantly through Lin Dong's recent nurturing, bringing their elite count close to 3,000, including 500 members of the elite brigade injected with the Z virus. However, they were still outnumbered. Furthermore, Snake Eye had colluded with the tech company, which would surely intervene, adding to their already considerable strength. Snake Eye had also evolved into an A-class corpse king, awakening the ability illusion space, making him exceedingly formidable and enigmatic. Little Black continued, Tank, you seem unconvinced. How powerful could he truly be? Why are you aiding him and boasting? I'm not exaggerating. I've faced him before. Tank fell silent, momentarily taken aback by Little Black's sincerity. It was evident that Snake Eye was indeed a formidable adversary, surpassing the previous red-faced corpse king by 2 levels. The horde of undead looked towards Lin Dong, awaiting his command. With a single order, they would charge forth, undeterred by any adversary, even if it meant traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Dong declared, Tomorrow, we shall annihilate them. A thunderous roar erupted from the undead, their spirits ignited. Little 8 grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs, silently admiring Lin Dong's decision-making prowess. It never failed to inspire confidence. The territory had languished in silence for far too long, necessitating a rousing battle. Tank felt a surge of excitement. He believed that the enmity with Snake Eye was a consequence of his own actions. Let us take them down tomorrow. Little Black observed the fervor of the undead with profound admiration. Lin Dong's subordinates were far more formidable than he had anticipated, ensuring that the impending battle would be fierce. Once the decision was made, the horde dispersed. After discussions, Little Black, with 5,000 subordinates, including 1,000 elites, planned to join the fray. Snake Eye would never expect their alliance. They would surely deliver an unexpected surprise. However, Lin Dong had a second surprise in store beyond teaming up with Little Black. He intended to enlist external assistance. Returning to his room, he settled onto the sofa and messaged Chung Loi, I have some incredible news for you. Oh, Chung Loi, intrigued by the prospect of good news, replied swiftly, What is it? We can go hunt zombies tomorrow, Lin Dong stated. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Chung Loi did not respond. As she found herself momentarily bewildered, she could not comprehend how one could deem the extermination of zombies a commendable deed. In this world, zombies were far from scarce. They were anything but rare. Nevertheless, Lin Dong continued, informing her of the impending hunt for the A-class zombie king, Snake Eye, and suggested she venture into its territory to procure supplies. Chung Loi was aware of this zombie king and knew that within its domain, there were indeed resources. A previous team had discovered a trove of preserved crop seeds, but before they could transport them back, they fell victim to Snake Eye's onslaught. Since that incident, no one had dared to return. Crop seeds were undeniably a precious resource for humanity. Chung Loi succinctly articulated her intentions, to which Lin Dong responded affirmatively, assuring her that she could proceed with confidence, and that he would intervene should any complications arise. Thus, they settled on the matter. Lin Dong put away his phone and gazed out the window. It was the early hours of the morning, the darkest part of the night, with zombies outside still howling and wreaking havoc. The following day, heavy clouds concealed the sun, casting a gray pall over the sky, devoid of wind, rain, or clarity. A few crows cawed loudly as they swooped through the air. On the ravaged streets below, Lin Dong stood at the forefront, flanked by the 3 kings. Behind them a massive horde of zombies, tightly packed and forming a serpentine line stretching for hundreds of meters. The terrifying visages of the undead were imbued with a palpable ferocity, their excitement unmistakable. They had reached the edge of the territory, and not far ahead lay the domain of Snake Eye, awaiting Lin Dong's command to charge towards the lair of their adversary. However, Lin Dong instructed them to remain still as he ventured ahead for a reconnaissance. Chapter 70. The plague of the python. Lin Dong took several steps forward, gradually vanishing as he activated his stealth mode, stepping into the territory of Snake Eye. His primary objective was to scout the area, and since Chung Loi had yet to arrive, he felt compelled to ensure her safety and assist her in her noble endeavor. The buildings flanking the street resembled ruins, in a state of disrepair, with dried blood and decaying bones littered about. A few zombies shuffled aimlessly, their movements sluggish and aimless. These were the feeble and ailing, their bodies in advanced decay, exuding a foul odor, and even hosting maggots, presenting a sight that was utterly revolting. Their combat prowess posed a minor threat to ordinary humans, having devolved into mere shells of their former selves. However, there was one evolved zombie, clutching a large rat, seated by the street, gnawing on its flesh, with blood smeared across its lips and fur clinging to its jaws. Ahead, near a chaotic wall, lay a corpse, with several small snakes weaving through the putrid flesh. transforming the area into a veritable paradise for serpents. It was exceedingly filthy. Lin Dong found Snake Eyes territory to be quite unsanitary, resembling a pigsty. Additionally, between the buildings, numerous spider webs adorned the space, ensnaring various flying insects and even mutated sparrows, which struggled incessantly, causing the webs to tremble, yet they remained trapped. The webs were densely layered, creating a sight that would induce anxiety in those afflicted by claustrophobia. Disregarding the unseemly surroundings, Lin Dong retrieved his phone and began texting Chung Luoi. "Where are you?" "At the agricultural market. And you?" "I'm almost there." "All right. We shall discuss this further in person. I am rather occupied at the moment." Chung Luoi dispatched a zombie with a swift strike of her blade, and after sending a message with one hand, she tucked her phone into her pocket. Surrounding her were over a dozen individuals, engaged in a similar struggle against the undead, including her partner, Sun Xiaoqiang, as well as Chun Ming and others from their last encounter, who were tasked with transporting supplies. Sun Xiaoqiang regarded Chung Luoi with admiration, his eyes reflecting a sense of respect. "You can send a text with one hand?" he remarked, impressed. "It simply takes practice," Chung Luoi replied casually, wielding her weapon with both hands to decapitate another zombie. Sun Xiaoqiang nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. It was akin to having wiped oneself for 20 years without ever looking, yet being able to do so accurately. It was merely a matter of familiarity. Moreover, the head of the orphanage had once taught him that diligence would turn an iron pestle into a needle, and that perseverance would yield results. Indeed, practice was essential. Meanwhile, Chun Ming and his companions, armed with alloy knives, were also contending with the zombies. Fortunately, the undead were merely low-level creatures, easily dispatched with little effort. Alleviating any sense of pressure, they worked to clear the area of zombies, facilitating the transport of supplies later on. Beside the street stood a farmer's market, its roll-up door partially ajar, stained with blood, faint traces of human claw marks visible. As the door had rusted shut, Chung Luoi approached, wielding her blade with both hands. With a swift motion, she sliced through the door as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. As the first awakened one, designated as 001, her weapon was specially crafted, a broadsword. Both long and formidable, nearly matching her height. Embedded in the hilt was a lightning crystal core, faintly pulsating with electricity. When fully activated, the blade would be enveloped in electric light, enhancing its speed and lethality. This was a newly developed technological weapon from the shelter, and it was the only one of its kind, possessing an undeniably striking appearance. Who could resist a sword that glows? Chung Luoi rested the long blade on her shoulder and strode into the dimly lit market, the air thick with the stench of decay, while the faint growls of zombies echoed from the shadows. Behind her, Chun Ming rummaged through his backpack, producing a bomb, which he hurled forward with vigor. This bomb was also specially made, its surface glowing red. After rolling twice upon hitting the ground, it emitted a series of beeping sounds, reverberating throughout the market with alarming clarity. The horde of zombies was startled by the noise and rushed toward the bomb. At that moment, the bomb's red light intensified, and the beeping grew increasingly frantic. Beep, 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 boom. The final echo of the explosion erupted, a blinding flash consuming the swarm of zombies. Limbs and remnants fell like rain, accompanied by a rising cloud of smoke and a noxious, charred odor. "Huh, mission accomplished," Chun Ming exclaimed triumphantly. As the shelter progressed, numerous effective weapons against zombies had been developed, though they remained limited to low-level undead for the time being. Subsequently, the group hurried towards the warehouse designated for storing seeds. The journey was smooth, seemingly free of any lurking threats, and before long, they arrived at a room where large boxes were stacked before them, even in the dim light. "Prosperity has arrived. Let me behold if any surprises lie within." The young men, their faces alight with excitement, hurriedly approached to ascertain the contents before them. One individual grasped the lid of the box with both hands and, with a sudden motion, flung it open. To his astonishment, a pair of glaring, yellow eyes met his gaze, accompanied by two sharp fangs that continuously flicked out. In that moment, their eyes locked. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized a serpent was coiled within. He contemplated fleeing, but it was too late. With a swift motion, the serpent lunged, sinking its fangs into his neck, the searing pain eliciting a cry of anguish. Those around him were equally horrified by the unexpected sight of the snake. Chung Luoi, quick to react, brandished the long knife from his shoulder and aimed directly at the serpent's head. The blade sliced through the air with remarkable precision, grazing the young man's skin and even removing the fine hairs from his neck. The ferocious serpent was cleaved asunder. The young man clutched his neck, staggering backward. Feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, his senses nearly overwhelmed. However, the excruciating pain at his throat reminded him to inspect the wound, revealing it smeared with dark crimson blood. This serpent was venomous. The previous search party had met their demise here. Danger lurked everywhere, so everyone must remain vigilant. Chun Ming quickly cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than the entire warehouse echoed with rustling sounds, as countless black serpents slithered from the base of the boxes and through the crevices, encircling the group. Humanity harbors an instinctive terror of such creatures, a fear ingrained in our very genes. As the scene unfolded before them, a chill ran down their spines. Attack! As several snakes writhed toward them, Chung Loi swung his knife, severing one with a single stroke. The others gripped their weapons tightly, engaging in battle against the serpentine horde. Yet at that moment, they heard a series of undulating noises above. Chun Ming looked up, his face reflecting sheer horror, for more serpents were coiling on the rafters, gathering in clusters and now launching their assault, a veritable rain of snakes descending upon them. Chapter 71. Unable to contain fear gripped their hearts as they swiftly raised their weapons to repel the falling serpents, akin to a game of Fruit Ninja, their blades striking with such fervor that sparks flew, leaving them no respite. The corpses of the snakes quickly accumulated, a gruesome layer forming as blood splattered through the air. Reminiscent of a fervent dance, it seemed as though the serpents were inexhaustible, continuing to descend relentlessly. The group's stamina waned rapidly. Particularly affected was the young man who had been bitten, Sun Yuhang, whose complexion grew increasingly pallid, breaths coming in quick gasps. If the venom was not extracted soon, he would surely perish amidst the serpent rain. What could they do? The others were equally strained. They could slay hundreds of snakes. Yet one misstep could lead to their doom. This place was undeniably perilous, far beyond what mortals should endure. Just as despair loomed over them, an unexpected transformation occurred. The serpents suddenly halted, their movements stilled as if ensnared, before erupting in a series of explosive bursts. Amidst the chaos, the air was thick with the scent of blood, reminiscent of a battlefield. In mere moments, the once thriving mass of serpents had been nearly annihilated. Even those few that survived fled in terror, as if confronted with an unfathomable horror. What was happening? Chun Ming and his companions were taken aback, halting their actions, bewildered by the unfolding scene, which exceeded their understanding. At that instant, a tall figure gradually emerged before them, pristine in a white shirt, untouched by the rain of blood. The current domain of Lin Dong was vast enough to encompass the entire warehouse, enabling him to swiftly subdue the serpentine horde. Upon seeing the figure, Sun Xiaoqiang's eyes sparkled with joy. Lin Dong, you've come to assist us. Indeed, Lin Dong nodded. The group then realized he was an ally, and a formidable one at that, which brought them a wave of relief, particularly for the injured Sun Yuhang, who felt a sense of survival, his face radiating gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Not at all. A smile graced Lin Dong's handsome features, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor, evoking a comforting warmth. His gentleness was striking, leaving the onlookers momentarily spellbound. However, Chun Ming, upon gazing at that smile, felt a chill run down his spine. He had encountered Lin Dong during a previous mission with Chung Loi and recognized him as the undisputed ruler of the building area, a mysterious and powerful corpse king. He had truly arrived. Yet, Chun Ming understood that Lin Dong bore no ill will and had indeed saved him. Fearful as he was, gratitude swelled within him. Uncle Chun, could you help me draw out the poison? Sun Yuhang suddenly spoke. Sure, Chun Ming replied, snapping back to reality as he observed the dark blood still oozing from Sun Yuhang's neck. Had it not been for his resilient physique as an awakened, he would have succumbed long ago. Nevertheless, the grotesque wound was disconcerting. But faced with the urgency of life and death, Chun Ming steeled himself and leaned in to draw the venom from the side of Sun Yuhang's neck. The two embraced, their posture inadvertently taking on an intimate air. Chung Loi, her keen eyes appraising Lin Dong, suddenly recalled something. Where did you find the black scorpion list you gave me last time? In an underground market. Lin Dong replied candidly. Oh, Chung Loi nodded, her brow furrowing slightly, as she had previously discerned Jiang Wenqing's ulterior motives towards Lin Dong, unaware of his affiliation with the Black Scorpion organization. What a waste. Don't be so stingy, Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly, his gaze drawn to the long knife in Chung Loi's grasp, finding its design rather striking. Meanwhile, the others began to inspect their surroundings, discovering that most of the boxes had been ravaged by the pythons, yet a few still contained seeds, preserved in decent condition, likely viable for planting. The prospect of acquiring these resources brought joy to the group. Only Chun Ming and Sun Yuhang remained entwined, drawing out the venom. After several heaves, Chun Ming finally managed to expel the last of the black blood, his lips now swollen, resembling two sausages dangling from his face. It should be fine now. Thank you, Uncle. Sun Yuhang expressed his gratitude. The two then leaned against the wall, resting on the ground, utterly exhausted from their recent exertions. Especially Sun Yuhang. His complexion remained pallid, trembling all over, grateful to have been rescued. Yet, he marveled at the tenacity of his own life, having narrowly escaped death. With trembling hands, he retrieved his phone to assure someone of his safety. Beside him, Chen Ming glanced over with curiosity and inquired, "Who is it?" "My online girlfriend," Sun Yuhang replied, his face alight with happiness. "Although we have yet to meet in person, I have seen her photos. She is fair-skinned, beautiful, and has long legs." "Oh," Chen Ming responded, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "Yuhang, you should be cautious. It's possible that she is an impersonator from the Black Scorpion organization, specifically attempting to deceive you." "Surely not," Sun Yuhang replied, disbelief evident in his voice. "Why not? Nowadays, not only humans, but even monsters have evolved intelligence and can deceive online. Who knows if the person you are chatting with is human or a ghost?" Chen Ming advised seriously. Sun Yuhang, upon hearing this, felt a wave of fear wash over him. Realizing there might be some truth to Chun Ming's words, the internet was rife with all manner of lurking dangers, and a prudent approach was warranted. "Uncle, what should I do?" he asked. "Listen to your uncle's advice. The online world is perilous and beyond your grasp. It would be wiser to hand your phone to me. I shall converse on your behalf," Chun Ming suggested. Meanwhile, the commotion they had caused had already attracted the attention of the snake-eye zombies. "Boss, there are humans encroaching on our territory, right in the agricultural market," reported one of the zombies. "Humans?" Snake-eye raised an eyebrow, glancing around. Behind him loomed a horde of tens of thousands of zombies, all seasoned warriors. He was gathering his troops to assault Lin Dong when he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of humans. A cruel smile crept across Snake-eye's face. "This is like a gift of provisions delivered to us." After consuming fresh flesh, the zombie cells were at their most active, with physical strength, speed, and reflexes peaking. "Let us take care of those humans first. It's a convenient opportunity," he commanded. As he issued his orders, the tide of zombies began to advance. A formidable force akin to a surging flood, instilling a palpable sense of dread, featuring a rotund Michelin zombie and a haughty spider woman. On Lin Dong's side, they had completed their preparations. Chun Ming and the others, laden with supplies, exited the agricultural market. The area was eerily silent, having been cleared of zombies. "Brothers, let us push on. We have accomplished half of our plan. Bringing back this many seeds will surely earn us a reward from the shelter," Chun Ming encouraged. Sun Yuhang nodded, quickening his pace, eager to leave this wretched place behind. "Stop!" Suddenly, Lin Dong's voice rang out from behind. "Huh?" Sun Yuhang was taken aback. Turning to see what was amiss, confusion etched on his face. "What's wrong?" "There is something in front of you," Lin Dong's calm voice responded. Sun Yuhang, puzzled, peered ahead and noticed a fine thread glimmering subtly in the sunlight, stretching across his path. It was a spider's silk, delicate yet exceedingly strong, sharp enough to rival a weapon. If he were to inadvertently walk into it, he would surely be decapitated. To his horror, Sun Yuhang realized that this lethal thread was less than 5 centimeters away from him. Chapter 72. The zombie tide approaches with just one more step forward. He would meet a gruesome fate. As the gaze gradually distanced itself, it became apparent that the threads of silk were not singular, but sprawled haphazardly, resembling laser beams slicing across the street. How could this be? A sense of dread engulfed the group. The 5-star corpse nest was perilously dangerous. A moment's inattention could lead to their demise. It was truly not a place for humans to tread. When we arrived, this was not present. When did this emerge? Sun Yuhang distinctly remembered traversing this path. Lin Dong cast a calm gaze into the distance. Because when you arrived, they had yet to manifest. Who? Chun Ming and the others grew increasingly anxious, an overwhelming sense of crisis swelling within them. "Oh," I truly did not anticipate such keen perception. Suddenly, a sharp female voice resonated from above. The crowd hurriedly looked up, discovering a woman suspended upside down in midair, her lower body adorned with 8 spider legs. Her webbing tethered to the buildings above. In broad daylight, a woman dangled in the street, her hair cascading and swaying, a bloodthirsty grin etched upon her pallid face. The scene appeared utterly bizarre. A shiver coursed through the group, instinctively retreating a few steps. "It is the Spider Woman," Chun Ming exclaimed in a tone laced with terror. The Spider Woman had once been a formidable sovereign, her notorious reputation preceding her. She had later been subdued by the serpent's eye, merging into one. A fact well known to the inhabitants of the refuge. It was indeed she who had manifested. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. From all directions, the low growls of zombies suddenly reverberated, a cacophony rising and falling in succession. A torrent of the undead began to surge forth, a dense mass of darkness, among which the most conspicuous was Michelin, his rotund body quivering with each step, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. The zombie tide, Chun Ming and the others, upon witnessing this, turned ashen. The horde numbered in the tens of thousands, with elite zombies scrambling atop the surrounding rooftops, their limbs poised and their eyes glinting with malevolence. Encircling the group completely, they had all come. Even Chung Luoi had never witnessed such a grand spectacle, regardless of individual prowess. Facing a multitude of zombies was an insurmountable challenge. Even ants, in great numbers, could bring down an elephant. How much more so could these zombies, whose sheer persistence could exhaust a person to death? As the tide surged forth, the figure of the serpent's eye emerged, his imposing stature standing tall atop a nearby edifice. His yellowish eyes surveying the scene, exuding an air of dominion. Under his gaze, the hearts of the crowd felt as though they had been pierced. The serpent's eye had appeared. He was the sovereign of this territory, the absolute ruler. Was it truly necessary? Chun Ming grimaced, pondering what transgressions he had committed. Had he disturbed the ancestral graves of the serpent's family, or something equally grave? He had merely ventured out to seek some seeds. Yet, here he was, besieged by an entire army, as if a sledgehammer were being used to swat a fly. He felt that his demise was unjust. They were engulfed in despair, devoid of any will to resist, even contemplating self-termination to evade the agony of being devoured by zombies. Under immense pressure, Sun Yuhang shakily retrieved his phone, intending to amend the recently sent message of safety into a final farewell. What a desolate world this is. Chun Luoi, wielding a long knife, gazes intently, her expression remaining unfazed. Is this the hunting target? Well, more or less. Lin Dong tilted his head to observe. Oh, Chun Luoi nodded, shifting to hold the knife with both hands, positioning it before her. Ready for battle. What? The expressions of Chun Ming and the others revealed their astonishment. Was this truly a fight? The serpent's eye fixed its gaze, and although it had never encountered Lin Dong before, it could sense his aura and discern that he was the corpse king of the skyscraper region. I never anticipated you would fall so low as to associate with your food. There are many things you would not expect. Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. The serpent's eye grinned widely, its mouth stretching to the apples of its cheeks, its yellow pupils narrowing, revealing a sinister smile. Seeing him venture alone into its territory, it felt victory was assured. It seems I have overestimated you. Foolish enough to come here to meet your demise. I shall grant you that. What is there to boast about? Lin Dong's calm voice resonated. Just as the words left his lips, a mass of black clouds surged from the horizon, dense and impenetrable. Caw, caw, good fellow, I'm back. The cawing of the crow echoed, its form darting through the air like a fighter jet, rapidly ascending above, casting a shadow over the land, an imposing spectacle. My heavens! Chun Ming and the others marveled. What on earth is happening? However, shortly after, the glass shards on the ground began to tremble, the earth quaked violently, as if 1,000 troops were charging forth. Roar! A booming voice erupted from the distance, revealing the imposing figure of a tank, accompanied by a throng of subordinates, including Xiao Ba and the doctor, swiftly approaching. The horde of corpses descends. The sight before them was truly staggering. In that moment, Chun Ming suddenly comprehended. This was a struggle for supremacy among the corpse kings, with himself merely a secondary character. What merit did he possess to witness such a scene? Yet, a flicker of hope reignited within him. If Lin Dong were to triumph over the serpent's eye, he might survive. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, A surge of fighting spirit welled up within him as he raised his alloy knife, his gaze shimmering with resolute determination. So, he came prepared. On the rooftop, the serpent's eye observed, recognizing the issue at hand, yet it mattered not, for it was ready for a decisive battle. 30,000 against 10,000, the advantage is mine. Kill them. With a single command, the surrounding zombies surged forward, charging recklessly. The two waves of corpses crashed into one another like tumultuous ocean waves, roaring and trampling, toppling and gnashing at each other. The urge for slaughter was ignited, utterly fearless of life and death, like rabid dogs, intent only on tearing flesh from their foes. The scene became chaotic in an instant, blood splattering and the stench of death pervading the air. Yet among them, a group of zombies stood out for their valor in battle. They were Lin Dong's 500 elite team, cutting through the opposing horde like a sharp blade. The elite zombies, upon being bitten, remained unfazed, ruthlessly tearing off the heads of their assailants and discarding them aside. Immediately, their wounds healed at a visible rate. Zombies fell one after another around them. Yet they stood like unyielding warriors, continuously charging forward, unstoppable in their advance. What manner of monsters are these? Snake Eyes narrowed his gaze, barely recognizing the zombies before him. A foreboding unease stirring within his heart. Yet amidst the chaos, the spectral figure of Little 8 emerged, a sinister smile gracing his countenance as he transformed once more into a merciless reaper of the battlefield, leaving a trail of carnage wherever he tread. Block her. With a command from Snake Eyes, the corpulent Michelin, resembling a living projectile, charged forward, scattering a cluster of zombies in his path. Yet halfway through, a massive fist collided with his face, his ample flesh rippling like waves. The silhouette of Tank appeared beside him. Ugly fatty, your opponent is me. Chapter 73, Illusory Realm Roar. Michelin staggered back 2 paces, emitting a furious roar, utterly enraged as he swung his fists toward Tank. Their strengths were evenly matched, both formidable. Brute shields, akin to humanoid beasts, their blows landing with palpable force. How ferocious, Snake Eyes observed the grand tableau, noting the adversary's advanced evolution and formidable prowess. From the outset, his side found itself at a disadvantage. However, Lin Dong had 2 formidable reinforcements. Chung Loi transformed into an unfeeling slaughter machine, her serene expression unruffled as she wielded a 40-meter-long blade, cutting through the air with fierce momentum. Wherever her blade passed, zombies were shattered into fragments, their blackened blood and severed limbs scattering like storm-tossed debris. Sun Xiaoqiang, meanwhile, was exhilarated, experiencing such a grand spectacle for the first time. Seized by the atmosphere, he struck a zombie with a single punch, sending it hurtling dozens of meters away. Bang, bang, bang. With each successive blow, zombies flew backward, some crashing into street-side shops, others colliding with their comrades, toppling a swath of them. Behind, Chun Ming and others fought earnestly. All were awakened to the brain dance stage, their strength rivaling elite zombies. Forming a tight formation, they fought in seamless coordination, their lethality considerable. Determined that aiding Lin Dong's victory might secure their own survival, they dared not slacken for even a moment. Why haven't the tech corporation people arrived yet? Snake Eyes pondered anxiously, sensing that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. No matter. With a resolute leap, he vaulted from a tall building, intending to join the fray. If he delayed further, his comrades would be slaughtered. Yet, upon landing, an overwhelming pressure assailed him, as if a sea of blood surged and the sky itself threatened to collapse, ensnaring him in a quagmire. What's the matter? Can't hold on. Lin Dong's figure emerged ahead. Humph. Snake Eyes snorted coldly, his gaze venomous. It is only because you have humans aiding you that you hold the upper hand. Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. Didn't you just say I can sort with food? Snake Eyes found himself momentarily speechless, stung deeply by the retort, his fury mounting. Go to hell. As an A-level corpse king, his physique was formidable. Though enveloped by the corpse domain, he retained full mobility. Radiating fierce energy, he raised his fist to strike Lin Dong. Lin Dong, sensing the threat, acknowledged that whether human or zombie, Snake Eyes was his most formidable adversary yet. Yet he neither dodged nor yielded, meeting the blow head-on with a clenched fist. Bang! The 2 corpse kings clashed like colliding mountains, a powerful shockwave sweeping between their fists, hurling surrounding zombies skyward. Shitun felt a searing pain surge through his arm. compelling him to stagger backward several paces. Under the oppressive force of the corpse domain, he was clearly no match for Lin Dong. To his horror, Shitan realized that despite his own evolution, a vast chasm separated him from Lin Dong's prowess. Lin Dong spoke calmly. Not bad. You're the first opponent who has managed to absorb one of my punches. Shitan's eyes blazed with fury, perceiving Lin Dong's words not only as arrogance, but also as a profound disdain directed at him. Yet, before he could react further, Lin Dong advanced once more. The pressure of the corpse domain rolling like a tide as his fingers reached towards Shitan's skull. Baring his fangs, Shitan's amber eyes contracted sharply. He unleashed his awakened ability, illusory space. Curiously, Lin Dong raised an eyebrow as silence fell around him. The roars and howls of zombies vanished entirely, and he found himself standing within an abyssal void, a vast celestial expanse enveloped in profound stillness. In the darkness ahead, a colossal serpent stirred, its immense body stretching for millions of feet. The serpent's head, as large as a star, bore fierce eyes fixated upon Lin Dong. One after another, such gigantic serpents emerged, raising their heads and encircling Lin Dong. These serpents, godlike in stature, gazed down upon all beings, their oppressive aura suffusing the space. Lin Dong felt as though several towering mountains barred his path. In comparison, he was but a mere speck in the boundless ocean. The overwhelming pressure seeped into his very being. Any ordinary person would have been petrified by such a terrifying spectacle. Yet, Lin Dong remained unperturbed, even tempted to mock. Your illusion is too feeble. Having been forewarned by Xiao He about Shitan's illusory space, Lin Dong's mind was prepared. Confronted by those monstrous serpents, he felt no apprehension. Instead, he quietly closed his eyes, reasoning that since the vision was mere illusion, he might as well not see it. He concentrated all his spiritual energy on sensing his surroundings. Moments later, he detected Shitan's aura behind him. Lin Dong swung his fist backward, seemingly striking the void. Yet, a muffled thud followed by the crisp crack of breaking bones resonated. With a grunt, Shitan was hurled backward. Simultaneously, all illusions shattered like glass, and Lin Dong found himself back on the battlefield. Shitan flew over 100 meters, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. Impossible. Terror gripped his heart. Though Lin Dong had seemingly fallen into the illusion, he had still managed to land a blow. Shitan's illusory space was indeed formidable. Even a B rank awakened would be paralyzed with fear within it. Yet, Lin Dong appeared remarkably unfazed, struggling to rise from the rubble. Shitan turned to see Lin Dong advancing once more, his body suffused with a crimson aura like a raging sea, radiating overwhelming pressure poised to envelop Shitan. He sensed a mortal threat, as if the grim Reaper himself drew near. At that moment, the distant streets erupted with gunfire. Two towering hunters burst into view, their Gatling guns roaring as casings flew, clearing a path ahead. Behind them, two rows of armored vehicles steadily advanced, providing cover. In the midst of the armored vehicle, a group of awakened humans emerged, led by Yang Hao at the forefront, commanding the awakened squad. Clad in sleek black nano-combat suits, they exuded an impressive aura, undeniably cool and striking. Let me observe the battle, Yang Hao mused with a self-satisfied expression. In truth, he had deliberately arrived late, not genuinely intending to collaborate with Snake Eye, but rather hoping for a mutual devastation between him and Lin Dong, allowing him to reap the benefits. Much like the last time Lin Dong dealt with the Hunter King squad. Once the fierce conflict concluded, he hoped to eliminate Snake Eye as well. Humph. A mere zombie dares to challenge me? Does it not know that humanity excels in cunning? Yang Hao, with steady hands, flicked a lighter and ignited a cigarette, savoring a puff, completely oblivious to the fear he had felt earlier in Snake Eye's lair. As his gaze swept across the battlefield, chaos reigned supreme. With relentless bloodshed occurring everywhere, he could not discern which zombies belonged to which faction, yet the brutality was evident. Oh, where has little Snake Eye scurried off to? Chapter 74. The Foolish One. The tech company personnel have arrived. Snake Eye glanced back, and with a flicker of thought, countless serpents surged forth from the shadows behind him. The snakes hissed ominously as they lunged towards Lin Dong, but before they could close the distance, they exploded into a shower of flesh and blood, obscuring the view. Seizing this opportunity, Snake Eye swiftly turned to flee towards the tech company, his speed remarkable, plotting to draw the calamity away. Yang Hao, observing the battlefield, noticed a tall figure rushing towards him, panic etched upon its face, utterly disheveled. Seems you've taken quite a beating, he assessed, eyeing Snake Eye, whose face was smeared with dirt and whose chest bore the marks of a severe blow. Well, dogs gnawing at each other. Yang Hao felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking that if an A-class zombie king like Snake Eye was so thoroughly beaten, Lin Dong could not be faring any better. Once they were both battered and bruised, he could swoop in for the final victory. Though he harbored these thoughts, he masked his intentions, feigning concern. Snake brother, you're injured. How is Lin Dong faring? They are incredibly strong. We are no match for them. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Please, take action quickly. Upon hearing Snake Eye's words, Yang Hao sensed something amiss. He scrutinized the battlefield and asked anxiously, those being overwhelmed, are they not your subordinates? Not entirely, but close enough. Uffed. Yang Hao nearly spat blood upon hearing this. And Lin Dong? Over there. Snake Eye gestured with a glance. There, amidst the chaos, a tall figure strolled across the battlefield. His white shirt pristine and unblemished, completely unharmed, not a scratch upon him. Damn. Yang Hao cursed inwardly. Snake Eye was utterly pathetic, having been bested while Lin Dong remained untouched. It seemed the opportunity for him to benefit had slipped away. Seeing Snake Eye retreat to the tech company's camp, where over 20 awakened individuals stood ready, Lin Dong did not rush to pursue, but instead approached steadily. He is coming. The tension among the crowd escalated. As Lin Dong advanced, numerous elite zombies charged violently towards the human ranks, their ferocity palpable. Prepare to strike. Yang Hao immediately issued a command. The awakened behind him began to gather their energies, with several elemental awakeners conjuring earthen walls, icy barriers, ice spikes, and fireballs in rapid succession. Some were tasked with defense, while others focused on offense, exhibiting a seamless coordination. The prowess of these 20 or so awakened individuals was indeed formidable. Among them was a woman clad in a sleek black nanofabric combat suit, which accentuated her curvaceous form. Her ponytail added an air of competence. Her name was Shui Ting, a water-type awakener and one of the leaders of the hunter squad, particularly renowned for her strength. With a mere wave of her hand, a torrent of pale blue energy coalesced, and a water dragon surged forth, hurling a multitude of zombies into disarray. Humans still possess some strength, Snake Eye mused internally. To deal with those elite zombies, the awakened should take charge, while the ordinary zombies could be managed by the hunters. The Gatling gun roared like a metallic tempest, mercilessly shredding the undead. Should any zombies approach, the hunters brandished their massive iron hammers, obliterating the foes into a pulpy mass with a single swing. This is promising, Snake Eye thought, sensing a glimmer of victory. Yet, at that moment, a shadow, like a phantom, stealthily infiltrated the battlefield, maneuvering behind the tech corporation's ranks and merging with the shadow of one of the awakeners on the ground. The shadow moved silently, a born assassin. The diminutive figure materialized from the awakener's shadow, as if ignited by flame. A mental-type awakener appeared to sense something amiss and instinctively turned, her eyes widening in horror. Lingjia, behind you. What? The awakener's expression shifted to one of disbelief, but just as she turned, an intense pain pierced through her body. Thud! The small shadow's claws had already penetrated her back. The woman trembled violently, blood gushing forth, her eyes widening in shock, before she succumbed to death. Her lifeless body collapsing onto the ground. The shadow let out a chilling laugh, licking the sweet blood from its claws, a delicacy for one accustomed to deprivation. Wearing a satisfied expression, gasps of horror echoed among the onlookers. The scene was undeniably terrifying and bizarre. How did another zombie king appear? They cried anxiously. Quick! Attack him! They hastily unleashed their awakened abilities toward the small shadow's position. However, the shadow had no intention of lingering. After executing a successful ambush, it swiftly retreated, only to be met by a horde of zombies bursting forth from the corner behind it. These were the shadow's comrades, a total of 5,000 undead, with 1,000 being elite. Driven by desperation, they charged forward like ravenous wolves, unrelenting in their assault against the humans. This is bad. Lin Dong has reinforcements. Yang Hao discerned the problem and urgently commanded his men to intercept them. Moreover, Snake Eye recognized the shadow. So it is you, the defeated one, daring to disrupt me at this critical moment. Snake Eye, your demise is imminent. The shadow intoned in a deep voice. Yang Hao and his fellow awakeners fought alongside Xiao He, yet they never lost sight of their formidable adversary, Lin Dong, who posed a lethal threat. Suddenly, Yang Hao's brow furrowed, an unsettling feeling rising within him as he anxiously scanned the surroundings, but Lin Dong's tall figure was nowhere to be seen. Lin Dong had vanished. What? The companions beside him displayed similar shock, swiftly turning their heads to confirm that Lin Dong had indeed disappeared. This can't be right. He was clearly approaching us just moments ago. Where could he have gone? However, a relentless horde of terrifying zombies surged from all directions, leaving them no time to ponder, forcing them to concentrate on slaying their foes. With the emergence of Tech Company and Xiaohe, the war had escalated to a fever pitch. Yet amidst the chaos, one area remained particularly intense: the Spider-Woman. Once a dominant force, her strength was formidable. She incessantly shot webs, ensnaring and slaughtering zombies. While several crows became trapped within the dense strands, Brother Crow found himself in a precarious situation, desperately maneuvering through the webs while narrowly avoiding capture. Don't run away, my little darling. The Spider-Woman relentlessly pursued him. Damn it! Brother Crow was filled with terror, flapping his wings in a frantic attempt to escape the web's grasp and ascend into the sky. Yet the Spider-Woman was indeed his nemesis. With a mere flick of her mouth, countless silk strands erupted, weaving a vast web above him. With no refuge available, Brother Crow was ensnared by the descending net. Crashing to the ground with a thud, he struggled fiercely, but the web was remarkably resilient, tightening around him, rendering him helpless. The Spider-Woman, her excitement palpable, leaped into the air, her 8 spider legs resembling blades, lunging toward Brother Crow. With his eyes aflame, Brother Crow watched as the Spider-Woman's figure loomed larger in his vision, death drawing near. This is it for me. Just at that critical moment, a robust figure appeared, shielding Brother Crow like a human barricade. With a thud, Tank crossed his arms, absorbing the lethal strike meant for the crow. However, the Spider-Woman's sharp legs pierced Tank's body, creating multiple wounds from which blood gushed forth. Not again. Tank gritted his teeth, glancing back at Brother Crow, enduring the excruciating pain as he managed to utter a few words through clenched jaws. Hey, when we first met, I caught you once. Now I've saved you. ISNT that even now? Can we put our grievances aside? Brother Crow, his crimson eyes fixed upon him, blinked in surprise. You foolish fool. Meanwhile, Tank was momentarily taken aback. Is he still cursing at me? With renewed strength, Tank pushed the Spider-Woman away, despite the searing pain. Hee hee. The Spider-Woman bared her fangs, grinning wickedly. Once a ruler in her own right, she was slightly stronger than Tank. Neither of you stands a chance against me. Just as the words left her lips, a figure emerged, a girl with a massive sword slung over her shoulder, the blade dripping with fresh blood. Cheng Loi, her large eyes calmly fixated on the Spider-Woman, declared, "Let me handle this." You're seeking death. The Spider-Woman's fierce eyes contracted sharply. Although this was a battle among the undead, the creature before her dared to provoke her. Yet, she sensed that Cheng Loi's aura was not particularly formidable. Swiftly, the Spider-Woman opened her mouth and unleashed razor-sharp silk threads, shooting forth like deadly arrows. Cheng Loi swung her great blade in rapid succession, severing the threads. However, several strands grazed her cheek and shoulder, their sharpness slicing through her flesh, causing streams of crimson blood to well forth. Brother Crow and Tank watched intently. Cheng Loi had once ventured into the Lin Dong territory, the very occasion when Tank's patrol had faltered. Tank felt a deep remorse, thus the memory was vivid, and his impression of Cheng Loi profound. He recalled the leader's words. Cheng Loi was an ally. Oh no, the leader's friend is in dire straits. Yet, Cheng Loi's expression remained composed, even showing traces of enjoyment. The intense pain invigorated her nerves. Fatal agony activated. The Spider-Woman roared fiercely, her face twisted with madness as the human blood seemed to act like a stimulant. She lunged forward, intent on swallowing her prey whole. Blood streamed down Cheng Lui's fair face, her gaze unwavering. Her grip on the blade tightened. A surge of energy ignited, the core of the blade, infused with lightning essence, radiated a fierce glow that rapidly spread, enveloping the entire blade. The long sword resembled a streak of lightning, crackling with electric brilliance. Flash! Cheng Loi exhaled softly as her figure vanished in an instant, moving with unparalleled speed. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. The Spider-Woman was utterly unable to react. The keen edge penetrated her abdomen as if slicing through tofu, accompanied by the harsh sound of metal scraping against bone. In a flash, the two crossed paths midair, and the next moment, Chung Loi appeared behind the Spider-Woman. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Slowly lowering her head, she stared blankly at her abdomen, where a slender line of blood traced its way. Then, her body began to distort, ebony blood gushing forth wildly. The Spider-Woman's head tilted, and she collapsed. Her upper and lower halves had been severed at the waist. Chung Loi stepped forward, wielding her blade with a motion reminiscent of a golfer's swing, slicing through the Spider-Woman's head. A core crystal flew out, which Chung Loi caught with grace and ease. Impressive. Tank's small eyes gleamed with admiration, truly befitting the leader's friend, effortlessly slaying the Spider-Woman. Meanwhile, both he and Brother Crow reached a conclusion in their hearts. This was a person of virtue. The entire battlefield resembled a hellish realm of carnage. Shrouded in a blood mist, limbs and torsos lay scattered, some piled into small mounds. A foul stench of blood pooled and flowed beneath. With the relentless slaughter, the ranks under the serpent-eyed commander dwindled sharply, the tide turning overwhelmingly against them. The elite zombie legion of Lin Dong pressed their advantage, surrounding the tech corporation. Now, Yang Hao and his companions were encircled by the horde, the undead launching a frenzied assault. Damn it, something was amiss. Yang Hao grimaced, having expected to reap the spoils effortlessly, yet the situation had inexplicably plunged him into grave peril. Around him, the awakened warriors were embroiled in fierce combat. The bullets in the hunter's gun were nearly exhausted. Suddenly, an eerie laugh echoed, and a brain-empowered awakener turned to find Xiao Ba's ghostly visage mere inches away. In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. He was eviscerated, his kidneys wrenched from their place. Blood gushed forth as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Xiao Ba flickered and vanished, only to reappear before her next target, relentlessly striking at vital points. In terms of sheer numbers, Xiao Ba had undoubtedly claimed the most kills, earning her the title of Master of Waste Takedowns. Stop her, Yang Hao shouted, feeling an overwhelming sense of eeriness. The surrounding awakened individuals hastily erected earthen and ice walls to impede Xiao Ba's advance, with Xiao Ba in front and a mass of shadows behind. Both posed formidable threats to humanity, capable of killing unseen, earning the moniker of ghostly corpses. Have you forgotten about me? A magnetic voice suddenly resonated amidst the crowd. Yang Hao turned towards the sound, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was Lin Dong, who had just vanished, now lurking ominously nearby. In the next instant, Lin Dong unleashed his domain of death, enveloping everyone in an overwhelming pressure. With a casual flick of his hand, he reached into the skull of an awakened individual, effortlessly extracting their soul crystal. Damn it, Yang Hao thought, his scalp tingling. This was the true final boss. As Lin Dong strode forward, he plucked 3 or 4 more soul crystals from awakened beings, as if he were harvesting fruit in an orchard. Captain Shueting gritted her teeth, enduring the immense pressure as she activated her awakening ability. Water prison. A pale blue energy began to coalesce around her, forming cascading water screens that resisted the terrifying domain of death, encircling Lin Dong within. This water barrier, composed of pure energy, prevented Lin Dong's deathly abilities from traversing through it. However, his elite core took advantage of the distraction, surging forth to pounce on several awakened individuals, pinning them down and tearing at them in a gruesome display. As the zombies closed in, Shitong gritted his teeth. At this juncture, he had no choice but to cooperate with the humans. Having rested briefly, his mental energy had substantially recovered, now surging forth like a tidal wave to encircle the elite zombies. The originally ferocious zombies hesitated, their expressions shifting unpredictably, with some even collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Merely coming into contact with his mental energy would plunge them into an illusory realm, disrupting their consciousness. Taking advantage of this moment, Shitong surveyed the battlefield, sensing that the tide was turning against them. Perhaps it was best to retreat? While the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood, he mused. As an A-grade corpse king, though he could not win, he still possessed the means to safeguard himself. Just as he contemplated a quiet withdrawal, a figure charged towards him with remarkable speed, akin to a rampaging bull, landing a powerful punch against Shitong's chest. The tremendous force sent him flying over 10 meters. It was Sun Xiaoqiang, arriving just in time to assist. Attracted by the commotion, Yang Hao turned quickly, only to discover that there were indeed humans within Lin Dong's ranks. The situation felt utterly bewildering. Furthermore, The individual before him possessed a remarkably distinctive appearance. He had perused information on this person from the official website of the shelter and quickly recognized him. "Are you Sun Xiaoqiang?" he inquired. Have you heard my story?" Sun Xiaoqiang scrutinized him with discerning eyes. At that moment, Shi Tong was consumed by rage, desperately attempting to unleash his mental power upon him. Yet, Sun Xiaoqiang remained unfazed. "As long as I relinquish my consciousness, I shall not be disturbed." With that, a series of cracks echoed from his bones as he instantaneously entered the state of fearless frenzy. Chapter 76. The outcome is decided. Sun Xiaoqiang surged forward with the ferocity of a tiger, delivering a powerful punch to Shi Tong's chest. A muffled thud resonated as Shi Tong was sent hurtling backward over 10 meters. "Damn it, this fool," Shi Tong grumbled through clenched teeth, infuriated. For Sun Xiaoqiang's abilities indeed posed a significant counter to him. Yang Hao, witnessing this, felt a surge of panic. Not only did the opposing side boast formidable entities like Xiao Ba and He Ying, but they also had the notable figure from shelter number 002, Sun Xiaoqiang. Casting a glance, he noticed Lin Dong had shattered the water prison, a faint blue light scattering around him as he advanced. With each step he took, an overwhelming pressure surged forth once more. Additionally, not far away, a slender girl appeared, her shoulders burdened by a large blade as she strolled leisurely in their direction. Damn! Yang Hao cursed inwardly. The opposing lineup was too extravagant. Initially hoping to reap the benefits of a conflict, he now found himself confronting a massive shark. Left with no choice but to brace for a total onslaught. Everything was lost. Meanwhile, Shueting and the other awakened individuals felt as if they were facing an imminent threat, their gazes fixed intently on Lin Dong. Afraid to let their focus waver even slightly. Everyone be cautious. During battle, we must envelop ourselves in energy to shield against his bizarre attacks. Indeed, the others responded in unison. Their energy surged in response, their auras growing increasingly potent. Some manifested icy armor, exuding a chilling aura, while others radiated flickering flames, enveloped in a sense of searing heat. As the moment of life and death approached, all the awakened individuals exerted their utmost strength. Though maintaining such a state was exceedingly taxing on their energy, and they could not endure for long. Quite astute, Lin Dong murmured to himself, as a crimson glow enveloped his eyes, unleashing the full extent of the corpse domain. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward, expanding to nearly 100 meters in radius. The debris enveloped by the streets shattered instantaneously, as if dismantled by an unseen force. Garbage bins, lampposts, and abandoned vehicles were all obliterated. The scene before them heralded destruction. Shueting and her companions found themselves caught in a tempest, their hair whipping about, their expressions grave, as they exerted every effort to resist. It seemed that even the slightest lapse would result in being torn apart by that overwhelming force. This is terrifying. How could he possess such formidable energy? Could he be an S-class corpse king? Anxiety coursed through the group, their scalps tingling at the thought. As that tall, pale figure drew nearer, the pressure intensified. I can't hold on any longer. A fire-type awakened individual roared, releasing the last of his energy. Flames erupted around him, transforming him into a being of fire. With all his strength, he swung his fist toward Lin Dong. Lin Dong made no attempt to evade. He raised his hand and delivered a formidable strike. Exuding an imposing aura, within this domain of the dead, he was the undisputed sovereign. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as his overwhelming force shattered the body of the fire awakened, causing it to explode. The searing flames extinguished, marking the final brilliant blaze of its existence. A crimson core was hurled outward, which Lin Dong deftly caught in his palm before placing it in his mouth and swallowing it whole. The warm energy flowed ceaselessly into his limbs and bones, replenishing his strength amid the intense exertion demanded by the deathly realm. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, their dread peaking as the specter of death loomed near. Some succumbed to despair, abandoning all resistance. Yet Lin Dong pressed forward with rare ferocity, his figure flickering as he approached another awakened being and smashed its skull with a raised hand. He relentlessly harvested life, a cold and unfeeling instrument of slaughter. Witnessing his comrades fall one after another without the strength to fight back, Shueting was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Glancing around, she noted that behind her, the zombies led by Xiao He had mercilessly slaughtered the humans, while Xiao Ba continued his carnage to the right. The agonized screams of the people mingled with sinister laughter, creating an atmosphere of utter terror. When Xueting turned again, a handsome face was already before her, its pale complexion accentuated by a pair of piercing red eyes. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, darkness enveloped her vision, and consciousness slipped away. Her body collapsed to the ground. Lin Dong now held a pale blue core, which he promptly placed in his mouth. The core melted instantly, its sweetness unparalleled, as pure energy nourished his body. He luxuriated in this exquisite sensation. Nearly all the human awakeners had fallen by his hand. Lin Dong retracted the deathly domain, his crimson gaze dimming as his serene demeanor returned. Meanwhile, Shitong was still being relentlessly pummeled by Sun Xiaoqiang. As a spirit-type awakener, his physique was somewhat inferior to Sun Xiaoqiang in his berserk state, leading to his defeat at the hands of what seemed like a fool. Shitong glared with resentment, looking around in hopes of escape, only to find elite zombies closing in from all sides, including the shadowy figure, Xiaoba, the tank, and the doctor, who had just together dispatched Michelin and swiftly come to reinforce this position. Above, numerous red-eyed crows circled, some with blood-stained beaks, clutching severed serpentine bodies. After Cheng Loi defeated the Spider-Woman, these crows feasted on the pythons as if savoring a spicy delicacy. Despair gripped Shitong's heart. His subordinates were annihilated, and Lin Dong's forces surrounded him completely. The singular ruler had cornered him with no escape. Lin Dong's figure advanced toward him, casting a shadow that chilled Shitong's very soul. Realizing defeat was imminent, he resolved to deploy his final gambit. After a brief struggle, he bent his knees and fell prostrate to the ground, bowing his head deeply. "Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I surrender. I pledge my allegiance to you henceforth." Lin Dong merely nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing his agreement, Shitong's heart surged with joy. She cautiously lifted her gaze and noticed Sun Xiaoqiang along with the other zombies standing behind Lin Dong, refraining from further attacking her. As the saying goes, while the green hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. After all, zombies possess an endless life, as long as they do not perish. There will surely come a day when they rise again. I vow to follow you for all eternity. Without a hint of treachery, Shitong declared once more. Perhaps in the next life, Lin Dong suddenly replied. A roar erupted from the horde behind, shaking the very heavens as they surged towards Shitong, quickly engulfing her. As she was devoured by the mass of corpses, it felt akin to drowning, desperately reaching out with one hand, clutching for air, her thoughts likely cursing Lin Dong as a scoundrel. Yet soon, that hand fell limply, devoid of vitality. Lin Dong ceased to observe and turned away. For in a corner still lay a human, crouched with hands cradling his head, burying his face between his knees like a fledgling chick trembling in the cold wind. Chapter 77. High-level confidentiality. This individual was, of course, Yang Hao, consumed by terror to the utmost degree. Lin Dong deliberately spared him from his subordinates, pondering he might still hold some utility. Hearing footsteps approach, Yang Hao trembled as he lifted his head, encountering Lin Dong's indifferent visage, flanked by Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor, exuding an aura of ferocity. Instantly, Yang Hao felt a warm dampness spread in his trousers, having soiled himself in fright. "Do not kill me. Spare my life. I can cooperate with you." "Cooperate?" Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yang Hao stammered an explanation. I know many secrets of the tech company. If you let me go, I can reveal everything." "Very well, proceed," Lin Dong said, keenly observing him. Gulp. Yang Hao's lips parched. He instinctively swallowed hard. Reaching into his pocket, he fumbled out a cigarette, trembling as he placed it to his lips. Yet, much like the last time, his lighter refused to ignite, his hand unresponsive. After several futile attempts, a spark finally leapt forth. However, Lin Dong casually blew it out, declaring, "No smoking in public." Yang Hao, rendered speechless, endeavored to steady his nerves, and spoke. "The tech company plans to cultivate zombies." "I am aware of that," Lin Dong replied. "Indeed." Yang Hao nodded, continuing, "The Z virus you acquired previously was merely the first stage, enhancing cellular vitality and accelerating response time. There is, in fact, a second phase, the Q virus, which can improve the skeletal structure of zombies." As the assistant to the responsible individual, Yi Jian, Yang Hao possessed insights that surpassed those of others. Lin Dong deemed this information highly valuable. "Where is the Q virus?" "It is at the company headquarters. It will be transported in 10 days. Yang Hao stated, raising his gaze. Lin Dong pondered momentarily. Like the previous C virus, the Q virus would also be airlifted. Securing it would allow his elite zombie legion to undergo further evolution, attaining a level of power that would be truly formidable. However, this also indicated the tech company's profound foundation, capable of producing such advanced technology. Is there anything else? Yang Hao gritted his teeth and revealed a secret known only to the upper echelons. Tech Corporation not only conducts human experiments on ordinary individuals, but also on certain awakened beings. According to reports from headquarters, preliminary results have been achieved, enabling the transfer, grafting, or concentration of awakened abilities onto a single individual, whom we term as the transformed human, representing a second-generation version of the Predator. These transformed beings lack independent thought and operate entirely according to predetermined programs. Lin Dong contemplated this. Transformed humans should indeed be formidable, as they amalgamate various abilities. Wouldn't that mean possessing multiple cores? Yang Hao gathered his thoughts. In truth, the headquarters' support for cultivating zombies aims to harness peculiar abilities and subsequently transfer them to transformed humans, thus creating genuine killing machines. Furthermore, a specialized team has been formed to hunt the bizarre corpses, composed of a level or higher awakened individuals, equipped with exceedingly costly transformed warriors, boasting remarkable strength. Lin Dong nodded, acknowledging the formidable nature of Tech Corporation. Despite his own continuous growth, they too are evolving rapidly. Yang Hao felt he had conveyed all he needed to, and cautiously asked, "So can I leave now?" "Yes, go ahead," Lin Dong replied casually. However, Yang Hao sensed an unsettling uncertainty in those words. "You truly want to kill me?" "Indeed. When I say I want to kill, I mean it," Lin Dong responded with a more serious tone. Yang Hao found a flicker of hope igniting within him. "Then I shall take my leave." He promptly rose, eager to escape this wretched place, and hastened toward the street outside. However, just a few steps away, he felt a fierce gust of wind, followed by a sharp pain in his lower back, accompanied by a gush of blood. Yang Hao's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling as he slowly turned to see Xiao Ba's smiling face. Lin Dong stood calmly behind him, observing him with an expression of tranquility. "I did not kill you," Lin Dong stated. Yang Hao felt speechless as crimson blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. In the next life, never trust a zombie. With a thud, Yang Hao's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Thus, the entire battle came to an end. Since the death of Snake Eye, the remaining zombies under his command had already ceased their resistance. After all, they had not evolved to possess loyalty. Those giant pythons had also fled, scattering in every direction. The horde of zombies began to clear the battlefield, feasting on flesh and collecting cores. Cheng Luai approached leisurely. "I barely exerted myself, and it's over? If you're so idle, I'll call you next time," Lin Dong replied. "What are your plans now?" "I have no particular plans," Lin Dong stated, lacking ambitions of world domination. As a mere zombie, he merely wished to live comfortably without the worry of sustenance. This had been his plan before the apocalypse. Yet, in the unpredictable realm of survival, if he did not eliminate Snake Eye, he would inevitably face disturbances, leaving him with no choice but to usurp his territory. Cheng Loi turned her gaze towards him. "Ah, your territory has expanded. How about allowing me to scour it for a bit? I shall exchange it for crystal cores." Lin Dong replied without hesitation. Cheng Luoi's large eyes twinkled mischievously. "Next time. For sure." With that, she stepped forward, leading Sun Xiaoqiang and Chun Ming away from the scene, gradually fading into the distance. "What a lunatic," Lin Dong muttered, watching her retreating silhouette. At that moment, the sun pierced through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the earth, the surrounding sanguine aura tinting the sunlight crimson. It seemed as if slender red threads descended vertically from the heavens. The flowing blood on the ground reflected the sunlight, creating an eerie red glow, adding a vivid stroke to the canvas of the Doomsday City. Lin Dong stood resolutely amidst it all, flanked by the three kings, commanding a legion of the undead. "Let us depart," returning home. With his command, the horde of zombies surged forth. Caw, caw, caw. A flock of crows swept across the sky, darkening the daylight. Yet behind them trailed a multitude of zombies, including Xiao He and his impoverished comrades. "Big brother, what shall we do?" one of the underlings inquired. Xiao He pondered for a moment. After this battle, he had been thoroughly convinced by Lin Dong, especially since there was still meat to be had. Let us follow your big brother home. Chapter 78, Fishing for Evidence? After defeating the Serpent's Eye, Lin Dong's territory expanded once more, now seamlessly connecting with Zhao Hei's domain, effectively uniting 3 regions. The total area of land had reached a staggering 50 square kilometers, nearly encompassing the entire city center, establishing him as a formidable overlord. The horde under Lin Dong's command had more than doubled, swelling from a mere 10,000 to 25,000, among which were 5,000 elite warriors, including 500 ace battalions. They evolved through combat, consuming numerous brain cores and flesh, growing ever more powerful. With the addition of Zhao Hei, the 3 kings became 4. Each of these 4 corpse kings governed their respective territories. Zhao Hei in the north, familiar with his old domain, the doctor overseeing the south, and Tank and Xiao Ba, arranged sequentially downwards. They could be collectively referred to as North Hei, South Bo, East Ku, and West Ba. Initially, Xiao Ba rejected this designation, but the other 3 kings were unwilling to negotiate. Lin Dong remained at the building's location, with the 500 ace battalions distributed around the periphery, followed by thousands of elite zombies, expanding outward in concentric circles. As for the airspace above the territory, it was naturally entrusted to Brother Crow, who wielded absolute aerial supremacy. This area was now heavily fortified, particularly the central zone, which had become an impregnable fortress for humanity. Of course, there was one exception, the diligent worker Su Xiaoro. At this moment, she knelt on the ground, meticulously cleaning with both hands, ensuring everything around her was neat and pleasing to the eye, even soothing to those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Lin Dong sat on the sofa ahead, one hand holding a drink while the other fiddled with his phone. Due to the previous fierce battle, news had spread online, creating quite a buzz. Breaking news. The high-ranking officials of Take Corporation have met their demise, leading the Awakener forces to complete annihilation. Was this a miscalculation or merely a display of insufficient power? Unraveling the mystery of Yang Hao's death, insiders have revealed that he once ventured into the territory of the 5-star corpse nest. In the present-day Jiangbei city, what colossal crises lie in wait? Yang Hao's passing has instigated widespread panic, as it starkly illustrates the perilous nature of the outside world. Beneath this, numerous individuals have left their comments. Does anyone possess the specifics of the situation? If no one knows, I may have to resort to speculation. It has been rumored that Yang Hao was negotiating with the Corpse King, but when an agreement could not be reached, he was subsequently slain. Oh, has the rumor mill already begun churning? Pray, enlighten us on the details. It was evidently Take Corporation that sought collaboration with the Corpse King to eradicate a rival faction. However, they ultimately met with defeat. ID handsome boy. No way. Could they truly be that inept? The comments section is abuzz with a plethora of opinions, reflecting a myriad of perspectives. As Chun Ming aptly stated, the internet is rife with falsehoods. Who can discern the true malevolence lurking behind the scenes? Those who comment may not be survivors of the shelter. They could very well be members of the Black Scorpion or other organizations, or even evolved creatures with sentience, or zombies. Some of these malevolent entities actively post to lure others, employing desires and greed to entice human awakeners into the abyss. For instance, posts like, CPDD. You are the one. What kind of relationship do you desire? Moi, do you love me? Message me privately. Seeking a caring young man to protect me so we can survive together. I have discovered abundant resources, capable individuals, come quickly. Such posts abound, often accompanied by alluring images of beautiful women, fair-skinned, stunning, with long legs, clad in black or white stockings. These are classic baiting tactics. To believe them would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Of course, people have grown wiser. They rarely fall for such traps, and even take to the comments to jest in response. Hey, my only principle for dating is, I don't touch those with partners. I don't want what others discard. Sister, is it just caring? Can't we discuss something else? Lin Dong often stumbled upon these posts, not out of boredom or a desire for beautiful images, but because a thought persistently lingered in his mind. Could he turn the tables on their baiting tactics? Since they sought to entice others, he could easily feign compliance to unveil the true nature of the malevolence behind. With the threat of the Serpent's Eye neutralized, he felt little apprehension. His next plan involved raiding Take Corporation for the Q virus. With a week until the operation commenced and nothing pressing to occupy his time, Lin Dong continued to peruse those posts, intending to randomly select a fortunate netizen. Ideally, he would find someone near his territory, Venturing far for a trifling profit seemed unwise. Before long, Lin Dong's gaze fell upon a post seeking supplies. The younger sister discovered a substantial cache of supplies, yet now finds herself ensnared. Surrounded by a multitude of zombies, she implores for swift rescue, accompanied by a picture of a little girl with large, innocent eyes and cherubic cheeks, exuding an undeniable charm that stirs a protective instinct in men. Lin Dong casually replies, "Where are you? Brother, how many of you are there? It's exceedingly perilous here. Please exercise utmost caution." Before long, a private message arrives, revealing their prudence as they refrain from disclosing their location outright, opting instead to assess the situation. Lin Dong continues, "I'm alone." Alone? At that moment, in a dimly lit basement, the faint glow of a phone screen illuminates the face of a burly man adorned with a scruffy beard, a black scorpion tattoo etched upon his forearm. "Brother Yen, we've got a live one." He bellows. He claims to be by himself. The burly man turns to speak in a deep, gravelly tone. Surrounding him are more than a dozen individuals, each bearing a fierce countenance and ruthless gaze. The leader among them, a gaunt middle-aged man with pronounced cheekbones and a pair of sinister eyes, contemplates, surely, no one would be foolish enough to venture out alone in these times. Not necessarily. The world is vast, and all sorts of people exist. Perhaps he is simply enamored by my beauty. Oh, not my beauty in the picture, of course, the bearded man analyzes. The middle-aged man, however, harbors his own reservations, concerned that they might attract the attention of awakened individuals from the shelter who could conspire to ambush them. Yet, this is essentially a game of chance. If all else fails, they could resort to Plan B. Very well, provide him with the address. Understood. The bearded man grins, revealing a hint of cruelty, then picks up his phone to respond. "Wah, I'm at the underground square of the furniture mall. I'm so scared. Please hurry and come rescue me." Chapter 79. Deception. The middle-aged man continues to issue orders. "Sulu, we will first conceal ourselves. You will meet him alone and gauge his strength. If he truly surpasses us, you shall accompany him, serving as our eyes and ears. Should he prove weaker, lure him into our trap, and we shall eliminate him together." "All right, no problem." From the shadows emerges a little girl, her appearance strikingly similar to the one in the posted photograph. This is their Plan B. The furniture mall. Lin Dong raises an eyebrow. This location is quite near, situated at the eastern edge of his territory. Of course, Lin Dong remains uncertain of the veracity of the individual's claims. It's possible he has provided a false address. Nevertheless, even a falsehood serves a purpose. He can treat it as an opportunity to survey his new domain. Thus, Lin Dong responds, "All right, wait for me. However, it is indeed perilous there, so I may need to proceed with caution." Oh, the other party instantly senses opportunity, for this implies that the newcomer likely lacks considerable strength and can probably be easily dispatched. Lin Dong, of course, intentionally implies this to lull them into a false sense of security. He masterfully portrays the deception of the internet, akin to a high-stakes game. Soon after, Lin Dong rises from his home, descends the stairs, and strides eastward. Caw, caw, caw. A few ominous black crows soar overhead. The streets beneath his feet remain a chaotic mess, and the feral zombies around Lin Dong lower their heads, displaying signs of submission upon his approach. Lin Dong wandered through the desolate city as if taking a leisurely stroll. Before long, a formidable figure appeared on the road ahead. It was Dong Ku, the guardian of the Eastern District. Behind him trailed a horde of zombies, with a few crows circling overhead. What could the boss be doing here? No one knew, as he rarely ventured outside. Could it be a visit of consolation? Perhaps that must be it. Tank approached with a simple smile. "Boss, have you come to see me?" Lin Dong continued walking without pause. "I'm looking for some humans." Tank paused, his expression faltering, sensing something amiss. "Humans? Where would there be any humans? In my patrol area? Such creatures simply don't exist." "Boss, are you sure about this?" "It's uncertain for now. I'll go check it out." "You all wait here," Lin Dong instructed. All right. Tank replied nervously, troubled by the thought that if humans truly existed here, it would mean he had failed in his duties. Watching Lin Dong's retreating figure, he felt as though a teacher were grading his homework. Soon, Lin Dong arrived at a dilapidated furniture mall. The crumbling structure leaned precariously, cracks spiderwebbed across its facade, with wild grass sprouting from the fissures. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, making the entire building seem as if it might collapse at any moment. Silently, Lin Dong sensed the presence of humans underground. While only one could be detected on the surface, many more remained concealed beneath, their exact number obscured by a psychic barrier. Excellent, Lin Dong murmured. Because once he confirmed the authenticity of this location, the opposing side's defeat was inevitable, their fate sealed. He strode directly toward the subterranean entrance. The descending steps were littered with decayed bones and mottled bloodstains. Ahead, a rusty rolling door had turned a reddish-brown hue, beneath which lay heaps of plastic debris blown in by the wind. Among the rubbish, faint writhing movements betrayed the presence of insects. Without hesitation, Lin Dong bypassed the door, employing his corpse domain ability to shift his body laterally into the adjacent wall, entering the interior directly. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by a chilling aura. This underground mall, originally a furniture store, had been under renovation on the day the apocalypse struck and had not yet opened, leaving it utterly deserted. Lin Dong's slender figure appeared in the corridor. He did not remain concealed but proceeded forward openly, his footsteps echoing through the emptiness, shattering the profound silence. Is he really alone? Su Lu, who had been waiting anxiously, detected the sounds ahead, curious about when he had arrived. Ah, brother, is that you? She called out softly, lowering her voice as she spoke forward. From the dimness emerged a figure clad in a pristine white shirt, his complexion fair and features strikingly handsome. Yet, his eyes bore an indifferent, almost detached expression. Lin Dong scrutinized the girl before him. She was indeed human, remarkably resembling the photograph he had seen, appearance matching the image perfectly. Yet, he wondered how many others remained concealed nearby. He resolved to lure them out. Hello, I have come to rescue you. Oh. Su Lu gazed at the handsome visage before her, momentarily entranced, her heart fluttering with an unfamiliar sensation. Initially, she had been abducted by the Black Scorpion members and, under their coercive influence, had reluctantly joined their ranks. She had once harbored intentions of eliminating Lin Dong to seize his crystal core or brain essence. Yet upon witnessing his striking appearance, she found herself contemplating alternative, more whimsical thoughts. Oh, dear sir, I am quite frightened, Su Lu cooed, inching closer to Lin Dong in an attempt to entwine her arm around his. However, Lin Dong deftly evaded her advance. What about the supplies you mentioned? Su Lu asked, feeling exasperated by his lack of charm. Was he truly here solely for the supplies? Yet, his integrity was rather commendable. The supplies are inside. Follow me, she conceded, leading him toward the encircled gathering of her associates. As they walked, Lin Dong remained attuned to the ambient atmosphere. The sound of their footsteps reverberated through the corridor, creating a profound silence that birthed an awkward tension in Su Lu's heart, reminiscent of an encounter between online acquaintances. Neither uttered a word. After a moment of silence, Su Lu broke the stillness. Aren't you afraid I might be deceiving you? Not at all. If there are no supplies, I would perish anyway. So I might as well choose to trust you, Lin Dong replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. Su Lu lowered her gaze, biting her lip contemplatively. Have you ever considered joining an organization of sorts? Not until now, but if survival is at stake, I might reconsider, Lin Dong mused. A glimmer of light flickered in Su Lu's eyes, and she felt a profound resonance with his sentiments, echoing her own experiences. Indeed, survival is paramount. Have you ever taken a life in this apocalypse? Not yet, Lin Dong shook his head. At that moment, Su Lu clearly harbored intentions of recruiting him. The initiation into the Black Scorpion organization often required the shedding of human blood, a testament to one's disdain for order and an embrace of absolute freedom. Chapter 80. Concealing one's presence? He had not killed anyone, akin to the person she once was, still a benevolent soul. Su Lu pondered quietly, her eyes softening. After enduring the company of the deranged members of the Black Scorpion for so long, meeting someone like Lin Dong felt refreshing. A string within her heart seemed to resonate at that instant. Having fled for her life amidst the apocalypse, she was weary of humiliation and survival, yearning for a true shoulder to lean on. Suddenly, a fervent desire surged within her to ensure Lin Dong's survival. Perhaps she could initially draw him into the organization and later find an opportunity for them to share a life together. If anything unexpected occurs, you must heed my words. It might grant you a chance to survive. What sort of unexpected events could arise? Lin Dong inquired with a smile, suggesting that their successful hunt was nearly guaranteed. They arrived at a spacious hall, shrouded in darkness, where supplies lay at the center, boxes of bottled water, instant noodles in cardboard containers, and several cans of ready-to-eat meals. These are all collected by the Black Scorpion organization. The supplies are here, Su Lu stated. Lin Dong nodded, unimpressed by the meager offerings. Aware that his true supplies had yet to materialize, silently attuned to his surroundings, a formidable mental barrier intensified. Clearly, a number of humans lurked nearby. Indeed, within the surrounding darkness, numerous pairs of eyes were fixed upon him. Su Lu had unwittingly drawn this great misfortune upon herself. Truly, this fellow possessed an audacity that was quite remarkable. Suddenly, a young man beside her furrowed his brow. He was an awakened individual attuned to the mental realm, his senses keenly perceptive, detecting an anomaly. From him, I could not sense the presence of any living being. What? The surrounding people displayed expressions of shock. If he is not human, then what is he? Could it be that we are haunted? A zombie? Is there such a thing as a zombie like this? In my estimation, this is likely his awakened ability, capable of cloaking his presence and disrupting other senses. How astonishing! The crowd murmured in hushed tones. The middle-aged leader, with a sinister gaze, scanned the area. He too could not detect Lin Dong's presence, but seeing that he was alone, he felt little concern. After all, they were numerous. Moreover, having chosen to employ bait-and-catch tactics, they could not be timid. Brothers, strike. The others responded in agreement. No longer concealing themselves, their energy began to coalesce, exuding a chilling aura. Among them, two speed-enhanced awakeners shot forth from the darkness like arrows, wielding alloy daggers as they charged towards their target, intent on taking his life. Lin Dong turned his gaze, noticing that over a dozen presences had suddenly emerged around him. It seemed they were quite numerous. As he observed the two rushing towards him, like tigers ready to pounce, they were mere moments away. Suddenly, a girl stepped in front of him. Stop! Su Lu spread her arms, shielding Lin Dong behind her. Yinggu, do not kill him yet. The two speed awakeners, upon seeing this, abruptly slowed their advance. Their expressions filled with displeasure. Hey, you little brat, what do you think you are doing? Do not kill him yet. Su Lu's demeanor was notably tense. Emerging from the darkness, Feng Yin and the others approached. What is happening? I do not know. This little brat suddenly blocked us, insisting we should not kill him. One among them retorted angrily. Feng Yan's sinister gaze fixated on Su Lu, clearly demanding an explanation. Su Lu feigned calmness. Yinggu, we just had a conversation. He too despises order and wishes to join our organization. As she spoke, the girl turned back to Lin Dong, signaling him to heed her words. Oh, indeed. I have no fondness for any sort of order. Lin Dong nodded in affirmation. For my own rules are indeed rules. The crowd scrutinized him, their expressions a mix of suspicion and intrigue, each face reflecting a different sentiment. In this terrifying apocalypse, the Black Scorpion organization was not averse to an abundance of members. The previously mentioned bearded man furrowed his brow and inquired. Su Lu, you do not truly harbor feelings for him, do you? Su Lu hesitated. The silence of adulthood served as the most telling answer. The bearded man scoffed at this. What the hell, you little minx? Just last night you claimed I was the greatest, and now you have fallen for someone else by the afternoon. Enough already. Feng Yin interrupted their exchange. Noting that joining the Black Scorpion organization was no simple task, one must demonstrate their intentions clearly. To join us, one must first take the life of a human, preferably a survivor from the official shelter, for they embody the essence of order. Furthermore, after the act, one must undergo scrutiny by our leader. Are you capable of this? Feng Yin inquired. Leader? Lin Dong murmured, realizing that the hierarchy within the Black Scorpion organization was quite stringent. Indeed, there was a leader. Who is this leader? You shall find out in due time. Clearly, Feng Yin harbored doubts about him, thus refraining from further elaboration. Oh, by the way, what is your awakened ability? Feng Yin probed. My ability allows me to conceal my presence and assist others in doing the same, Lin Dong replied casually. Indeed, the onlookers exchanged astonished glances. No wonder they felt something amiss about his aura earlier. For the Black Scorpion organization, the ability to remain undetected while engaging in clandestine activities is a remarkable skill. Henceforth, one would no longer need to fear being discovered. Feng Yin remained skeptical. Can you truly help others conceal their presence? Might you demonstrate it? Certainly. A slight smirk graced Lin Dong's lips as he directed his gaze towards the burly man with a beard and approached him. Would you mind if I used you as a demonstration? Come at me. Who fears you? But should you deceive us, I shall dismember you without hesitation. As Lin Dong approached, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloped the bearded man, yet surrounded by so many, He dared not act foolishly. Thus he steeled himself and replied, "Good luck." Su Lu beside them clenched her fists, her expression fraught with tension. Having reached this point, her plan had borne initial fruit. If Lin Dong could showcase his worth and secure a pledge of allegiance, he could join the Black Scorpion organization after passing their scrutiny. Thus, she silently prayed for Lin Dong, hoping his ability to conceal presence was authentic. It reminded her of her own nervousness during the college entrance examination. At this moment, standing before the burly man, Lin Dong's smile widened. In full view of the assembly, he slowly raised his slender hand, utilizing his corpse domain ability to directly invade the man's mind. The burly man's gaze fixated. His eyes suddenly widened in shock as the aura of death enveloped him, filling him with profound dread. In that fleeting moment, he realized something and attempted to resist. Yet, it was too late. The next second, darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. As the bearded man's lifeless body collapsed, Lin Dong found himself in possession of a crystal core. You see, he has ceased to exist, hasn't he? Chapter 81. Taking it seriously means losing. The crowd displayed expressions of horror, gasping in disbelief. What an uncanny ability is this? Theoretically, Lin Dong had indeed succeeded in extinguishing the burly man's presence. Yet Feng Yin and the others quickly grasped the reality. He was toying with them. Damn it! Kill him! Feng Yin bellowed, his muscular arm rippling as a layer of brown skin enveloped him, a clear indication of his awakened physical enhancement ability. Petrified body. Lin Dong retaliated with a punch, simultaneously unleashing his corpse domain. Boom! The two forces collided. Feng Yan's petrified form proved remarkably resilient, the clash of their fists resonating like the sound of mountains colliding. Yet, he ultimately could not withstand Lin Dong's might. His body sent flying 10 meters before crashing against the wall, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. Meanwhile, those around him found themselves ensnared in a realm of death, suffocated by an overwhelming pressure. However, the Black Scorpion Awakeners were known for their ruthless and violent natures. They gritted their teeth, forcibly channeling their energy, launching a frenzied assault towards Lin Dong. In that moment, flames roared and blades of wind howled, as chaotic energy radiated a devastating aura. Lin Dong had no desire to endure the onslaught of so many. He swiftly retreated. Boom! The energy erupted, a powerful shockwave sweeping through the hall, shattering several columns. Thick clouds of dust billowing into the air. As the sound of massive stones rolling echoed, dust cascaded from the ceiling, and the entire underground hall began to tremble. What is happening? Oh no! It seems the building above is about to collapse. Where did that person go? Has he perished? The Black Scorpion Awakeners began to search for Lin Dong's figure, but apart from the incessant falling dust, the surroundings were eerily empty. He had vanished without a trace. Furrowed brows reflected their unease, a strange sense of foreboding creeping into their minds. That individual is exceedingly peculiar. At this moment, a mental-type awakener, with a grave expression, expanded his spiritual sense, striving to perceive the surroundings. Soon, he detected an unusual aura. Zhao, he is beside you. A middle-aged man, his expression serious, summoned flames in his palm, conjuring a wall of fire with a wave of his hand. Lin Dong had been discovered. His figure materialized, and the terrifying power of the death realm surged forth like a hurricane, instantly dispersing the fire wall, followed by a devastating punch. Amidst the shower of sparks, a fist appeared before the man, his pupils widening in horror. Boom! Despite the protective energy, his skull was shattered, a crystal core bursting forth. As the battle raged on, the horrific energy surged, causing the already dilapidated structure to collapse even more violently. Massive stones plummeted, threatening to entomb the area. Lin Dong glanced upward, and with a leap, his figure vanished once more. This time, the Awakeners observed with clarity. Lin Dong disappeared into thin air, as if he had evaporated. Damn, I truly admire this old trickster. They cursed under their breath, yet a sense of dread gripped their hearts, as if they were witnessing a ghost. Feng Yin seethed with frustration. Where had he gone? It seemed he had already fled. The mental-type awakener sensed the situation. With debris continuously cascading down and a thunderous roar above, the ground trembled incessantly. It was clear they could no longer remain here. Let us go, we must exit. Relying on their abilities or robust physiques, the Awakeners climbed upwards over the rolling stones. In the distance, the Furniture City building had completely collapsed, reduced to a wasteland. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive stone slab was pushed aside. Coughing, the black scorpion awakeners emerged, covered in dirt and grime. Damn it, where did that guy run off to? I'll make sure to take him down today. Yes, let us confront him. They shouted in fury, their hearts brimming with rage. Suddenly, Feng Yin realized something was amiss. Logically, such a loud noise should have attracted the nearby zombies, yet the area remained eerily quiet. As the smoke gradually dissipated, he noticed terrifying faces emerging from the streets, rooftops, and abandoned vehicles. Some zombies even crawled along the walls like spiders. The onlookers widened their eyes, their pupils trembling, for they now recognized that the relentless tide of zombies had completely surrounded them. Cawing ominously, hundreds of pitch-black crows circled overhead, creating a profoundly shocking scene. Not far from the horde, a figure clad in white stood among the undead, flanked by a towering, brutish zombie, its small eyes gleaming with malice and profound hatred. Yin Gu, is he the zombie king? An awakened individual gasped in disbelief. Those who had previously vowed to confront Lin Dong now stood frozen, their bodies trembling in fear, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the situation. At that moment, Feng Yin suddenly realized the gravity of his fishing law enforcement. What had he truly caught? Only Su Lu, aside from her shock, bore a hint of disappointment laced with sadness. So, you are the zombie king of this region? She inquired, her voice tinged with resignation. Indeed. Lin Dong nodded. No wonder Su Lu grasped the truth, recalling his earlier claims of believing in himself and professing never to have killed. It was all a web of deceit. You deceived me, she exclaimed. And you, did you not deceive me as well? Lin Dong countered. But I. Su Lu hesitated, for there was a moment when she genuinely wished for Lin Dong's survival, even at the cost of offending Feng Yin. In truth, I did not lie. I truly came for supplies. Lin Dong paused, casting his gaze over the crowd. Because you are the supplies. With a roar that reverberated like a death knell, Lin Dong unleashed his final words as the tank bellowed and surged forward, accompanied by thousands of zombies. The territory he patrolled had indeed revealed the presence of humans. The tank seethed with rage at the sight of these humans, feeling its mission had failed. The only way to rectify the error was to tear them apart. As the frenzied horde of zombies charged, Feng Yin and his companions felt their hearts race with dread. Any attempt to resist would be utterly futile. Among the undead were elite fighters and powerhouse legions, their strength formidable. Before Feng Yin and the others could even muster a ripple of resistance, they were engulfed by the tide of corpses. Su Lu, in particular, felt a profound despair that rendered her incapable of fighting back. She believed this world held no reason for attachment. If there is a next life, do not trust anyone easily. Once you take it seriously, you have already lost. This was her final thought as she faced her demise. Chapter 82. The edge of the territory. Moments later, the sounds of human screams vanished entirely, leaving only the gruesome sounds of zombies feasting, while a few crows pecked at the remnants of flesh amidst the ruins. As dusk approached, the setting sun cast a blood-red hue over the scene, creating a surreal tableau. After the bloody feast concluded, the horde dispersed, each returning to its designated place. Yet, Lin Dong did not return home. Instead, he strolled along the edge of his territory, accompanied by tanks, while a few crows circled overhead, evoking a sense of a leader's inspection. The tanks silently prayed that no humans or any other creatures would emerge at this moment. As he walked forward, the sound of rushing water reached his ears, leading Lin Dong to the riverbank, where the water flowed languidly, ceaselessly, resembling a giant python in motion. The name of Zhongbei City originated from this very river. Before the apocalypse, this area was a gathering place for people to enjoy leisure time. Young couples would stroll, elderly women would dance in the square, and old men would find joy by the riverside. What was once a lively scene now lay in utter silence, marked only by chilling bloodstains and decaying bones. The river sparkled under the setting sun, yet it was tainted with a hue of crimson, frequently bearing floating corpses or severed limbs. Across the river, a few zombies wandered, though they were several hundred meters away. They spotted Lin Dong and emitted ferocious roars that echoed across the water, lingering in the air. That place was no longer Lin Dong's domain. The tank, with a fiery temper, felt a surge of anger at the sight of the provocation from the zombies across the river, yearning to leap into the water and confront them. Come back, Lin Dong called him, reminding him that they were merely minor adversaries, akin to barking dogs, not worth his concern. Moreover, crossing the river was no simple feat. The waters teemed with mutated aquatic life, and within the swirling currents lay the potential for monstrous creatures. In the apocalypse, aquatic environments were exceedingly perilous, especially the oceans. Marine life vastly outnumbered terrestrial beings, many of colossal size, and the ocean was rife with prey, making it difficult to fathom what kinds of deep-sea monstrosities may have evolved. With the tank halted, they continued their walk along the riverbank. Before long, they encountered a bridge, heavily congested with abandoned vehicles. Some collided with one another, others overturned, and a few had even exploded, leaving behind charred remnants. On the opposite side of the bridge, several zombies meandered, their grotesque faces twisted in a savage manner. It was evident that they were of a higher evolutionary grade, elite among their kind. Are they guarding against me? Lin Dong mused, recognizing the strategic placement of these formidable zombies at the bridge's entrance. It was clear that the zombie king on the other side understood that a confrontation with Lin Dong was inevitable. In this world, there could only be one victor. It was a matter of either their demise or his survival. After crossing the bridge, they continued their journey along the riverbank, which led into a sprawling forested area, characterized by towering peaks that seemed endless. This was the renowned Beishan of Jiangbei City. The mountains were vast and verdant. Before the apocalypse, many affluent individuals, entrepreneurs, and celebrities resided in opulent villas atop these hills. These mansions were extravagant beyond the imagination of the impoverished, overlooking the great river and nestled against the mountains. A true embodiment of feng shui. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, the scene transformed drastically. Animals and plants had also mutated, rendering Beishan a realm of chaos. Additionally, when the apocalypse erupted, countless humans fled to the mountains to escape the zombies, their numbers reaching at least tens of thousands. However, those who entered never emerged again, leaving their fate uncertain. Moreover, within the North Mountain, signals for refuge were non-existent, effectively severing all ties with the outside world. According to Lin Dong's analysis, while a horde of corpses would not form in the mountains, formidable individuals could thrive there. It was also estimated that members of the Black Scorpion organization predominantly operated within these confines. The North Mountain was a treacherous place, rife with dangers. Even the formidable Bull Demon King would find it challenging to navigate such a dismal locale, and Sun Wukong would have to perform a grand circus act to survive. From a distance, Lin Dong spotted the woods, densely covered with patches of climbing ivy. This peculiar plant was significantly sturdier than that which thrived before the apocalypse, and its roots and vines exuded a faint crimson hue, as if veins coursed with fluid were hidden within. The thick growth of ivy seemed to be expanding outward, with some already encroaching upon urban streets. Something felt amiss, Lin Dong pondered. He glanced back at Tank, who appeared dazed, left to guard this area alone, which seemed rather unreliable. Brother Crow, please fetch Little 8 and have her join Tank in guarding this place, Lin Dong instructed, lifting his gaze. Understood. I shall go at once. The crimson-eyed crow cawed several times before swiftly taking flight. Little 8, I am here to find you, echoed the unique call of Brother Crow throughout the territory. In no time, it soared to the western part of the domain, its red eyes scanning the area until it spotted a slender figure atop a bell tower. Little 8, Brother Crow called out hastily. Little 8 glanced up, having already heard the call but reluctant to respond, feeling that the little black bird had been somewhat bothersome of late. Could you refrain from calling me Little 8? She retorted. Very well, Little 8, Brother Crow acquiesced. Little 8 rolled her eyes, contemplating that if it weren't for the crow's elevated position, she might have plucked its feathers out of frustration. What do you want? She asked. The boss has instructed that you guard the eastern sector, Brother Crow replied. Is that so? Little 8's eyes flickered with interest, and without further ado, she leaped from the bell tower. In an instant, she reached her maximum speed, darting eastward like a gust of wind. Moreover, she swiftly entered a state of rapid shadow, her form vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Brother Crow flapped his wings, still processing the rapid turn of events. Where did she go? Lin Dong had completed his perimeter inspection of the territory and returned home. Inside, everything was pristine and orderly, resembling a paradise untouched by the horrors of the outside world. Home is indeed the most comforting place, Lin Dong mused as he settled onto the sofa. Though he possessed great strength, the dangers lurking beyond his territory, such as in the North Mountain, were ever present, with threats that could emerge at any moment. Surrounding the building was a battalion of 500 elite zombie soldiers, along with thousands of skilled individuals, providing a considerable sense of security. Lin Dong contemplated browsing the internet and engaging in some fishing, as that seemed a more reliable and risk-free endeavor. Thus, he picked up his phone and, after a moment's thought, decided to fill out a brief introduction on his social media profile. Much like his acquaintances Cheng Luoyi and Sun Xiaoqiang had done before. I, a timid boy, lacking a sense of security. Chapter 83. Crossing the river. However, fishing online was not so easy, for most targets were too distant, beyond my territory, and there were no suitable prospects for the time being. Soon enough, Lin Dong received a private message. It was from Cheng Luoyi. Your profile style is quite impressive. Are you complimenting yourself? Lin Dong retorted. Cheng Luoyi continued. I plan to go to Jiangxiao district and would like to borrow a passage from you. By the way, I brought something for you. How courteous of you. Lin Dong replied. Jiangxiao district lay directly across the river. Passing through Lin Dong's domain without detouring would save considerable time. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. What brings you to Jiangxiao district? Rescue operation. The supply search team from the shelter is trapped there. Interested? Well, come first. We shall discuss it then, Lin Dong answered. Placing his phone on the coffee table and reclining on the sofa, pondering deeply. Since a battle with the Corpse King across the river was inevitable, this presented an opportunity. He could blend in with the shelter team, masquerade as a human, and gather intelligence on the opposite shore, since he currently knew nothing about that area. The crucial question was, how would Cheng Luoyi and her group cross the river? Would they storm through Jiangxiao Bridge? About an hour later, a group arrived at Lin Dong's territory. Cheng Luoyi and Sun Xiaoqiang led, followed by two girls. Both were B-level crystal core awakeners of formidable strength, ranking high within the shelter. Sis Cheng, this is a 5-star corpse nest, a delicate young woman cautioned. Don't worry, I've brought the toll. Cheng Luoyi responded without looking back, walking confidently down the middle of the path, clearly familiar with the route. Behind her, two large swords crossed in an X shape on her back, their design strikingly magnificent. Oh, the two girls nodded and quickened their pace to follow her. Surprisingly, they encountered no zombies along the way. The journey was smoother than before, and soon they reached near a building. In the distance, a figure stood on the street. Clad in a white shirt, handsome features fixed upon them. Both girls, well aware of Lin Dong's identity and their cooperative relationship, remained anxious nonetheless. Cheng Luoyi and Sun Xiaoqiang approached with ease and greeted him. We're here. Lin Dong glanced at the horizon. The sun was about to set, casting a crimson glow across the sky. Seems your mission is urgent. Indeed, it's quite dire. The search team is on the brink of death, Sun Xiaoqiang explained. If urgency was absent, they would never operate at night or seek passage through Lin Dong's territory. Let us move swiftly. We must return before darkness falls. Cheng Luoyi urged, then suddenly recalled. Oh, by the way, this is for you. She removed a long sword from her back and presented it to Lin Dong. The blade was slender and nearly as tall as a man. Embedded in the hilt was a red fire element crystal core, its radiant glow shifting like a dream. Lin Dong examined it carefully. This is the toll? Yes, including the promise I made last time. When I said next time, I meant it would definitely be for you. Cheng Luoyi affirmed. After vanquishing the serpent's eye, she returned and serendipitously scavenged a few items, this exquisite longsword serving as her reward. Lin Dong, showing no hesitation, grasped the hilt, and a flash of crimson light emanated from the blade, exuding an intense heat as if it were about to ignite. It was indeed a remarkable sword. With a mere thought, he stored the weapon in his spatial pouch. He then lifted his gaze to observe Cheng Luoyi and Sun Chang, directing his attention toward the two girls behind them. Why were they not accompanied by Chen Ming this time? Cheng Luoyi explained that they were there to rescue someone, not to transport goods, and thus the girls could not assist. In her mind, Chen Ming was akin to a mere laborer. The two young women, under Lin Dong's scrutinizing gaze, trembled slightly, struggling to suppress their fear as they mustered a smile. Hello, big brother, my name is Zhou, introduced one of the girls with a delicate visage and short hair. The other, shorter girl quickly followed suit. Hello, I'm Zhao Miling. Greetings to you both. Lin Dong replied with a subtle narrowing of his elongated eyes, accompanied by a warm smile. Zhou and Zhao Miling were momentarily taken aback, suddenly struck by a peculiar sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the neighborhood boy from their past. On that sunny day, he had donned a white shirt. Soon, they proceeded toward the riverbank, the journey unfolding without complication. Before long, The sound of rushing water filled the air. The grand river flowed uninterrupted, its surface shimmering, albeit marred by the sight of dismembered limbs. How do we cross? Lin Dong inquired. Cheng Luoyi explained that they were there for a rescue mission, and to traverse the river bridge directly would be too conspicuous, given the presence of elite zombies lurking nearby. Follow us, she instructed, leading them downstream. After walking approximately 200 meters, they halted. This stretch of the river is relatively narrow, and the opposite bank is quite close, she announced. Let us begin. Zhou Yin and Zhao Miling exchanged resolute glances and approached the riverbank. They gradually bent down, placing their hands on the ground. Simultaneously, a frigid breath began to emanate, swirling forward like a white mist. Upon contact with the water, the liquid began to crystallize, soon forming an ice bridge atop the surface. Oh, Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, realizing that both girls were awakened with ice abilities. No wonder Cheng Luoyi had brought them along. Let us go, she said, taking the lead as she confidently stepped onto the ice bridge. The structure was remarkably solid and stable, undisturbed by the flowing waters below. The scene before Lin Dong sparked a flicker of inspiration. If he were to engage the zombie king in battle in the future, this method could serve as a surprise attack, allowing him to breach the adversary's territory directly. Indeed, quite ingenious, he mused, growing increasingly satisfied with his thoughts. The crossing proceeded smoothly. Even when aquatic creatures attempted to strike, their attacks were feeble. A few toothy fish leapt from the water, but Cheng Luoyi deftly executed a series of elegant sword moves, slicing them cleanly apart. Such precision, Lin Dong noted. Regrettably, Cheng Luoyi remarked, these fish have feasted on zombies and carry the virus. They are inedible. Do you not want them? Then I shall take them with me, Lin Dong replied. Lin Dong, exhibiting no semblance of politeness, gestured with a flourish, depositing the fish into his storage space. His subordinates, being zombies themselves, were not discerning in their dietary preferences and harbored no fear of the zombie virus. Moreover, these fish were substantial, each weighing over 10 pounds. In the shallow waters, there were no formidable mutated creatures to contend with. A few minutes later, they reached the opposite shore of the river. As they set foot on land, the ice bridge behind them melted instantaneously, leaving not a trace. Lin Dong glanced at the two women, Zhou Yin and Zhao Miling, perceiving their potential utility in the future. Thus, he stepped forward and casually retrieved his phone. Let us exchange contact information. Huh. The two women opened their mouths in astonishment, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. Surely, they had not misheard him?